Like, subscribe and share Tree fanfiction for all parts. Chapter 1, 9 to 5. Pirates. A brand new old-fashioned screw-type tungsten filament lamp was suspended by a wire above the room. The orange light illuminated the entire room. A standard one-person wooden table and chairs were placed in the center of the room. The polished marks on the table make it look unusually bright. There was an open newspaper on the table, as if someone had just been reading it. Next to the table, a handsome young man was lying on a chair, unconscious. It looked like it was dead. Bang! It was a cloudless day outside when suddenly a loud thunder sounded. And the guy who was leaning on the chair motionless slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness began to gradually regain consciousness. After regaining consciousness, Wayne also looked around. Looking at the completely unfamiliar things around him, Wayne's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Am I not dead? Where is this place? Wayne frowned, feeling unsafe in a completely unfamiliar environment. The ground was shaking slightly, and if there hadn't been an earthquake, he would have been on the boat. But I was still inland the moment before. How could I be on the sea in the blink of an eye? Could it be that I traveled through time? But how come there is no information at all after traveling through time? He was just hit by Daeun and appeared on the sea in the blink of an eye. If Daeun's kinetic energy was not too strong and knocked him thousands of kilometers away, he would have probably traveled through time. At this time he also noticed the newspaper on the table. And a red-haired guy in the newspaper instantly caught Wayne's attention. An answer quickly emerged in Wayne's mind. He quickly picked up the newspaper, but when he finished reading it, his heart finally died. Pirates World, this is Pirates World. In the world of pirates, people can die or be taken as slaves at any time. Why it has to be this one? Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the good citizen system. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Physical strength, 3. Ability, none. Evaluation, barely able to beat a civilian. It has been detected that the host was a law-abiding citizen in his previous life. This system has been instantly bound. One of the most important qualities of being a good citizen is hard work. Hosts simply need to strictly adhere to Xia country's labor laws and work from 9 to 5 to earn rewards for becoming stronger. Profession binding in progress. Host's current identity detected, Captain of the White Pirates. Your occupation has been automatically bound. Your occupation is, pirates. Wayne looked at the system panel that appeared in front of him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was completely confused. If he saw it correctly, this system that suddenly appeared directly bound him to a permanent career based on his original identity. Can we still play like this? Directly choose pirates? But compared to just now, Wayne was not so panicked. Although this system seems unreliable, it is still a system no matter how bad it is. It should be no problem to help yourself become stronger steadily and live a stable life in the pirates' world. According to the system, I only need to work from 9 to 5 to get rewards and become stronger. But it immediately assigned itself a pirate's profession. What's the point of working from 9 to 5? Do you think becoming the king of pirates is a big deal? Wayne, who had seen King of Pirates, naturally thought of pirates like Luffy. But soon, the prompts given by the system overturned his idea. Ding! It's currently working hours, issuing work tasks. Ding! Host, please go to the village or town to rob. Wayne was stunned when he saw the task in front of him. His first reaction was that something was wrong, but the more he looked at it, the more it seemed right. This seems like what pirates should do. Is being a pirate king a proper pirate? That's a high-end pirate. Don't real pirates make a living by robbing? Don't real pirates do bad things? Now Wayne understood the meaning of the identity that the system had assigned to him. Doesn't this mean that he will do bad things all his life? They also have to treat things like robbery and human trafficking as work. And have to work from 9 to 5. Good job. Now pirates has also been officially released? What if pirates also became a job within the system? Ding! Host, please work diligently according to Zyuguo labor law. If you are absent from work once or slack off 3 times, you will be fired. After saying this, the system disappeared. Wayne was in a dilemma now. If you don't grab it, the system will leave. Doesn't being fired mean the system is gone? No system, relying on your own efforts? Go ahead. His original body was a piece of junk, and his life was over before he even left. In that case, all we can do is grab one and see. It's a pirate's world anyway, and you won't survive if you just want to be a good person. Wayne is not a pretentious person, although the scale of this identity change is a bit big. But in this cannibalistic world, if you don't adapt quickly, you'll be the one to die. According to the system, he is the captain of a pirates group. With this body, he can be a captain. There is no need to say more about what this pirates group is like. Fortunately, after rummaging through the drawers for a while, Wayne found a flintlock rifle. Although guns are common in the pirates' world, there are not many of them in those villages. Take it and find a weaker island, and rob it easily. It's not like he has to kill everyone. If he just robs them, it will be much simpler. With my understanding of the pirates' world, finding a weak island should be no problem. Just as he thought of this, there was a violent shaking under his feet. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard shouting outside. "Captain! We're here!" This made Wayne stunned. "I was just thinking of finding a weaker island, but it's here before I even started? Where are you? If this is a very strong island, then we are finished. The right thing to do is to turn around." Wayne didn't hesitate, put the gun on his waist, pushed open the wooden door with a creak and walked out. What meets the eye is a vast blue sea, and when you turn around you see a picturesque little village. But Wayne was in no mood to appreciate the scenery, he was at work. Walking down the wooden steps, Wayne quickly came to the bow of the ship. Wayne took the telescope from the big man who had just spoken and looked towards the village. It's a small village with only about 20 houses, and the streets are full of old men and women buying groceries. He even saw a child's pants being pulled down by his companions. A harmonious picture. The most important thing is that I didn't see Marine. There is no Marine stationed on the island. Good. Isn't this a coincidence? This is the island I'm looking for. This small pistol in my hand is more than enough to rob them. After making sure everything was observed and all factors were taken into consideration, Wayne no longer hesitated. "All right. Go down and rob them," Wayne shouted, then got off the boat first. Wayne also analyzed a lot of things from the big man's call of captain just now. At the very least, this useless captain still has some prestige. That's enough. Sure enough, after Wayne got off the boat, 3 figures jumped down right after him. Wayne was carrying a gun and a machete on his waist, and the other 3 were holding a long knife each. Putting aside other things, just look at the momentum, there will be no problem in robbing. Wayne looked at his good lineup and thought to himself. At this time, something big was happening in the village. The village chief's residence. A beautiful woman ran in quickly. "Village chief! Oh no! Luffy has been captured by those bandits." Chapter 2. Wayne and his men did not land from the port location, but on a beach. Their boat wasn't big, so they didn't have to worry about it running aground. The village is not big. The buildings are all European style. 2-story building with a gable roof. Except for the roads, the area around the village is covered with grass about 10 centimeters thick. The grass swayed with the sea breeze, and the ladybug climbing onto the tip of the grass felt as comfortable as if it was swinging on a swing. A big foot passed by and the ladybug flew up. Wayne and others walked on the grass and soon arrived at the entrance of the village. A dirt road appeared in front of them. The ruts on the dirt road were very obvious, as if telling of the passing of the carriage. But at this moment, the place was empty. It was nothing like what Wayne had just seen through the telescope. This also made Wayne frown. Along the way, Wayne also found out the details of his 3 Wolong crew members. The 3 are triplets. The eldest is called Jiben, the second is called Keel, and the third is called Jiji. The eldest brother is steady but a violent person, and also works part-time as a chef. The second one is the burly man who was shouting. He does odd jobs on the boat. He is a pervert. The third child, Jiji, is a skinny guy who can climb trees and loves to eat bananas. He is also the navigator on the ship. I don't know how the original body tricked them into becoming his crew members. Boss. You have to bring me a wife this time. We're running out of toilet paper on the boat. The 3 of them have a typical pirate's mentality. I've done 2 jobs, but didn't get much benefit. The original body just painted a rosy picture for them. Don't think about women all the time. Money is the right thing to do. First rob them well this time, and then I'll find you a woman later. Oh, so we should be able to get some money this time, right? Last time we only got 2 pairs of shorts. The shorts were okay, but they were the wrong size and they were a little tight on my crotch. As he spoke, Keel reached out and made some adjustments. Wayne almost fainted when he heard this. What did you say? Pirates grabbing pants? Grabbing pants is fine, but you're wearing them? To be honest, Wayne was a little curious about how they had acted before. But for now, let's calm down first. Don't worry. They are just weak villagers. Go in there with all your might, get to a crowded place, show your knife, and wait for me to shoot in the air, then you yell robbery. This task is left to you. Can you do it? Wayne's words made Keel stand at attention on the spot. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Wayne also thought so. It was obvious that these villagers had no fighting ability. They are all ordinary people. A pistol would be enough to make them pay. But about this, Wayne wanted to know more about where these people went. Wayne glanced at the sky, although it was indeed a bit late. But it's not time to call it a day, right? The bright sun was still hanging in the cloudless sky. Ding! Host has arrived in the village and is about to start working. This system is giving out a newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving intermediate spearmanship. Ability level, low, elementary, intermediate, advanced. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang. As soon as the voice fell, a lot of firearms knowledge appeared in Wayne's mind. The body also inexplicably developed a lot of strange yet familiar muscle memories. Just now, he felt that the feeling about the flintlock rifle in his hand was, even if he has never eaten pork, he has seen pigs running, but now, he felt that the gun was extremely familiar. I will hit wherever you point, and this is no joke. There was also a hint of surprise in Wayne's eyes. Is intermediate spearmanship so powerful? But he soon realized that no matter how good his spear skills were, it would be useless because the later stages would be dominated by armament haki and observation haki. Your good spear skills can only be used now. I can only say that it is better than nothing. But this made Wayne more confident about the robbery. Once you have the strength, everything will be easy. I was planning on watching it first, but now I won't. If you really find a crowded place, just shout robbery. Maybe if you rob enough, the system will give you more rewards. Thinking of this, Wayne also planned to go around the village first and go where there were more people. But he hasn't taken any action yet. The doors of the houses on both sides of the road suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, 3 anxious old ladies walked out quickly. Each of them was holding a stool, and one of them even had a bag of melon seeds. Although he was in his 70s or 80s, his movements seemed quite swift. Under the gaze of Wayne and others, the 3 old ladies hurried in one direction as soon as they went out. He didn't even look at them. The crutches in their hands could hardly keep up with their pace. And there seemed to be some noisy sounds over there. Based on Wayne's many years of experience in judging people, the old lady is definitely going to eat melons. Could it be that some fellow villagers were fighting over there, so they all packed up their stalls and went to watch the show? Great! I was worried about not being able to find a crowded place, and now I've found it. Go! Follow them! After saying hello, Wayne and his men quickly followed. Hey! Boss! This guy's body is really weird. No matter how hard we hit him, he won't die. Yet. It can be stretched even longer. My wife has an ecstatic constitution. In the village square with white tiles and a small pond in the center. A large group of villagers were gathered here. In their center, several fierce-looking men were punching and kicking a dirty little guy on the ground. As their fists continued to fall, the little guy was beaten into various shapes by those sandbag-sized fists. Even the floor tiles beneath him, which had seen countless years, made cracking sounds under the weight. The large number of villagers gathered here also looked reluctant. Although they wanted to lend a helping hand to the beaten little guy, the long knives in the hands of the men and the guns on their waists made them give up the idea. And there was more than just punching and kicking. From time to time, there are people pulling and tugging. The child's butt was stretched 2 meters long. But even so, the child continued to shout as if nothing had happened. Don't talk about Shanks. I don't allow you to talk about Shanks and the others. Apologize to him. But his words made the group burst into laughter again. The leader had a look of wanting a beating on his face and sneered mercilessly, "Are you still defending them? They're nothing but a bunch of trash. Look, you're almost dead and they don't even dare to save you. All pirates are wimps like them." Ha 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 ha. This made the little guy on the ground very angry. He picked up a stone and smashed it on Sig's face with a bang. Sig also screamed in pain. But this made the hearts of the surrounding villagers rise to their throats. This bandit made him angry, so he dared to do anything. Soon, Sig's anger reached its ultimate level after being hit in the face by a little kid in front of so many people. He grabbed Luffy by the neck and lifted him up. With a gloomy expression, he also drew his long sword from his waist and placed it on Luffy's neck. "You pd me off, kid." But this did not frighten Luffy. Instead, he raised his fist and punched Sig lightly in the face. This also made Sig suddenly raise the long sword in his hand. "Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to help Luffy's head move. But at this moment, a figure quickly passed through the crowd and stumbled to the center of the square. He was shouting as he ran. "Spare his life!" The short village chief came to the square and knelt down in front of Zudge. Both hands are also raised above the head. In his hand was a lot of money, at least 200,000 berries. Because he ran too fast, his body was shaking constantly. But in fact, Red Hair and the others were watching all this not far away. When they saw the old village chief coming, Red Hair stopped what he was doing and did not appear to stop Sig. And that stack of banknotes really made Sig stop. Sig, who originally had a murderous look on his face, now put on a smiling face. It was as if what just happened had never happened. "It's nothing, it's just that they gave too much. This money is more than enough for him to live a carefree life for many days. Compared to this brat, he still prefers money." After throwing Luffy away, Sig slowly walked up to the village chief and picked up the thick stack of belly. "Old man, you're smart. Then Lao Zi will let go." Bang! Before Sig could finish his words, a stone hit him on the back of the head with great precision. This completely infuriated him. No matter how much money was offered, he would kill that brat. He doesn't want any face at all. He grabbed the money from the village chief's hand and stuffed it into his pocket. Sig rushed towards Luffy with a long sword in hand. He came close, grabbed it, and raised his knife to chop it. The surrounding villagers, Makina and the village chief were all panicked when they saw this scene. No. Makina, who came hurriedly in a long skirt, had closed her eyes in fear, while the village chief stood up and wanted to rush over there. But it was obvious that he was too late. The long sword had already reached Luffy's head, and Sig, with a stern look on his face, obviously had no intention of joking around anymore. But at this moment, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The birds that had landed on the surrounding houses suddenly flew up and quickly fled into the distance. The villagers who were closer were also frightened by the sudden gunshots and trembled. The noisy environment was forced to pause because of the gunshot. Before everyone could react to what was happening, a loud shout rang out. Pirates are robbing! Anyone who doesn't want to die, stand at attention. Chapter 3. Following this slightly rough voice, everyone's attention was drawn over. What came into view were three young men with fierce faces and big knives in their hands. You can tell at first glance that he is not someone to be trifled with. Looking at the three men with fierce faces who called themselves pirates, the surrounding villagers subconsciously stepped back. I didn't dare to get too close to them, and my face looked very frightened. The villagers, who were already a little crowded, became a little chaotic at this time. Before the bandits were dealt with, another group of pirates appeared to rob. What should I do now? Soon, they also made a path, leaving nothing in front of the pirates and bandits. All the villagers turned their attention to the village chief. Now only the village chief has the say. But what could the old village chief do? He had just rushed towards Zij and the others and accidentally fell down. Now he couldn't even stand up. But this may not be a bad thing. Maybe the two groups can fight to the death. They could also take the opportunity to rescue Luffy. I hope this group of pirates can hold on and not be easily dealt with by Sig and his team. Just by looking at their equipment, the village chief felt that the pirates were no match. There were 6 bandits, and they all had guns on their waists. In the eyes of the old village chief, this group of pirates is absolutely no match for Sig and his men. The right thing to do is to take Luffy away during the chaos. Thinking of this, the old village chief whispered a few words to Makina, who came to help him. Luffy managed to save his life temporarily. Now that Sig and the others saw someone coming to cause trouble, they had no time to deal with him. Sig, who was already unhappy, concluded after a brief analysis that the pirates on the opposite side were idiots. They don't have as many people as us, and their equipment isn't as good as ours. How dare you come and stir up trouble? You must be so tired of living. Sig, holding a long knife, raised his knife and pointed it at the 3G brothers with an unhappy look on his face. You bunch of pirates! Do you know where this is? How dare you come here to rob? This is Laozi's territory. Kneel down and apologize to Laozi now, and I'll let you go. After he spoke, the 3G brothers did not respond, but slowly made way. Then a handsome young man wearing a white shirt and the universal slippers appeared in front of everyone. In his hand, he held a smoking flintlock rifle. There was a faint smile on his face, as if everything was under control. The worn floor tiles under his feet crackled as he stepped on them. He stood in front, and the 3 brothers were one body length behind him. The 4 of them stood more than 10 meters away from Sig, confronting Sig over there from a distance. But the first impression Wayne gave everyone was, is this a pirates? This clearly doesn't look like pirates. But those 3 guys with fierce looks obviously followed his lead. So, he is not only a pirates, but also a pirates captain? The truth is that Wayne's appearance is really not in line with the pirates who burn, kill, and loot. When Sig saw Wayne's appearance, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Where did this little brat come from? Trying to imitate adults and act like pirates? Go home and get your milk. If you're slow to roll, Laozi's gun won't pity your face. At this time, Wayne refilled the bullets in the flintlock in his hand while slowly raising his head and looking forward. In this small village, he wanted to see who dared to ask him to kneel down and apologize. It would be a bit unreasonable not to put the gun in his mouth and blow his head off. But the moment his eyes met Sig's, Wayne's eyes suddenly showed a hint of astonishment. Time seemed to stop at this moment. A breeze blew, and Wayne's clothes swayed continuously. After a moment, he came back to his senses and quickly looked around. Soon, he saw a woman who looked like Machina, and then, another child who looked like Luffy when he was a child appeared in his eyes. That look of astonishment turned into disbelief. An outrageous idea also popped up in his mind. This place, if he is not stupid, should be Windmill Village, right? Of course he recognized him. The guy in front of him was Sig. Isn't that Luffy on the ground? What am I doing? Did I rob Windmill Village? Wayne really wanted to slap himself twice. Is it really such a coincidence? He also said he had found a nice village, but it turned out to be Windmill Village. After taking a quick look at the current situation, Wayne understood where the situation was. He actually watched this episode. Doesn't this mean that the red-haired guy is nearby? I accidentally robbed the Windmill Village, and red hair happened to be in the Windmill Village. Now I shouted that I wanted to rob, but red hair was right next to me. Is that what you mean? A layer of cold sweat had already appeared on Wayne's forehead. I hope this pirate will not be fired on the first day. If this one doesn't go well, it will be really bad. Sig is not to be feared. With his intermediate level gun skills, he is confident that he can kill the 6 big men opposite him within 2 seconds with the gun in his hand. But the question is, if I rob Windmill Village, will Red Hair let me go? He even robbed him in front of him. But before Wayne could think about it, Kill couldn't stand it anymore when he saw that Wayne was slow to speak. This guy actually dared to scold his boss. He took a step forward, came to the same level as Wayne, and pointed the knife at Sig. Stop hanging around in this little cow's dung pit, you stinky cow. Give me back your territory. Laozi is robbing you. Damn it. Give me money. Otherwise, don't blame your uncle for stuffing your billion into his pants. Keel was merciless and gave no respect at all. He didn't even consider the difference in strength between the two sides and directly started talking about the quintessence of the country. Start with 0 frames, don't give the opponent a chance to counterattack, and kill the game with 1 blow. Zij felt that the curse from the other side was not a sharp curse, but a curse that pierced through the air. The wildly laughing expression on his face also froze there. But soon, he started laughing again. However, this time it turned into a sinister smile. No more nonsense. There is a heavy machine gun on the opposite side, and it would be a bit stupid to make any noise. Sig just shouted. Guys! Kill them for me! Sig was already angry, and now he was scolded again, so naturally he pulled out his gun and started shooting. His men also had guns, 1 in each hand. When they heard Sig's order, they all reached for their guns. Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers retreated in panic, fearing that they would be accidentally injured. The village chief also exchanged glances with Machina. Machina also nodded heavily. Humph! You still dare to resist? Captain! Let's kill them! FKU! Don't you even consider whether you can do it first? Are those 2 eyes on your face for drinking rice soup? Keel received a basic, hard slap on the head from Big Brother. Retreat, Big Brother! After slapping Keel, he quickly asked. The situation is obviously not favorable for them. No one expected that they would run into a group of bandits. Even if they failed to rob this time, it would be understandable as they could not have expected such a thing to happen. Let's save our lives first. But after he finished speaking, Wayne didn't move at all. This really made Ben extremely anxious. He really wanted to just carry Wayne away. But at this moment, Wayne had a faint smile on his face. What Kill said just now really reminded him. If I can't rob villagers, then I can rob bandits, right? Red Hair won't do anything to me for attacking bandits. He even has to thank me. After all, this saved his arm. The mission is also very clear, it just asks you to rob, but it doesn't say who to rob. Thinking of this, Wayne no longer hesitated. When Sig was about to pull the trigger, a bullet had already hit his wrist. The intense pain made him loosen his grip on the gun, and the momentum of the bullet sent the gun flying. With a splash, the gun fell into the small pool. At the same time, Sig's face was twisted to the ultimate level, and severe pain came in the blink of an eye. Ah! The pain from having his wrist pierced immediately caused Sig to start chanting. Along with his screams, there was a series of gunshots. Wayne's hands are extremely fast, yet extremely smooth. The interval between each shot was no more than half a second. In less than half a second, he had completed the actions of loading, aiming, and firing. Bullets flew towards the bandits who were still drawing their guns. Small holes were punched in their foreheads. Every gunshot can take a life. In less than 2 seconds, Wayne stopped and shook the smoking gun. Then he began to reload the gun slowly. After the gunshots, there was a series of sounds of people falling to the ground. Several figures who were alive just now have now collapsed to the ground powerlessly. His hand still kept the action of drawing the gun. Sig also fell to the ground. He could still scream. But his brothers closed their eyes forever. Wayne, with a calm expression, held a flintlock rifle loaded with bullets in his hand. Under the dull gaze of his 3 crew members, he slowly came to Sig. At this time, Sig was already terrified to the extreme. This guy's shooting skills were simply inhuman. So many of them were killed in an instant. He struggled to move his legs, trying to get away from Wayne. But in the end, under Sig's horrified gaze, a huge slipper fell heavily on his chest. Wayne slowly put the gun against Sig's forehead and then repeated the sentence again. Robbery. Chapter 4. Looking at the gun barrel so close to him, Sig really couldn't hold it anymore. The guy in front of me is simply a devil. He dealt with so many people in an instant. At this time, Sig looked at Wayne with an expressionless face and felt that he was a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. He killed so many people without changing his expression. Is this the right reaction for someone of my age? Will I be doomed this time? Zudge, who was sweating profusely, was thinking rapidly at this moment. Thinking about how to survive Wayne's terrifying shooting skills. It was indeed Wayne's first time killing someone, but he didn't really feel anything. Maybe this is talent. When I just fired the gun, that familiar feeling was strangely weird. It was clearly his first time touching a gun, but he didn't even need to see it. As soon as he raised his gun, he already knew where the target would land. Aiming? No need at all. He can hit the target without missing a single shot just by relying on his feeling. This is just intermediate level spearmanship. The people around watched as so many bandits fell to the ground in just a short moment. At this moment, everyone was stunned. But soon, they reacted and put several meters away from Wayne again. Everyone looked at Wayne with fear in their eyes. After all, he shot those people to death with one shot. This brutal act naturally made them fear that they would also be killed by Wayne. The village chief standing by also widened his eyes at this moment. Originally he wanted to let Wayne and the others delay these bandits, but now he just killed it. It would have been fine if he had just killed her, but he did it so easily. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. For an ordinary person, don't even think about killing these people within 2 seconds. It would be good enough if you could fire 6 shots in a row with that flintlock rifle in 2 seconds. But this young man not only did it, but also shot and killed everyone. Only one target was left to rob. How could a small, unknown pirate group, a pirate group without even a bounty, be so powerful? The old village chief knows a lot about the pirates in this area. It's obvious that this group of people has just been formed. The captain's strength is so strong. Just based on his marksmanship, his bounty must be over 10 million. Sig's bounty is 8 million. Makina, who had just reached Luffy and hadn't had time to pick him up, was also stunned. Looking at Wayne with his foot on Sig's chest and a gun pointed at him, her eyes were filled with surprise. Who is this person? Makina searched his mind for information about the pirates in the surrounding waters. But there is no such person at all. I thought that they were few in number and poorly equipped, and would definitely not be a match for Sig. But now the captain is alone. Sig and the others fell in an instant. There was also a hint of fear in Makina's eyes when he looked at Wayne. Luffy's eyes lit up immediately as he lay on the ground. Are these the pirates? What awesome pirates! If we put aside the idea of shooting everyone to death, Wayne's approach really fits Luffy's fantasy of pirates. But the most dumbfounded people now are Wayne's 3 crew members. Looking at the group of people falling to the ground, and looking at Wayne stepping on Sig, they really opened their eyes to the limit. Holy shit! Is our boss so powerful? It turned out that he had been preparing food before. One shot at a time, one shot at a time. Isn't he hiding it too deeply? The 3 of them were really dumbfounded, because Wayne before was just a guy who gave orders from behind. Only now did they realize that their boss was so damn powerful. Seeing that the old admiral had successfully subdued the opponent, Keel quickly began to follow the process. He quickly walked over to Sig, who was so panicked that he couldn't speak. He took out an alarm clock, turned it twice, and slammed it onto the floor tiles next to Sig's head with a clang. Brother! Done! After doing all this, Keel took a step back. Wayne pointed at the alarm clock and looked at Sig, who looked panicked but didn't say anything. He said it a little impatiently. Tell me where you hid the money. If you can't tell me before the alarm goes off, you'll lose your head. These words made Sig scream on the spot. Ah! Money, money, money! Tell me, can you save my life? Looking at the bodies of his brothers around him, Sig's body trembled slightly. The person in front of me is really a murderer who kills without blinking an eye. The barrel of the gun was against his forehead, and he was really scared. Wayne didn't answer, just looked at him quietly. Time passed minute by minute, and Sig saw that Wayne was slow to speak and thought he was thinking. But just a short time later, the alarm clock rang. Ring ring ring. The shrill sound of the alarm clock resounded throughout the square. Similarly, Sig's pants were frightened and he started crying. Ah! Money, money, money! It's in your left back pocket. It has the 200,000 I just stole. There's nothing else. I spent it all. That's not nonsense. I've spent all my money. Big brother, please give me a way out. I was really wrong. Sig spoke very quickly and confessed the money he had just robbed. The others weren't lying either. All spent. Upon hearing this, Kill, who was standing next to him, grabbed his belt and lifted him up. By tightening his belt, Zij's waistline has been reduced a lot. There was indeed a bulge in the left trouser pocket. Keel reached out and took out the 200,000 Baileys that had just been warmed up. After nodding to Wayne, he threw Sig to the ground again. Seeing the money he just earned fly away, Zij felt a little uncomfortable. But the most important thing now is to stay alive. Big brothers, you guys can take the money. Can I leave now, little brother? Sig asked cautiously. The expression on his face was extremely cowardly. After all, the money had been given, and it was not less at all, and he also said it was just robbery. I should be able to leave now. Kill, who was standing by, looked at the money in his hand and was extremely happy. This time I really got something. It was all just a joke before. It turns out that robbing money is so easy. But just as he was happily counting the money, he heard another gunshot. Bang! Keel turned his head suddenly and saw that Sig had fallen to the ground powerlessly. There was a gun barrel stuck in his mouth. Because my mouth was pressed against the gun barrel, I could hear a crackling sound. Looking up again, Wayne was looking at Sig with his eyes open in death with a calm expression. He slowly pulled out the gun and threw it to kill. Then he picked up the alarm clock beside him. I told you that if you can't tell me before the alarm goes off, your head will be chopped off. Why don't you believe it? Chop his head off in a minute. Kill, who was a little dazed, suddenly came back to his senses after hearing this. He was still counting money and immediately stood at attention. Okay, boss. The villagers around looked at Wayne, who had received the money but still killed someone, and the fear on their faces became even more intense. The identification is completed. This group of pirates is extremely brutal. They have all given money. They even want to chop off people's heads. But soon, they also reacted. Now that he has robbed these bandits, won't he rob us next? Pirates don't just rob a lot and leave. We won't be killed by him too, right? None of these bandits survived. The villagers immediately panicked, and even Makina and the village chief looked a little unhappy. Luffy is safe now, but if this group of pirates goes on a killing spree, they will definitely be unstoppable. Chapter 5. The village chief trembled and slowly came to Wayne. Look at this young man who is tossing an alarm clock around in his hand. He also put away his previous contempt. This young man is amazing. My dear gentleman, if you want to rob us, although we don't have much money here, we will definitely give it all to you. Please don't hurt anyone. The village chief's words made the surrounding villagers lower their heads helplessly. They were no match for the pirates, and if they wanted to survive they had no choice but to take out all their money. I hope they are only after money and not killing people. Hearing this, Kill, who had chopped off Sig's head with a knife, immediately laughed. Ha 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 ha. Good. You guys know what's best for you. Don't worry. As long as you are fine, we won't kill you. Now, everyone, line up. Give Laozi your money. Big brother, third brother. Keep an eye on them. Don't let any of them get away. Keel had a wild laugh on his face. The grievances I suffered in other villages before can finally be repaid. If the entire village is robbed, even if the money is not much, it will be a considerable fortune. After Keel finished speaking, Benji and Gigi also held knives and threatened the villagers with fierce looks on their faces. Hurry up! Don't dawdle! Stand still! Take out your money! Too little money won't buy your lives. The two of them were showing off their power, and it really looked like that. Under their coercion, the villagers had no choice but to stand in a row in the square. He took out the money obediently. This scene also changed Luffy and Makina's perception of this group of pirates. Luffy no longer thinks they are that powerful. Pirates who rob villagers. They are all bad guys. He wanted to step forward to stop it, but Makina held him tightly in his arms. There's no way to break free. Makina also looked angry. In any case, they saved Luffy's life, so Makina was still a little grateful to Wayne. But when the pirate's true colors were revealed, all that was left in her eyes was disgust. Red Hair and others not far away also shook their heads in disappointment. Tiskai thought he was a good candidate, but forget about his character. Usopp expressed his contempt for the actions of Wayne and others without mercy. He was really amazed by the skill Wayne just showed. At such a young age, his marksmanship is quite impressive. Today, Usopp's marksmanship level is the highest advanced marksmanship. Although Wayne's intermediate level is not as good as his, it is still very strong. At the very least, the skill Wayne just showed made him want to take him in as a disciple. But now, forget it. What the hell? Aren't you going out to stop them? Lakey Lu, who was enjoying the delicious smell of a big stick of meat, looked at the red-haired man in front of him and asked. Wait a little longer, that guy hasn't moved yet. What are you waiting for? If this isn't his order, those three guys won't take any action, right? Lakey Lu was a little confused. But since the red-haired man said so, they didn't refute it. He usually laughs and jokes, but no one will object when red hair really speaks. Wayne didn't say anything and didn't care about the actions of his men. He was just looking at the alarm clock in his hand. The time at this time was already 4:59. He was staring at the ticking second hand. Leaving get off work on time at 5 o'clock is also a rule stipulated in the labor law. Although in Xia country, it is a crime to leave work at 5 o'clock, but now, the rule given by this system is to work in accordance with the labor law. The labor law says that we have to get off work at 5 o'clock. He has to get off work at 5 o'clock. He doesn't know what will happen if he exceeds the limit, and he doesn't want to know. Everyone, stand still. What are you looking at, you little bch? Get over here, lousy. Take out all your money. At Keel's scolding, Makina also stood up and joined the queue. Standing in the first position. With a grim expression on her face, she could only do as she was told and take out the money she had on her. After Keel handed the cleaned gun to Wayne. He was also very happy and ready to collect all the money from the villagers. Looking at the villagers standing in neat rows, and looking at the more or less Baileys in their hands. His eyes were almost turning into Baileys. With brisk steps, he quickly came to Makina. He grabbed the few Baileys in her hand. Makina runs a bar, so of course he doesn't carry money with him. But Makina thought that the guy in front of him would take the money and leave, but he just stood in front of him and didn't move. When I looked up, I met Keel's eyes, which had turned into hearts. Just now, Keel only saw Makina's back. Now looking at this beautiful face, he reacted immediately. Makina naturally realized that something was wrong and quickly turned his face away. But how could Keel, who had already been horny, let her go? He raised his hand and touched Makina's fair palm. You're so beautiful, do you want to come back with me to the ship and become pirates? This scene made the red-haired guy unable to sit still. The reason why he was able to hold back and not take action here was because these people did not do anything to the villagers. But if he wanted to do something to Makina now, he wouldn't tolerate it at all. But he was just about to dodge over and cut off the guy's hand. Another gunshot was heard. It's still the flintlock rifle. Still the same person. Wayne was in a shooting stance. But the direction the flintlock was pointing was towards Keel. Everyone was a little stunned. Benji and Ziggy were even more incredulous. Soon, Keel, who was targeted, let out a scream. Ah! My hand! My fingers! The middle finger on Kilna's right hand that touched Makina was already broken. The bullet just now accurately shot off a part of Keel's middle finger. The middle finger fell on Makina's open palm. The drops of blood also made her palms a little brighter. Boss! Boss! What's going on? Big Brother came to Wayne with a panicked look on his face and asked what was going on. The boss looked angry. If we don't figure it out, Keel might be in trouble. Keel also looked confused. I have no idea what the boss is doing. The severe pain had caused a lot of sweat to break out on his forehead. Naturally, he had already put that thought behind him. Looking at Wayne's calm face, Keel felt ashamed. Even at such a long distance, the shot was so accurate. What on earth does the boss mean by this? Why is he even hitting his own people? Enduring the severe pain, Keel stared at Wayne intently. Wayne put the gun away, no longer intending to shoot. Looking at Ben's panicked expression, Wayne spoke calmly in a low voice. It's 5 o'clock, we have to get off work. Call it a day, we'll grab it next time. As for you, Keel. Did I just say that this time it's just robbery? If you do it again, it won't just be a simple snap of the fingers. Now, everyone, call it a day. After saying that, Wayne turned around and left. Return the same way you came. No pause, no lingering. He must fire this shot. A captain is meaningless if he has no authority. Chapter 6. The 3G brothers were just dumbfounded. It's 5 o'clock, time to get off work? What's going on? When they are working as pirates, do they have the concept of going off work? Haven't we just managed to deal with a group of rebels? Why did he suddenly leave when it came to harvesting the lambs to be slaughtered? Isn't this all in vain? What is the boss thinking? The three of them were also extremely confused. It's impossible to guess what Wayne is thinking. Looking at the villagers waiting for them to collect money, the three of them felt extremely uncomfortable. But Wayne's shot just now made them a little hesitant to act rashly. Watching Wayne gradually walk away, the three people who were standing there in a daze also came to their senses. He looked at the money in the villagers' hands reluctantly again. Only then did they stride away. Kill wanted to grab a handful before leaving, but when he felt the dull pain on his finger, he gave up the idea. The boss just said that we will grab it tomorrow. If he were to take action again now, he might really lose his life. Why didn't I control my hand just now? I broke a finger in vain. A wave of regret also surged in Kill's heart. Not long. The four of them disappeared from the sight of the villagers. In the small square, you could hear a pin drop. Even the breathing sounds of the people around were unusually clear. Silence. Gone? They just left like that? We've already paid the money, and you just leave like that? What is this for? What are these pirates playing at? You guys are off work in the middle of a robbery? Pirates actually have a day off, and it's so early. I get off work at 5 o'clock. Are these people real pirates? The villagers were all dumbfounded. Wayne's actions really made their cerebellums atrophy. This kind of robbery has never been seen before, let alone heard of. The village chief was also stunned. It's 5 o'clock and we're about to get off work. These words kept echoing in his mind. The expression on his face became more and more exciting. Having lived for most of his life, it was obviously the first time he encountered such a strange thing. Just now he suspected that these people were playing some tricks. But only after everyone had left did he finally feel certain. They are really off work. It's really time to get off work. Pirates are on duty. Has the world gone crazy? Even pirates have to go to and from get off work according to time? The old village chief's values were a little blown away, and his head was buzzing. Wayne's operation is really quite unique. It was so strange that he could hardly wrap his head around it. Makina looked at the bloodline in her hand, at the small half of the finger that she had thrown to the ground long ago. My mood is also very complicated. Just now I was extremely disgusted with Wayne, thinking he was just a brutal pirate. But now, everything has changed again. The pirates not only helped them rescue Luffy, but also helped them deal with the bully Sig. In the end, they didn't even get their money. And the reason was simply because I was off work. The pirates' strange behavior also made Makina quite curious about Wayne. What kind of person is this guy? What's going on? Is it time to get off work? He seems like someone I know. Lakilu's eyes widened behind his glasses. He really saw the shadow of Kizaru in Wayne. But, do pirates still get off work on time? Isn't this the same as contract labor and day labor? Don't pirates work for themselves? How can this guy be made to act like he's helping others with their work? The other members of the red hair group were also confused by Wayne's actions. The red-haired man himself was a little slow to react. Sensing Wayne and the others who had already left the village, he couldn't help but frown. Now, apart from what that guy said about getting off work on time, there seems to be no other reason. Could it be that they have been discovered? I didn't sense any different aura from that young man. If you put aside his marksmanship, he is just an ordinary person. Discover yourself? What a joke. The red-haired man with a serious face suddenly changed his form at this moment. Ah ha ha ha. Time to get off work. What an entertaining group of pirates. Since they haven't done anything bad, let's just leave them alone. Let's go. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing their work assignments excellently. The host's salary will now be paid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 3 physical strength. 1 check-in point. Because the host left work on time. Extra bonus 1 physical strength. Because the host successfully completed the mission for the first time. Bonus ability, 1 kick. 1 kick skill level up, kick out a powerful blow, causing 300% additional damage. Note, 300 check-in points will increase your ability by 1 level. The more difficult the task, the greater the reward. Wayne and his 3 companions walked silently on the grass around the village. Looking at the prompt in his mind at this moment, Wayne also smiled. His physical strength, which was only 3, now reached 7. Feeling his physical fitness doubled in an instant, Wayne couldn't help but feel excited. The most obvious change was that the grass Wayne walked on was obviously a bit deeper than before. It's only the first day of checking in, and I'm already so awesome. This is too pervert. Physical fitness has doubled. This was just the reward for robbing a small village and killing a small bandit. Although maybe because it was the first time, the system gave more. But it's also outrageous. As for why Wayne didn't say it was red hair. Because if red hair is counted, the reward given by the system cannot be this little. But Wayne is already very satisfied with this. Now his physical fitness has almost reached the same level as that of the burly man kill. The improvement is extremely rapid. Also gave a good-looking ability. I'll try it when I have time. This time we also gave you something new, a check-in point. It should be given every time you punch in. It takes 300 points to increase the ability level once, but it's not bad. There are no restrictions, so any level can be upgraded with 300 check-in points. For example, it costs 300 to upgrade from the low level to the primary level, but it also costs 300 to upgrade from the intermediate level to the advanced level. That's pretty good. The most important information is that the more difficult the task, the better the reward. How difficult is it? The system should only issue general pirates missions. For example, robbery, smuggling, kidnapping and so on. If you want to increase the difficulty, you must go to places where there are more powerful people. This will naturally make these general tasks more difficult to complete. It is a real risk and benefit coexistence. But, should we pursue high risks and high returns? Wayne said forget it. Safety comes first. With his limited ability, where do you want to go? You'll die wherever you go. This time, he didn't attack the villagers, and Red Hair ignored him. Otherwise it would have been over long ago. It's a 9-to-5 job anyway, so I might as well just stay put for now, in this little East Blue. Without complete certainty, Wayne really didn't want to go out. It's really a terrible feeling to have your life in the hands of others. If the red-haired guy had been displeased with him and attacked him directly, he would have been dead. Although this kind of thing would never happen to a red-haired person, Wayne didn't want to gamble on whether the character here matched the personality of the anime he had watched. My primary goal now is to play in East Blue diligently until I have enough strength. Hey! I want to be a pirate on your ship, is that okay? At this moment, a childish voice sounded behind Wayne and others. Interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 7. Hearing this unique voice, Wayne also stopped. He turned to look at Luffy who had followed him. The sea breeze blows and the sun sets. On the wide lawn, 2 figures, one big and one small, looked at each other. One is confused and surprised, the other is stubborn and resolute. Wayne looked down at the shorter Luffy, his brows furrowed. Wayne really didn't expect Luffy to join his pirates group. Doesn't this guy like the red-haired pirates? Why are you interested in my pirate group that burns, kills and plunders? It's not Wayne's fault for thinking this way. Luffy really came here on a whim. Just now he thought that the pirates were very annoying. But when he saw that Wayne and others left work on time and treated the pirates' matter as a job, he also found this group of people very interesting. Since Shanks was unwilling to take him out to sea as a pirate, the pirates group, which he found very interesting, naturally became the first choice. At this time, the village chief and Makina discovered that Luffy had disappeared and also chased after him. "Luffy! Go back now! Stop messing around!" The panting village chief also shouted sternly. This is Garp's beloved grandson. If he were gone, Garp would have to demolish the windmill village. Makina also looked at Wayne and others with some fear. But her eyes would glance at Wayne from time to time, as if she was a little curious about him. "I'm not. I want to go out to sea and be a pirate. I ate the so-and-so fruit. I'm really powerful," Luffy said as he pulled his arm, and as he pulled, his arm began to stretch like rubber. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the 3G brothers also lit up. Demon fruit power. This kid actually has demon fruit power. You will definitely become a great person in the future. If this is received on board, it will definitely be a very strong combat force in the future. Boss. He's a demon fruit power. He'll definitely be very strong in the future. Do you want to recruit him? Basic asked anxiously at this time. But his words made the village chief and Makina anxious. It would be bad if these pirates really took Luffy away. This stupid boy. The village chief was ready to catch him. But Luffy jumped directly onto Wayne, hugging Wayne's thighs. "I want to be a pirate!" Luffy shouted at the village chief with a stubborn look on his face. This made the village chief very worried. Makina also felt that it was over. For these pirates, they would definitely be happy to pick up a kid with demon fruit power for free. But Luffy will definitely be led astray by them. But just when the two were secretly worried, Wayne pulled Luffy off his body. Looking at Wayne who was so close, Luffy also smiled. "How about it? Let me join you. I'm awesome." He had heard the basic words just now, and when he heard him say that he would be very powerful in the future, Luffy was a little flattered. "I think Wayne will definitely not refuse." But Wayne still refused. "No." After saying that, Wayne threw Luffy to the ground. Luffy fell on the grass, his expression dazed for a moment. Why did he refuse? Didn't that uncle say that I would be very powerful in the future? Even the village chief and Makina were a little confused. This guy really didn't agree. What does he think? This is demon fruit power, which is rare in East Blue. Although they were glad that Wayne refused, they were still very curious. How could he refuse? Why? Luffy also asked everyone's question at this time. There was a look of deep dissatisfaction on his face. "First of all, our pirates group is closed. We are not accepting matters such as joining the group right now. Secondly, you are a child laborer and will not be accepted. Also, your grandfather is an active-duty Marine Vice Admiral. If you want to join the pirates, your third-generation ancestor has a criminal record, so you won't pass the political review." After saying that, Wayne turned around and took his men away, not giving Luffy a chance to refute. Only 3 dazed figures were left there. Although Wayne said so much, the main reason for rejecting Luffy was still because of child labor. According to Xia country's labor laws, he is absolutely not allowed to recruit child laborers. This is much worse than absenteeism. If Luffy is recruited, the system might just fly away in the next second. This kind of thing must never be allowed to happen. Even if Luffy becomes the sun god in the future, so what? Is his system as awesome? And no matter how strong he is only strong by himself. Relying on others cannot compare to having power on his own. The two are completely incomparable. Wayne left without looking back, taking the 3 confused brothers with him. After being stunned for a long time, the village chief finally remembered to capture Luffy. The village chief finally breathed a sigh of relief after picking up Luffy, who was also standing there. Those people gave up. No, it's not giving up, it's refusing. It was the same young man who actually refused an extremely rare demon fruit power. The reason is also very strange. No child labor is accepted. They also said that their pirates group was a regular pirates group. What criminal record? Have pirates started to pay attention to formalities these days? Aren't there many pirate groups that capture children and force them to work for free on their ships? Their pirates group actually has such rules. Regardless of anything else, the old village chief really noticed one thing. Wayne's pirates group is indeed quite formal. Even more formal than marine. Machina looked at Wayne who was leaving, and her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. No child labor. No organization in the world has such a rule. But that guy was extremely serious when he spoke just now, and it didn't sound like he was talking nonsense at all. He really doesn't hire child labor. What on earth is this man thinking? Machina looked at Wayne's back, and the confusion on his face became even more intense. Luffy was taken away by the village chief. He stopped making a fuss and just frowned, thinking about something. It was not until they returned to the village and were held in the arms of the old village chief that Luffy suddenly shouted. Okay. Then I'll join them when I grow up. And then I'll get my grandfather to resign from the Marines. We'll join his pirates together. But this obviously only earned him a head-on blow from the village chief. The village chief immediately called Garp. He told Garp everything about Luffy's plan to take him, an old man, to join a pirate group that robbed people all day long. This also made Garp decide to come back and give him a good beating. This is really his great-grandson. As for Wayne and others' strange behavior style, the village chief naturally told him about it. When Garp learned that there was a group of pirates who had rules and regulations for going to and from get off work on time, the expression on his face was a little confused. Looking at Kizaru who was cutting his nails, Garp asked with a puzzled look on his face. Kizaru, do you have any illegitimate children or something wandering around? BD? Within the limit. After saying that, Kizaru concentrated on cutting his fingernails again. He's a man who doesn't even have a partner, and he has an illegitimate child? His blind date partners all said that he was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, which was a bit unbearable, so Kizaru is still single. But Garp didn't believe it at all. There's a young pirates working from 9 to 5 in East Blue. If you say he has nothing to do with you, I don't believe it at all. Garp's words successfully made Kizaru look up at him seriously. 9 to 5? Pirates? Such unfamiliar words, such niche nouns. Is the 9 to 5 track so competitive nowadays? Even pirates can work 9 to 5. Why do I still have to work overtime from 9 to 6? No, I still have to work harder. If I leave work 2 or 3 seconds late every day, I will be eliminated if I continue like this. As he spoke, Kizaru raised his hand and checked the time. Then he started running. As the countdown of 3, 2, 1 ended, he instantly disappeared from the office and appeared in his home. I really made it a point to leave work on time. I get off work at 6, so I'll be home at 6. Perfect. Looking at the disappearing Kizaru, Garp became even more certain. The village chief said that the boy was also checking his watch. The two people are definitely related. Humph. I have to go back and see who this guy is. With that, Garp stood up and walked towards Sengoku's marshal's office. He kicked the door open with a bang and walked in. Lao Deng. Give me a 2-week vacation. Really? I thought you were here to collect the reward. What's the difference? You're still so arrogant even when you ask Lao Zi for help. Get out now, knock on the door and come back in. Chapter 8. When Wayne returned to the ship, he immediately set rules for his crew. We are a legitimate pirates group. We absolutely cannot be like those unscrupulous pirates. 9 to 5 is the most basic work. Sundays are my time to rest. You must not participate in any pirates' activities during off-duty time or on vacation. Wayne's words stunned the three brothers below. This is totally inconsistent with the identity of pirates. We are here to be pirates, but it is just like going to work. Is this the legendary finding a class to attend? But seeing that the robbery was successful and that they brought back the 200,000 Baileys, they also had no objection to Wayne's rules. As long as you can make money, just go to work. It's fine as long as you earn more than working in a real job. After dinner, after telling his third brother Ziggy which island to go to next, Wayne let everyone go. Back in the original room, Wayne also looked at his system panel. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Physical strength, 7. Abilities, intermediate spearmanship, low-level kicking technique. Check-in point, 1. Evaluation, barely watchable. Tried this one kick technique. It is exactly as described in the introduction, and can instantly deal extremely high damage that is proportional to the body's strength. It's a good ability. Even though it's only at a low level now, it can already triple the damage. If this is upgraded to a high level, it will definitely take off. An absolute late-stage magical skill. Key physical strength should be the limit among ordinary people. If it's a guy like Garp who can easily destroy a mountain, his physical strength should be several thousand. There is absolutely no comparison. Even if he now has the intermediate gun skills and kicking ability, his fighting ability is still not enough in front of a slightly capable master. At least the reaction speed can't keep up. The world outside is still too dangerous. His 9-to-5 system is not the kind that can instantly increase his strength to a terrifying level. This should be a bit of a developmental thing. If you want to become stronger quickly, you have to go to dangerous places to rob or do something. However, the probability of death will also be very, very high. Wayne said he didn't want to try his luck. He decided to just punch the clock in at East Blue from 9 to 5. Although the reward would not be much, as long as the time was long enough, he would still be invincible in the world. Coming up with this East Blue novice village is not to say that it has reached the level of being invincible in the world. You must have a strength that is invincible to East Blue, right? Rear Admiral is similar, and Vice Admiral is the safest. Anyway, just keep checking in. When you feel ready, lead your men out of East Blue. Show the good tradition of 9 to 5 to the whole world. After planning for the future, Wayne lay down on his little bed and fell asleep. In the days that followed, Wayne and his three companions diligently performed what proper pirates should do. Such as robbery, bullying men and women, robbing merchant ships, kidnapping and extortion, smuggling contraband, etc. They do all kinds of things. As time goes by, Wayne's strength becomes stronger and stronger. Gradually, no one could be his opponent, and no one in East Blue dared to resist his various actions. But because of the limitations of the good citizen system, what they do is somewhat outrageous. Like a robbery, he robbed every house in the village for a whole day. The robbery was huge. But as soon as 5 o'clock came, they left their valuables behind and left. The villagers behind him were almost confused. They bullied the men and women, knocked down all the men, and took all the women onto the boat. As soon as 5 o'clock came, they turned around and let them go. They robbed a merchant ship, knocked out all the guards, and the captain loaded all the goods onto their ship. At 5 o'clock, another load. Still can't move everything? Throw it all overboard. In the kidnapping and extortion case, the other party was too slow in delivering the money. As soon as the people arrived, they got off work and the kidnapped target was left at the transaction location. When the smuggled contraband was halfway through being transported, the entire ship was dumped into the sea. Fish in the sea, is there a branch? And so on and so forth. Wayne and his team have done countless things like this. As for why the person was robbed and then released, and the money was robbed and lost. This is also because the village is not easy to survive in. If they took away all the things, all the villagers would die after a few robberies. How can we grab it in the future? For the sustainable development of resources, they are forced to do so. This also led to the entire village knowing Wayne's notoriety. He is powerful, but his style of doing things is extremely strange. Wayne even has a title, the King Before Sunset. This area is really about to be ruined by him. Now, whenever he appears, everyone cooperates with him. Even the merchant ships coming to trade did not waste any time and started moving directly. There's a saying circulating in the merchant shipping community in this area, when you encounter the white pirates, it's time to test your physical strength. Whether it is possible to transfer the cargo twice using the limited manpower on board has become the most important thing for the captains to consider. But even though Wayne pretends to obey orders at work, if he meets someone who makes him unhappy, he will kill them for real. For example, the pirates' shootout mission. If the pirates on the other side don't give him any face and are unwilling to even put on a show, then he will let them know what it means to kick a ship to pieces. The system only cares whether you are working properly. And whether you are working properly. After get off work, you are not allowed to get too involved in pirates' affairs. So Wayne also throws away what should be thrown away and lets go of what should be let go. But because of his powerful strength, although the surrounding villagers were not afraid of Wayne, they still had a sense of awe towards him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the work task and leaving get off work successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 0.1 physical strength and 0.3 check-in points. Ding! Because the host left work on time, an extra 0.1 physical strength bonus. Ding! Because the host strictly abides by all laws of Xia country during work. All the above rewards will be doubled. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Wayne's face. Wayne and his 3 companions standing at the entrance of Windmill Village had also completed their mission of kidnapping people as slaves today. He released Makina from his grasp. Wayne also smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Makina, who was kidnapped, also smiled and waved his hand. He said it was okay to Wayne and went back to his tavern. Looking at the sunset in the distance, Wayne also had a smile on his face. Just a few years ago, he discovered that if he strictly abided by all the laws of Xia country while working, his salary for the day would double. The system is called the Good Citizen system, and there seems to be nothing wrong with this setting. As for how to abide by the law when performing illegal tasks, take robbery as an example. You robbed him of all his wealth, and when you were done you pulled a handful of weeds from the ground and handed them to him. Just say one more thing, this is a fair trade, and you are doing this purely voluntarily, right? Knife on neck, and that's it. Although this transaction seems to be no different from robbery, what we want is no difference. This is robbery. No doubt. Because Wayne's robbery mission was also successfully completed. He is just robbing openly. But because you said this was an exchange, the system determined that you were law-abiding. It's not illegal. It's very strange. Wayne also opened his current system panel at this time. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Physical strength, 812. Abilities, advanced spearmanship, advanced one kick, observation haki, garbled level. Check-in point, 5.3. Evaluation, excellent strength. 800 physical strength, 2 maxed out abilities, and the observation haki that awakened automatically due to the high-level spearmanship. Checking in every day will only give you 0.2 physical strength and 0.3 check-in point rewards. It took him 10 years to reach his current strength. Over the past 10 years, he has worked diligently and has never missed a day of work. No lateness and no early departure. Arrive at ultimate on time every day. More punctual than working in a regular company. A physical strength of 800 is almost the level of a vice admiral. And the advanced kicking technique also became a bit perverted. One kick advanced, unleash a powerful kick, dealing 1500% bonus damage. This kick has a penetrating effect, dealing damage to internal organs regardless of defense. Enemies struck will be stunned for a duration dependent on their strength. The advanced kicking skill has reached such a terrifying level of strength. 1500% damage, ignores defense to internal organs, and will definitely cause stiffness. Just kick them, one by one without making a sound. But this ability also has a drawback, the shoes are easy to break. He has changed his slippers one after another. Now, Wayne finally feels that his ability is up to standard. If we continue to stay here, there won't be much improvement. It's time to go out and experience what kind of rewards you will get for completing difficult tasks. In the past 10 years, he has harmed the chickens within hundreds of miles of Fengch village more than 10 times. He was indeed a little tired. Let's go, it's time to go. Let's go. Let's go to Makina's tavern for a couple of drinks. We have something big to announce. Boss. It's been 10 years. Are you finally going to find me a wife? My hands have started peeling lately. FKU. You tell the boss this kind of thing every day. I told you I'll definitely do it next time, next time. And you still ask. Is the boss too loud or did you leave your ears at home? Oh, next time, next time. Makina's tavern. Incandescent light illuminated the entire room. A few tables were neatly arranged. The wooden bar looked a bit old, but it was spotless, obviously wiped down regularly. At the bar, Makina was busy all the time. Because Wayne came to their village to kidnap people today, the tavern was not open today. But with Makina's return, this place soon became full of life again. Many villagers who arrived just in time for Wayne to get off work at 5 o'clock were now sitting in groups of 2 or 3 around the table drinking. Branches. The wooden door hanging in the air was slowly pushed open. Wayne walked in with his men. Going straight to the bar, looking at Makina busy inside, Wayne said the same old thing. After getting Makina's response, he also looked at his 3 crew members. The surrounding villagers were no longer surprised by Wayne's appearance. The extremely vicious Wayne got along quite well with them. Tomorrow, we're going to leave here. Wayne drank the warm water that Makina poured and spoke in a calm tone. But his casual words made the entire tavern quiet down instantly. All the villagers who were eating and drinking around shut up. The 3G brothers also stood there in a daze. Makina, who was busy at the bar, also stopped his hurried work. Only Wayne was still drinking water with a calm expression. I had no idea how much impact my words had on the people around me. Chapter 9. The entire pub was silent for more than 10 seconds before finally there was a sound. The 3 stunned G brothers screamed at the same time. Hey! Really? Boss! Are we finally going to leave this little shabby place? The 3 of them looked extremely excited. I have waited for this day for too long. It was fine at first, but after they had been working from 9 to 5 for a year, they really were looking forward to leaving here as soon as possible every day. But every time Wayne's answer was just 3 short words. Wait a little longer. They have heard these 3 words countless times. Every time I have to wait a little longer. This time, Keel even suspected that Wayne was going to find him a wife, but he didn't expect that Wayne was talking about this. They really dream of leaving. They have almost figured out what color underwear everyone in the nearby villages likes to wear. I'm really fed up with it. Now, hearing Wayne's words, everyone was more excited than the other. The strength of the 3 people has also improved. But the potential is limited. Even with the help of Wayne, he has only reached the level of Arlong in 10 years. But in this small, shabby village where the population is ordinary, they no longer want to stay there. Seeing Wayne nod, the 3 of them cheered immediately. But the surrounding villagers were not as happy as they were. They even felt that the food in front of them was not delicious. Although Wayne would come to their village from time to time to stir up some trouble, he actually made all the pirates around him leave. There are only 5 or 6 villages in total, all of which are labeled Wayne and are the main places where he completes his work tasks. No blind pirates dare to come here to cause trouble. If he leaves, it will not be a good thing for ordinary villagers like them. Makina brought the pork trotter rice that Wayne had ordered and gently placed it in front of him. But you could tell from her slightly trembling delicate hands. She was not as calm as she appeared. Are you really leaving? When are we leaving? I have to leave today. I have to go to work at 9 tomorrow morning. If I'm late, I'm afraid I'll be too late. Have you packed your things? There's nothing to pack. I could take a couple of bottles of your good wine. You, take whatever you want. Seeing that Wayne was determined to leave, Makina didn't say anything more. But the cups that she knocked over from time to time and the plates that she accidentally broke showed that she was not at peace inside. After taking his veteran crew members to dinner, Wayne paid the bill and left. Before leaving, Makina gave Wayne the 2 best bottles of wine in the store and 2 barrels of beer that had just arrived in the warehouse. The wine won't go bad. If you don't have enough water, you can drink it. The sky is dotted with stars and the moonlight is shining. At the door of the tavern, Makina spoke absent-mindedly to Wayne in front of him. Behind Wayne, the 3 excited brothers carried the things sent by Makina and walked towards the pirate's ship. Wayne looked at Makina in front of him, who looked even paler in the cunning moonlight. There was also a smile on his face. He slowly took out a black object from his pocket and handed it to Makina in front of him. This is the flag of my pirates. When we become famous, you can hang it on the highest point in the village. After saying this, the air around them became quiet again for a few seconds. A moment later. Thank you for taking care of me over the years. Reunion. The gentle evening breeze blew Makina's long green hair. When she looked up, all she saw was Wayne's departing back. Looking at the flag in his hand that belonged exclusively to the white pirates, Makina felt extremely complicated. He left. But he has to go. The boat started moving quickly, sailing towards the unknown distance. Boss. Where are we going first? Ziggy, who is usually taciturn, is obviously very active at this time. Wayne just said he was leaving, but he didn't say where he was going. At this time, Ziggy also asked Wayne, who was standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the sea in the dark night. Where are you going? To be honest, with Wayne's current strength, it would be no problem for him to go directly to the Grand Line. There is no need to waste time on East Blue. But Wayne's goal is not to become the king of pirates, so there is no point in being anxious. He simply felt that his strength was enough to protect himself in East Blue, and his range of activities had expanded. This is also the reason why he decided to go to sea. But it is only available in East Blue. He doesn't want to go to the Grand Line now. He can't break the Logia over there yet. Can't take any risks. He would first take a stroll in East Blue. When he was strong enough to protect himself in Grand Line, he would consider leaving East Blue. As for where he was going in this area of East Blue, then Wayne can only say, go wherever you are familiar with. So which one is ripe? Naturally, he is most familiar with the route taken by Luffy in the original work. He knows exactly who is above him and what their strength is. He knows everything about them. Only by going to an island like this can he attend classes safely. Even if it was East Blue, he had to be extremely careful. There are so many strange things in this world. In the small windmill village, there are red-haired people and Garp. You can't be sure that the same thing will happen in other places. It's safest to go to a place you are familiar with. The last time Garp came back, he scared the red-haired guy away. It was a good thing that he didn't choose to work in Windmill Village that day, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Whenever he is nearby, the system might issue a level 100 mission, go and kill the marine hero. Then it would be a situation where we can neither advance nor retreat. It is now 1520. Luffy seems to have gone to sea in this year, but he can't remember clearly because it has been so long. In short, even if the conditions on those islands are different, they won't be too different. As for the first stop, Wayne chose the 163rd branch where Axemonka was stationed. It's a guaranteed safe place, no experts. It's the best choice to use it to test whether there will be any changes in the tasks issued by the system. To Kaz Town. All right. Boss, take a seat. I promise to arrive before 9 tomorrow. The next day. Windmill Village. Bang. Makina. Is Wayne coming to our village to work today? A young man wearing a straw hat pushed open the door of the tavern and walked quickly to the bar. Inside, Makina was absent-mindedly wiping his wine glass. Didn't answer his question. Luffy was also confused when he saw that Makina was taking a long time to answer. He waved his hand in front of Makina and repeated the question. Makina stopped wiping the wine glass. Looking at Luffy in front of her, she said with a complicated expression, "He left yesterday." Left? To another village? No, he's gone out to sea. He might never come back. Speaking of this, Makina's eyes were filled with sadness, and he looked a little haggard. But when Luffy heard this, he was completely stunned. He went out to sea? Why did he go out to sea? I'm almost an adult, so why is he gone? This guy, what on earth is this guy thinking? He doesn't just want to take me with him, does he? A moment later. I want to go out to sea too. I'm going out to sea today. I'm going to chase him. Chapter 10. Kazi Town. Port. A large number of small town residents are gathering here. There are also many foreign ships. After all, this is the only marine branch around. Many merchant ships come here to trade. Large and small ships are neatly arranged in the harbor, including many fishing boats. The fishing boats that return at this time generally have easier time selling their goods. Because many restaurants come to purchase goods at this time. There are also many large and small vendors around. After all, with more people, there will naturally be more business. Located 3 kilometers from the port. Boss. We're here. A loud shout made Wayne in the room raise his arm and check the time. 8:54. Very good. Just made it to today's class. In fact, it wouldn't be a big problem even if he couldn't get here. The system will release today's work tasks at 8:59. But this task is issued according to the situation around you. If there is nothing around you, then the system's tasks may be small things like gambling, watching pornographic movies, or fighting. Pirates, well, are criminals. It's normal to do these things. In contrast, your daily pay will be very little. So before going to work every day, Wayne makes sure there is something to do around him. The time quickly came to 8:59. The system also released today's work tasks on time. Ding! Today's mission, child trafficking. This task immediately relaxed Wayne's frown. It seems that no matter where you are, the system will only issue such tasks. Very general, not detailed. Good at taking advantage of loopholes. This task is not difficult, but I don't know what the reward will be after completing it. This was also the first time he received a job assignment involving child trafficking. Today we kidnap children. Yes. Boss. Wayne greeted them and the three responded immediately. This has become muscle memory before going to work. Every day except holidays. At 8:59, all hands must be on deck. As soon as Wayne gave the order, they began a day of hard work. Following the channel into the port, the ship soon arrived at the harbor, which is where the ship is anchored. On one side of the boat, there is an extended wooden platform so that people on the boat can get on and off better. The appearance of a pirate's ship caused quite a stir. After all, this was the base of a marine branch. It's a bit arrogant that pirates dare to show up here. All these years. Because of Wayne's peculiar way of burning, killing and looting, most people in the marine knew his name, but only in the marine. Because he only stayed in a few villages in East Blue and never showed any real strength, his bounty was only a measly 10 million berries. Not very well known either. After the boat stopped, Gigi was left to guard the boat, and the other three started working directly. We have to kidnap more children today. There should be many children to kidnap in the town. Even if you want to do something in the village, there is very little you can do. Anyway, it's just a small village, and if you search everywhere you'll only find a few people. But it's different in towns, the number of targets to choose from has more than doubled. After getting off the boat, the residents of the surrounding towns were also very afraid of Wayne. After all, they are a group of people armed with knives and guns, and they are pirates. How can I not be afraid of the people around me? I will try my best to stay away from them. But when they saw Wayne helping an old lady who had fallen down, and thoughtfully bought her a walking stick from a nearby shop, their views on Wayne also had slightly different views. This pirate seems like a pretty nice person. This is not really what Wayne wants to do, but the system makes it easier for him to double his salary by doing this. Good citizen. Grandma, do you know if there are any children here? We are here to bring warmth. Wayne said this with a smile on his face, and took out a basket of candies and showed it to the old lady. Then he took out another one, opened it, and gently put it into the old lady's mouth. Seeing Wayne's sincere smile and loving behavior, the vendors around him became more certain. This is a good person. The good guys in pirates. Hey boy! The cutest girl in our town is the daughter of the owner of Ichen restaurant. She loves candy. Go and give her some. An enthusiastic lady nearby introduced it to Wayne with a smile. When she said this, she was still thinking about going to the restaurant for dinner and making sure the girl thanked her. Whenever something good happens, I think of her. Okay, auntie, let's go now. Forget it, forget it. Her house isn't far away. I'll take you there. Don't let it get to you when you get there. It would be bad if you gave it to someone else. Oh, I'm so sorry to bother you. No trouble, no trouble. Come on, come on. It's rare to find such a nice guy these days. Look at what you said, ha ha ha. The few of them quickly left here and headed to the Ichen restaurant that the aunt mentioned. But even though Wayne is gone, the vendors here are still praising him. This guy is so handsome. Are they fake pirates? They're so kind-hearted. I think it's probably true. The young man is really a nice person. Hey, even with my old bones, I really met a good person today. Even the old lady beside him was talking non-stop. And at this time in Ichen restaurant, the situation is not optimistic. The tables and chairs that should have been neatly arranged are now in a mess. The wall hangings were also scattered all over the floor. The wooden counter was also smashed into pieces, with many clear bullet holes on it. Around the counter, a mother and daughter were hugging each other, with expressions of extreme panic on their faces. In the center of the restaurant, several marine soldiers were holding long swords and continuously attacking a three-sword swordsman. But in just a moment, they were all knocked to the ground by the three-sword swordsman. It hit the floor with a heavy thud. You still have time to get out now. Zoro raised his knife viciously and pointed it at Belmere, whose legs were trembling in front of him. The current situation is pretty much the same as the original. Monka's son, Belmeber, took advantage of his power to bully others. He ate without paying and got angry after being scolded by the restaurant owner's daughter, Rika. He threatened to arrest Lixiang and put her in jail. But he was beaten by Zoro, who happened to be eating in the restaurant. Now seeing that all his men were dealt with by the opponent in one move, Belmeber immediately panicked. But he wasn't stupid, and knew Zoro was just trying to save the little girl. Don't come over here. I'm Colonel Monka's son. What you're doing now is harming her. After you leave, I can still control her. And not just lock her up, I'm going to execute her and shoot her. Belumbo's shrill voice made people feel annoyed for a while. But his words made Zoro frown in front of him. This is indeed a difficult situation. The proprietress who was holding Rika at the side was already extremely scared. Belumber's notoriety is already quite well known in their town of Kaz. Everyone knows his character. And now, when she heard that Belumbo was going to take her daughter to be shot, she finally lost her temper. But she still held back and didn't dare to cry out loud. I was afraid of angering the second-generation official in front of me again, which would lead to more serious consequences. But she held Rika's arms even tighter. The body was shaking constantly. If you try to help them, I'll catch you and expose you to the sun for half a month. If you can hold on, I'll let them go. When Belmere saw Zoro's expression, he knew that this was a sure thing. A mere bounty hunter, how dare you go against him? It would be unacceptable if I didn't torture you. Looking at Bellameber's arrogant look. Looking at the proprietress who was trying hard to hold back. Zoro finally gave in. Zhang! The long sword fell to the ground, making a slight sound. This also made Bellamer on the opposite side smile arrogantly. Ha 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 ha! Come with me now. As long as you behave, I promise to let them go. And take this kid with you. Take his statement. As he said that, Belmeber laughed and raised his hand to grab Rika who was standing beside him. This made Rika cry on the spot. Belmere's malicious look immediately scared Rika to tears. 2 lines of tears slowly slid down her cheeks. The proprietress's hands, which were holding Rika with such force, had turned white. But she didn't dare to say no. Belumberna was such a powerful force in the town that a small restaurant owner like her dared not resist. The consequences of resistance will only be worse. Even though she was grateful to Zoro, she knew that even if he really did that, the fate of herself and her daughter would still not be good. This isn't someone who does what he says. Pulling Rika's arm, Belmeber was also ready to pull her out of the boss lady's arms. This also made the boss lady's face full of despair. Branches. But at this moment, the door of the restaurant, which had long been dilapidated, was pushed open again. What followed was the sound of a friendly conversation. This is it. Go and give some warmth. Li Xiang loves to eat candy. Theirs is an old restaurant, and the door is indeed a bit broken. Hey! Auntie! It's okay, it's okay. Hey! What's going on? Auntie, you're not kidding. He's really a bit old. He's almost collapsed. As soon as Wayne walked in and saw the chaotic situation and the crumbling main beam, he couldn't help but speak. Chapter 11. As soon as Wayne came in, he looked around briefly and determined what the situation was. Then his eyes fixed on the little girl. Very good, as long as the trafficked person is here. Along the way, he really didn't see a single child. Looking at Belmere in front of him, Wayne roughly knew the reason. With a guy like this around, who would dare to let their children run around outside? Then my trafficking plan might be difficult to carry out. Never mind. Let's kidnap the little girl in front of us first. Leaving the 2 brothers waiting at the door, Wayne walked in by himself. The aunt who brought Wayne here also saw Belmeber in the restaurant. After a little thought, I realized that the current situation might not be good. But seeing that Wayne actually dared to go in, she wanted to remind him, but it was too late. Is such a good person going to be harmed by that second generation? What should I do? The aunt actually started to worry about Wayne. Zoro recognized Wayne immediately. He is a bounty hunter. I actually know a little bit about Wayne. A bounty of 10 million is already a lot of money in East Blue. I heard that this guy is a bad guy. They commit atrocities against the surrounding villages every day, and their methods are extremely brutal. How did this guy appear here? It can't be that we are really here to bring you warmth, as that auntie outside said, right? How is this possible? This guy definitely has other motives. Thinking of this, Zoro secretly tensed up. If Wayne wanted to do something bad to the mother and daughter in front of him, he would definitely let them know that 10 million was nothing to him. Kelly and her daughter felt a sense of familiarity when looking at Wayne. Whether it was the confusing smile on Wayne's face or the conversation he had just had with the aunt, it made the mother and daughter feel very close. The proprietress had even begun to unconsciously fantasize that Wayne could save her daughter. But the proprietress also knew how stupid her idea was. I hope this young man is really just here to bring you warmth and leave after that. Otherwise it will only make the result worse. Belumbo didn't know Wayne. Seeing that he dared to come into the restaurant at this time, I was immediately unhappy. Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm here? My father is Wang Mongka. Get out of here now if you know what's good for you. Belmere directly pointed the great wilderness prisoner's sky finger at Wayne. But Wayne came in without even looking at him. He came straight to Rika. This also made the proprietress feel very anxious. Looking at Wayne squatting in front of Rika, Barum did not hesitate and started to attack directly. You little brat! What do you want to do? How dare you ignore me? He raised his gun and pointed it at Wayne, his face showing an extremely angry expression. Being used to being spoiled, he simply couldn't stand such treatment. No one has ever dared to be so rude in front of him. This scene also shocked Zoro. Never mind what this guy wants to do. But it would be bad if he wasted the opportunity he had worked so hard for. Zoro is still a bit naive nowadays. He actually believed what Belmere said. But Wayne squatted in front of Lixiang, not caring about the cold gun barrel behind him. Wayne took a handful of candy from his basket and put it directly into Rika's hand. This inexplicable behavior also made Rika look dazed. She only felt that the person in front of her was very friendly, but even though she was still young, she knew that this was not the time to do such a thing. So her eyes were also full of doubts. Zoro on the other side saw that Wayne really gave Rika a handful of candy, and his expression was a little dull. This guy, is he really here to bring you some warmth? Zoro was a little confused. Pirates, sending warmth? This doesn't seem right no matter how I think about it. But Wayne's actions are actually doing this, he is just giving warmth. At this moment, Zoro was a little confused. His brain, which was not working very well to begin with, now completely stopped working. The proprietress looked at Wayne in a daze. Although I hope Wayne is just here to bring warmth and leave quickly after that. But when she actually saw Wayne do it, she found it incredible. The situation in the store was so dangerous, and he took such a big risk, just to give some candy to his daughter? What on earth is this person thinking? The proprietress was shocked. I really can't understand the meaning of Wayne doing this. But Wayne's behavior of not taking others seriously immediately made Belmere extremely angry. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? I'll give you 3 seconds. Kowtow and apologize to Laozi. Otherwise, Laozi will kill your whole family. This loud roar made Zoro frown beside him. That was the pirates who did all kinds of evil. After being humiliated like this, could he bear not to kill this guy? But if he killed them, the mother and daughter over there would definitely die miserably because of his actions. At this time, Zoro had even begun to prepare to rescue Belmere. If Wayne really wanted to do something to him. But to his surprise, Wayne not only continued to ignore him, he even took Rika from the dazed proprietress's arms and held her in his own arms. Little girl, do you want to be captured by him? Wayne asked softly. Rika slowly shook her head. Will you come with me then? I can make sure you don't get caught. I don't know if it was the effect of the candy just now, or Wayne's extremely deceptive style of doing things. Lixiang actually felt that he could really do it. As if possessed by some mysterious force, she actually nodded slowly. This seemingly heartwarming scene really confused Zoro over there. What is this? They were supposed to be brutal pirates, but why do they look a little gentle? He speaks so gently. You're telling me these are brutal pirates? Pirates who commit all kinds of evil? At this moment, Zoro doubted his own intelligence and could not even suspect that Wayne was putting on a show. He really acted so well that it didn't look like he was acting at all. Whether it was his eyes, expression, or tone, he truly cared about Rika and there was no trace of pretense at all. This also made the proprietress look at Wayne with a hint of gratitude. Although I still don't approve of Wayne's actions, I think he will suffer a terrible consequence if he angers that guy. But no matter what, the fact that he was willing to come in and lend them a helping hand under such circumstances was enough for the proprietress to feel grateful to Wayne. You little BD. If you want to die, then go ahead and die. Bang! After saying that, the furious Bellamere fired a bullet directly at Wayne. The sound of the gunshot immediately caused panic to appear on Zoro and the proprietress's faces. Zoro panicked because the guy in front of him didn't move at all before he shot him. Even such a loser had a bounty of 10 million. You better hide for a while. Zoro now has a good impression of Wayne, and he rushes towards Wayne with all his strength, trying to save him. But there is obviously not enough time. He could only watch as the bullet hit Wayne's head. A hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Is another good guy going to die at the hands of this guy? Why can Marine do whatever he wants? Good people have to die tragically at the hands of a gun. At this moment, a hint of anger rose in Zoro's heart. In his opinion, Wayne was dead. But just as the bullet was about to hit Wayne's back of the head, Wayne suddenly tilted his head. The bullet brushed past his ear and hit the wooden counter with a dull thud. A few strands of hair also fell to the ground. As these strands of hair fell to the ground, a faint smile appeared on Wayne's face. A murmur could be clearly heard in this small restaurant. So now, it's considered self-defense, right? Chapter 12. Wayne's sudden tilt of his head caused the entire restaurant to fall silent. Zoro's face showed disbelief. The proprietress's eyes widened. Even the auntie outside the door was a little surprised. They all thought Wayne was dead, but they hadn't expected him to escape. Now, hearing his clear whispers, they were stunned for a long time. Zoro's brow furrowed. Wayne dodged at the last moment, but he was clearly facing away from that guy. How did he dodge it? Does it have eyes on its back? But just by looking at the speed at which Wayne flashed just now, Zoro could tell that he was no ordinary person. And what did he mean by what he just said? Self-defense? What does that mean? Zoro, who had never heard of this term before, was also a little confused at this time. But Zoro could see that Wayne didn't seem to intend to cause any more trouble. He just wanted to protect the little girl. All I have to do is stop this guy and let the pirates take the child away first. This way, we don't have to worry about the child being taken away by this guy. Zoro had a good idea. But he didn't consider whether the child would be captured by the pirates. The proprietress also came to her senses at this time, her legs weak and she sat on the ground. At this time, he gently pulled Wayne's trouser leg, and his eyes kept signaling him to walk faster. The ant outside the door also found a corner and kept waving at Wayne. Go! Go! The meaning is very straightforward. You dare to hide? Damn it! Hide again and show lousy! As he said that, Bellamere prepared to empty the magazine. And Zoro had already pounced on him when he spoke. While rushing towards Bellamere, he yelled at Wayne, "Take the child and leave." But after hearing this, Wayne not only did not leave, but turned to face Bellamere who was close behind him. Then she gave him a standard smile. Before Bellamere could curse again, Wayne lifted his foot. There were no fancy moves, just a plain kick towards him. There was also a hint of disdain in Belumbo's eyes. What the hell, you want to kick me? Just wait and see if I can blow your head off with one shot. Bang! Another gunshot was heard. The proprietress on the ground trembled with fear, and Zoro, who ran towards Bellemere, felt a pang in his heart. This guy. Why doesn't he leave? This thought just occurred to Zoro. But suddenly I felt a surge of heat. As for where? All over the body. Just now, when the gunshot rang out, a muffled sound was heard at the same time. Wayne's supreme slippers were accurately imprinted on Bellemere's chest. Bellemere, who originally had a look of disdain on his face, suddenly began to change his expression. In just a short moment, confusion, surprise, disbelief, and finally despair flashed across his face. That's right. Wayne's kick directly blew him apart. A large number of blood drops shot out backwards like bullets. Everything except blood was turned into powder by this kick. The large amount of blood instantly painted the back of Bellemere a bright red. Tables, chairs, and beams. All smeared with a generous amount of ketchup. But the biggest victim was Zoro, who turned into a tomato man. Everything in front of me turned blood red. At this moment, Zoro stood there in a daze, his bloodshot eyes unable to close for a long time. Looking at Bellemere who had disappeared without a trace, Zoro's brain was no longer enough. Dead? Killed? Being kicked into pieces by this gentle guy in front of me? Isn't he trying to avoid trouble? Isn't he gentle? Isn't he a good person? How could he just expose this person? There was nothing left after it exploded. Is this what he should do? Zoro was confused, he was really confused. This sudden change in his flying speed was like a high-speed motorboat hitting him hard on the head. To say it was a short circuit would be an understatement. Wayne actually wanted to do it to him for a long time, but if he did it directly, it would be illegal. You are just looking for trouble and you are committing murder intentionally. This is absolutely not possible. But if he takes the initiative to hit you, then fine. Then you don't have to worry about breaking the law when you do it again. Because this is self-defense. At that time, your after-get-off-work settlement will still be doubled. Wayne has learned this from working for so many years. No matter what job you do, if you can do it for 10 years, no matter how dumb you are, you will eventually become proficient in it. But this scene made the proprietress in the back scream. Ah! The scene was really too horrifying. As a restaurant owner, she had never seen such a scene before. It was already good enough that he didn't faint on the spot. She really didn't expect that the gentleman in front of her could dismember a person with just one move. The auntie outside just ate and sat on the ground. The expression on his face was one of extreme fear. Looking at Wayne's expressionless face, the aunt was almost dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? This guy killed Monka's son? He is not like that. That is not what he told me when he came. Wasn't he here to bring warmth? Why, how could he suddenly send someone away while he was doing so? Is this still the kind young man? The aunt held the door frame with one hand, barely supporting her body so as not to fall down. It can be seen how much psychological damage Wayne's sudden outburst caused to her. Little Lixiang in Wayne's arms looked at the red in the room and heard her mother's screams. She also realized that something was wrong. This big brother seems like a bad guy. She looked up slowly, somewhat dazedly, and met Wayne's gaze, who had an expressionless face. She was so scared that she asked with a trembling voice, "Big brother, you won't hurt me, right?" Hearing what Lixiang said, Wayne's face showed the gentle smile again. Then he replied again in the gentlest tone. "What are you talking about, little idiot? I'm a pirate. I came here to kidnap you. I kidnapped you, now it's time to kidnap other kids." Wayne had just finished speaking when the three onlookers were still confused by his words. There was only a swish sound. Wayne was no longer in the room. Also disappearing was Xiao Lixiang, who was held in his arms with a terrified look on her face. Silence. The scene was extremely quiet. The only sound in the entire restaurant was the sound of ketchup dripping from the beams onto the wooden floor. Zoro, covered in ketchup, stared towards the door with his mouth wide open. The proprietress also stopped screaming, and a look of horror remained frozen on her face. The auntie outside the door also widened her eyes. A full minute passed before there was finally some noise in the restaurant. Just now, was my daughter abducted? The extremely uncertain voice of the proprietress slowly rang out. Her gaze also turned towards the door. But Wayne and the others were no longer there. It seems, right. Zoro's already battered brain was dealt another heavy blow. The child is almost going crazy. At this moment, the three of them vividly described what it meant to have stupid fruit on a stupid tree, and you and I under a stupid tree. Chapter 13. After thinking about the situation over and over again, Zoro finally came to a conclusion. Just now, the one called Wayne. It was as if he had killed Belmere right in front of him. Then they blatantly kidnapped the little girl in front of him. And I still think he is a good person? At this moment, Zoro wanted to pick up the knife on the ground and hit himself on the head. Look at what's in your head. That guy is a pirate. He is a pirate, and I actually believed him. I was deceived. I was deceived by those ruthless pirates. Zoro was stunned. He thinks he is pretty good at judging people. Every glance is accurate. But that guy seems like a good person, but what happened? He did all kinds of evil, right? You still have to trust intelligence from now on. Trust your own judgment. The proprietress beside her opened her mouth but no sound came out. The image of Wayne taking Rika from her arms with a look of concern was still echoing in her mind. Didn't Aunt Wang say he was here to bring warmth? Didn't she say he was here to give candy to the children? But what about now? Not only did he kill Belmere, he also got into big trouble. He even took his daughter away in front of him. Is this a way to send me warmth? Are you sending me away? The proprietress was also a little emotionally broken at this time. Her child was taken away just like that. And she can't go to Marine yet, because Marine will kill her first. This situation immediately made the proprietress fall into despair, and she began to cry loudly. Aunt Wang outside the door was already so angry that she was beating her chest and stamping her feet. That guy is actually a real pirate. He really came here to do bad things. I was actually deceived by his appearance. It would have been fine if he had just been cheated, but he even enthusiastically led them the way and allowed them to kidnap Rika. I was thinking about having Xiao Lixiang thank me. Now it's good that she doesn't think about killing herself. What the hell have I done? I'm such a scary whale. Outside the door, Aunt Wang was beating her chest and stamping her feet, while inside the house, the proprietress was also crying in despair. Zoro looked at the crying proprietress and made up his mind secretly. I must catch this group of rampant pirates no matter what. They actually dared to blatantly kidnap children in the town where the Marine branch is stationed. As a pirate's hunter, I absolutely cannot stand idly by. I'm going to get the child back. Leaving these words behind, Zoro pushed open the wooden door that had long been broken and disappeared around the corner. All that was left was the proprietress, whose eyes had regained some color, and the constantly shaking wooden door. What? My son was murdered. And he's a pirate. The bounty is only 10 million. How dare such weak pirates come to Laozi's territory and kill people? And he killed my useless son. Where is he now? Marine base, in the square. Monka asked with an angry look on his face as he looked at the soldier who came to report in a panic. The axe that replaced his entire right arm and the steel protective gear that covered his broken jaw also made Monka look extremely scary. It was obvious that the soldier was also frightened. He's still catching kids in the city. He seems to be trying to sell them. Many townspeople have come to us and asked us to send troops to capture the pirates. The trembling tone made Monka frown. But as the base commander here, he certainly knew the moral character of these soldiers. Hearing that a large number of townspeople were blocking the entrance of the base, Monka became angry. These people are so bold. Send them all back home. When did they get to tell us what to do in the Marine Corps? Everyone, go to Laozi now. Capture the BD who dares to run wild in Laozi territory. Yes, Colonel. Soon, the townspeople at the base's gate were forcibly dispersed. But when they saw that the Marine had already sent troops, a ray of hope appeared on their desperate faces. Many people followed the Marines, hoping that after they rescued their children, they could hold their children in their arms as soon as possible. The majority of them are women. They thought, with so many Marines, they would be able to rescue their children, right? There are only 3 people on the other side. No matter how powerful they are no match for so many guns and cannons. The residents of East Blue, when calculating combat power, clearly only count the number of people. The light of the setting sun shines down. The whole town was illuminated with a red glow. Even the sea has changed color slightly. At this time, Wayne and the other 2 appeared again at the place where they helped the old lady up in the morning. But behind them, there were more than a dozen short figures. The townspeople who set up stalls here had already received the news and left. Wayne and his men are now absolutely dangerous. This huge port now seems a little empty. Looking at the sunset in the distance and feeling the gentle sea breeze, Wayne turned around to look at his trophies, one of whom was holding a lollipop, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. I gained a lot from this trip. The rewards given by the system shouldn't be too little. A real bountiful harvest. Although some of the children in the rear are still young and ignorant, they only know that those who give candy are good people. But there are also quite a few that have grown very tall and look very mature. They also form a sharp contrast with the real children around them. On one side, people are happily eating candy, while on the other side, their faces are filled with fear and despair. They knew very well that once they were taken away this time, they would never be able to come back. Lixiang was still holding the candies that Wayne had given her at the beginning. Not a single one is missing. She thought about it more than once as she followed Wayne and the others down that day. It would be great if everything Big Brother did was just an act. It would be great if he was the same gentle and kind Big Brother as he was at the beginning. Maybe he'll let me go. But this is just her fantasy after all. Along the way, she saw Wayne use the same trick to deceive 7 or 8 children. In the end, it wasn't that his tricks didn't work, but that everyone in the town knew who he was. Therefore, the children that came after that were all obtained through their peaceful negotiations. Now that she saw the huge pirate's ship, Rika's fantasy was finally shattered. I am really going to be abducted. She looked back from time to time, hoping that figure would appear. But it never came. All right. We've loaded the cargo. Time to get off work. Everyone, work hard. Yes. Boss. After saying that, Kill and Benji each picked up one and walked towards the boat. But at this moment, a green-haired guy suddenly rushed out from an alley not far away. Because I rushed too fast, I almost fell into the sea. After barely braking the car, he put his hands on his knees and gasped for breath. While panting, he looked around in confusion. At this moment, he also discovered the actions of Wayne and others. He was still gasping for breath, but he immediately straightened his posture. Facing Wayne, he directly drew the long sword from his waist. Pirates! I knew you were here. Put those kids down. You can't get away. The tone of this guy's voice was as if he had turned on the navigation and arrived here without any deviation. But no matter what happened just now when we almost rushed into the sea. Still breathing heavily. They all said that he had been running aimlessly for a whole day. Chapter 14. When she saw Zoro, Rika, who had been looking desperate, immediately showed a happy smile on her face. She knew how powerful Zoro was. After all, Zoro had easily taken care of 3 marine soldiers in front of her. And after Wayne caught himself, he ran away directly. He must be afraid of this uncle. It seems like I'm saved. The other kids didn't know Zoro, but seeing him holding 3 knives, they thought he was pretty powerful. Wayne slowly put down the child in his hands and chose not to continue taking it to the boat. Keel and Ben also stopped. It's not that he's obedient and will let go just because he's told to. If we carry them onto the boat, we will have to throw them back to them when the time comes. What a hassle! Now that someone has come out to stop them, they are happy to see it. The sea breeze blew, and the waves hit the rocky walls of the harbor, making a rustling sound. Under this brilliant sunset, Wayne felt like laughing when he saw Zoro's serious expression. Is this guy so directionally challenged? This town isn't that big. How did he manage to escape? How could he have run all day to find this place? You want us to let them go? Are you kidding me? This is the fruit of our hard work all day. You're a fool. Let them go just like that. As the king of firepower output, Kill also started to attack directly. He wasn't familiar with Zoro. He cursed without hesitation. This obviously made Zoro unhappy, and he also knew that he might not be the opponent's opponent if he talked too much. Their firepower output seems a bit strong. But Zoro is not going to save people with his mouth. He stopped talking nonsense, put a knife in his mouth, and ran towards this side quickly. But I was just halfway there. From the alley not far ahead of him, a large group of people rushed out again. The road was completely blocked. A group of people came in marine uniforms, each holding a gun. Some even carried cannons. There are even push-type ones. Well-equipped weapons are the first impression of this group of marines. Behind the marine, there were more than a dozen women following closely. Rika's mother was also among them. Even Aunt Wang was there. Maybe she felt that she was also responsible for Rika's capture, so she followed along. Zoro also stopped when he saw Marine coming. I finally felt relieved. In fact, he was a little afraid that he was no match for the captain on the opposite side. But now that so many people have come to the Marine, there should be no problem. There were only 3 people on the other side, and the big guy leading the Marine side also looked quite powerful. It should be more than enough to deal with these pirates. If they can't do it, then I can just do it myself. Zoro also put back the knife he had just drawn. When the restaurant owner saw Rika, she became a little excited. It wasn't just her, all the mothers who came were like this. Looking at the children who were so close yet seemed so far away, they felt extremely anxious. But they could only look expectantly at the Marine over there, hoping they could save their children. Some even started shouting excitedly. It's them! It's these 3 bastards! They're the ones who took my child away! Sir! If we catch them, we must execute them in public. Give me back my child! You beasts! Angry curses were heard immediately. The children's families would not look favorably upon the criminals who kidnapped and trafficked children. Rika on the other side also noticed her mother's figure and immediately showed a happy smile on her face. Monka ignored the women shouting over there. At this moment, he looked at Wayne in front of him, and an expression of rage immediately appeared on his face. It's this guy. Not only did he act recklessly on his territory, he also didn't take him, Monka, seriously at all. He had already checked out the restaurant. The ketchup all over the room made him hate Wayne to the extreme. Nowadays, even enemies are extremely jealous of each other when they meet. Without any hesitation, under the gaze of many people around, Monka immediately gave the order. Everyone! Fire over there! Blast that guy to pieces! This order immediately stopped the woman who was cursing Wayne in the back. When they realized that the order was for the soldiers to fire at their own children, there was only disbelief on their faces. Zoro, who was watching from the side, was also startled. The expression on his face, which was originally ready to watch the show, was frozen in place. What did this guy say? Fire? There are so many children over there. What's the point of firing at them? Do we have to kill those children as well? Is this guy crazy? How could he give such an order? Zoro's eyes widened, and the comfort he had just felt was completely gone. He held the knife tightly again after just putting it back at his waist. The women over there burst into tears on the spot. Sir! No, sir! Our children are still there. We can't fire. Please! Please save my child! The child is innocent. Sir! There was a sudden chorus of begging and crying, and many people knelt down in front of Monka on the spot. The restaurant owner is one of them. I thought marine would be the magic weapon to rescue the children. But now, it has become a butcher's knife wielded against them. The gap between them is enough to shatter everything for a mother. The proprietress cried in despair. In the distance, Rika looked at her mother's grief-stricken expression, and her smile finally disappeared slowly. I originally thought that these marines were here to rescue them. But now, they are actually going to fire at us. Behind them are the brutal and evil pirates, and in front of them is the marines' artillery fire. At this moment, Rika was really desperate. But the cries of the women around him made Monka frown. Save people? He never thought about saving people. He just came to kill the murderer who killed his son. What does it have to do with me? What these people's children have to do with me? My son is dead, and you still want children? Looking at the soldiers around him who were reluctant to take action, Monka raised the axe in his hand and chopped down a marine soldier in front of him with one axe. Now! Fire immediately! Otherwise, you will all die! Looking at their fallen colleagues and the blood spurting out, the soldiers experienced a painful struggle. Still firing! Bang 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 bang! The cannon in the barrel fired madly towards Wayne's position. The dense shells were enough to raise the area dozens of meters around Wayne to the ground. But this scene almost cost the lives of those children's mothers. Looking at the flying shells, they screamed heart-wrenchingly. But it's of no use at all. Zoro blocked 2 projectiles with his sword, but seemed powerless in the face of such a huge number. Zoro was also furious to the ultimate level at this point. These marines! They really fired! Fired at a group of unarmed children! Damn it! Damn marine! The children closed their eyes in fear, not daring to look at the flying shells. Boom 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 boom! The sounds of artillery shells exploding rang out one after another, and the earth seemed to be shaking with the huge sound. The continuous explosion sound only stopped completely after 5 seconds. Whether it's Zoro, the soldiers firing the artillery, or those mothers. None of them dared to look over there, for they were afraid of seeing the broken limbs all over the ground. I was afraid to see the children's expressions of unwillingness to close their eyes in death. In such a big harbor, the only sounds you could hear at this moment were the waves and the desperate sobs of the mothers. Only 2 people in the audience widened their eyes. One is Monka, and the other is Rika. Rika looked at Wayne, who was holding a pistol in one hand and still in a shooting posture not far away. The expression on his face was frozen. Yes, he saved me. It was him who saved me again. He said he would protect me, is that true? Chapter 15. Lixiang saw with her own eyes that when the shell was about to hit, Wayne raised the pistol. He fired several shots at the shells in the sky, exploding all of them in the air. Not one was left behind. But the marine fired so many shells at once. He was able to block it all. Rika looked at Wayne's back, and the expression of surprise on her cute little face was extremely obvious. Compared to her, Monka is more violent. He had just witnessed the entire process of Wayne exploding the shell. How is this possible? Laozi has so many shells. How could you possibly do this? Monka's eyes were wide open, and his face looked a little dazed. He wondered if he was dazzled. How could a guy with a bounty of 10 million on him have such strength? Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. His shouting immediately stopped the crying around him. The child's family, and Zoro, who was trying hard to suppress his anger, slowly turned their heads and looked ahead. Could there be a chance of recovery? With so many shells bombarding them, could anyone have survived? But when they saw the children who were safe and sound over there, the expressions on their faces froze. Not dead. Not one died. They are all alive and well. What's going on? Everyone was a little dazed. But when they saw Wayne slowly putting away his gun, the answer seemed obvious. It's him. He rescued the children. After coming to this conclusion, Zoro felt extremely conflicted. Marine ordered everyone killed. But the pirates rescued the children. Is there really a distinction between good and evil in this world? Marine, is it really just? At this moment, the fledgling Zoro also began to realize something. But he also knew that even though Wayne saved those children, he just didn't want to hurt his wallet, right? That was just his money. A dead child is worthless. The children's parents obviously know this too. If Wayne's purpose was not to capture these children, it would not be too much for them to kowtow to him and thank him. But he is not. Now they wish Wayne would die soon. When no one was moving, Zoro had already taken the lead and rushed towards Wayne. If we continue to let Marine handle this matter, I really don't know what the outcome will be. If I could just kill this guy, wouldn't everything be over? Since Marine is useless and unreliable, I might as well do it myself. Looking at Zoro running out, everyone around him cast expectant looks at him. In my heart, I have already started to cheer for Zoro. This time, even Monka did not act rashly. He also thought Wayne was a little weird. It's a good opportunity to let this bounty hunter go up and test his strength. He also knows a little about this green-haired guy. His strength is not much weaker than mine. It's quite watchable. It's enough to test this guy's strength. If he's incredibly powerful, that's fine. I just yo-yo. Can I ask the headquarters for help? Why should I fight him head-on? If I can't beat Lao Zi, I'll call for help. But this revenge must be avenged. At this moment, Wayne was still standing there with a calm expression. Glance at the watch from time to time. The two brothers beside him didn't seem worried at all, they just watched with interest as Zoro attacked Wayne. And soon, Zoro's powerful attack came close. Tiger hunting. The three swords crossed, and Zoro, who was at the right distance, immediately called out the name of his move. I don't know why there is any need to call his name since he has already bitten the knife. His legs were slightly bent, and then he burst out. In an instant, the long knife was at Wayne's chest. The speed was so fast that even Monka over there was stunned. This bounty hunter doesn't seem that simple. Monka underestimated Zoro's strength. From this attack, it can be seen that this guy's strength is definitely comparable to his own. Then Monka fixed his gaze on Wayne. Can you stop it this time? Just as the long knife was about to pierce Wayne's chest, Wayne, who was still looking at his watch, finally took action. It was still fast enough to make Zoro's eyes widen slightly. Wayne just slightly turned sideways, and all three of Zoro's swords passed in front of him. The whistling sound of the wind also indicated that Zoro was not too slow. It's just that Wayne is too fast. But just as Zoro was about to adjust his posture and attack Wayne again, a finger suddenly appeared. He lightly tapped on his head. Ao Ikemonji. Drops of crimson also emerged from the fingers. Just when Zoro was confused by Wayne's actions, that very familiar sentence rang in his ears again. It's time for self-defense. In an instant, Zoro's hair stood on end. His eyes also glared at Ultimate. An extremely dangerous feeling suddenly came from Wayne in front of him. Zoro suddenly felt something was wrong. Put away the knife and prepare to return to defense. But the moment this thought came to his mind, a pair of slippers appeared in front of him. It was so fast that Zoro's pupils didn't even have time to shrink. The slippers had already hit his face hard. There was a loud bang. Wayne kicked Zoro, who had just rushed over, and sent him far away. Faster than when we came. The force was also stronger than when it came. Feeling the extremely violent impact on his face, Zoro's consciousness began to gradually blur. He flew backwards for hundreds of meters and finally stopped after returning to the alley he had just rushed out of. The burning pain on his face made it impossible for Zoro to open his left eye. He forced himself to slowly open his right eye. He looked at Wayne, who was doing it nonchalantly and effortlessly not far away, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. "On. Defeated in one blow? Can't you even survive one move? Doesn't he even have the qualifications to use his full strength? After all, I am still too weak. Is it possible for me to just watch him take those children away?" Zoro tried to get up, but he couldn't. His head felt like it was filled with lead, so heavy that even raising his head was extremely difficult for him. Not to mention getting up. Wayne didn't activate his skill, otherwise Zoro's head would have exploded on the spot. As for the force of the blow, Wayne's standard is casual. "If I want you dead, I will kill you. But if you are a good person, Wayne will not kill you." Of course, necessary lessons must also be learned. As for the slipper marks on Zoro's face now, it will take at least 10 days or half a month to get rid of them. As Zoro landed, the whole audience fell into silence again. Even the sound of breathing was gone. The only people present were Monka. Others can't see any professional tricks. They just know. Completion. A look of despair appeared on everyone's face. Not afraid of guns and artillery, yet still has such high combat effectiveness. How was this solved? But if the problem cannot be solved, the ending is already in sight. These children will be taken away in front of them. And it seemed that all they could do was to beg the marine who was present. But at this time, although Monka remained calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. This guy? Absolutely invincible. Even if I do it myself, the result will definitely not change. If he didn't have to consider his face, he would have slipped away long ago. That guy has the ability to kill me with one blow. I save the egg. Chapter 16. Listening to the annoying pleading sounds around me. Monka is really annoying. It's like asking him to die. For the sake of face, he planned to wait until Wayne and his men left before leaving. Otherwise, Marine would have simply run away from the pirates. If that gets out, where will Monka's reputation be? Even if he just watched Wayne and his men leave, it would be better than just walking here. Just change the message when the time comes. It means that they fought to the death but were defeated. Perfect. He has made a good calculation. But Wayne didn't intend to let him have his way. A bullet whizzed past Monka's ear. The airflow caused by it also made his not-so-long hair sway constantly. Monka felt the Shinigami passing by him. A layer of fine beads of sweat also appeared on his forehead. His eyes also trembled slightly. Just now, he didn't notice anything wrong at all. By the time he realized Wayne had raised his gun, the bullet had already missed his ear. At this moment, Monka had no doubt whether the bullet could penetrate his skull. If the guy in front of me thinks so, he might die in the next second. This result immediately made Monka's face look ugly. And in front of him, Wayne raised his watch again after firing the shot. After taking a look, he also said in a deep voice, 30 seconds, anyone who doesn't leave will die. After saying that, Wayne shifted his gaze back to his watch. Watching the second hand tick, the muzzle of the gun was also pointing forward. The time now is 4:59 and 25 seconds p.m. In 35 seconds, he would be off work on time. After get off work, he is not allowed to participate in any matters related to pirates. After get off work, you need to rest. If you do too much, the system will give you a warning. During this time when he is about to get off work, he generally does not give anyone on site the opportunity to prevent him from leaving get off work or force him to work overtime. These are all very dangerous behaviors. So 1 minute before leaving get off work, Wayne usually cleans up the surroundings. Make sure you can get off work on time at 5 o'clock. And now, Wayne couldn't guarantee whether this group of Marines would disturb him after 5 o'clock. Since you can't be sure, make it certain. If they all leave or die, doesn't that make it certain? He left them 30 seconds, and the remaining 5 seconds were enough for him to kill everyone in front of him. Wayne's side had already been judged to be acting in self-defense in their previous round of artillery fire. So when he takes action, he will definitely not show mercy. Time passes by every second. The Marines' faces were all sweaty at this time. Sweating profusely. They had no doubt that what Wayne said was true. First of all, he kidnapped children, which shows how bad he is. There would be no problem at all in killing these Marines, it was even natural. Does Wayne have this ability? There is no doubt about this, right? They stared at Monka with a grim expression in panic, waiting for his orders. If he didn't speak, no one would dare to leave. That was the fate of the soldier on the ground with his stomach ripped open. Monka is now in a dilemma. He was just thinking about saving his face, but now he is about to lose face. There is no way to save anything. Monka is not a fool, he would not sacrifice himself for the Marine's face. He felt that was what Sabi was. In this situation, of course, saving lives is the most important thing. He thought for a moment, then turned and left. No, it can't even be said to be walking, it's already running. He completely ignored the heart-wrenching cries around him. Retreat! With his loud shout, all the Marine soldiers were finally pardoned. Just run away. Because time is running out. The mothers of those children watched their only hope fly away from them. That's all. Nothing is left. After the crying and despair, there was only dead silence. I watched Wayne and his friends carrying several children in each hand as they walked on the trestle supported by rows of solid wooden piles. The mothers of these children have long been extremely sad. There is probably nothing that can make a mother of a child collapse more than this scene. Watching my own child disappear before my eyes. Zoro fell to the ground, his eyes full of resentment. Looking at the smiling girl who served me food in the restaurant, she no longer smiled. Looking at her deathly pale expression, Zoro's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Self-blame, sadness, anger, unwillingness and finally powerlessness. Now, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as that guy took everything away. At this moment, Zoro really hated the pirates as a group to the extreme. Lixiang looked at her mother who had already burst into tears behind her, and her expression gradually became desperate. She was sensible and slowly lowered her head. I don't want my mother to see me sad. Wayne walked on a trestle made of a pile of wood, and every step made a thudding sound. Every time this voice sounded, Rika became more frightened. She knew that she was getting closer and closer to the ship. Once I get on the boat, I'll never be able to come back. Ding ling 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 ling. Suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Rika was even more frightened. No one knew what this sound meant, maybe it meant they were going to speed up. It is also possible that these people want to kill them all. Just when Rika closed her eyes in fear, she suddenly felt as if she was hanging in the air. Then the free fall began. It was not until she felt a pain in her butt that she mustered up the courage to slowly open her eyes. All that could be seen were children everywhere and 3 figures getting on the boat. This sudden situation left Rika a little unresponsive. She could also clearly hear the conversation between the people over there. Finally off work. Big brother, what are we having for dinner? I want to have barbecue, can you arrange it? Eat, eat, eat. I'm thinking about eating right after get off work. Boss, what do you want to eat? I'll arrange it for you first. Give me a bowl of pork trotter rice. Okay. It wasn't until the pirates' ship left the port that Rika finally reacted. They left. They left us here and left. It seems like I'm saved? The traces of tears were still clearly visible on Rika's delicate face. Combined with her silly expression, she looks kind of cute. But now is obviously not the time to worry about these things. Rika was really stunned by Wayne's sudden action. On the other side of the shore, the mothers of the children. Everyone was silent as well. Everyone's mouth was slightly open, and their eyes were full of confusion. Not to mention Zoro lying on the ground. He was really demonstrating what it meant to open one's eyes as wide as possible. He now felt that the head that Wayne had just kicked seemed a little itchy. He seems to be growing a brain. Chapter 17. Not only Zoro, but everyone was stunned. Both those children and their mothers. All stupid. The second before, they were still crying out in despair in their hearts, the second before, they were still in heart-wrenching pain. But in the next second, their child seemed to be saved. The pirates just left the children on the pier. Those pirates were clearly protecting them just now because they were afraid that they would get hurt. Now they are thrown away like garbage. What is going on? The whole place was silent for over a minute before someone finally remembered their child. They thought they would never see each other again, but God, no, it was those pirates who played a huge joke on them. They all ran towards the pier, tears streaming down their faces once again. But this time, they were tears of joy. Zoro watched as mothers and their children hugged each other tightly, although he was still confused by Wayne and the others' actions. But the hanging heart was finally put at ease. Anyway, it ends well. That's enough. Hey! What are you doing lying on the ground? Can we sleep here? A somewhat dull voice sounded behind Zoro. Have you ever seen a pirates who gets off work at 5 o'clock? I've been chasing him all day. Isn't he here? Marine Base. Base Commander's office. Monka sat down on the leather seat. The big feet, which were over 50 yards long, slammed down on the neat desk with a clang. He kept gasping for breath, feeling as if he had escaped death. No. With such a pirates around, he really can't sleep or eat. If we don't get rid of him, won't we be able to leave the house in the future? Monka immediately picked up the phone and asked his superiors for help. Wayne was so powerful that Monka had no desire to fight him. That gun skill was so powerful that it was out of this world. It can hit the target even from such a distance. Although Monka was very arrogant, he now surrendered under Wayne's death threat. I can't beat him, so I call him. Soon he found the person, and a powerful fighter with a rank higher than his was sent from there. But it takes 3 days to get here. After hanging up the phone, Monka finally breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days is not a long time. During these 3 days, all I have to do is stay at home. You will be safe if you don't go out. Come here. Pull out all those dozens of cannons in the warehouse. Be ready for battle at any time. Yes, sir. Yes, their marine base's defense is pretty good. As long as I don't go out, that guy can't do anything to me. And if he dares to come to us, these dozens of cannons will make him know what despair is. Can you defend against cannons? Then I have so many cannons, can you defend against just one more and let me see? Lock the gate. No one is allowed to go out these days. No townspeople are allowed to come in. No matter what. Monka's orders were issued one by one. It was really that Wayne put too much pressure on him. Even Monka has thought about running away. But the consequence of running away is losing jurisdiction over the town. Being used to being a local tyrant, he naturally refused to do so. With so many cannons, he didn't believe that Wayne could break in. He really didn't dare go out today. What if that guy didn't leave? But tomorrow, he really had something to do. That is to capture the mother and daughter who killed his son. But he didn't go there himself, he asked his subordinates to do it. He will definitely not leave here these days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the work task and clocking out successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of physical strength. Check-in time is 10 o'clock. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll get an extra 3 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Ding! Because the number of employees has decreased by 1, the salary has been reduced. In the evening, after drinking some wine and having barbecue with the 3 brothers, Wayne returned to his room. Looking at the system panel in front of him, his expression became serious. First of all, the reward was unusually large, much more than what he got from working in the village over there. It's no exaggeration to say that it has increased tenfold. But in contrast, he also did more. Whether it's the number of kidnapped children, or dealing with Belmere, dealing with Zoro, or scaring off Marine. These should all be the criteria for measuring rewards. The rewards are great, but the risks are also much higher than in the village. Whenever he can't beat Zoro, whenever he can't stop Marine, then his class is gone, really gone. The kind that you will never need to use again. He cannot make any mistakes. If an emergency occurs, his system may be destroyed. If he was not as strong as Zoro, he would have been stopped by Zoro when he kidnapped the first one. In the end, he was either handed over to Marine in exchange for money, or tied up by Belmeber. In short, his work mission failed. It's like he didn't go to work today. That's considered absenteeism. You'll be fired immediately if you're absent once. Wayne was also somewhat relieved that he was not like other time travelers who acted as if they were invincible after obtaining the system. Steady development is the key. There is no limit to myself. Thinking of this, Wayne also opened his system panel. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Physical strength, 828. Abilities, advanced spearmanship, advanced one kick, observation hacky, garbled level. Check-in point, 25.3. Evaluation, good strength. Vice Admiral minimum physical strength, 1000, Admiral minimum, 5000. My physical strength increased by 16 points, which is equivalent to the reward for checking in the village for more than 10 days. It was the right thing to do. The system also provides a standard. If it's Vice Admiral 1000, then it won't take long for me to reach it. But isn't this Admiral a bit too high? And this is the minimum. The worst Admiral has 5000. It's so terrifying. Then wouldn't a slightly stronger Admiral start at 6 or 7000? Then Garp must start at 8 or 9000, right? Wayne looked at his physical strength of 828 and said that he could still hold on for a while longer. The world outside is still too dangerous. And today, something new appeared in the system prompts. Number of people working. Today, because Gigi was guarding the boat, there was indeed one less person working. With fewer people, the salary will also be lower. This was the first time Wayne knew about this. Because when I was in the village before, I didn't have to worry about the boat at all. So there is no such thing as guarding the ship. I watched for this thing today and it finally jumped out. But if there are fewer people, the salary will be reduced. If there are more people, will the salary be increased? If this is feasible, then all I have to do is recruit like crazy. 10,000 people work together, but all their salaries are paid to me alone. Wouldn't that mean you'd be invincible in every minute? The only restriction on hiring in the system is that it cannot employ child labor, right? The other labor laws don't mention that. Ding! The maximum number of people is 15. To recruit pirates, you must be qualified. If you pass the system inspection, you can join the pirates group. Recruitment criteria, extremely vicious. Just as Wayne thought of this, the system prompt popped up. After taking a quick look, Wayne understood what this meant. Because they are brutal pirates, the people they recruit must be able to do things like burning, killing and looting. Therefore, the recruitment standard is extremely vicious. This seems to be perfectly fine. There were actually 15 people in the limit, and he had never known about it. If all the students are enrolled, that day will be equivalent to 5 days now. This recruitment must be put on the agenda. It can even be regarded as the most important thing to do. Every extra person he has gets an extra reward. And when it comes to extremely vicious people, there happens to be a candidate here. That guy Monka seems to fit these 4 words perfectly, right? If we can get him here, the system will most likely approve it. Now that's fine, don't say anything. Wayne originally planned to go to Buggy's side. But now, we can't be impatient. Let's talk about it after working for another day. While working, see if you can recruit that guy Monka. He was truly an extremely vicious person, and Wayne was certain with an 80% probability that he would pass the system's review. Such talents are rare. Definitely not to be missed. This is all my own salary, so if I can hire one more person, I'll hire one more. At worst, you can just kick him out and replace him later. Anyway, at this stage we must recruit people first. Don't say anything, just go find him tomorrow. Third brother. Turn around. Hey? Oh. Okay, boss. Chapter 18. Wayne's get-off work time is very relaxing. Sleep in, bask in the sun, and feel the sea breeze. The weather in East Blue is pretty good, not as capricious as in Grand Line or New World. It's another nice day today. The warm sunshine shines on my body. Lying on the lounge chair at the bow, Wayne also looked very comfortable. Feeling the sea breeze blowing in my face, I held a glass of ice drink in my hand and took a sip from time to time. I slept very well last night and I am full of energy today. The 3 brothers over there are constantly doing various exercises. Wayne can become stronger by lying down, but they can't. You have to work hard. Wayne is the supervisor. I raised my hand and checked the time. It was already 8:30 in the morning. They were about to start work in half an hour, and the outline of Kaz Town could be vaguely seen ahead. It won't take long to arrive. Looking at the 3 people who were still exercising while holding a huge iron ball, Wayne stood up and waved his hand. Okay, pack up and get ready for work. Kazi Town. Ichen Restaurant. The boss lady just cleaned up everything yesterday. Now the store has been restored to its original state. The tomato juice was also wiped off, the usable tables and chairs were rearranged, and those that were broken and could not be repaired were taken away and thrown away. With the help of Zoro and Luffy, this little job was completed quickly. Yesterday Luffy found Zoro and asked him about Wayne's news. Zoro told him the news about Wayne on the condition that he help clean up the restaurant. Luffy was also extremely upset after learning that Wayne had just worked a day in the town of Cars. He was a step late. Almost made it, just almost. This immediately made Luffy depressed. Because he knew that Wayne usually didn't work in the same place for consecutive days. He seemed to be saying, unsafe? Now that he's gone again, won't I ever be able to catch up with him? Moreover, his own barrel boat broke down and he couldn't go out to sea. I helped the boss lady clean up everything yesterday and Luffy and Zoro also got a temporary place to stay. Now Luffy was looking at the sky, scratching his head. He really didn't know how to chase it because he had no tools. Think of a way, we have to think of a way. Luffy frowned, thinking. Zoro standing by still has a wound on his face. Seeing Luffy's worried look, he couldn't help but ask, what do you want to do with him? I want to join his pirates. What? His kind of pirates? Do you want to be one of those pirates too? Zoro looked incredulous. The guy in the straw hat in front of me doesn't look like a bad guy. Why would you want to join a pirates group like that? They kidnapped a bunch of kids on the island yesterday. Don't you know them? They're not good people. He was furious when he thought about how Wayne blatantly took Rika away from him. You don't understand him. He's a good guy. He's just here to work. Luffy couldn't stand it anymore when he heard someone talking bad about Wayne. He has admired Wayne for a long time. Originally, he thought that the Pirates King was the freest person in the world. But now, he felt that Wayne was the freest person in the world. Although he works every day, the classes he attends are very interesting. It is also very strict, with classes only lasting a short time every day. There is a day off every Sunday. To Luffy, this is just fun, and fun. He really wants to join Wayne's pirates. But now that Wayne has come out with the rules and regulations, he, a clueless guy, will definitely not be able to get in. No matter where you look, Luffy doesn't seem to be vicious at all. Although he was never able to join, Luffy's admiration for Wayne remained unchanged. Hearing that Zoro dared to say something bad about Wayne, he immediately refuted it. Zoro was also stunned by these words. Nice guy? Working guy? At first I thought he was a good person, but he slapped himself in the face with his actions. The kind that makes blood come out when you draw it. Not only did he grab Lixiang in front of him, but he also refined her in an instant. He even kicked Belmere and scattered him to the land he loved. You're telling me he's a good person? Why don't I believe it? Going to work? He seemed to have actually said something about getting off work. Is there really any connection? Zoro's brow furrowed as well. He must have kidnapped the child because his job yesterday was to kidnap the child. So did he just abandon the child at 5 o'clock? Luffy's words made Zoro stunned again. Yes. It seemed to be 5 o'clock at that time. He even heard the sound of the alarm clock. He just threw the children away and walked away. It was as if those children had nothing to do with him anymore. Now, when Zoro thought about how Wayne and the others were chatting about what to eat in the evening, he seemed to understand something. It really feels like I'm off work. This is what happens when you just get off work. Is it really like what this guy said, that they are just here to work and kill time? Just leave when the time comes? This time, Zoro really needs to use his brain. Pirates, time to get off work? Holy shit, is there anything more ridiculous than this? Isn't Marine so punctual? The key point is that you just leave work when you get off work, without even taking your spoils with you? So what are you trying to achieve by joining this class? Is Wayne here to make people laugh? It was already a bit unreasonable for such a powerful force to appear in East Blue. But what he did was extremely unreasonable. Is this guy really just an office worker? Zoro was shocked once again, and he also became very interested in Wayne's pirates group. Will he come today? He wouldn't work in the same place continuously. He should have left by now, right? Bang! The two of them just finished talking here. The door of the residence that the restaurant owner arranged for the two of them was also kicked open by someone. Zoro took a closer look. He found out that he actually knew the person who came. Isn't this Aunt Wong who came with Wayne yesterday? Seeing her panic, Zoro frowned. No, it's bad. Rika and her mother. They've all been captured by Marine. Aunt Wong gasped and spoke to them in panic. What? Before Zoro could say anything, Luffy jumped up. He ran out the door without saying a word, without hesitation at all. This really stunned Zoro. How come this guy's reaction was even bigger than mine? What are you going to do? Help! Damn Marine! They actually captured a good guy. They treated me to a meal. Luffy's standards are pretty standard. If you treat me to a meal, then we are friends. When it comes to his friends, Luffy can really be said to be willing to go through fire and water for them. Hearing Luffy's words, I looked at Luffy's figure walking away. Zoro couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But after a moment of daze, he picked up the long knife on the ground and quickly chased after him. But Luffy's image in his mind had already been elevated a lot. Marine took civilians and children. Zoro's eyes also began to be filled with gloom. Thinking of the unhesitating bombardment order yesterday, Zoro was completely disappointed with the marine here. If marine is just this kind of stuff, then there is really no need for it to exist. Even if we are wanted as pirates, we must rescue Rika and the others today. Zoro and the others went. He went straight to the marine base. He vowed to beat Monka up and rescue the mother and daughter. And on Wayne's side, today's work task has finally arrived. Ding! Today's work mission: eliminate the Marines in Kaz Town and destroy the Marine base. Chapter 19. Get rid of the Marines in town? Destroy the Marine base? Looking at the task in front of him, Wayne was also somewhat surprised. Because the usual missions are what normal pirates do to civilians. This was the first time he had accepted a mission to attack a Marine. Maybe it was because when he was in the village, there was no Marine at all. This task looks quite difficult at first glance, and it cannot be done without some strength. The most important thing is that the tasks issued by the system are a bit long. It can be divided into two parts. Deal with the Marine and destroy the base. This situation has never happened before. It used to be just a single task. Now that the mission requirements are more, the rewards will definitely be much higher, and the mission itself is also difficult. It just happens to be related to Monka, so you can try to recruit him. This is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. With Wayne's current strength, completing this task is as easy as pie. But be careful not to deal with everyone too quickly. If it is resolved too quickly, he will have nothing to do. This is also something that is absolutely not allowed to happen. Because once you complete the task perfectly too early, what will you do with the rest of your time? Nothing to do. No matter what you do, you have nothing to do with your work tasks. If you do something unrelated to work during working hours, what will the system judge you as? Slacking off. He was fired directly for slacking off 3 times. So even though Wayne has the ability to kill them all directly, he also has to take his time and solve the problem slowly. Make sure he is still working hard until the moment he gets off work. Today, we're going to take down all those Marines on the island. Simmer down. Understood. Don't worry, boss. The 3 of them naturally understood Wayne's words thoroughly. But today, Wayne didn't plan to have anyone guard the boat anymore. He had already spread his reputation yesterday, and I believe no one who wants to die will dare to touch his boat. If one person is missing, he will lose a salary. All staff must be at work if possible. As the pirates' ship entered the port, the situation was indeed not beyond Wayne's expectations. The vendors at the port simply packed up their stalls and ran away on the spot. I dare not stay any longer. The news that Wayne kicked Belmebber to pieces yesterday had already spread throughout the town. Now no one dares to approach him. The port became quiet in a very short time. Not a single person. Wayne on the boat frowned, looking unhappy. There was nothing wrong with their reaction, and Wayne thought it was reasonable. But the problem is, there are too few people here. Where have all the people gone? There are at least half as many people as yesterday. Is there anything happening on the island today? Thinking of this, Wayne hurriedly got off the boat and quickly headed towards the Marine base with his men. He doesn't care about anything else. He only cares about whether he can teach his class well. It doesn't matter if anything goes wrong, but my Marine base must not have any problems. Marine base. From a distance, this place looks like a school. 3 or 4 floors, lined up in a row. A training ground also separates the building from the heavy iron gate. In the center of the parade ground, there stands a Marine flag. The breeze blew and the flags fluttered continuously. But at this time, the entrance of Marine base was crowded with people. The huge and heavy iron door is now covered with scars. There were traces of slashing and indentations caused by blunt objects. The townspeople gathered at the door one by one, blocking off all access. And in the center of them, in front of the gate, a man wearing a straw hat and a green-haired man were confronting Marine in front of the gate. Inside the training ground, under the Marine flag, Rika and her mother were tied up there. Looking at the townspeople outside the door, as well as Luffy and others who had just punched and kicked the iron gate, the proprietress's face was filled with anxiety. It would be fine if I was caught, but if I implicated so many people, that would be a crime. But she still had some other ideas in her mind. If only they could rescue their daughter. It doesn't matter whether she lives or dies, but she is still young and she shouldn't die here like this. The tied-up proprietress was also holding Rika's little hand at this time. She had expected this moment a long time ago, even when Belmere died. The townspeople outside the door came to stand up for the mother and daughter. The little girl Lixiang is very popular in the town. Get out of the way. They are good people. How can you take good people away? Luffy shouted angrily at the soldiers in front of him who were holding Marine standard long swords. But although they looked terrified, they did not retreat. This iron door is extremely hard, but Luffy still punched big holes in it one after another. This also shows that although the young man on the opposite side looks young, he is definitely not someone they can deal with. But Monka's order forced them to stand here. Seeing that they were reluctant to give way, Luffy could no longer wait. National model, scratch whip. Luffy raised his right leg, swung it violently in a stance. His right leg instantly stretched to a length of 4 or 5 meters, and then like a whip, it swept away all the Marines that blocked his way. This tremendous force caused them to lose consciousness on the spot, and they fell to the ground and fainted. After easily solving the obstacle in front of him, Luffy fired a shot from his rubber pistol towards the door. There was a loud bang, and the door in front of him suddenly sank into a large area. 2 more hits and the door will be broken. The people around, as well as Zoro beside Luffy, all looked at Luffy in surprise. This person's arms can actually stretch. His hands and feet can also stretch. This is demon fruit power. In an instant, the surrounding townspeople and the tied-up proprietress all showed expressions of surprise. The townspeople all saw what was going on. This is demon fruit power. Now, even if Marine doesn't hand over the person, he can still be taken back by force, right? In an instant, everyone was filled with anticipation for Luffy. Even Zoro was a little surprised. It was also the first time he saw demon fruit power. Luffy hadn't used his ability just now, and Zoro just found out about it. Zoro was originally a little worried that he might not be able to defeat Monka because his injury had not healed yet. But now that he saw how powerful Luffy was, he felt relieved. In the base commander's office, Monka was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. This little East Blue actually saw demon fruit power. What is the ability? Is it flexibility? Snort. Monka sneered. Elasticity has no advantage over artillery shells. How dare you come to my territory and cause trouble? Those townspeople are so bold. You actually dared to resist me. Once we deal with these 2 troublemakers, don't let any of them escape. Pull out all the cannons on the roof. Let's see if Lao Zi can't kill them today. Chapter 20. Once Monka's order was given, it was quickly executed. On the roof, cannons were pushed to the eaves one after another. All of this was arranged by Monka yesterday. Getting these cannons up to the roof was no easy task. Looking at Luffy and Zoro below, Monka also showed a smile on his face. It was originally prepared for that guy, but since you are in a hurry to die, I will use you to test my firepower first. Bang! With a loud bang, the heavy iron door was shattered by Luffy's punch. But as the gate fell, they also saw the cannons that were arranged in an orderly manner. A full row. Zoro's face fell. He knew that this battle might be a tough one. He took the turban off his left arm and put it on his head silently. His eyes also became sharp. The surrounding townspeople also saw the cannons covering the rooftops. They retreated more than 10 meters with fear on their faces, afraid that the aftermath of the cannon would accidentally injure him. But when the cannon was rolled out, they had already lost hope. With so many cannons, what can't be destroyed? This is no joke. Even if one of them has demon fruit power, they can't handle it. That's dozens of cannons. The proprietress had even started shouting at them to leave quickly. Now she no longer expects anyone to rescue her daughter. It is enough that they are willing to rescue her. It would be totally not worth it if you risk your life. Just leave. Please leave. The proprietress yelled, but neither Zoro nor Luffy moved. Under Monka's command, 7 or 8 marines also rushed towards them. Looking at the marine holding a long knife with a fierce look on his face. Luffy also silently lowered the brim of his hat. Although he could deflect the shells, the current number was obviously beyond his ability to handle. But even though they knew there was a tiger in the mountain, they still chose to go there. Even though the current situation was extremely unfavorable to them, the two of them never thought of retreating. Marine actually prepared such a big gift for us. They really think highly of us. Zoro said as he slowly pulled out his long sword from his waist. Just lift it up casually. Zhang. He blocked the attack from the marine that rushed in front of him. The two swords collided, making a sound of metal clashing. Zoro was about to fight back when the sound of a cannon shot made his eyes widen immediately. I saw that all the cannons on the roof had fired in unison. There was a flash of fire, and large shells were already whistling towards the bottom at a high speed. This immediately made Luffy and Zoro's eyes widen. Are they crazy? Aren't they considered human beings too? There are so many marines here. They actually opened fire. When the proprietress heard the deafening sound of artillery fire, she was so anxious that she wanted to block the shells for the two men. But she was tied up so tightly that she could do nothing except twisting her body a few times. Before they had time to think too much, the sky full of shells had already reached above them. Zoro was about to dodge to the side, but the marine in front of him rushed towards him with a crazy look on his face. On Luffy's side, several marines were also fearlessly trying to pin him down. Monka's family was threatened, which led to several of them becoming a suicide squad. Although they couldn't even last a second in front of Luffy and Zoro, the slight delay caused the two to lose the chance to escape. Looking at the shell that was only 4 or 5 meters away from the ground, the proprietress closed her eyes in sorrow, tears welling up again. The townspeople all turned their heads away, unwilling to look any further. Zoro crossed his arms over his chest, but Luffy rushed towards him, blocking him. Boom 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 boom. The sound of the explosion rang out rapidly, and in less than half a second, all the shells exploded. A fierce, slightly scorching blast of air instantly blew Luffy and Zoro away. The two of them finally stopped after slamming into the wall behind them. The marines who had just been there also crashed into the wall with them. Several people also groaned in pain at this time. A pain came from Zoro's back, and the strong impact caused some of his internal organs to shift. But other than that, he didn't feel anything else. Zoro soon realized that something was wrong. The power of this cannon was obviously a little weak. Otherwise, with more than 40 shells, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Luffy was also confused. He felt something was wrong. The cannonball made his back feel a little warm, but he didn't feel anything else. He wasn't even injured. Just as they were confused, a few gunshots were finally heard in the distance. Everyone heard it. Although the sound was very small, it was still unusually clear in the silent training ground. Someone fired a gun? Could it be that the person who fired the gun saved us? This thought flashed through Zoro's mind. But he quickly rejected it. This sound was clearly coming from a very long distance. Several kilometers, right? Such a long distance, are you kidding me? Before he could think too much, another round of volleys came again. Monka gave the order to fire again, but this time his face showed an expression of extreme fear. He just saw with his own eyes that the shell suddenly exploded at a height of 3 or 4 meters away from several people. Thinking of the gunshots coming from afar, a drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. No, it's him, right? But how could Lao Zi have so many shells explode at the same time? What kind of gun are you holding? A Gatling gun? Otherwise, where did so many bullets come from? Monka shook his head vigorously to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. It must have been a coincidence. This time, you two little brats, go die. It was still a volley, and it still had the same flavor. The moment the cannon sounded, Luffy had already grabbed Zoro and started running away. Want to escape from this bombing zone? But the marine who was just groaning in pain actually grabbed Luffy's feet again and again. He scored twice on the spot. Zoro was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Weren't you already on the verge of collapse? And yet you're still fighting. You're definitely wasting your talent by staying in this tiny marine branch. But no matter how he complained, the shells were coming again. Looking at the shells so close. This time, they finally saw clearly how the shells exploded. A figure appeared in front of them like a flash. Slice, slice, slice. A volley of bullets was fired instantly, a total of 7 bullets, each of which hit a shell accurately, exploding it instantly. And as it explodes, the shells around it will be affected. This operation can only be performed when the artillery shells are very close to the target, otherwise the distance between the artillery shells is not enough to detonate another artillery shell. It's still that height. These 7 bullets detonated more than 40 artillery shells. The powerful explosion brought with it a strong gust of wind and a heat wave. But for Wayne now, this temperature is not even enough to warm himself by the fire. The heat wave soon subsided. Zoro and the others looked at Wayne in front of them in surprise. The lady boss over there also recognized Wayne. There was also an expression of extreme surprise on her face. Why did he come too? Why did he come to save us too? Is he really not that kind of pirates? He saved the 2 young men as soon as he appeared. If it was him, we might really have been saved. At this moment, the boss lady's opinion of Wayne changed again. At this moment, appearing here, and standing against Marine, if he is not here to save them, then what else could he be doing? Zoro was also shocked. He never thought that it was Wayne who saved them. If you look at it this way, then the gunshot just now must have been from him. In just a short moment, he saved me twice. But how did he do it over a distance of several kilometers? He could still maintain accuracy at such a long distance. It was such a long distance, yet he crossed it so quickly. How strong is this guy? Similarly, Zoro now completely believed Luffy's words. This guy doesn't seem to be a bad person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared at this time and saved them. He was just about to say thank you. Luffy on the side had already rushed towards Wayne. The expression on his face was extremely excited, and he jumped up and planned to ride on Wayne. But just when his fingertips touched Wayne's body. Dimension! Bang! There was a loud noise. Zoro's eyes widened immediately, and his mouth opened as wide as possible. It was as if I had seen something incredible. Luffy, who had just jumped up, had now disappeared from sight. Zoro saw with his own eyes that when Luffy was about to fall on Wayne, who was not far ahead, suddenly did a 360-degree spinning kick and kicked Luffy in the stomach. In an instant, Luffy flew away like a cannonball. The enormous force even caused a noticeable air wave to form at the point where the 2 people came into contact. This is really a kick to death. Zoro was looking at Wayne, who was already walking towards him step by step. He was really panicked to the extreme. Didn't he say he came to save us? How come he killed one instantly? Everyone around them widened their eyes, and Monka's eyes almost popped out. The proprietress almost had the word confusion written on her face. Wayne's actions successfully caused everyone's brain to crash. Chapter 21. Zoro's face turned green with fright. It directly connected with his green hair. But he still had a glimmer of hope. What if he just thought it was an attacker? Right? That guy just pounced on me, how presumptuous of him. If it were me, I would probably kick him too. Now that he recognizes me, he shouldn't attack me, right? After all, he appeared here, and he must have come to save people. It seems that he is really not that kind of person. He can appear here to save people at this time, so he is definitely not a vicious pirate. Thinking of this, Zoro hurriedly planned to reveal his identity and clear up the slight misunderstanding between himself and Wayne. You're here to rescue the mother and daughter, right? Actually, so are we. We were the ones who defeated these Marines. Afraid that Wayne wouldn't believe him, Zoro quickly pointed to Marine lying on the ground outside, where Luffy had knocked her down. But it would have been better if he didn't say anything. Now that he opened his mouth, Wayne's mood became even worse. When he got closer, Wayne didn't do anything to Zoro. Just under his slightly panicked gaze, Wayne raised his hand and gently touched the knife in his hand. I really just touched it. Zoro looked confused. What is this guy doing? Why is he touching my wife? Is he trying to steal my ikimonji? Thinking of this, Zoro tightened the long sword in his hand. The expression on his face also showed some caution. This knife. Bang! Zoro had barely finished his words when a foot had already landed on the other half of his face. Zoro didn't have time to react before the big foot was already on his face. Boom! Zoro hit the solid wall behind him so hard that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Yesterday's shoe print hasn't disappeared yet, and another one appeared today. One on the left and one on the right, weigh them together. He slowly slid down and fell to the ground, Zoro's eyes filled with confusion and shock. There was no trace of that kick just now. Just how strong is this guy? He can't even find a trace of him. How is this possible? Last time I could say it was a sneak attack because I wasn't paying attention. But this time he was on guard, but still saw nothing, only a slipper appeared on his face. Covering the painful half of his face, Zoro was also extremely unbelievable. It's okay that this guy committed a foul, but it's also okay that he appeared in such a small place and wandered around. But why did you hit us? We were here to rescue people too. We're allies. Zoro was extremely angry and was about to question Wayne. But he got there first. Who told you to fight Marine here? Wayne just said one sentence, but Zoro crashed again. Ah? Hey? What? What is going on? Zoro was stunned, staring with those two big eyes. The remaining anger on his face had not subsided, and his face was frozen at this moment. It looks extremely weird. When the surrounding townspeople heard this, they felt something was wrong. It's over, the pirates are here again. I thought they were here to rescue people, but from what he said, it seems like he is in cahoots with the other side. Moreover, he took action and eliminated the two people who were trying to break out and rescue people. Isn't this the end? Some of the timid ones had already begun to evacuate secretly. The rumor that Wayne does things without leaving any room for compromise has long spread in Kaz Town. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid he will kill everyone here. But there were still a few people who stayed, all of whom were women who had a good relationship with the boss's wife. The proprietress over there was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't he here to save people? It would be fine if he wasn't here to rescue anyone, but why is he helping Marine? Pirates, helping the Marines? What on earth is he doing? Just now, the boss lady even wanted to kneel down to Wayne. After all, if he is willing to come to rescue them, it means that they will all be saved. No one in Marine was a match for this young man. But now, it was so real that it almost broke the boss lady's knees. Hey? Young man. So I misunderstood you? You came here to stop me. Thank you so much. What's going on? In the base director's office, Montcadden stood up. His face was suddenly pressed against the glass. Watch as Wayne takes care of those two guys in no time. Monka is the most confused one. But not only did he get rid of the man, he also asked him, who told you to hit Marine? Holy shit! When did our Marine become his ally? Did Lao Zi sleepwalk to him and kowtow to apologize last night? What is going on? Monka really couldn't understand the current situation, but he didn't dare to act rashly. But soon, after a little thought, he gave the order to fire. Because no matter what, he would never forgive the other person for his actions. Since I have to avenge my son sooner or later, I will wait for your mother. Just do it. Fire. Blow them all up. Fire at once. Fire continuously. Don't stop for a second. Monka opened the window and shouted loudly upwards. But this left the people below dumbfounded. Nobody? Is the current situation so difficult to understand? Isn't this guy in cahoots with Marine? Why is Marine ordering him to be killed as well? What the hell is going on? I really can't understand it without subtitles. Zoro looked at Wayne in confusion. Before he could ask, Wayne in front of him turned around with an impatient look at Monka and the cannons covering the roof. When Monka looked at Wayne, he realized something was wrong. But before he could think of anything, Wayne in front of him disappeared in an instant. The person is gone. Monka was immediately startled. Before he could find Wayne, a slight abnormal fluctuation came from above him. Zoro looked at Wayne, who had instantly appeared on the roof, and his face was a little surprised. Too fast. This guy is so fast. Under his gaze, Wayne appeared on the side of the roof and raised his foot towards the cannon in front of him. An ordinary kick. Bang! There was a loud noise. What? From Zoro's perspective, Wayne kicked the push cannon in front of him away. Then the cannon he kicked away pushed the entire row of push cannons horizontally at an extremely fast speed. More than 40 guns. All flew away. Bang! 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 The artillery carriages flew out of the parade ground and all landed outside the wall. It hit the ground with a series of loud noises. The ground was shaking continuously from the impact of the artillery vehicles. It took more than 10 seconds before all the cannons fell to the ground. Zoro looked at Wayne, who appeared in front of him again with a calm expression. His heart was already in turmoil. What the hell is this? What the hell is this guy? He kicked away more than 40 cannons with one kick? Is he still a human being? Wayne slowly grabbed Zoro's collar and lifted him up. Then he threw him out of the wall with a light throw. Today, no one is allowed to set foot here. After Wayne finished speaking, the three brothers who came hurriedly lifted up the door that was blown away by Luffy. It spans the doorway. Looking at the unconscious Marine at the door, Wayne's eyes were filled with regret. These are all his rewards. What happened? I was defeated by Luffy. A kick would be considered a light blow. He's immune to Haki's blunt force damage anyway. Wayne wasn't trying to save those two idiots just now. He was trying to save those suicide squads. There are only a few people in total, and if more people die, more people will faint. Then where can I get my salary today? This guy Luffy is simply evil. Chapter 22. At this time, the gunner on the roof was full of questions. Ah! Where's my gun? My gun is gone? How come such a big cannon of mine is gone? We just got kicked. We had more than 40 cannons, and all of them were gone? Isn't the force of this kick a bit too strong? Some people above were still holding cannonballs, but their cannons were gone. Looking at the empty roof, they were somewhat at a loss. But below, looking at the cannons that kept falling, the proprietress was confused again. Isn't he in cahoots with Marine? How did he take out all the Marine's cannons with just one kick? What the hell is going on? The proprietress had just straightened her legs, but now she felt like kneeling down again. Because it looks like he is here to save them, but it seems a little hard to tell. Although it was extremely contradictory, the boss lady said it was really not my fault. That's what that person did. Mom, isn't that big brother here to help us? Rika asked uncertainly. But her mother is already a mess now. She doesn't understand either. There was only one person in the audience who understood it, and that was Monka. When he saw the continuous rain of artillery shells on his right, he clearly understood that he was probably going to die. The person opposite is not a human at all. What he did was right, his judgment was correct, and there was nothing wrong with his firing. But he underestimated the opponent's strength. Brother, if you had told me you were so strong earlier, why would we have put in so much effort? It took me a whole day to transport my 40 cannons up there. But what about you? Did you clear it all? Are you unloading here? Roof cleaning guru, hey? Monka couldn't sit still any longer. He really couldn't sit still any longer. We must retreat. We must retreat. If you don't retreat now, there's no need to retreat. This guy is so strong that it would be easy for him to kill you. No matter how much he hated Wayne, he could only put aside his prejudice for now. I have to save my life first. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Monka stood up and ran downstairs. Their base had a back door, and he could run to the beach. He was safe after he got on the boat and sailed away. The ocean is so vast, they shouldn't bother looking for me. After all, I haven't done anything. Although I have thought about it, I have never put it into practice. For example, wait for the reinforcements to arrive and catch that guy Wayne and give him a good beating. He had only fired 2 shots at Wayne and the others so far. These people shouldn't keep catching me. At worst, Laozi can just wait for support to arrive and come back. Don't be bullied by the poverty in middle age. Wayne's words just now made Zoro on the ground outside suddenly think of something. If what the guy in the straw hat said was true, then wouldn't Wayne and the others be at work now? So their job is to kill these Marines? What we just did was to steal his target. That's why he attacked us. Now the gates are sealed again, making it clear that they don't want anyone to interfere. Doesn't this further prove that their mission today is to take out Marine? Reasonable, it seems very reasonable. Zoro thought he had realized it. In that case, what will happen next is that Wayne will sweep across the entire Marine base. With his strength, the battle would probably be over in 2 minutes, right? After he killed Marine, weren't Rika and her daughter indirectly saved? Good, good, good. Zoro felt that his reasoning was well-founded and very reasonable. Looking at Rika and her daughter who were being strangled, Zoro shouted, "Wait a moment. They'll be rescued soon." His words made both Lixiang and her daughter look puzzled. Will we be rescued soon? Who will come to save us? Does he have a backup plan? The proprietress looked at Zoro who looked so confident and could only think so at this moment. Everyone, attack! For the justice behind us! Kill these pirates! Coming downstairs, Monka shouted loudly. After hearing this, the Marine soldiers immediately felt as if they were about to kill Tang Monk and his disciples. Soldier, me? They saw clearly what Wayne did just now. Are you still letting them go now? Whoever delays again, Laozi will kill his entire family. Monka yelled with his face flushed. He was really anxious. If these people didn't attract fire, how could he, the base commander, escape? As for their lives? It's none of your business. Save your own life first. After hearing his loud roar, the soldiers had no choice but to move. It is true that Monka really does what he says. Of course, that's the only thing that happens. Soon, a large number of Marines rushed towards Wayne and his men. Each of them looked like a suicide squad, with extremely excited expressions. Looking at the Marines coming at him one after another, Wayne's face remained calm. Now only he and Benjiji are left here. Keel went to destroy the marine base. They had 2 missions today. Marine must be dealt with, and the marine branch must be destroyed. Just drag these marines and fight them slowly. If you fight slowly and do the tasks very hard, the system will also give you more rewards. These are the experiences that Wayne has gained over the years. Let's destroy the marine base together when it's almost time to get off work. It's still early, so I'll play with them for a few hours first. Zoro, upon seeing this, immediately showed an expression of anticipation. These people couldn't even beat them, and now without weapons like cannons, they were no match for Wayne. I'm afraid they can't even last a second. This guy's class is pretty good and has been a real help. Zoro was thinking this as Marine in front of him also came to Wayne. They all had a death determination look on their faces, and none of them wanted to live after they came. After all, Wayne's strength has already been fully demonstrated. No one can survive, but in order to save their families, they can only fight. Pirates! I'll kill you! Ah! I chop! I chop! I chop again! The look of being ready to die moved everyone present. But in front of Wayne, all these were in vain. He easily solved the demon fruit power, so these people were even less capable. But just when everyone thought that Wayne was going to sweep away hunger and be himself again, the 2 groups came into contact with each other. Zhang! More than a dozen long knives chopped down Wayne's machete, making a series of slight ringing sounds. But the figure who was placed with high hopes was now bent slightly by the long sword. It looked like he was having some difficulty. Zoro's eyes widened in an instant. But he didn't jump to conclusions. This might just be Wayne's delaying tactic. But what was this delaying? Zoro himself didn't know. The suppressed figure quickly launched a counterattack, but it seemed that his only target was the knives in those people's hands. Every blow hit the knife. His machete seemed to be made of a magnet and was madly attracted to the knives of those people. The force is just right, enough to make the opponent stagger, but not send them flying. After watching for a full 10 minutes, Zoro finally confirmed it. Holy crap, this guy is acting. Damn it, this guy is an actor. After fighting a group of minions for 10 minutes, it looked like he was trying his best but still couldn't defeat them. I tried my best, but the opponent was too strong. Isn't that right? Where did the strength you used to kick me 2 miles away go? Is the gun on your waist out of bullets? Why don't you use the knife in your hand to cut people? Are you afraid of seeing blood? Are your feet sealed? Are you afraid of kicking your shoes to pieces? Questions kept popping up in Zoro's mind. But Wayne's appearance of trying his best did not seem fake at all. It was like he had really tried his best. This time, Zoro is at a loss again. Could it be that he was experiencing a period of weakness? Wasn't he just pretending? Was he already experiencing a period of weakness? To be honest, Wayne's acting skills have reached the ultimate level. In the battle of wits and courage with the system in the past few years, his acting skills have naturally been honed to be extremely smooth. If Kizaru was there, he would definitely record it with the video Den Mushi. Take it back and analyze it frame by frame. This is definitely a rare windfall for Kizaru. Maybe he would even have to pull Wayne aside to have a good exchange of ideas. After all, it's rare to find such like-minded comrades. Chapter 23. The Marines who had been in a stalemate with Wayne for more than 10 minutes now really felt that they could do it. This guy doesn't seem to be that good. I can fight him for such a long time. They became more and more confident as the fight went on, and soon they even seemed to be suppressing Wayne. There were also more than 10 Marines surrounding Basic and Ziji. They are also responding hastily. It seemed to be extremely difficult to fight. This scene also left the proprietress and the others a little confused. Isn't the pirates group very strong? Why does the fight now seem a bit ordinary? He couldn't even defeat these most ordinary marine soldiers. Is there something wrong? But no matter what, Wayne has helped to hold back all the marine forces. Then the green-haired guy over there will definitely be able to carry out his backup plan more smoothly, right? Thinking of this, the proprietress turned her gaze to Zoro. But all he saw was Zoro's not-so-bright look. He was still staring at Wayne and analyzing him. The boss lady thought he had forgotten. Now was a good opportunity, and if he missed it, he might never have another chance. Although I don't know what Zoro's backup plan is. But the proprietress also intended to remind him. Twisting his body a few times, he did attract Zoro's attention. Seeing this, the proprietress hurriedly urged in a normal voice, "Hurry up." Hearing this, Zoro knew what the boss lady was referring to. But his backup is Wayne. Wayne seems to be stopped now. Although this thief was outrageous, he was stopped. It seems that there is nothing I can do except watching. What? You mean just jump in and save them? All I can say is you're crazy. Although that guy has been stopped now, who knows if he was acting. I just said that no one can set foot here today. Zoro really didn't want to try what the consequences would be. His whole face is aching now. But the boss lady's urging look made Zoro feel a little embarrassed. He shrank his head, hoping to reduce his presence. The expression on his face was naturally extremely awkward. If I had known earlier, I would have told you later. Why did I tell you so soon? They were about to be rescued. If they continue like this, even a donkey wouldn't be able to get up. Monka, who was about to run away, also noticed the situation here. Looking at Wayne fighting with those losers, Monka's eyes widened immediately. What's going on? Are all my soldiers so awesome? With just a few of these people, they can already defeat that guy? Is this reasonable? This scene made Monka's brain a little confused. But he was not prepared to gamble whether Wayne was pretending or not. He still thought it would be better to run away first. It would be really stupid to rush up to him just because he seems weak. Thinking of this, Monka prepared to escape without thinking. That huge creature, although running very fast, is particularly eye-catching. Everyone saw Monka running to the other side of the school field. It was just like a playground with no obstructions. The guy was discovered as soon as he came out. Everyone turned their eyes to the culprit. The expression on his face was also very angry. Zoro naturally noticed it as well. He was about to yell at Wayne, but before he could say anything, a figure appeared at the door. It's another one of Wayne's men. Yes, there are 4 of them in total, and this person showed up yesterday. But he actually ran over there to stop Monka. Isn't this nonsense? Monka's huge body must be twice as big as his, right? Wouldn't this axe chop him in half? Looking at the situation over there, Zoro couldn't help but become worried. Monka is the culprit of this incident. If he is not eliminated, there will be no peace in Kaz Town. So Zoro definitely couldn't just watch him get away like that. Seeing that Wayne still had no intention of exerting any strength, Zoro's face showed a hint of anxiety. Monka naturally didn't care about Keel in front of him. He acknowledges that Wayne is awesome, but do you, a small crew member, dare to show off in front of Laozi? In this case, Laozi will be forced to collect some interest first. If I kill you, that guy will probably feel a little heartbroken. Monka, who was running wildly, jumped up like a god of war, and swung his huge axe straight towards Keel, who was standing motionless at the door. But just when the axe was about 3 or 5 centimeters above Keel's head, he suddenly turned his lower body. Then, in Monka's confused eyes, a leg kicked towards his chest. Originally, Monka was full of disdain, thinking that even if he escaped, it was just a coincidence. But when he flew backwards in a catapulting posture, he no longer thought so. Under Zoro's shocked gaze, Monka was kicked more than 10 meters away by Keel. He fell heavily to the ground and passed out. He is like a true god of war who takes off and falls asleep on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone around was really dumbfounded. Zoro was so frightened that he almost couldn't hold the knife steady. What's going on? What's going on? Wayne's men kicked Monka unconscious? What's going on? It turns out you're not the only one in the pirates group who's awesome. They are all talented. Is it true that any one of them is so strong? Looking at Monka lying on the ground, Zoro once again shifted his attention to Wayne, who was practicing Tai Chi over there. No, buddy. You are pretending to be so nice? The people under your command are so strong, why are you still fighting with these small fries? Are you even being suppressed by them? Look at this river yourself. Does it look like a painting? I admit that you pretend to be like him, but he really doesn't look like him, brother. You've been exposed. But no matter how Zoro shouted in his heart, Wayne was still struggling to deal with the marine in front of him. This really made Zoro stunned. And so, time goes by. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. But Wayne and the others are still fighting, still fighting. Some of the onlookers around even went home to eat and came back. But Wayne and the others are still fighting. Luffy is back now. He and the confused Zoro are lying on the wall, watching Wayne fighting inside with interest. To be honest, Zoro really learned a lot today. It was the first time in his life that he had seen someone fight with a marine soldier for 5 hours. The key point is that the battle lasted for 5 hours, and there were 0 casualties. 0 casualties. What the hell are you guys doing with banana sticks and hammers? Can they fight for 5 hours without anyone getting hurt? Zoro was shocked, but Luffy was used to it. He had seen this kind of scene many times before. Once, Wayne even fought with him and Ace Sabo for several hours. There is no winner either. It seemed that their work content that time was to kidnap them. As a result, I fought with them for several hours. How many hours did you fight him? Zoro looked incredulous. So what then? Did he succeed in the kidnapping? It worked. What? How did you lose? Zoro asked, looking confused. But Luffy didn't answer this time, instead he turned his attention to the field. As Zoro turned his gaze, he saw a large number of marine soldiers falling down one after another. Dozens of marines fell one after another. There was a sudden sound of people falling to the ground on the field. 2 minutes later, the only ones left standing were the 3 guys practicing Tai Chi. Zoro's FG brain was about to explode. Is this all exhausting? Fight a marine. I've seen many fighting styles. I've seen many ways a marine dies. But what on earth is this death from exhaustion? Is it even possible like this? Zoro really felt his brain itchy. It feels like ants are crawling. The scene before him had a mad impact on his 3 views. He felt like his cerebellum had shrunk a little, and he was almost going crazy. Great! We finally took care of these marines. They were so troublesome. Wayne wiped the non-existent sweat and said with a hard look on his face. Zoro, mules and donkeys can sing, but you are the only one who is outrageous. Chapter 24. Is this how he kidnapped you? Yeah. He even rolled me up like a ball and hit me around all the way. Ace and the others also got slapped a few times, and their heads were almost blown off. Luffy looked accustomed to it. It's really not surprising. Monka, who was tied up by Kill, has woken up at this time. Looking at Wayne, who had exhausted all his men to death, he felt a little regretful. If I had known about Lao Zi, I would have gone straight for it. That guy must be in some weak period, it took him so long to beat those losers. It took more than 5 hours. This definitely can't be acting, that guy is just not good enough. If he rushed up and hit him with a flying chop, his brains would be chopped out. But why did I choose to run away? I really should have just gone up and hit him like this. Monka looked distressed. I feel very regretful. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from not far away. Monka, who originally looked uncomfortable, suddenly widened his eyes. Wayne over there suddenly launched an attack on their base building. He gave a light kick towards the outside of the building. But I'm afraid his kick was a bit heavy. The 3- or 4-story building that could hold more than 40 cannons collapsed in half under his kick. He kicked down half of their building. Monka took a deep breath, and the regret in his heart disappeared on the spot. What regrets? Lao Zi should be damned lucky. I saved my life. Is this guy really that tactless? One moment he's fighting like he's practicing Tai Chi, the next moment he's kicking someone in the back of a building. If I go up there, won't I end up with the same fate as my unfortunate son? Pour all your blood on this land. In a physical sense. Monka was so frightened that his little face turned pale. Zoro almost fell off the wall. This guy just fought a bunch of Marines for 5 hours. 5 hours. Can you believe it? He even thought he acted pretty well. Doesn't he consider whether it is reasonable or not? With one kick, half of the building collapsed. Even the explosive device couldn't be faster than you. Wayne on the field looked at the huge building that had collapsed in half in an instant, and a look of regret appeared on his face. Why would I activate my ability? This time it was dismantled a little too quickly. He really didn't expect that the Marine base could be so fragile. Such a big building was almost flattened by one kick. Slow down, everyone. Looking at the other side of the building, where 2 people were constantly destroying the building, and Keel was dismantling the wall, Wayne also shouted. This time it's only half done, so I really need to slow down. Just make sure it's all dismantled before 5 o'clock. Razing to the ground can be considered destruction, right? Get out of the way. Don't block Lao Zi from demolishing the wall. Gil shouted fiercely at Zoro and Luffy who were lying on the wall. Hearing this, Zoro also hurried downstairs. He still clearly remembered the scene where Kill kicked Monka away. This guy's strength is definitely not simple. Uncle G, I'll be an adult this year. Can I be a trainee crew member on your ship? What's the use of telling me that? It's useless. Get out of the way. Don't block my work. Don't blame me for not warning you when your Uncle Wei chops you to pieces. Keel shouted and began swinging his hoe at the wall. Luffy didn't ask for help. The last time he helped, Wayne almost beat him to death with a whip. The kind that you use when you hang a spinning top up and spin it. After working there for 10 years, Kill and his colleagues have become very familiar with the villagers in the surrounding villages. Luffy is no exception. Luffy and the others watched as the wall in front of them was overturned, watched as Gil walked to the side step by step, and watched as the wall next to him also fell down piece by piece. Neither of them spoke again. They all knew that they were at work, and if they dared to disturb them, they might not end up well. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after get off work. As time went by, the buildings of the Marine base fell down one after another. Canteen, training ground, observation tower, reception desk, office building. All of them fell under the rules and regulations. Neither fast nor slow, with a full sense of rhythm. The sun's rays are gradually fading, and the sunset's rays are shining on the busy figures in the collapsed buildings. It wasn't long before 4:57 came. Wayne will be off work in 2 minutes. As usual, he first glanced around and made sure that no one could threaten him before he could get off work. Then he kicked down the last building. At this point, there was no longer a single building in the entire Marine branch. In just one day, the seemingly imposing Marine base became a ruin. Monka looked at the collapsed building without feeling any ripple in his heart. After they leave, I can still rebuild it myself. Judging from their appearance, they are not here to cause trouble. As long as they leave after destroying everything, everything will be fine. Just as Monka thought of this, Wayne walked towards him. Without a word of nonsense, the gun was directly put to Monka's forehead. He looked up at his watch. 4 hours 59 minutes and 30 seconds. 30 seconds until get off work ends. Wayne took out the alarm clock that he had used on Sig again. He twisted it twice with a creaking sound. It hit Monka's side with a bang. 25 seconds to consider whether you want to join our pirates group. If you can't say it before the alarm goes off, your head will be gone. Tick, tick. The second hand moves 1 second at a time. But Monka was completely dumbfounded. What? What did this person say? To let me join their group of pirates? Aren't we enemies? Hey! You want me to join your pirates? I'm a marine. I'm a marine. How can I possibly be a pirate? Monka shouted excitedly, but Wayne ignored him. He held the gun to his forehead with one hand and looked at his watch with the other. There was no intention of paying any attention to him. The ticking sound of the second hand now became a life-threatening Buddhist chant. Fine beads of sweat emerged from Monka's forehead, and his back was already wet. He had no doubt that this guy would shoot him, he was definitely not joking. At this moment, the idea of being a marine and becoming a local tyrant began to gradually fade away. If he had a choice, he definitely wouldn't do pirates. But now, do you see for yourself what choice I have? Wayne has just asked the system, and the system's review result is, Monka, you pass. It deserves the word extremely cruel and evil. Fully meets the requirements for boarding. Staring at the watch on his hand, Wayne also began to mutter. Each sound was like a devil's whisper, ringing clearly in Monka's ears. 3. 2. I'll join. Monka, with a look of fear on his face, interrupted Wayne's whisper with a shout. The alarm clock next to Monka and the watch on Wayne's hand also made sharp alarm sounds at the same time. Untie him. It's time to get off work. Patting Monka on the shoulder, Wayne smiled at Monka with a look of relief on his face. Then he turned and walked towards the boat. Okay, boss. Chapter 25. Uncle Wei. This isn't fair. Why is he allowed to join your pirates? At this moment, an inopportune voice sounded. Luffy also appeared beside Wayne. His expression was unusually ugly, and it was obvious that he was almost depressed. The thing he had been pursuing for 10 years was obtained so easily by that bad guy Marine. Anyone would feel unbalanced in this situation, and Luffy is no exception. Wayne was walking in front, and he followed beside him with an unconvinced look on his face. Walk past the crowds and through the streets. The light of the setting sun shines on the two of them. Wayne said nothing. But Luffy just kept following. They waited until they arrived next to the pirate's ship. Wayne stood on the wooden pier and looked at Luffy, who looked unconvinced behind him, and said impatiently. You have no chance, give up. He can do it. Why can't I? If I say no, then no. After saying that, Wayne jumped onto his boat. Holding onto the side of the boat and looking at the frustrated Luffy below, Wayne also looked helpless. This kid has been chasing him for 10 years, 10 years. Now that I've gone out to sea, I didn't expect that he could still follow me. If it was before, then it would not be impossible to take him in when he comes of age. But now the system says that those who fail to pass the review will not be able to join. Wayne just asked the system to review Luffy. The conclusion is Luffy out. No way, he doesn't meet the requirements to join at all. He has nothing to do with being extremely cruel and vicious. He will never be able to join again in this life. Monka below also walked over reluctantly, and the 3G brothers followed him closely, fearing that he would run away. Now this guy is one of their crew members after all, and the boss must have his reasons for recruiting him. If we let him get away, we'll be doomed. Monka looked at Luffy beside him, and they looked at each other, both seeing the look of looking at each other as if they were fools. Monka, this idiot, he's trying to join this pirates group. Luffy, they actually let him join this pirates group. After looking at each other, the four of them quickly got on the boat. The sea breeze blew Luffy's straw hat and also blew Wayne's collar. Looking at Luffy below, Wayne waved his hand and signaled him to leave quickly. The anchor is up and the sails are down. The sea breeze immediately blew the sails into balloons, and the ship began to slowly leave the port. It quickly disappeared from sight. But the figure just stood there, with an unwilling look on his face. No. Suddenly, Luffy yelled. It must be because I'm not old enough. I'll definitely be able to do it when I'm an adult. Before that, I must not let him get too far away from me. Luffy clenched his fists tightly. Then he turned around and ran back towards Luffy from where he came. He had to find a way to get a boat. You are now a member of our ship. I hope you can understand the rules of the ship. We go to work at 9 in the morning and get off work at 5 in the afternoon. We have Sundays off. I'll tell you what I'm going to do in the morning. But you can't break any of these laws on your way to work. If you want to escape, I hope you will consider the consequences. On the deck of the ship, Wayne looked at Monka, who was sitting in front of him like a good boy, with an expressionless face, and he spoke word by word. His tone was also somewhat unfriendly, and it was obvious that he did not immediately regard Monka as a crew member. After saying that, he raised his hand and handed a piece of paper to Monka in front of him. On the paper were the laws that good citizens of Xia country should abide by. Monka looked at Wayne with great confusion, and after making sure that he was not joking, he silently took the paper. He was actually planning to find an opportunity to escape on the ship, and staying on the ship now was just a temporary solution for him. When they split up or fell asleep, he would sneak away. But now, hearing the threats implied in Wayne's words, he temporarily gave up the idea. But what Wayne said about working hours made him feel a little itchy. When did pirates start having to follow working hours? Aren't pirates the epitome of unbridled behavior? How did it become like this when it came to you? 9 to 5, with days off. To be honest, we in the Marine Corps don't have such a system. This pirate's crew seems a bit strange, right? What's the captain thinking? Monka, who was confused, now shifted his attention to the paper in his hand. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Pirates can't just rob directly? Do they have to exchange? Pirates can't just hit people? They have to get hit first. Pirates need to pay for their meals? Pirates need to speak as politely as possible. What are these things? Monka looked at the full sheet of paper in front of him, and his brain immediately felt a little overwhelmed. There's nothing wrong with pirates having some rules, but aren't there too many rules? A full one. Isn't that really too much? Also, this doesn't seem like pirates' rule at all. If he abides by this, wouldn't he be more like a good citizen than the common people in his town? What kind of pirates are you? Tell him that nothing goes wrong tomorrow. Wayne said casually to the three brothers. The three brothers naturally understood what he meant and pulled Monka aside to conduct legal education. What's the first thing a pirate needs to go through? That's right. Legal education. Seeing this scene, Wayne nodded with relief, turned around and stepped onto the wooden stairs. He returned to his room with peace of mind. He had to go see what the class had given him today. There were quite a lot of things, and he hadn't had time to check them all. I don't think it will be too bad. He returned to the house, sat on the wooden chair, poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Then Wayne opened the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the work task and clocking out successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 10 points of physical strength. Check-in time is 6 o'clock p.m. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll get an extra 5 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 4. Hey! 30 points of physical strength. It's directly 30 points of physical strength. 36 check-in points. Wayne was a little surprised to see the huge reward in front of him. Today's task is a bit more complicated, but the reward is surprisingly so high. This improvement is not small even for him now. It's the kind of change that can be clearly felt as a change in strength. There is no need to explain what this concept is, right? Sure enough, after receiving the reward, a warm current flowed through Wayne's entire body. His body began to make uncontrollable dull crackling sounds. His muscles, which were strong but not bloated, were now tighter, and an obvious sense of power emanated from him. Wayne even felt that his steps were a little unsteady, and it took him a while to adjust himself before he regained control. This also brought a faint smile to Wayne's face. When the current character panel was opened, his data was fully displayed. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Physical strength, 858. Abilities, advanced spearmanship, advanced one kick, observation haki, garbled level. Check-in point, 43.3. Evaluation, good strength. His physical strength was already over 800, and if he continued like this, he would be able to reach the level of Vice Admiral after working for another 5 or 6 days. Of course, it is limited to physical strength. But this is also very powerful. As for the check-in point, Wayne's idea was also very simple. It's not much now anyway, just over 40 points. And it takes 300 points to improve one ability. When he has 300 check-in points, we can consider adding points to his abilities. Although now there is only one seeing and hearing color that can be seen. But there is no guarantee that other more useful abilities will be acquired later. The ability to see and hear is of little help to him at this stage. After sorting everything out and completely adapting to his body, Wayne also felt in a good mood. Their next destination is Orange Town, which is the closest to here. Not Nami's house, but Buggy's territory. Buggy Guy is likely to pass the system review. Recruiting crew members is the first priority now. Let's first take in those vicious guys on the islands that are closer to here. The closest one is Buggy, that guy might be able to do it. But not everyone can do it. In order to avoid a wasted trip, I relied on my memories of past lives and my understanding of these characters. Wayne will also give priority to visiting the locations of pirates who he thinks have a high probability of passing the system review. Buggy is the first one. The distance is also the closest. The main purpose this time is to see if we can recruit Buggy. But Orange Town is still a bit far from here, and it may take a few days to walk there. But there is no need to be too anxious. Wayne has come this far in the past 10 years, so why would he care about these few days? Chapter 26. Marine Base. Wayne left. But some of the townspeople here are still in shock. They looked at the ruins in front of them and the fallen marine soldier. Although their eyes were moved, their emotions did not fluctuate greatly. What excited them the most, of course, was that Monka was taken away. Monka was taken away directly by the pirates. No matter what they took him to do, he would never come back. We seem to be free. The townspeople gathered at the entrance of the base had unknowingly had their eyes reddened. After a while, tears began to pour down like a flood. We're saved! Following a loud shout from the crowd, all the townspeople shouted excitedly. Monka has finally fallen. He will never come back. It was the pirates. He saved us. Wayne. Long live the white pirates! Excited shouts resounded throughout the marine base. Zoro, who came from outside, and Luffy, who rushed back, were somewhat moved. Their faces didn't look good either. Just by looking at the townspeople's current appearance, one can already imagine how much injustice they have suffered. If that's the case, it seems like Wayne did do a good thing. The two of them couldn't help but think so. Zoro came to his senses and immediately stepped forward to rescue the proprietress and her daughter. The proprietress immediately thanked Zoro. Thank you so much. Without you, my mother and I might. The proprietress's tone was a little sobbing, and tears also fell as she spoke. She knew very well that if no one took care of them, she and Rika would both die tragically at the hands of Marine. There is no way Monka would show mercy just because one of them is a woman and the other is a child. She is truly grateful to those who are willing to help her. The two young men in front of her were naturally the ones who helped her the most. But the person she should really thank is the pirates who has left. Monka was taken away by him, and he will probably never come back. Even if I wanted to say thank you, I didn't have the chance. The proprietress couldn't help but feel a little regretful and lost. Without Wayne, there would be no mother and daughter. I hated him to death yesterday, but now I feel sad because I can't thank him in person. Rika, who was standing by, looked at Luffy who had just returned after leaving with Wayne, and she also spoke softly. Will that big brother come back? A clear and somewhat sweet childish voice sounded, and Rika looked at Luffy with a little more expectation in her eyes. But it was obvious that Luffy's answer would disappoint her. He might be traveling around the world before coming back? Uncle Wei is a very strange person. I don't know what he is going to do. Luffy scratched his chin and answered Rika's question after thinking seriously. Knowing that Wayne might not be back for a long time, Rika's eyes dimmed. She lowered her head silently and looked at the well-wrapped candies in her hand. That was Wayne's trick to trick her. She was not in the mood to eat yesterday. After she was reluctant to eat it. 2 days later, the colonel sent by the Marine finally arrived here. After learning about the evil deeds of the previous base commander, Rice was also filled with indignation. I never thought that this small branch chief was about to enslave the entire town. What a courage! Rice immediately reported everything about Wayne and Monka. The result of doing this was that he became the new branch chief here, and Monka was wanted and officially became a pirates. Even Wayne's bounty has been increased. It reached an astonishing 12 million Baileys. That's right, it's increased by 2 million compared to before, and the bounty on Monka himself is also 2 million, so Marine thinks Monka is worth 2 million. This bounty is as shabby as it can be. Not long after, Luffy and Zoro also went out to sea together. They took a small boat that the proprietress had prepared for them, a very rubbish boat. But this was the extent of her help. There's no need to elaborate on Luffy's thoughts, but as for why Zoro wants to go on the road with Luffy, that's a bit arbitrary. He felt that if he stayed at East Blue, his advancement would not be significant. It just so happened that he thought Luffy was a nice guy, and the two of them immediately hit it off and chose to go on the road together. Zoro becomes stronger, and Luffy chases people. After being beaten twice by Wayne, Zoro felt that his strength had improved significantly. In fact, he had another purpose, which was to have a fight with Wayne when he caught up with him. It can also help you improve your strength quickly, so why not do it? The two of them went out to sea naked, without even any supplies on the boat, and whether they could survive depended entirely on luck. And the news about Wayne has now reached Garp's ears again. After noticing Wayne, he asked his men to keep an eye out for news about this person. But in the past 10 years, he has been wandering around the village, seeming to be doing bad things, but also seeming not to be. Garp was completely confused and had no idea what Wayne was doing. But now, looking at the information about Kaz Town in his hand, Garp slapped his thigh excitedly. Aha! That kid is out! That kid has finally come out of the village. Garp was sitting on the sofa in Sengoku's office. His shout startled Kizaru and Sengoku, who was busy working. What's wrong with you? Sengoku asked, looking speechless. But after he asked, Garp stood up, contrary to his usual behavior, holding the information in his hand and happily came to Sengoku's side. This also made Sengoku look confused. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he act like he's on drugs? He's usually so sluggish, so what's wrong with him today? Should I give him a urine test? Remember those pirates I told you about who were on and off duty at checkpoints? I remember. What's wrong? He doesn't work in the village anymore. He works in the town instead. Garp's words immediately made Sengoku's face darken. If you're sick, get treatment. What's the difference between the two? Get out of the way. Don't interfere with my work. Sengoku's loud roar not only failed to wipe away the smile on Garp's face, but made him smile even brighter. Sengoku, this guy is going to be great in the future. When he gets to the Grand Line, I'll personally help you capture him. Look, he's now able to defeat the branch colonel. These words immediately made Sengoku's face darker. Before he could curse out loud, Garp had already turned around and went back. This made Sengoku want to punch Garp in the face even more. What does it mean to be a branch colonel? Is the combat effectiveness good enough? They can even defeat a branch colonel. Is it necessary to bring this up? What's the relationship between this guy and the pirates? I think I've only ever heard him brag about his grandson. I really don't understand what this BD is thinking. After scolding Garp in his heart, Sengoku continued to work. What evil intentions does Garp have? He just wants to get the job of arresting Wayne and then go fishing with Wayne. He really envied Wayne's interesting lifestyle. He really wanted to participate. But after waiting for 10 years, Wayne finally came out today. But he has accumulated strength for 10 years and should be able to reach the Grand Line soon. Don't let me catch you, or I'll smash your head open to see if there's a human brain inside. How could I have imagined being a pirate and working a 9-to-5 job at the same time? Holding the information, Garp couldn't stop smiling. From time to time, he would gesture to Kizaru, who was drinking tea and reading a newspaper beside him, and then say something with a smile. Your illegitimate child. You're really trying your best. He's already a colonel, so he'll be an admiral right away, right? You need to have a sense of crisis, Kizaru. Kizaru, when people are speechless, they are really speechless. Wayne probably never dreamed that the old man who had chased him twice but failed to catch up with him was still thinking about him. If he knew, he would definitely not enter the Grand Line until he reached Admiral. It doesn't matter if he lives a few more years, he just wants a stable life. But unfortunately, he didn't know. Now he has arrived at the territory of Orange Town. Chapter 27. The boat slowly approached the shore, and the gentle morning sunshine shone down. The whole town is also clearly visible. But strangely, the town looked completely deserted. Wayne was standing at the bow with a serious look on his face, holding a glass of milk in his hand. Wearing a white shirt, he looked at the situation below and fell into deep thought. Wayne naturally knew the situation here. All the townspeople were forced to leave because of Buggy. Only one mayor remained. Buggy also uses his own buggy bullets to test in the town from time to time. The town today does look a bit dilapidated. It has been completely destroyed by Buggy. I looked at the time and saw that the system would release today's system tasks in 2 minutes. But Wayne frowned as he looked at the deserted town. The system won't give me another task like kidnapping townspeople, right? The current situation in this town is obviously not suitable for this kind of mission. But Wayne didn't worry too much about it, as the system is generally quite user-friendly. On deck now. The 4 figures were also neatly arranged together. Waiting for Wayne's work assignment. The new arrival, Monka, now also has a determined look on his face. It took them 2 days to get here. During these 2 days, Monka also worked honestly for 2 days. On the first day, you may not be able to adapt, or you may feel unconvinced and look down on it. In short, because of him, Wayne lost the double reward for being a good citizen that day. Although the tasks issued by the system when sailing at sea did not give much reward, Wayne still gave him a good beating. I didn't do anything, just hung him on the back of the boat after get off work and soaked him in the sea all night. The next day, the boy immediately became well behaved. After all, you've been soaking in the cold, dark sea water all night, and you even have to worry about something suddenly coming out and eating you. Monka said he really didn't want to try this kind of torment again. The time soon came to 8:59 in the morning. The system also released the tasks on time. Ding! Today's work mission, robbery. Loot all the belongings of your fellow travelers on the island. Looking at the task in front of him, Wayne's expression changed. There seemed to be only one option for the island's thieves to rob each other, right? After all, the only people who could be considered thieves robbing each other were the pirates. The only pirates on the island are Buggy and his crew. And there seems to be some explanation for this complete looting. Doesn't Buggy like finding and saving treasure? So he must have quite a bit of money, right? Of course, maybe not much. After all, he didn't find much. But it doesn't matter. My mission is to rob all his existing treasures. As for robbing money, the pirates are also very experienced. After all, there have been quite a lot of robbery missions over the years. It is easy to say that it was easy to take away all the Buggy. Today's story is about thieves robbing each other. Stealing the money of our peers and robbing them clean. Clear. The four people shouted in unison with determined expressions. Even Monka shouted very loudly, and it was obvious that he adapted very quickly. Wayne casually placed the empty cup in his hand on the table beside him, looked at Monka below, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, I adapted very quickly. Monka, what do you think of this job? Tell me about it. Wayne's question startled Monka, who then snapped and saluted, shouting, I think this job is great. Pirates! You must rob at all times. You can't not rob. Otherwise, if you're eating hot pot and singing at home, you're in danger of being caught as a pua at any time. I think this is a great job. Wayne felt a little embarrassed when he saw Monka screaming at the top of his lungs. The three brothers around him also looked at him strangely. I secretly admire this guy for being able to speak the truth. But no matter what, this is a good seedling and he is now able to work normally. Wayne is very satisfied with this. Ahem. Let's go. Following Wayne's shout, the five people also jumped off the boat. The time has officially arrived at 9 o'clock. In a deserted street corner, cobblestones were laid neatly on the ground. There are also rows of street lights on both sides of the road. Next to a street lamp, the huge green mailbox is particularly eye-catching. The bright reflection on the mailbox looks unusually shiny under the sunlight, and it is obvious that someone uses it frequently. You can even see a corner of a piece of mail on the delivery port of the mailbox. A stealthy figure was hunching over, carefully hiding behind the small mailbox. Pang! There was a loud noise. A baseball bat hit the green mailbox hard, and the mailbox, which was originally as smooth as new, was instantly dented. Ah! Behind the mailbox, a girl with a graceful figure and beautiful appearance was also frightened and jumped up. Little sister! Hand over the stolen things, and Lao Zi might consider letting you suffer less. He he he. In front of her, several burly men with ferocious looks and holding sticks and other weapons were staring at her viciously. While he was speaking, the other big men had already surrounded the girl, and each of them had a malicious smile on his face. The girl in front of me is really too iconic. Looking at the current situation, Nami knew that the picture could not be saved. She had just stolen the Grand Line's nautical chart from Buggy and was now stuck here. The nautical chart was still in her hand, but it was obvious that even if she handed it over, these people would not let her go. Just as she was about to take out her big stick from her mysterious space, an untimely voice sounded behind everyone. Hello, are you Buggy the Clown's men? The voice was very kind, but the words and tone seemed somewhat out of place in the current situation. Several people also turned their gaze to the back, looking at the unfamiliar figures. Nami's eyes lit up, and a turning point appeared at this moment. No matter what these people do, as long as they can help attract their attention, it's fine. With my own abilities, I could have escaped successfully with just a little chance. Although these people don't look like bad guys and the leader is so friendly, let alone the others, they are definitely not powerful people. How can there be such a gentle person in this world? It's a miracle if these pirates don't kill you. If they are left behind, they will most likely be captured or killed by these people. But now is not the time to sympathize with them, it is better to protect yourself first. Thinking of this, Nami tensed up, ready to escape secretly at any time. What do you do? The leading man looked at Wayne and others in front of him with a bad face. His eyes were bright despite his vicious tone. There are actually people who dare to come here. If I catch them, the boss will definitely reward me, right? We are short of manpower right now, and that big guy looks good. The burly man couldn't help but think so. We're here to bring you warmth. Are you Buggy's men? Wayne's kind and dandy smile startled the big man in front of him. Send warmth? Send us warmth? Are these people out of their minds? The big man didn't think much about it and immediately revealed his identity. That's right. We are Buggy the Clown's subordinates. You are going to deliver. Do it. Before the man finished speaking, Wayne's voice, without a trace of emotion, was heard. Monka, with a tough look on his face, stood in front of the big man as Wayne finished speaking. He didn't say anything, but just walked towards the big man step by step. That huge figure can only be described as full of oppression. What on earth are you doing? I'm warning you. Stand still. Do you hear me? If you come over here again, I won't be polite. When the leader saw Monka getting closer, his face became a little panicked. He held the baseball bat and tried to scare Monka away, but Monka remained unmoved and continued walking step by step. Finally, the man couldn't bear it anymore. Bang! Snap! He hit Monka's arm with the bat with all his strength, and the huge force even broke the baseball bat. Big fool! Get away from here! Or I'll hit you on the head with the next stick. The leader took another stick from his men and shouted while pretending to be calm. But Monka, who was hit by a stick, not only did not retreat, but even showed a pervert smile. Then, phew! Monka suddenly jumped up and chopped the guy in front of him into two neat halves from top to bottom with an axe. But this is not the end. After the axe was chopped, the opponent was obviously dead, but he kept raising and lowering the axe. The smile on his face became more and more crazy, and he was still muttering something. Self-defense kid, I'll chop you to death. You beastly pirates! Laozi will chop you to death, you bunch of BD pirates! Puff, puff, puff. The huge axe kept falling. It seems as if it is about to turn the other side into dumpling filling. Chapter 28. The tomato juice was splattered all over the ground, and as Monka slashed violently, more juice continued to burst out. The juice sprayed all over the floor, and some of it got on his body as well. This also made him look a little more creepy. The pirates over there were all so frightened by the scene that their legs were shaking. Although the one who was hacked to death was their leader, they really didn't dare to go up now. This guy is a lunatic. The person who just spoke was so gentle, why is this big guy who came out now so brutal? He's still chopping people down even though they're already dead. Are you crazy? How much do you hate pirates? No one dared to step forward. They had just looked down on Monka, the big fool, but now they really wanted to run away on the spot. But their mission has not been completed yet, and the map has not been retrieved. If they go back, they will definitely die. This dilemma is almost driving them to collapse. Some of the timid ones even had tears in their eyes. Even Nami, who was about to escape, was stunned by this scene. He completely forgot that he was trying to escape. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and her eyes were full of disbelief. It was really because the opponent's attack speed was too sudden and unexpected. It was a zero-frame attack. With a flick of his hand, the man was cut in two right in front of them. But the key point is that they don't just kill people, they even chop them into minced meat. Isn't this a bit too cruel? What on earth do these people do? Why is there such a big gap between the leader and his subordinate? He started fighting right away. Nami really wanted to get away from this extremely dangerous guy as soon as possible. But now she is still surrounded and can't escape. Are these people crazy? Don't they know how to run? Are they just waiting in line for someone to come and chop you up? Nami was also extremely anxious as she looked at the pirates surrounding her. But they just didn't move. Nami was really getting anxious to death. After chopping the guy alive, Monka reached out and wiped the bloodline off his face. This also made him look a little more terrifying. Looking up at the people in front of him, there was still anger in Monka's eyes. We don't know where his anger comes from, but he is still angry. Without saying a word, he rushed forward with an axe in hand. It looks like a wild beast, extremely terrifying. The minions around saw that this guy had no intention of letting them, the bystanders who had not said a word from beginning to end, go. His face immediately turned fierce, and he picked up his weapon and started fighting with Monka. But unfortunately, within less than 3 seconds of the contact between the two sides, all the pirates who dared to rush towards him were killed by axes. He fell to the ground, blood gushing out of his chest. Even if he didn't die immediately, he wouldn't live long. Only the last guy with a pistol was still standing behind Nami without moving. He was also scared silly. Monka, who was bloodthirsty, raised his axe and chopped towards Nami, who was closest to him. Nami, who was threatened by the guy with a pistol behind her and couldn't escape, looked at the axe covered with bloodline coming towards her, and her face turned pale with fear. She subconsciously prepared to reach out to resist. But before she could reach out her hand, the bloody axe was already in front of her face. Monka! With a shout, the axe stopped in front of Nami at the last moment. Looking at the axe that was so close and still dripping with blood, Nami must have had a strong mental state, otherwise she would have fainted from fright. But even though she had a good mental state, she still felt her legs shaking. His eyes were also full of fear. Monka slowly put away the axe and looked at Wayne, who was walking towards him, his eyes full of confusion. I don't know why he stopped me. Is it because this little girl is pretty? Didn't they say that you can't do anything unrelated to work on your way to work? Does he want to pick up girls? Monka frowned and slowly stepped aside. But he was always keeping a close eye on Wayne's every move. If he doesn't even abide by it, why should he expect others to? As Monka moved aside, Nami also saw Wayne walking slowly towards him. Wayne's gentle words just now also came to her mind. A glimmer of hope also flickered in her eyes. Judging from the tone of this person just now, he is definitely not a violent guy. He should be gentler and kinder. And he spoke out to stop the big guy, he must have been attracted by my beauty. If I fight, I definitely won't be able to win. But if that's the case, things will be much easier. As long as I handle it well and can charm this guy, I can not only escape, but I will even have the chance to steal all their money. This group of people doesn't look that poor. Everyone was wearing a watch that looked expensive. Nami already had a plan in mind, and she was just waiting for Wayne to get close so that she could launch an appropriate attack on him. Wayne, with a calm expression, walked past Monka and came to Nami's side. After glancing at her casually, Wayne turned his gaze to the trembling guy holding a pistol. But from his actions, it seemed to Nami that he was looking at her closely and was amazed by her appearance. He had never seen a woman before, so he turned his head away shyly. Nami said she has seen many men like this. Handsome guy, can you? Nami lowered her head and put on a charming look, then looked up and said to Wayne. But just when she was halfway through her words, she heard a loud bang. Then there was a dense sound of something flying out and hitting the wall. Her movements also froze there, and the words that she was about to say were swallowed back by her. She turned her head slowly and stiffly, but the person she saw was not the guy who had pointed a gun at her from behind. Instead, it was a blood-red wall. Looking at Wayne, who was retracting his right foot with an expressionless face, Nami was dumbfounded. Where was that person just now? Where is that big guy just now? He must be able to turn invisible, right? Otherwise, it couldn't be that this guy in front of him kicked him into the wall and painted it red. I don't even shoot with my gun. Wayne muttered to himself, then turned his attention back to Nami. What did you just say? Is there anything I can do? The tone is still the same, and the voice is still the same. But Nami now feels a little scared. Her dull expression gradually subsided, and finally she lowered her head silently, expressing with her actions that she was fine and was taking a stroll. Seeing that Nami didn't say anything, Wayne called Monka over. Monka, with a somewhat unconvinced look on his face, strode to stand in front of Wayne. You wanted to chop her, didn't you? Wayne's words made Monka more certain of his guess. That's right. Article 534 of the ship's rules says that if one person hits me, I can attack all of them, right? Monka held his head high and said with pride. Okay, did she hit you? No, but she, and, that. Monka's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. Yes, this person doesn't seem to be in the same group with those guys. If I had chopped her to pieces just now, I would have been finished. Why didn't I stop in time? How did I become a mad dog while chopping? There was also a hint of regret on Monka's face. Apologize to this lady. Although deliberately scaring people will not 100% result in the loss of the good citizen reward for the day, there is a chance. But as long as you get the other party's understanding, the probability will become zero. Today's class doesn't look simple at first glance. I can't let Monka's negligence cause me to not get the double reward. An apology is necessary. Monka didn't react to Wayne's words, but Nami, who was looking down, suddenly raised her head. The expression on his face became even more confused. Hey? What did this person say? He wants the guy with the axe to apologize to me? At this moment, Nami was really confused. Chapter 29. What is going on? Aren't they some extremely vicious villains? Just because I was scared, I now have to ask that ruthless guy to apologize to me? This doesn't seem like something a bad person would do. And there are those ship regulations that person just mentioned, there are more than 500 of them. How can a serious ship have more than 500 ship rules? These people don't seem to be bad people. Then, wouldn't that mean I was saved? Could it be considered that I was saved by them? After this big guy apologizes to me, I should be able to leave, right? Nami's eyes lit up again. They are good people. I misunderstood them. I misunderstood them all. Monka on the other side was also not ambiguous at all. With a lot of blood stains on his face, he immediately bowed 90 degrees to Nami. I'm sorry, ma'am. I was so reckless just now. I'm so sorry for scaring you. Please forgive me. Monka was apologizing sincerely. Because he knew what kind of suffering he would suffer if he was not forgiven. The huge figure suddenly bowed deeply, and the wind it created made Nami's hair sway continuously. Listening to the sincere tone and looking at the incredibly precise movements, Nami couldn't help but not believe it. He is a really good person, who would play tricks on you, a bad guy? Thinking of this, Nami finally let go of her anxious heart. It's okay, it's okay. I'm fine. Nami smiled and waved her hand, smiling broadly. After being forgiven, Monka stood up. Nami still had a smile on her face. When she saw Monka stand up, she turned her gaze to Wayne, who was standing beside her. Then she said in a relaxed tone. Since this is all a misunderstanding, then you can go about your business. I won't bother you anymore. We'll meet again if we're lucky. After saying that, Nami bent down and picked up a wallet that some unlucky guy had dropped on the ground. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. You can make another profit. Nami was very happy to be rescued by Wayne and his friends. Not only did he keep the stolen pictures, but he could also get some more before leaving. But just as she was about to leave, 3 burly figures blocked her way. But Nami was not panicked. Instead, she asked happily, "Don't you think an apology is not enough? You also want to compensate me? Although I feel a little offended, if you insist on giving it to me, I won't refuse it." Nami's words made the 3 brothers feel a little uncomfortable. The corners of his mouth twitched violently a few times. "Our boss didn't say you can leave," Gil said to Nami with a deadpan expression, his tone very serious. Hearing this, Nami showed a puzzled look on her face. "Didn't their boss say that she could leave? Didn't I already apologize? Do I really need to make amends for myself?" Nami, with a smile on her face, turned around and bumped into the cold muzzle of a gun. Following the muzzle of the gun, Wayne's eyes, which were completely devoid of any emotion, were staring at her coldly. The smile on Nami's face froze immediately. "It looks very weird. Let me introduce myself. We are the pirates. Now, let's rob." Wayne's casual tone, however, sent a chill down Nami's spine. An expression of disbelief gradually appeared on Nami's face, and in her eyes, there was shock that could not be concealed. "What? What did this person say? They are pirates?" Nami just now even suspected that they were Marines and didn't suspect that they were pirates. The truth is that that style has absolutely nothing to do with pirates. But now, Wayne's words immediately made Nami's CPU smoke. Although Nami didn't want to believe it at all, the black gun barrel in front of her and Wayne's expression that didn't look like a joke kept warning her that this was true. They are really pirates. After confirming this, Nami's eyes suddenly widened. "No, not your pirates? Which pirates group has more than 500 ship rules? Marines aren't as disciplined as you, right?" Nami felt her head was buzzing at this moment. This news was really unexpected for her. Looking at Nami, who had a dazed look on her face in front of him, Wayne's expression did not change. If Nami didn't do anything, then he definitely wouldn't make things difficult for her. "It doesn't matter if I let her go. But now it's different. She took Buggy's nautical chart and now she took Buggy's wallet. These things were stolen by her and do not belong to her. Those are still considered Buggy's property. If she takes it away, then today's mission will be a failure." How could Wayne, who had been cautious for 10 years, allow such a thing to happen? Wayne now not only wants to take back all Buggy-related things from Nami, he also wants to keep Nami by his side. If he lets this little wildcat out, Wayne can't guarantee that she won't steal Buggy's things again. "No matter what it is, as long as she takes it, my mission will be considered a failure. So it is necessary to bring her along. There is no need to kill her. Keeping her here can serve as a guide." "Perfect. Now, on the count of 3, put everything you stole on the ground." 3. Wayne's words without any emotion made Nami's heart sink into an ice cellar. With Nami's many years of experience in the underworld, she could tell at a glance that Wayne really knew how to shoot. "Will he really kill me?" There was also a hint of panic in Nami's eyes. She never expected that the gentleman just now could kill her without hesitation. This change is too big. Nami was a little devastated, but in the current situation, she obviously had no choice. Judging from the kick Wayne just gave her, she didn't dare to resist at all. Listening to Wayne's countdown, Nami finally handed over all the stolen things on her body with a look of reluctance. Originally, she wanted to just leave the money, as things like nautical charts would definitely not be of much use to them. Ordinary pirates would not steal such things. But she had a feeling that if she just put the money on the ground after the guy finished counting down, there would be a hole in her forehead. Even though it's just a feeling, it's better to follow the feeling of being dangerous to ultimate. Looking at the dazzling array of things on the ground, there were the most Baileys, about 100,000, and the others were just some valuable items like jewelry. Of course, there is also that nautical chart. Nami looked reluctant, but Wayne came to her at this time and pulled out a strand of hair and handed it to her. Under Nami's confused gaze, Wayne spoke with a serious face. We are qualified pirates. This is your exchange, take it. Listening to the tone that didn't sound like a joke at all, I looked at the hair in front of me. Nami's brows were tightly furrowed, and her mouth was slightly open. The inquiring expression on his face was also extremely obvious. No, you're asking me to trade a hair? I have been in the world for many years, and this is the first time I have heard of such rude words as going to the grandmother's house. They could have just snatched it away, but they actually gave me a hair. I really, thank you. Gritting teeth. At this moment, Nami seemed to have some understanding of the feelings of those she had stolen from. But what she can be sure of is that those people are definitely not as miserable as she is now. Where did these pirates come from? Why can it be so bad? But Nami's silent roar had no effect, and she was finally forced to accept the hair. Then he stuffed it into his pocket with great force. Can I go now? Nami suppressed her dissatisfaction and looked at Wayne and asked. No, you can't leave. I declare that you are now kidnapped by us. Us? Chapter 30. The rooftop of a tall building. The grey-white roof made the air even hotter under the sunlight. Because the building is relatively large, the roof is also very spacious. A large green tent erected temporarily also occupied most of the roof. This also provides a place on the hot roof to escape the heat. In the tent, about 20 people were standing there with their heads down. And in front of them, on the main throne, a man wearing a xiaozhou suit, a xiaozhou hat, and xiaozhou shoes was sitting there with a bad look on his face. Where's my picture? Have you found it? Sudden. Xiaozhou suddenly jumped up and slapped the armrest beside him, making a muffled sound. This question also made everyone bow their heads even more. Captain, now we only know that it was stolen by a woman. We have already sent people to chase her. A guy riding a unicycle and wearing a scarf on a hot day also answered Buggy's question. But this made him even angrier. A woman. So many people didn't notice Laozi's chart. That's a Grand Line nautical chart. Damn it. Damn it. Go after her. Laozi wants to chop that woman into pieces. Just as Buggy was getting furious, a hurried figure ran in. Without even taking a breath, he hurriedly reported, Captain, we found the trace of that woman. She's with another group of pirates right now. These words also made Buggy stunned, and then his expression turned ugly. Okay. That woman took Laozi's picture and gave it to someone else, right? Don't let Laozi catch you. What's the other party's background? Although he was very angry, Buggy was also relatively rational. If the other party is very strong, then you have to bear the loss even if you don't want to. But if you're not strong, catch them all. Chop them into pieces. The White Pirates, captained by Wayne, the king before sunset, with a bounty of 12 million berries. Mr. Duo. 1. 12 million Baileys. After getting confirmation, Buggy jumped onto the stool. There was also a crazy smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. Only 12 million. Rubbish pirates. Go and capture them all. I'm going to stuff my buggy bullets into their mouths and give them a taste. That. Hey? If you have to fart, do it now. Captain, it seems that the pirates and that woman are not in the same group. What's the meaning? That woman seems to be trying to escape, but the pirates keep trying to capture her. And they seem to be heading towards us. This again made Buggy stunned. But he soon reacted. Isn't this just to seek refuge? Otherwise, why would he keep helping them capture people and come towards them? If you don't want to seek refuge, what are you here for? Okay, although 12 million is a small amount of money, it is enough if you want to be my subordinate. He also knew to bring himself a gift and not come empty-handed. Not bad, not bad, not bad. This kid is very smart. Captain, is that guy coming to join us? Below, the serious-looking think tank Kabeji, who was riding a unicycle, also proposed the same idea. And Buggy once again showed his signature smile. Ha 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 ha. No matter what he's here for, he can't possibly be my opponent. Let's just wait for them to come over. If they come to surrender, that's fine, but if not, then I'll kill them myself. Yes. Captain. Wayne walked leisurely on the cobblestone road paved with a large number of stone slabs. Not far ahead of him was Nami, who was leading the way. At this time, she had just been caught and had an unhappy look on her face. She kicked here and there as she walked. It can be seen that she seems to be quite resentful. Wayne glanced at the sun in the sky. The light was already a little dim. Yes, it's already afternoon. Under Nami's guidance, they basically visited the entire town. Nami was leading the way, and they were going everywhere except where Buggy was. She thought Wayne didn't know she was taking a detour, but in fact, everyone knew. Everyone knows it. The system didn't know, and I didn't say anything about slacking off along the way. The system's silence made Wayne, who was already not anxious, even less anxious. It was fine at first, but after a few hours, Nami finally started trying to escape. She ran away from him, but he chased her and she couldn't escape even if she had wings. It was already past 3 o'clock, and she still couldn't escape. That was the 47th time she was caught. It's normal to feel a little resentful, and Wayne didn't care. But as time went on, Wayne could no longer sit idly by. If they continued playing, the sun would set, so Nami had to go even if she didn't want to. The only lively place in the town can be seen in front of us. In the afternoon sunshine, the buggy cannon on the roof looks very majestic. It's getting late now. If they are all here, then there's no need to waste time talking. Just grab them all and you're done. If someone happens to be on a mission in the town, it's still plenty of time to find them now. But Wayne frowned slightly when he looked at the atmosphere on the high-rise building. Why does it feel like they seem to be welcoming us? Have you seen a buggy before? Probably not. Wayne also had a puzzled look on his face, wondering what Buggy was up to. But Wayne was not at all worried because of his own strong strength. No matter what he was playing at, his split fruit only made him immune to slashing attacks, but he might not be able to withstand a single kick from his own style. In front of Wayne, Nami, with a resentful look on her face, also noticed the abnormal scene on the rooftop. Her brows immediately furrowed. Do these pirates know the buggy pirates? Then weren't they just lying when they said they didn't know each other at all? Are they in cahoots with Buggy the Clown? This thought also popped up in Nami's mind, and her heart immediately sank to the bottom. If they are in the same group. If I were caught now, wouldn't that mean I'd be dead? Buggy will never let himself go. Nami didn't know what to do at this time, with a wolf in front and a tiger behind. She had tried 47 times, and there was no way she could escape from the guy behind her. She never imagined that the guy behind her was actually lying to her. Pirates are all bastards. Captain! They're coming! Following a shout from his men, Buggy, with a smile on his face, slowly turned around from his throne. Looking at Wayne in front of him with a calm expression, he nodded with satisfaction. He was able to remain calm even deep in the enemy camp. That's great. He's a good subordinate. The other four were no good either, and it was obvious at first glance that they were capable fighters. Very good, very good. Buggy nodded in satisfaction, and looking at Wayne and others in front of him, he asked immediately. You guys are here to seek refuge, right? You even helped me catch that thief, not bad. Chapter 31. Buggy's words made Wayne instantly understand what was going on. When I went upstairs just now, the younger brothers helped me open the door and lead the way. It's really unusually attentive. Wayne didn't understand what was going on. But now he knew. Buggy actually thought they were coming to seek refuge. This really made Wayne not know what to say to him. I won't watch Daydreamer without you. But since he thought I was here to seek refuge, I might as well do as he said and find out if all their people are here. If you use violence right from the start, even if you kill him and then interrogate him, the answers you get may not be true. Buggy has seen a lot of big scenes and is quite cunning. Since this is the case, it is indeed a good choice to just do what he says. But Buggy's words made Nami's face look extremely ugly. The look she gave Wayne was also filled with gloom. If Wayne really came to seek refuge with Buggy, she would definitely die. Saying that she would be released at 5 o'clock was definitely just a joke. Although Nami was extremely unhappy with Wayne, she was praying in her heart that Wayne would reject Buggy's words. Because she didn't want to die. There is still a village waiting for her to save, and she doesn't want to die like this. And there is now a bit of expectation in Nami's eyes that were once filled with gloom. That's right. We are here to seek refuge with you. This woman over here is the one who stole your things. I caught her for you too. Wayne's words immediately made Nami's face look extremely ugly. The cheeks that were originally flushed due to the hot weather now quickly turned pale. The look in her eyes when she looked at Wayne was also filled with anger. You actually lied to me. We are pirates. How can you trust pirates? Wayne's ruthless words also made Nami's eyes full of disbelief. She didn't expect that this guy was just pretending. It's all his disguise. I'm so stupid that I actually believed of pirates. Even though it was impossible for him to escape, he still made up such a lie to deceive himself. Maybe he just wanted to see himself like this. Nami's eyes were also slightly red, because she had suffered too much along the way. She was originally full of hope, hoping to regain her freedom, but now everything has become a bubble with Wayne's words. Ah ha 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 ha. Good job. Put this woman in a cage for Laozi. I'll give her a buggy bullet later to see how salty it is. Following Buggy's order, the younger brothers around him immediately stepped forward. He grabbed Nami and locked her in the cage where Luffy was held in the original story. Nami didn't resist from beginning to end, but her eyes were fixed on Wayne. If looks could kill, Wayne would have died 1,000 times over by now. Wayne ignored Nami. He looked around and saw many familiar faces. The animal trainer Machi and his big lion, and Kabaji riding a unicycle. Both of Buggy's admirals were present, as were many other minions. But Wayne couldn't be sure if the people here were all the Buggy pirates. His mission was to loot everything. Then you have to wash it clean, without leaving any residue. Okay, where are my things? Give them to me quickly. Buggy said as he also extended his hand towards Wayne. It's true. He extended his hand. A hand just floated towards Wayne, looking extremely abrupt. It's like it's haunted. The 3G brothers and Monka were also a little surprised. Demon fruit power, they had only seen Luffy so far, and they didn't expect to meet another one so soon. Buggy and the others saw the surprise on this side and felt a bit of contempt for them in their hearts. What a bunch of unsophisticated people, they have never seen anything like this before. Our Captain Buggy shocked the opponent with just one move, he is worthy of being a captain. The pirates looked at Buggy with a bit more admiration in their eyes. But Wayne looked at the outstretched hand and did nothing. Captain Buggy, we're here to seek refuge. You should at least tell us about your strength first, right? Wayne, who hadn't expressed any reaction to the scene before him, now asked with a blank expression. This behavior of his did not make Buggy angry, but made him admire Wayne even more. Good boy, you didn't even show any reaction when you saw my devil fruit ability. This psychological quality is really good. He is a talent that can be trained intensively. Buggy now seems to be treating Wayne as his third admiral. If newcomers want to join, they should first show their strength to shock others. If we don't let him know how powerful we are, how can he join willingly? Buggy didn't think much about it and started introducing it directly. He first told Wayne about the two admirals around him, and then gave a long self-introduction. Finally, shout out your bounty loudly. And then, it was gone. They are the only three capable figures in the pirates group. How about it, kid? Bow down to the great Captain Buggy. Ah ha 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 ha. What about the others? Is this all there is? There are 31 of us in our group. If you count you guys, that's 36. There are still 6 people who went to catch this girl and haven't returned yet. That's right. Go find them quickly and have them come back. There's no need for them to look for them anymore. As Buggy spoke, he remembered his men who had gone out, and he immediately waved his hand to ask someone to go find them. But these words suddenly made Nami in the cage over there think of something. Yes. That group of people were all killed by Wayne and his team, and she almost forgot about it. Well, since you have deceived me, don't blame me for exposing you. But just as she was about to speak, Wayne raised his hand to stop the 2 people who were about to go downstairs. Keep the change, please. We met them on our way here. They have been chopped into meat sauce. What? Wayne's words made Buggy stand up on the spot, and the expression on his face became extremely exaggerated. How dare someone kill my people on my territory? Who did it? Laozi must kill him. I did it. Buggy. Wayne didn't hesitate at all and directly admitted what he had done. His words also made Nami over there stunned. She really couldn't understand what Wayne was trying to do. Could it be that he knew he would definitely expose the matter, so he just admitted it to see if he could get Buggy to not pursue the matter? He was so angry that he was about to vent his anger, but Wayne blocked it with a kick. Nami is feeling so miserable right now. You. Why did you kill my men? Didn't you come here to seek refuge? Was it intentional or accidental? Wayne's fearless attitude also made Buggy believe that there might be a chance for things to turn around. Yes, on purpose. But when Wayne said this so casually, there was no turning back. But Buggy still had some doubts. What's this guy up to? He came to Laozi, but it seems he doesn't want to go to Laozi anymore. Could it be that he is here to challenge me? Buggy frowned, but when he thought of Wayne's 12 million bounty, he instantly felt relieved. If this guy dares to take action, I will definitely let him know what the gap is. Ziggy, guard the door and basically prevent jumping off the building. You two, get everyone here. Okay. Let's get to work. Yes. Boss. As soon as Wayne finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Buggy's eyes widened immediately. What's going on? Where's the person? Before he could react, Wayne had already arrived next to the big lion and raised his hand to hit it. His hand slid across the lion's teeth. At the moment when the conditions for self-defense were met, 3 muffled sounds were heard. When Buggy turned around again, he saw 2 people and a lion who had lost their ability to fight. What the hell? Buggy yelled in his hoarse voice with a crazy look on his face. What did he see? That 12 million guy actually killed 2 of his men in an instant? This. You told me he was worth 12 million? Buggy's eyes widened, and the expression on his face was also surprised by ultimate. Such a guy actually talks about joining Laozi. I'll join you number yuan, percent yuan. Buggy was already a little bit defeated by the strength displayed by Wayne at this time. But he was not panicked, after all, he had seen big scenes before. As long as he operates well, he still has a chance to sneak attack and kill the guy in front of him. My opponents usually can't adapt to my broken body, and this guy should be no exception. I will kill him today no matter what. Buggy was also extremely angry at this time. What he hated most in his life was being cheated. It was because Red Hair changed his mind and said he didn't intend to look for the One Piece treasure anymore. Buggy broke up with him because he felt that he was cheated. Now Wayne, who originally said he wanted to join Buggy but turned out to be just a bluff, is naturally on Buggy's kill list. Chapter 32. An aside. Nami in the cage. Looking at Wayne, who was just chatting and laughing with Buggy, he suddenly attacked and killed both of his admirals. Nami was also confused at this time. Could it be that he wasn't really coming to join Buggy? Was everything he just did just a play? Nami's face was unusually confused. She found that she seemed to have really misunderstood Wayne just now. Wayne's strength also shocked Nami. Is he really that strong? In less than a second, 3 of them had already fallen. How is this done? Nami didn't see Wayne's actions clearly at all. She only saw a flash before her eyes, and then the 3 men all fell to the ground. There is no trace at all. I originally thought that since he spoke so calmly, his strength should not be too strong. But this scene now slapped him in the face. How could such a person come here for refuge? I am such an idiot that I didn't even notice something like this. But that guy is demon fruit power, can Wayne be his opponent? Nami couldn't help but feel a little worried. It wasn't that she was worried about Wayne's safety, she just thought that if Wayne didn't win, she would be dead. If he wins, then maybe I can still be saved. At this moment, the furious Buggy looked at Wayne on the side, his teeth itching with hatred. You little BD! How dare you lie to me? I'll kill you! Buggy immediately rushed towards Wayne with 4 daggers in his hands. The expression on his face was also full of anger. It seems to be somewhat intimidating. But when Wayne grabbed his head and punched him twice in the nose with his sandbag-sized fist, the child immediately became obedient. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. His nose, which was already red, now became even redder. Buggy, who was held by Wayne like a briefcase, lost all his nerves. What is this? Buggy was dumbfounded. He still didn't see anything. In the blink of an eye, his head was grabbed by Wayne's hand. What kind of FG strength is this? You told Lao Zi it was 12 million? 120 million, isn't that awesome, right? His bounty is not even as high as Lao Zi's, so why is there such a big gap in strength? Will those useless marines set up a bounty? How come Lao Zi doesn't even have the right to resist him? It's over now, it's all over now. Now Buggy was a little panicked and couldn't fight at all. What is this guy's purpose? There is such a huge gap in strength between him and me. He shouldn't be here to have fun with me, right? He doesn't want to kill me, does he? Buggy was really a little panicked. After all, your life is now in someone else's hands. With that same force just now, his head is now in his hand again. If he wants to kill me, it seems like I really can't escape. Buggy's red face also showed some anxiety. Don't panic. At this time, holding Buggy's head in his hands, Wayne also spoke to comfort him. We're not here to kill you. These words immediately made Buggy feel relieved. He was glad that they were not here to kill him. He still has so many treasures to find, and he still has so many treasures to collect. I can't just die here in such a confused manner. We are here to steal your treasure. What? Wayne's words shocked Buggy so much that he screamed. The expression on his face instantly became exaggerated to the ultimate level. Treasure. His treasure is more important than his life. These people actually came to steal his treasure. Buggy refused to do it on the spot. With an angry look on his face, he twisted his head and his split body was ready for a desperate fight. Even if Lao Zi dies today, even if he jumps from here, I won't let you take his treasure away. Bang 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 bang. There was the sound of fists and feet hitting each other. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken so loudly. Buggy's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his anger quickly subsided as the fist fell. There is nothing that can't be solved with fists. If there is, it's because you didn't use enough fists. Don't worry, we'll leave after we get our things, and we won't hurt you. Now, tell me where all your treasures are. Wayne also looked at the head in his hand with ill intent. If Buggy hadn't said anything, it would have been self-evident what would have happened. Nami, who was standing aside, now had her mouth wide open. It's that simple? Grab it and refine it in an instant? I thought there was going to be some epic battle between the two, but Buggy just chose to follow his heart. Isn't this too fast? Is the gap in strength so big? Nami was really a little scared. It seemed that Wayne's strength had no limit. He could defeat anyone in one move. It's simply outrageous to the ultimate level. It's okay that I just kicked a small minion to pieces over there. But why are they still one after another here? You have such powerful strength, is there any need to play tricks on him? He even lied to him and said he was seeking refuge. Even I was deceived. Nami doesn't understand Wayne's behavior. Buggy, who was caught in Wayne's hand and looked miserable, became even uglier when he heard Wayne's words. It's fine that you stole my treasure, but now you want Lao Zi to take you to find the treasure. Are you taking this a bit too far? Are you too lazy to even move your hands? Buggy is about to explode. This group of people are simply robbers and bandits. They are worse than bandits. But in front of that fist as big as a sandbag, Buggy seemed to have no choice. In a short while, Wayne's team had moved out a large amount of treasure. Everyone on the roof was standing here at this time. When these younger brothers saw that their boss was dealt with the instant they met him, they would definitely run away. If we can't beat the boss, why should we persist? But the door was blocked and he couldn't jump out of the building. The two guys who caught them were so powerful that they were completely beyond their ability to deal with. All the surviving members of the Buggy Pirates are lined up here in an orderly manner. In front of them, the large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry illuminated by the setting sun was also shining brightly. This dazzled Nami, who was standing by. Her eyes had completely transformed into Bailey's from the very beginning. The whole person was already extremely excited. Fortunately, he was locked in a cage, otherwise he would have rushed over and given me a big hug. The two awakened admirals and the lion also stood there obediently. They tried to resist just now, but after they witnessed the miserable state of their boss, they chose to follow their heart. Buggy is now standing next to them, as well behaved as a little kid. He had that innocent smile on his face, but he looked sad no matter how you looked at him. He looked at all his property on the ground and tears were about to flow. In just 1 hour, he really experienced the most painful thing in the world. He originally thought that an admiral had come to seek refuge, but it turned out that the admiral was just teasing him. After the task was completed, he found that he was no match for the other party and was forced to give up everything himself. Listen, it's the sound of a broken heart. But no matter what, as long as my life is saved, that's enough. Buggy said that he actually doesn't really care about treasure, he just likes the process of finding it. Yes, really, tears shed on the spot. Wayne and others packed the things in big and small bags and placed them neatly in boxes. Looking at the huge wealth in front of him, Wayne was also a little surprised. This small buggy actually has so much money. If this little bit of stuff was replaced by Bailey, it would be worth at least tens of millions, right? It doesn't look like much, but it's quite a lot in East Blue. This is also why Nami's eyes are shining. If I give her this little bit of stuff, even if it's just a couple of handfuls, then her goal of 100 million berries would be achieved, and she could use it to buy the village from Arlong. Buggy looked at the group of people who were constantly fiddling with his treasure, and he was already cursing in his heart. Get lost! Can't you just take it away and sort it out later? Why do you have to sort it out in front of Lao Zi? Besides, it's one thing for you to just rob me of my money, but what do you mean by taking 2 more boxes from me? But no matter what, they stole the money, so they should leave, right? Just as Buggy thought of this, Wayne, who had almost finished cleaning up, turned his malicious gaze to him. Buggy's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What do they mean? What else do you want to do? 5 minutes later. Buggy was naked and staring at the box that was supposed to be empty. However, at this moment, the box was stuffed full of various kinds of clothes. The expression on Buggy's face was somewhat dull. No. No. After a long while, Buggy finally came to his senses and muttered to himself in disbelief, "The empty boxes left behind are actually used to store clothes." At this point, Buggy could no longer suppress his inner anger. His eyes widened and veins bulged on his forehead. "Damn you! You damn pirates! You stole the treasure Lao Zi worked so hard to find. He even took off all our clothes. Are you so poor and desperate that you are so mad that you want to plunder even this little thing?" Buggy really couldn't imagine how there could be such stingy pirates in the world. He had met many stingy guys in the past. But this was the first time he had met such a stingy guy who would take advantage of others. They are simply bandits. Even worse than bandits. But since they were going to rob everything, how could they leave any clothes behind? If they only left the clothes, how could it be considered a complete looting? It's not just clothes, but anything with nails on the body or earrings. Not a single one of Kill's men was left alive, they were all taken away by them. This is called looting. Carrying a few boxes on his shoulders, Wayne smiled as he looked at the buggy pirates who were all holding on tightly and had nothing left to grab. Today's mission was successfully completed. Before getting ready to leave work, Wayne strode to Nami's cage. He raised his foot and kicked the extremely sturdy cage. The enormous force immediately broke the cage into pieces, and the lime and iron bars flew everywhere. But because Wayne controlled the situation well, Nami was not affected. Nami looked at Wayne, who had turned around and was about to go downstairs, with a look of surprise on her face. He really kept his promise and said he would release himself at 5 o'clock. It's almost 5 o'clock now, and he really did what he said. Nami's eyes were filled with shame. She almost pointed at Wayne's nose and cursed him just now. But now I realize that it was all just an illusion. This also made Nami feel a little bit of favor towards Wayne, but it was just a little bit. If Wayne hadn't robbed her money, the favorability level might have been a little higher. Seeing Wayne already at the stairs, Nami hurried to catch up with him. No matter what, this person is someone you can trust for the time being. If he leaves, I will definitely be torn into pieces here. Buggy watched Nami run away but felt nothing. He was still immersed in the fact that all his belongings were gone from him in an instant. No one will understand that feeling of emptiness. Looking at Wayne's back, he wanted to go up and keep him. But that will only make the bags on your face more puffy. But at this moment, a shrill alarm suddenly rang. Then, there was the sound of a large number of boxes falling to the ground. Slice, slice, slice. Chapter 33. As the box fell to the ground with a loud bang, a cloud of dust rose up. The rapid sound of landing soon ended, and all that was left in front of Buggy and others was a cloud of smoke, making it impossible to see the situation ahead. The smoke and dust gradually settled, and Buggy and the others opened their eyes wide and looked forward. There was no trace of Wayne and his group at the stairs, only a pile of boxes discarded there. A lot of the treasures in the box also fell to the ground, making the ground look golden. The chaotic situation and the treasures that seemed to have been ruthlessly discarded made Buggy and others stand there in a daze. The group of people still looked ahead carefully, but there was a hint of confusion in their eyes. The scene before them really made them feel a little overwhelmed. Buggy's face was full of question marks, and his desire for knowledge was about to overflow the screen. What is going on? Where are the people? Where have the people gone? The treasure is still here, why is the person gone? The confused Buggy even had a question mark on his red nose, and he looked a little silly and cute. He was naked and had not seen Wayne and others for a long time. He slowly stood up and moved towards the edge of the roof. The scene before him was really too weird, and he was afraid that this was another trick of the other party. But nothing terrible happened until he moved to the edge of the roof. This made Buggy even more confused. Following his gaze downstairs, he saw Wayne and others as he wished. At this moment, they were walking slowly towards the sunset with a relaxed look on their faces. Wayne, dressed in white, no longer had the seriousness he had just shown. He put one hand in his pocket and walked casually at the front of the team. There was no aggressive look at all. There was no intention of plotting against him at all. Buggy was immediately confused by the scene before him. The question mark on his face became even more intense. He had no idea what Wayne and the others were doing. Didn't they come here to rob Laozi of his money? Why did they leave? Didn't you all get it? What's the point of losing it after getting it? After working all day, are you trying to tell me that my little money is not worth your attention? You've already got it, but you still want to throw it away and humiliate me? Buggy now felt like his brain was filled with paste, and it was really difficult to think. He's really not working very well in the head. But down below, a conversation made Buggy's eyes suddenly widen. We've already grabbed it, why don't we take it? Get off work. Wayne's casual kite has a faint smile on his face. The setting sun shines on his face, which looks very beautiful. Wayne also felt very comfortable as he felt the sunshine, which was no longer hot but gradually became comfortable. I feel good because the reward has arrived. But didn't we grab that while we were at work? We need sustainable development. Wayne's words also made Monka fall into deep thought. Sustainable development? Are you afraid the other party will run away? But wouldn't that mean running away too? We are much stronger than them, why don't we run away? It was because I didn't run away that I ended up like this. However, this pirates group seems to be pretty good too. Enjoy life after get off work. From this perspective, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with joining the pirates group. Although it's not as free and easy as before, it's not too bad after all. As for the revenge for killing my son? That rebellious son deserved to die. Let him die. Laozi doesn't want to die anyway. Didn't Wayne know they would run away? Wouldn't it be better to just block the other party's retreat? Buggy Guy can definitely join, and when he joins, those things will all be theirs. Let's keep it for him now, as a memory. Wayne just asked the system. But the system says that the review will take 12 hours. This is also the reason why Wayne did not recruit people immediately. If we take him away now, it would be a kidnapping after hours. You absolutely can't do that. Buggy upstairs had his eyes wide open by now, and the confusion in his eyes turned into disbelief. Her little mouth was almost torn apart. What's going on? What the hell is going on? What did Laozi just hear? They said they get off work. The pirates were robbing, and halfway through the robbery they went off duty. They just left without asking for anything, they just left. Also, how can it be like this? How can you play the pirate's profession like this? Aren't you sure you didn't make any mistake? A group of pirates are robbing. You are robbing, do you know that? Can you be a little more professional? How can you suddenly leave work in the middle of a robbery? Is this reasonable? Do you think this is something pirates should do? Aren't you really pirates? Has any pirate ever said that he is a good citizen? If you want to be good citizens, just be a citizen. Why are you trying to be a pirate? We are halfway through robbing the money and you are just leaving like this. Have you ever considered Laozi's feelings? Although I feel my dignity has been insulted, well, no need to feel anything, it's just an insult. The heartbroken Buggy criticized Wayne and the others in his heart. But when he saw the golden treasure, the naked Buggy also showed a long-lost smile. Ah ha 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 ha. My aura is too strong. These people were scared away by Laozi. My treasure. My little darling mua mua mua. Buggy laughed and jumped into the pile of treasure in front of him, touching and kissing the gold, silver, and jewelry inside. This is really the treatment like being a wife. Although the people at the back were dazzled by Buggy's name, they immediately burst into cheers after hearing his words. Boss is awesome. Boss car rides a rocket. Soaring high. Even a strong opponent had to bow down to the boss, and even just by his aura. That's awesome. Buggy and his crew, you know what, they are really a pair of sluts and stupid guys, they are made for each other. Buggy is in charge of bragging, and the crew is in charge of believing it. One dares to brag, the other dares to believe it. Even if Buggy said that the recent sea level rise was caused by his frequent urination, his crew members would probably believe it. By this time, Nami had already escaped. But she still caught the scene of Wayne and others throwing away all their things. The look of him throwing it away without any regrets almost broke Nami's heart. After throwing the key away, they really left. They really didn't want it anymore. So much money. This really made the Nami people dumbfounded. To be honest, this was the first time in her life that she was shocked to this extent by a man. Lost money. They lost money, so much money. The reason was, it was time to get off work. You guys are pirates, do you really understand pirates? How can pirates go off duty? Besides, it's only 5 o'clock now. Even the marine won't be off work at 5 o'clock. You pirates, aren't you taking things a bit too far? After the shock, tears welled up in Nami's eyes. Money, a large sum of money just disappeared from her sight. Who can understand that kind of pain? Don't they have any conscience at all? They just throw it away. Is it money they lose? It's their character they lose. Nami in the corner looked at Wayne going away, her lips almost turned to the ground, with tears of reluctance in her eyes. Of course, it's definitely not because I'm reluctant to part with Wayne. To her, who loves money like her life, losing money is like losing life. But if you think about it from another perspective, they actually don't care about such a large sum of money. Does that prove that they are rich? At this moment, a bold idea arose in Nami's mind. Nami, I have a bold idea. Chapter 34. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the work mission perfectly. Current number of perfect completions, 3. Receive an ability extraction opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the work task and clocking out successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 11 points of physical strength. 15 o'clock check-in point. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll get an extra 5 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 5. Back on the boat, Wayne frowned slightly as he looked at the system prompt that appeared in front of him. The first tip gives you a chance to extract abilities. And 2 turntables did appear in his system space. What this means is self-evident. The reason why Wayne frowned was naturally because of the time when this thing appeared. He has been clocking in for 10 years. Not to say that he has completed the task perfectly every time, but there are definitely many times when he has completed it perfectly in the past 10 years. But this function only appeared now, and it also showed that I had completed it perfectly 3 times. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be twice in Kaz Town and once today. Then the answer is obvious. Working in the village is too low in intensity, so the system automatically does not count it. Now that it has finally been released, this function has finally surfaced. Although it's a little late, it's not too late. You only need to complete the task perfectly 3 times to get a lottery, and the ability above is also a 5-color 8-gate. There are 2 turntables in total, one side displays various devil fruit abilities. On one side are various skills, such as swordsmanship, 6 styles, kicking skills, and even conquerors and tyrant. There are also some powerful skills like the one-kick technique. It has everything, truly everything. No matter which one you turn, you will consume 1 turn of the dial. And below the turntable, there is a line of small words. Working at the same place more than 3 times will not be counted as a perfect work visit. Working at a low-level position will not be counted as a perfect work visit. The small words are written very clearly and distinctly. But Wayne was still speechless by the system's operation. Couldn't you just show up? Or at least give a hint from the beginning? It's really outrageous that he found this thing by accident. But it's okay, even if he appeared at the beginning, Wayne would not leave the novice village. With his poor skills, Wayne is not going anywhere. Without much thought, Wayne directly chose the extraction skill. Devil Fruit has too many abilities, and the probability of getting something good is extremely low. Wayne finally had a chance to win a lottery, but he wasn't going to gamble on his inconsistent luck. But the skills are different, they are all practical things. Lottery. As Wayne's mind moved, the turntable on the side of the skill also started moving. A dazzling array of abilities kept passing in front of Wayne. A moment later, the turntable stopped and Wayne heard a system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, Sword Cultivation, Law Level. Sword Maintenance Technique, Level Up. Your sword gradually strengthens while in its scabbard, dramatically increasing the power of your next strike. Each day of maintenance increases your total damage by 20%. Maximum, 800%. Note, for newly acquired abilities, the system automatically grants you 30 days of sword maintenance. Looking at the system panel in front of him, he looked at the abilities that appeared before his eyes. There was also a hint of surprise in Wayne's eyes. This was the first time he had heard of the sword maintaining technique, he only knew the sword drawing technique. But the ability now before him can only be described as extremely powerful. As long as you don't strike, your next strike will become stronger and stronger, even reaching a limit of 800%. What is the concept? Wayne doesn't know any swordsmanship right now, he only uses brute force to swing his sword. He usually uses his legs and feet, and the long sword at his waist is just a decoration. But now, with this ability, he can still use only his legs and feet. But whenever he draws his sword, the opponent may be in big trouble. This sword is no joke. As soon as the system finished speaking, Wayne felt some strange fluctuations in the machete on his waist. The broadsword was the same one he had brought with him when he first crossed over, just an ordinary piece of stuff. But when Wayne picked it up now, he found that its color was brighter. For something that he carries close to his body, Wayne can naturally easily detect any changes in it. Could it be that this knife maintenance technique can also help improve the quality of the knife? Wayne frowned slightly, but this guess should be almost right. After the system's 30-day sword maintenance period was credited, the sword began to undergo subtle changes. Wayne, with a calm expression, slowly grasped the hilt of the knife with his right hand. A different feeling immediately appeared in his mind. And his aura also became somewhat sharp in an instant. There was a hint of sharpness and dominance in his eyes, and the air around him rippled slightly. Wayne now had a feeling that if he drew his sword, the entire ship might be broken in half. You know, he doesn't know any sword skills now. It is outrageous that he could do this with only brute force that is not even as strong as a vice-admiral and a machete that is so ordinary that it cannot be more ordinary. The key is that this ability can be improved. It's just at the low level now. When it is upgraded to the high level, it will be a real pervert. It is possible that the entire naval headquarters could be destroyed in one fell swoop. Wayne loosened his grip on the knife, unable to conceal the shock on his face. This ability is really good. Combined with this kicking skill, he already has 2 powerful weapons. These are all abilities that can be used as trump cards. Not fancy at all, very practical. Thinking of this, Wayne also opened his character panel. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Physical strength, 892. Abilities, advanced spearmanship, advanced one-kick, low-level observation haki, low-level swordsmanship. Check-in point, 73.3. Evaluation, good strength. My physical strength is improving very quickly. I have only been working for a few days, but my physical strength is about to reach 900. It's not slow to open either. There is nothing to say now. The ability that needs to be improved first is definitely the sword keeping skill. After the sword maintaining skill is upgraded, there is a high probability that the upper limit of sword maintaining can be increased. I just don't know where the upper limit is. It is definitely impossible to leave here now. He will have to stay here for another day at the earliest. Wait until the system's buggy review results come out. If it works, he'll take it, if not, he'll just go to the next island. Recruiting talent is now his top priority. With Monka joining me at work today, the rewards have obviously increased. There is nothing wrong with the policy of recruiting people first. We will rest here today. The ship does not need to move. Everyone will still be at work tomorrow. There was no one here anyway, so there was no need to worry about anyone doing anything to their boat. The main reason is that there is really nothing on their boat, just some pots, pans, and utensils. At most, there are some small props in Keel's room. They also lived in relative poverty. But the feeling of steadily improving strength has left no one with any complaints. No one would care about such a shabby place, right? Chapter 35. On the roof, in front of the big green tent, a bonfire was rising slowly. The firelight illuminated the faces around. Buggy's face was heavy, his brows furrowed tightly. Seeing their usually cheerful captain in this state, no one dared to speak. In this silent atmosphere, the crackling of the campfire is also unusually clear. Bang! Let's go! Make some boats tonight. We'll leave tomorrow. Buggy slapped his thigh and said with a determined look. Wayne and his cruise ship was parked not far from the buggy pirate's ship, and it was obviously impossible for them to leave under Wayne's nose. But now I have to leave. If that guy doesn't leave, this place will be extremely dangerous. Buggy's words did not cause much response, and the people around him all looked reluctant. But in the end, Buggy is the one who has the final say here, so no matter how reluctant they are, they have no choice but to get up and do as he says. Soon Buggy was the only one left here. The dim firelight shone on Buggy's gloomy face, and his thoughts drifted back to a rainy night long ago. I've changed my mind. I want to travel around the world now. Shank's casual tone and playful smile are still deeply engraved in Buggy's heart. Once, he gave up his dignity and went to find Shanks, wanting to join his pirates group and go with him to find Captain Roger's treasure and fulfill Captain Roger's wish. But Shank's words shocked him greatly. Captain Roger obviously loved him so much, but he said such words. This was simply unacceptable to Buggy, who was a marginal person on Roger's ship but admired Roger very much. Captain Roger took such good care of him, but he said such words after Roger's death. Instead of fulfilling Captain Roger's wish, he turned around and decided to travel around the world. What on earth does he take the word pirates seriously? Did pirates seem like just playing house to him? Shank's sudden change of heart shattered Buggy's resolve once again. That was the second time his faith was broken. The first time was also because of Red Hair, when Red Hair caused him to accidentally eat the devil fruit. This is also the reason why he hated Luffy so much after seeing Shank's hat in the original work. Buggy's faith was completely shattered. With his limited strength, he had no hope of finding the treasure. So he came to East Blue and occupied it as the king. He stayed there for 22 years. Now that Wayne had stepped on him so easily, Buggy's long dead heart finally showed some ripples. No matter what kind of person Wayne is, at least Buggy has a good impression of him. Because he's really doing what pirates are supposed to do. Instead of being like Shanks, who disguises himself as a pirate and travels around the world all day long. Buggy has a very positive view of pirates. What he despises most are those guys who are pirates but don't do pirate things. But even though he thought Wayne was a good person, he still had to run away. Precisely because he is a true pirate, if he wants to take action, he will definitely not give me any chance to escape. Buggy didn't want to gamble on Wayne's idea. After so many years of hard work, he only believes in himself. Looking at the burning bonfire, Buggy felt a little touched. Is it time for me to make some changes? Is this really going to keep going? Do I really want to be a loser, a clown? Buggy's expression changed slightly, but he finally calmed down. Hurry up. Let's find another small island. Then we can still be the king of the mountain. Buggy's shouts echoed in the silent night, but his voice was not as lively as usual. On the other side of town, a fairly spacious cave is now brightly lit. Many people are gathering here, mostly men. We want to take back our hometown. Everyone take up arms tomorrow. We're going to fight those pirates. For our families, for ourselves. The food has run out, and this cannot go on. The mayor of the town looked at the men and shouted excitedly. There was an angry look on his face. What Buggy and the others did was indeed very pirates-like. They were almost driving these townspeople to death. Kill all the pirates. Take back our home. Kill those bastards. If we continue like this, we'll starve to death. Tomorrow, tomorrow. We can't put it off any longer. That's right. Even if I die at the hands of those pirates, I can't starve to death. The townspeople were equally outraged, shouting in response to the mayor's words. At the entrance of the cave, 3 familiar figures appeared there. Luffy also had a look of indignation on his face, and Zoro frowned slightly but didn't express anything else. Nami was speechless. Just now, Nami met Luffy and Zoro. When Luffy, who was suffering from being lost, learned that Nami was a navigator, he directly asked the other party to recruit him. Nami could tell at a glance that the other party was easy to fool and quite powerful, so she immediately agreed to cooperate with them in exchange for one condition. The condition was that they would go with him to Wayne's ship tomorrow to purchase goods. Let them serve as bodyguards and porters for you. All she could think about was that Wayne's ship must be full of gold. Nami said that they were a group of evil and bad pirates, and Luffy agreed without hesitation. As for the reason why they appeared here, it was because Nami saw someone sneaking here from the town. Thinking that there was another pirates group, she followed with the 2 of them, hoping to make some money. But the current situation proves that she was wrong. These are not pirates, but just townspeople. She was just about to tell Luffy and the others to leave. Damn it! There are actually such bad pirates. I'll help you drive them away. A loud shout came from the cave, and Nami also thought that the voice sounded so familiar. When she turned around, she was almost stunned. At this moment, she was a little suspicious whether she had found the wrong person. She really felt that Luffy's IQ was a bit worrying. But fortunately, Zoro is a normal person, so he can just be a porter. If that guy were to go too, I really don't know what kind of trouble would be caused. Thus Luffy joined the townspeople, while Nami prepared to join Zoro. Zoro also wanted to find a navigator. He and Luffy were relying purely on luck to drift around on the sea, and he was a little fed up with it. But if he knew that the ship he was going to purchase goods from was Wayne's ship, it might really be a bit funny. Chapter 36. Ding! Today's work mission: destroy the entire town. The sea breeze and sunshine in the early morning are extremely comfortable. Many seagulls are also circling in the sky. It's another nice day today. Wayne looked at the work tasks that were refreshed in front of him, and there was some surprise in his eyes. Turning around to look at the not-so-small town, the workload was already overwhelming. It was actually to destroy the entire town. For a town that big, this was definitely the largest work mission ever. But it's very pirates, nothing wrong with that. But Wayne's brows were still furrowed, and the milk in his hand no longer tasted fragrant. If you just want to complete today's class, then this task can be said to be extremely simple. Because the town is so big, even if you demolish it, you won't be able to finish it in a day. But now it's not just about completing work tasks. If possible, Wayne definitely doesn't want to miss any perfect work opportunity. That means razing the entire huge town in front of us to the ground. Only in this way can you achieve perfect work. If only a few of them were to form a demolition team, they would not be able to finish the demolition in one day. But since I can't do the demolition by myself, why not just use some tools? Today, the whole town was demolished. Before that, I'm going to borrow some tools. Wait a moment. Wayne put down his cup, picked up the shirt beside him and walked towards the warehouse on his ship. Yes, boss. Although I don't know what my eldest brother wants to borrow. But demolishing the entire town seems a bit difficult. All four of them had bitter expressions on their faces, and today looked like a hard job. As for what tool Wayne was referring to? It was, of course, Buggy's buggy cannon. There are no powerful weapons on their ship. There wasn't even a single cannon. But Buggy has it. He has a specialized artillery turret that can destroy towns. Buggy cannons and buggy bullets can destroy half of the town in one go. 5 or 6 shots would almost destroy the entire town. Anyway, there are no townspeople in the town, so it's just a matter of demolishing some houses, and it won't take long. But until then, each of you take a bucket of paint and write the character Chai on each house. Remember to write it big. Wayne dug out a few buckets of bright red paint from the warehouse and placed them on the deck. After giving the instructions, he got off the boat and walked away towards where Buggy was. Why do I need this? Because I'm a good citizen. If you kill so many houses at once, you will definitely be convicted of a crime. The Marine base at that time was because the Marine had been considered as self-defense by them. It is reasonable to demolish their house. But the owners of these houses have not done anything to you, so if you demolish them directly, it would be illegal. Although brushing a red word can only deceive the system, the purpose is to deceive the system. Perfect. More importantly, not long ago, the results of his system's review of Buggy came out. Buggy, you passed. As a genuine and serious pirate, Buggy easily passed the review in the system. In that case, Wayne would have to talk to him about his dreams and long-term development in the future. Wayne thinks Buggy is a nice guy. So I'd like to talk to him first. If the conversation fails, then of course we will go through the normal process. At this moment, downstairs from Buggy's building, the street, which was not very wide to begin with, was now crowded with people. Buggy, who had just come downstairs carrying a large pile of treasures and was about to run away, was a little confused when he saw the scene in front of him. The townspeople looked at Buggy with similar bewilderment. Because they were not stupid, they could tell at a glance that Buggy was preparing to run away. The villagers, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands and looking angry, were a little at a loss for a moment. Should we fight or not? It seems like he's about to leave. Wouldn't it be unnecessary for us to fight? But if we don't fight, how can we break this awkward situation? What do you guys want to do? Get out of my way. Or I'll kill you with a cannon. Buggy was already in a bad mood, and now seeing the townspeople he had driven away dared to come back and cause trouble, he shouted with a distorted face. The townspeople, having witnessed Buggy's power, subconsciously moved to the side. Seeing this, Buggy nodded in satisfaction. Leading those dozens of people, carrying large and small bags, they also strode forward. Mayor, are we still going to fight? A sturdy young man asked the mayor who was frowning beside him. After thinking for a while, the mayor shook his head. I don't know what's going on, but it's best if they leave. Ross, tell everyone to hold back. Okay, Mayor. After saying that, Ross turned around and prepared to shout. Everyone! Guo mo now! Pistol! Suddenly, a guy wearing a red vest and a tattered straw hat jumped out from the crowd. He stretched out his arms suddenly and hit the defenseless and smug Buggy hard. The powerful impact sent Buggy flying on the spot. Bang! Buggy finally stopped after crashing heavily into the wall. This sudden change left the mayor and Ross dumbfounded. The surrounding villagers immediately widened their eyes and became nervous. Ross, hi? Mayor, Maru spicy. Buggy's men were also shocked. The speed at which Buggy flew out just now was enough to prove how powerful that punch was. They also looked at the guy who made the move with some panic. Seeing that the guy who attacked was so young, they did not dare to act rashly. A group of people rushed over and helped their captain up. Luffy's strength at this point is definitely stronger than in the original story. Wayne would go to the village from time to time to punish him. It wasn't that Wayne wanted to, but that this guy was really annoying. When I am extremely annoyed, I will naturally teach him a lesson. Over time, Luffy's strength has improved significantly. Buggy now felt a heaviness in his chest, but the injury on his chest only made him more angry. Damn it! Who the hell dared to attack Lao Zi? Young people have no moral principles. They actually resorted to a sneak attack. Buggy, furious, stood up and saw Luffy in front of him. At first glance, his attention was drawn to the straw hat on Luffy's head. His eyes suddenly became strange. After a brief moment of daze, a hint of genuine nameless anger appeared in the depths of his eyes. Buggy was jumping up and down like a clown, venting his anger at being attacked. Now his expression suddenly turned cold. Where's Lao Zi's buggy bullet? Bring it up. Buggy's tone suddenly calmed down, and he spoke coldly with an expressionless face. He didn't confirm Luffy's identity, nor did he want to know who he was. He only knew that he would definitely kill the guy wearing that hat. Boss, how many do you want? All. Chapter 37. Buggy's roar made all the younger brothers around him stunned. They had never seen Buggy in this state before. Whether it was the cold tone or the serious expression, they had never seen it on their captain. Buggy's sudden change at this time actually stunned all his men, and no one followed his orders. But under Buggy's gaze, which was enough to make people feel the chill, he suddenly came back to his senses. In a panic, they quickly searched for the Buggy bullets that had been placed there. Buggy stared at them, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he felt that his men were somewhat useless. But he didn't say anything, just took a look and then fixed his gaze on the straw hat again. In an instant, surprise, astonishment, anger and resentment flashed in his eyes. Finally, I am confused. He didn't expect that he would see the straw hat again after so many years. That was the straw hat Captain Roger gave to Shanks. But now, the straw hat appeared on the little brat's head. Buggy now just wants to tear Luffy in front of him into pieces, and burn Shanks' straw hat completely. Since you don't want it, I'll help you destroy it. As Buggy launched his cannon, the crowd around him became obviously restless. They began to get restless and wanted to rush forward directly. But the red shells were like whips to enslave animals, making them dare not take a single step. You know, if that shell explodes, all of them might die. As early as when Buggy first arrived here, they had the opportunity to witness the power of the shells. It's simply not something they can resist. If they really couldn't bear it any longer, they wouldn't dare to appear here. And now, looking at those bright red shells, they were afraid, and fear once again took over their hearts and destroyed their determination. After all, they are just ordinary townspeople. There is no passion, no warriors. At most, he just has a gentle and kind heart. Buggy was about to leave just now, but because of Luffy, another big battle was about to begin. But they didn't hold any grudge against Luffy. How could they, being so simple and honest, feel any resentment towards friends who were willing to help them? They can only lament their bad luck. Now it seemed all they could do was escape. With a click, the Buggy bullets were loaded. The sound was like a starting gun. Once it sounded, the surrounding townspeople began to run away. But how could they possibly outrun the cannonballs? Buggy lit the bottom of the fuse without any hesitation. Bang! A burst of sparks flashed, and the bright red shell rushed forward in an instant. The shell skipped the long burning of the fuse and was fired instantly. Buggy's face was also full of madness. The moment the shell was fired, Buggy picked up another one and started reloading. It seems like he won't stop until Luffy is killed. Luffy looked at the villagers who were running away but stopped when they realized they couldn't get away. There was also some confusion in his eyes. It's just a cannonball, isn't it? Is it really necessary to be so scared? Luffy immediately yelled, "It's just a cannonball. Look at me, I'll shoot it away." After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and his body swelled up rapidly. Soon a huge human balloon appeared out of thin air. The townspeople looked at Luffy, who had suddenly grown larger, and a gleam of light appeared in their desperate eyes. "It's demon fruit power!" Ross yelled excitedly. It seemed like they were really saved. A strange light flashed in Buggy's eyes, but his reloading speed did not slow down at all. Just as the first shell reached Luffy and was about to hit his belly, a figure cut through the air and instantly appeared in front of Luffy. Wayne's expression was slightly tense, and he raised his foot and kicked the bottom of the cannonball. Under the influence of this force, the red shell quickly rose into the air, and then a deafening roar came from the sky. Boom! A powerful air wave came down from above, and the area within 100 meters around Wayne became unusually clear in an instant. There was not a speck of dust to be found. Even a large tree nearby was blown abnormally tilted. Seeing Wayne suddenly appear, the surroundings immediately fell into silence. Buggy's eyes widened, full of disbelief. He didn't expect that he was about to leave after finally building the boat and packing up his things. As a result, I am blocked by this guy again right at my doorstep? But what Buggy cares about now is not whether he is stuck in traffic or not. What he cared about was why Wayne saved that guy. If he wanted to protect him, then he wouldn't be able to kill him. Damn it, it came at this very moment. Buggy's mind raced with thoughts of how to escape. He no longer expected to kill Luffy, because that was impossible. The most important thing was to escape from here, regardless of whether Wayne's target was him or not. Thinking of this, he slowly retreated without making any noise. The movement was very slight. Luffy looked at Wayne, who suddenly appeared, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Uncle Wei is here too. We were so lucky that we could catch up with him just by drifting. And now he has rescued me, doesn't that mean that he might have changed his mind?" Thinking of this, Luffy could no longer hide the excitement in his eyes. He opened his mouth and prepared to verify his guess. "Uncle Wei, you..." Bang! Luffy didn't finish his words again when Wayne kicked him against the wall, but the kick was not very strong. Wayne doesn't want to knock down all the houses with one kick. None of these have been deconstructed, and it would be illegal to overturn them all. When he kicked the cannonball just now, he controlled the strength very precisely. If the shell was kicked off, he would at least not be able to save the surrounding houses. He would never allow such a thing to happen. No one can stop him from getting the perfect work reward. Luffy was such an annoyance. Every time he showed up, things went a little beyond expectations. If it weren't for his sneak attack this time, Buggy wouldn't have been able to hold the gun. Now he gets a headache when he sees Luffy. What? Kill Luffy? Bro, I don't want to die yet. The surrounding townspeople watched as Wayne suddenly appeared and knocked down Devil Fruit right away. They also couldn't help but become nervous. Could this guy be in cahoots with the Buggy pirates? From their perspective, Luffy's big balloon completely blocked Wayne's view. They didn't see clearly what happened just now. But Buggy, who was secretly thinking of running away, saw Wayne knock Luffy down with one kick, and his eyes widened on the spot. He looked at Wayne with surprise. What's going on? Aren't they in the same group? He just helped him block the bullet, and now he's finished with a kick. It seems like they are not in the same group. Did he have a grudge against that guy? If so, I'd help him no matter what. Running away is not as important as killing that guy. When Buggy thought of this, his hunched back gradually straightened up. Looking at Wayne in front of him, he also planned to ask a few questions. But just as he was about to speak, a figure appeared in front of Buggy. Before Buggy could react, a fist hit him hard on the head. The powerful force even caused his body to show signs of being torn into pieces. The head made deep contact with the ground. Bang! Buggy's head hit the ground with a dull thud. Then, "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much." Everything happened so suddenly that Buggy didn't even see Wayne's move clearly. But his head was already on the ground. The severe pain made him unable to bear it at all, and he kept screaming. This scene immediately stunned the surrounding villagers, and Buggy's men also stared with their eyes wide open. Wayne thought he was here to help Buggy, but now he was almost killed by Buggy. This sudden situation almost broke everyone's waist. Chapter 38. The villagers looked at Wayne with a more favorable attitude. Anyone who comes to help them is a good person. Just beat them like this and kill the pirates who only know how to burn, kill, and loot. Don't leave him alive, you must kill him mercilessly. Seeing the extraordinary strength that Wayne displayed at his first move, the villagers kept cheering for him in their hearts. I hope he can help them eradicate this scourge directly. Buggy's men retreated quickly with horror on their faces. They wanted to get away from Wayne, the dangerous man, as soon as possible. It wasn't long before Buggy and Wayne were surrounded by empty space. Buggy continued to rub his head and scream. Buggy was really impressed. He was really impressed. This guy is faking it again. Laozi got fooled by him again. What do you mean he has a grudge against that guy? He's clearly here to help these stupid villagers, right? I was about to leave, but he tricked me into coming back. The next blow almost smashed Laozi's brains out. What did I do? Do we have such a big grudge? You hit me right away. Just do it. You are so cruel. People who don't know would think that Laozi slept with your wife. Buggy was so angry. But he didn't dare to speak at all. In the face of absolute strength, talking too much would only make you die faster. After punching Buggy, Wayne raised his hand and extinguished the lit fuse. If Buggy had only fired one shot, I really wouldn't have beaten him. But if you still want to order something after I'm already here, that's a bit too much. If I don't do it, who will I do? Wayne looked around. In a box nearby, shells as red as Buggy's nose were neatly arranged. The cannons were already in place, and there was even one loaded inside. Now all you have to do is wait for your crew to come over by building the wall before you can fire. At the same time, seaside. Two sneaky figures also appeared here. Nami hid behind the bushes, using a telescope to observe the pirate's ship standing still on the sea in the distance. She has been squatting here for 3 hours. I have been squatting here since 7 in the morning. Behind her, Zoro, who was yawning and bored, simply started doing push-ups. Nami had already observed it when Wayne and the others left just now. But as a top thief, she naturally has to make sure everything is safe before she starts working. After observing for a full hour after they left, Nami finally felt it was time to go up. Safety, safety. Hurry up. We'll run after we finish moving. Nami also urged to put away the telescope. After saying that, she crouched down and hurried forward. Zoro, speechless, stood up helplessly and quickly followed. He is a bounty hunter, but now he has fallen to the point of stealing pirates' property. To be honest, Zoro still felt a little uncomfortable. But since it's all for the sake of having a navigator, and he's already here. Just steal one. Anyway, the woman had said that those pirates were a group of brutal, tyrannical, and brutal pirates. Zoro would not feel any psychological burden in stealing their things. Anyway, they had robbed them, so it wouldn't be a big deal if I stole them back. Little did Zoro know that his thoughts were exactly what Nami had been thinking for over a decade. They really are a good match. Nami was walking quickly in front. She had observed that there were only 5 people on the boat. All 5 people have just left, so there is absolutely no danger in stealing things now. He didn't even leave a single person to guard the boat. That guy is really not very smart. They were very close to the ship. Nami was about to turn around and give Zoro a few more instructions, but before she turned around, she heard Zoro's slightly trembling words. Hey, hey, hey! Isn't this the ship you're talking about? Zoro looked at the pirate's ship in front of him, which was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar, and he was completely stunned. Zoro hadn't looked over here because he was far away. But now, looking at the ship in front of him, Zoro just wanted to ask, are you FG kidding me? Wayne's boat, this is Wayne's boat. Is this woman crazy? Is she really that desperate for that little bit of money? Is she even willing to give up her life? Zoro was already feeling a bit like leaving. He really didn't want to risk his life with this woman. This is no joke. If you say you're going to die, you're going to die. Wayne will definitely not tolerate such a thing happening, right? It's just such a small island, so it will be easy for him to find you when the time comes. Did you steal his? Are you depressed? What's the matter? Do you know this ship? I advise you to think carefully before you act. I won't accompany you. Zoro said with a serious expression, looking unusually serious. If the woman wanted to steal, he would neither stop her nor help her. At this moment, being alive is more important than anything else. He wanted to compete with Wayne, but not be beaten to death by Wayne. Nami saw that Zoro immediately refused after recognizing the ship, and she also guessed that Zoro might know Wayne. But isn't he just stronger? I'm a professional thief, so it's okay if he can't catch me, right? Since Zoro wasn't going, she could go on her own. Okay. Then don't even think about asking me to help you sail the boat. Nami said as she turned and quickly ran towards the pirate's ship. Zoro just watched calmly. He thought, could Wayne really be completely defenseless on the ship? Don't normal pirates have to take some measures? Looking at Nami who had already touched the boat, Zoro also frowned. Is it really that simple? He just finished thinking. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from a distance. Nami and Zoro both turned to look in the direction of the voice. I saw something in the distance rushing towards this side at a high speed. All the houses along the way were blown up. Zoro's face immediately changed, and before he could react, a shell exploded not far away. Bang! A huge explosion sounded among the houses along the beach. The explosion flattened the area within dozens of meters of the center, and strong winds swept through, causing houses to collapse. The huge impact also caused Zoro, who was closer, to fall to the ground. Nami, who was below the pirate's ship, survived because she was too far away. But now her eyes were filled with shock and surprise. She stared blankly at the ruins in front of her that led directly to the center of the town. Staring blankly at the huge power of the shell. His mouth was slightly open, and his face was full of disbelief. She was dumbfounded. She would never have thought of it. Wayne is so cruel. Not only does he keep an eye on his ship at all times. And there are such powerful shells. But I just stole some money. Do you really need to use such a powerful cannon against me? Is this really necessary? Chapter 39. The scene comes to the center of the town. The time also moves forward slightly. Holding Buggy in one hand, Wayne leaned on the cannon which still had a trace of warmth, waiting for the decomposition to come. He looked at his watch from time to time, but was not in a hurry. Looking at the watch seemed to be just a habit of his. The sunlight shone on the dark barrel, making it unusually bright. This shows how much Buggy and others like this cannon. Buggy, held in Wayne's hand, is now a little numb. Why does this guy like to look for me as soon as he comes? He also likes to grab his head. Buggy is now in a panic. because he had no idea what Wayne was trying to do. When he came, he knocked his own cannon away and punched himself hard before stopping. He leaned over there with a cold expression on his face, which made people feel scared when they saw him. He kept looking at his watch from time to time, not knowing what he was waiting for. Everyone was here to rest with him, and they had no idea what he was going to do. The unknown is the most terrifying. Hello. The mayor standing by couldn't wait any longer. He took a step forward nervously, looked at Wayne who was calm in front of him, and spoke very carefully. Seeing the mayor who had just been running very fast come out, Buggy had a look of disdain on his face. Still want to get close to him? He's not as easy to talk to as I am. This guy is a real ruthless person. What's wrong, old man? Ah? Buggy looked at Wayne, who spoke unusually softly, and at Wayne, who was smiling. His two little eyes widened. What's going on? What's going on? Why has this guy suddenly become so approachable? Weren't you so cold just now? Why are you suddenly making a scene? Which one is the real you? Buggy, who had never seen that gentle smile on Wayne's face, was now also confused. Why is there such a big difference between this guy treating us pirates and treating civilians? Brother, you are a pirate, how could you do this? Wayne's situation immediately reminded Buggy of something. Oh no, is he in league with these townspeople? Is he helping them kill Lao Zi? You know what, with Wayne's attitude, Buggy is already starting to panic. When the mayor heard Wayne's good-natured tone, his pressure was reduced by half before he said anything. At least, he's a good guy. Hello, I'm the mayor of this town. Are you here to help us deal with the pirates? If so, on behalf of the whole town, I would like to thank you. As he spoke, the mayor slowly bent down towards Wayne. Seeing this, Wayne walked forward with a smile and helped the old mayor up. Hey, mayor, you're so polite. Get up quickly. The mayor, who was helped up by Wayne, naturally thought that he was there to help. I immediately felt even more grateful to Wayne. Thank you so much, you are such a good person. We couldn't survive without you. Quick, come over here and thank your benefactor. The old mayor became more and more excited as he spoke, and even called everyone else over. All the men in the town also rushed forward. Voices of thanks immediately began to rise one after another. They are really grateful. If it weren't for Wayne, that demon fruit power guy alone might not be a match for so many people on the other side. Wayne's arrival helped them solve the biggest problem. Otherwise, even if Buggy only fired cannons, they might suffer heavy casualties. The surrounding houses were also severely damaged. Fortunately, the benefactor arrived in time, otherwise a lot of people might have died. At this moment, several guys holding paint buckets also turned out from an alley. As he walked, he wrote a big character, demolition, on the wall beside him. It's just that, the writing is a bit difficult to read. The combined educational level of several of them is no more than elementary school, so it's good enough that they can write. When they turned the corner and saw the situation here, the four of them immediately stood at attention. Boss! This side to where our ship is docked has been completely cleared. We've checked. And there's no one there. Yeah, not bad. You guys are a bit slow. It's been almost an hour. Don't let us not finish it today. It doesn't have to be too elaborate, just like that word, be casual. Okay, boss. Let's speed up. After the four of them finished speaking, they immediately picked up their buckets and ran away. They didn't spend as long as they did just now to write one word. The speed did pick up immediately. Looking at the four people leaving, everyone was a little confused. Looking at the huge demolition characters on the wall, the mayor asked, "Are those your men?" "Yes, old man, you don't have to panic. Come on, let's move to the side." Wayne gestured towards them and asked them to move to the side. Although they don't know what Wayne wants to do, he is their benefactor now. Of course they have to do what their benefactor says. Hey! Okay! Everyone, come this way! At the mayor's call, the townspeople, who had been relatively scattered, gathered together. The smiling mayor asked everyone to stand in line and was just about to turn around to ask Wayne if he had any other instructions. Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded in his ears. Almost at the same moment, a powerful artillery shell flew past his eyes. It smashed down on the building in front of him, which was about 20 meters wide, with a devastating force. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, smoke and dust filled the air, and a large number of buildings collapsed instantly under the terrifying force of the explosion. All the buildings along this straight line were not spared and were reduced to ruins by the impact of the shell. Looking forward, you can clearly see that the coastline that was originally blocked by the houses is now displayed before your eyes without reservation. Waves crash against the rocks on the shore, and where many houses once stood, only a pile of ruins and billowing smoke remain. This sudden situation stunned everyone in the back. The squinting mayor's eyes had now widened to the limit, and all the townspeople also opened their mouths wide. The visual impact of the scene before them was so shocking that they were unable to recover for a moment. The old mayor slowly turned his head at this time. Looking at Wayne with a smile on his face and a cannon mounted at the rear, his mind was almost burning with confusion as he couldn't figure out what was going on. Just now, our benefactor just fired a shot over there? Did I see that right? A single shot destroyed such a large town? What is he doing? Buggy, who had been held in Wayne's hand, looked at Wayne who had suddenly attacked and hit the target with one shot. He almost died. Bushigo-men. Aren't you with them? You were smiling at them just now. How come you turned around and robbed someone else's house? Did they just fire a single shot? Did they destroy everything instantly? Which side are you from, brother? You keep going here and there. My head is itching in jail. Chapter 40. Everyone stared at Wayne, who looked so casual, with their extremely shocked eyes. It was as if he wasn't the one firing the shot just now. Hey! What's wrong with you, old man? Looking at the stunned townspeople below, Wayne spoke with a smile on his face. It's still the same tone and the same taste. But now, after hearing it again, the mayor felt completely different. Why did you do this? Was it accidental? The mayor forced an ugly smile on his face and asked with a forced smile while looking at Wayne. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if he just slipped? He was just careless, definitely not intentional. It's not that the mayor doesn't want to believe it, but if Wayne wants to, they have no right to resist. The entire town would surely be wiped out. Now all we can do is hope that Wayne didn't do it on purpose. Everyone else in the town also became nervous, and sweat broke out on their palms. If that cannon had hit them, there would have been nothing left. Looking at the mayor who was forcing a smile, Wayne tried to speak calmly. What are you talking about? I'm a pirate. There's nothing wrong with demolishing your house, right? His words once again left all the townspeople stunned. Looking at Wayne with a smile on his face, they panicked. I was really panicked. The men looked horrified and their faces were filled with fear. The mayor was no exception, and his eyes were full of panic when he looked at Wayne. He unconsciously took a few steps back. He never imagined that this young man who looked so friendly was actually a pirate. Even if they didn't believe it, Wayne had already proven it with facts. He is a hardcore pirate. And they are pirates who are more powerful and more vicious than Buggy. It's over, it's completely over now. I originally thought he was here to help us get rid of Buggy, but it turned out he was here to replace Buggy. The key is that looking at his ruthless attitude, all of them may not survive. Start destroying the town right away. If we wait until later, won't that mean killing people? The key is that he is not in it for money, but for pleasure. Such pirates are the most terrifying. With a plop, The village chief lost his balance and fell to the ground. But this did not stop him from wanting to stay away from Wayne. But where can he retreat to? Wayne didn't say anything, and no one dared to move. The sheer force of his blow that took out Buggy, along with the smoking cannon in his hand, was enough to shock everyone. Zioba, reload. Wayne glanced at Buggy's head in his hand. Some sweat immediately appeared on his head. Someone come. Reload the bullet for Big Brother. Buggy yelled directly. But after he finished speaking, no one took action. His men had already run away by this time. Just now when Wayne was firing, all of Buggy's men were gone. He abandoned his boss on the spot and ran away. They were really afraid that Wayne would kill them with one shot. Buggy saw that no one responded, and when he turned around, he was stunned. Where are my brothers? They just ran away like that? Don't they even care about me, the boss? Just abandon me like this? Buggy's eyes were filled with disbelief. He treats them well on a normal day, so why are they all like this when he needs to use them? To be honest, anyone would be disappointed if something like this happened to them. Buggy, who had suffered a huge blow, could only control his broken body and move one of the buggies out of the box. But you can tell from his slow movements and gloomy expression. This kid must have been hit hard. After loading the bullet, Wayne looked at the buggy head in his hand with interest. Zioba, what is your dream? Wayne's sudden question made Buggy stunned and almost made him lose his train of thought. No, I just filled a bullet, why is it related to dreams? But does he have a dream? Of course he has dreams. His dream was to find the great secret treasure, but he hadn't thought about it for a long time. But no matter who asked him, he would say it without hesitation. Although this was basically the same as the dream of all pirates, what he wanted was different from what they wanted. Buggy's face straightened and he said in a deep voice with a serious look. My dream is to find the great secret treasure and complete. Okay, stop. Can you still fulfill your dream? Wayne's sudden interruption almost made Buggy die in one breath. He had originally looked serious, but now he looked at Wayne in confusion. Not Buddy. Are you polite? Are you really polite? You asked me about my dream, but you didn't want to hear it all, did you? Can you show some respect? This is too much. Lousy, lousy. Lousy, if I don't answer your questions properly today, I'm not a human being. Cannot. Buggy answered unusually honestly. Then join me and I will help you realize your dream. Wayne's words once again confused Buggy. Hey? So you want to recruit Lousy? Okay, okay, after all this time, it turns out that this is how it is. But there is no way I, Buggy-sama, would be with this little trash from East Blue whose bounty is only 10 million. Not to mention being one of his crew members. If you want to find it, I will find it myself. I refuse. Bang. A heavy punch hit Buggy's nose hard. The intense pain also made Buggy scream. On my nose. First of all, you have to know that I'm not negotiating with you. I'll give you another chance. Do you want to realize your dream? Or do you want to die here? Wayne, who was originally joking, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. There was no hint of joking in his tone, and he left no room for retreat. Buggy, who only has one head and can't even cover his nose. Looking at Wayne in front of him with a serious face, he was stunned again. But after being stunned, he was filled with panic. Because he saw murderous intent in Wayne's eyes, he clearly felt that as long as he shook his head, everything would be over. What dreams, what future? All of this will have nothing to do with him. He was really going to do it. He wasn't joking. At this moment, Wayne slowly lifted him up horizontally, and after letting go, he began to fall freely. And below, Wayne's right foot is ready to go. A kicking skill was also attached to it, and the right foot that exuded a terrifying aura also kicked lightly towards Buggy's head. Feeling the breath of death blowing in his face, fear completely took over Buggy. Cold sweat dripped down Buggy's forehead, and his eyes were trembling wildly. A flood of fear seemed to overwhelm him. I'm really going to die. This kick. I'm really going to die. Facing the oncoming right foot, Buggy's consciousness finally regained consciousness from the fear of death. I'll add. A heart-shattering scream came out of Buggy's mouth. He really used up all his strength to say these two words. His face flushed and his voice was hoarse. And after he spoke, the foot just stopped in front of his red nose. All the feelings disappeared instantly, body temperature returned to normal, and air entered the lungs smoothly. Everything that just happened seemed to be just an illusion. But Buggy knew clearly that he was just one step away from death. Chapter 41. Bang! Buggy's head hit the ground with a dull thud. At this moment, he was breathing heavily, and his whole body was already soaked with cold sweat. His eyes were also filled with fear. I almost died. The kind where your head gets kicked to pieces. If I hadn't shouted out in time, my head would probably have exploded. This guy really has the ability to kill me instantly with one blow. Moreover, he would really do it. Now Buggy looked at Wayne with fear in his eyes. This guy is not kidding. If he says he'll kill you, he'll really kill you. After calming down and taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, Buggy finally regained his ability to think. He looked at Wayne, whose warm and gentle face had returned once again, and now he actually felt a little accustomed to it. This is all an act. In essence, he is just an evil and brutal pirate. But it was precisely because of this that Buggy really decided to go with Will. Putting aside other things, at least this captain is a pirate like him. If it was a pirate group that was essentially adventurers under the banner of pirates, then Buggy would just hide for a while and then find a chance to escape. But what Wayne did in the past 2 days made Buggy feel that they were very much in tune with each other. This guy is really capable. He is strong and has a positive outlook. Maybe he can really help me fulfill the dream I had more than 20 years ago. Buggy agreed, and Wayne was in a good mood. The smile on his face became even wider. No matter whether he really wants to join or not, he can't run away as long as I'm here. As long as he can go to get off work and get off work normally every day and receive normal rewards, that's enough. Wayne doesn't care whether they join sincerely or not. If yes, that's the best, if not, that's fine too. Now with Buggy joining, the G family army in his group has become even stronger. The crowd below was amazed to see Wayne tame Buggy so easily. There was even more fear in their eyes when they looked at Wayne. The mayor's eyes were filled with fear. He had not expected that this new pirates would be so powerful. Buggy was conquered right away. This is unbelievable. But in this case, when the two pirates join forces, wouldn't our side be in even greater danger? If either of these two people is unhappy, they can kill all of them. Panic and worry continued to spread. Everyone stood straight, not daring to make a sound. They were afraid that the two old men over there would be unhappy and come over to kill them all. Uncle Wei, why did you recruit another person? I want to join in too. Luffy, who had been lying on the ground without saying a word, could no longer hold back after seeing Buggy successfully join in. He immediately shouted. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, and Buggy's expression turned grim when he saw Luffy. It sounds like this guy has a close relationship with his captain. If that guy joins, I will definitely not stay. The guy Shanks picked was definitely not a serious person, just like him. He doesn't want to work with a guy like that. But that guy is a pretty good demon fruit power, and the punch I just gave him really hurt. I don't know what the captain will choose. Buggy put his head and body back together. He seemed not to care, but he had misplaced his hands. Under his nervous gaze, Wayne's originally warm expression gradually faded, replaced by a look of helplessness. Wayne walked up to Luffy and patted his head gently. Buggy's expression immediately turned ugly. Luffy also showed a hint of surprise on his face. Could it be that? Is it really possible to join this time? Dimension. Luffy, who looked delighted, barely uttered a sound when his body instantly folded up around his chest. At this moment, a foot was deeply embedded in his chest. A moment later. Bang! Under Buggy's shocked gaze, Luffy flew backwards in an instant. In a flash, he disappeared at the end of the street, and the figure in the straw hat was no longer in sight. Buggy turned around and looked at Wayne blankly, with an unusually exaggerated expression on his face. He really didn't expect it. Just fly away? Don't you two look familiar with each other? You were patting someone's head 1 second, and then you kicked him/her to the ground the next second? This sudden situation really caught us off guard, right? Wayne returned to the cannon after kicking Luffy away. He no longer needs any self-defense when hitting Luffy. Because Luffy has been harassing him for 10 years. The system directly determines that hitting him is normal. It's not illegal. You don't want to recruit him? Buggy asked with his hands shaking slightly and a not-so-good look on his face. The power of Wayne's kick just now was really scary. Hearing this, Wayne patted Buggy on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "We are the real pirates. That guy is not a real pirate. You're an elite among the pirates. Work hard, and if you perform well, you'll be promoted to second in command." Wayne's words really touched Buggy's heart. The look in his eyes when he looked at Wayne was no longer filled with fear, but recognition. This guy knows so much. That's so good. It seems like this pirates group can really stay together, maybe they can really make some big noise. At this moment, Buggy seemed to really see the future. He finally felt a little motivated and was no longer in a state of being forced onto the ship. Today is your first day joining. You don't have to work, just watch. He patted Buggy's shoulder again to show encouragement, and Wayne's pua ended there. There was a light in Buggy's eyes, which made Wayne very satisfied. Okay, that's a good employee. He will definitely be a good worker in the future. In the following time, whenever the brothers appeared with red buckets, Wayne would fire a shot. Every shot would make the surrounding townspeople tremble in their hearts. Huge roars would erupt from time to time in this small town, and each roar would cause violent vibrations. A large number of houses will be reduced to ruins in an instant. The view from where Wayne and the others are will be a little wider. But on the shoreline, Nami, who had given up stealing Wayne's things and was sitting on the beach, was full of disbelief. She looked at the huge gap that led back to the center of town, at the collapsed houses, at the vast ruins. It's numb, I feel numb all the time. She had already stopped stealing. Why was that guy still hitting her? I just wanted to steal, but I didn't get anything. Do I really have to die today? Is there really no way out? Nami, feeling extremely wronged, now lay on the ground and stopped running. This was the third buggy bomb to explode in front of her. Each one almost took her life, and each one was just a little bit away from her. At this moment, she just wanted to say, "I'm tired, destroy it, quickly." Zoro, who was following behind her and keeping a safe distance from her at all times, also showed an expression of as expected. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Nami, who was lying on the ground with a look of despair, with interest. "Fortunately, I didn't steal it, otherwise it might have been lost by now. Wayne is really ruthless. He has already fired several shots and is still fighting. The key is that the aim is too accurate. The child is almost being labeled as EMO." Chapter 42. The scorching sun began to lose its strength, and the hot stones on the roadside also became milder. The dim sunlight sprinkled on the ruins of the town, and the dust that was occasionally stirred up was also clearly visible under the sunlight. "Come on, old man, move over there." Wayne's sunny and warm voice sounded, and the mayor in front of him couldn't help but shiver again. In fact, while Wayne was speaking, the cannon was already aimed at him. The mayor was really afraid that if he didn't do a good job, he would blow up all of them. With his lips trembling slightly, he could only lead the townspeople behind him to the other side for the 8th time. Gave up the only intact house. It is almost time to get off work, and the task of demolishing the house is about to be completed. It was expected that one final shot would overturn all the remaining buildings. Buggy was having a great time chatting with his comrades from his old G family. Putting aside Monka, the 4 of them really hit it off right away. If the 3 brothers weren't at work, they would have wanted to throw down their paint buckets and have a couple of drinks with Buggy. But now during working hours, it is absolutely not allowed to do other things. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the last shell was fired. Then a huge roar sounded in the distance. Looking back, the only remaining houses have now all turned into ruins. The air was filled with smoke and dust. Just like that, the entire town was reduced to nothing, leaving only the broken bricks and tiles. Even though the townspeople had witnessed the power of the buggy cannon many times that afternoon, they were still shocked by its terrifying power. Looking at the town where there was no house left, they were now completely desperate after witnessing the crime process all day long. They had built all of that with great effort, and yet it was all destroyed in just one day. The opponent was simply invincible, and they could do nothing but watch. Even now, it is possible that none of them will be left alive. Just when they were getting anxious, the alarm clock suddenly rang. Everyone shuddered in fear. They turned to look at Wayne in shock, fearing that Wayne was about to attack them. But when he turned around, he saw the backs of Wayne and his group leaving. They looked abnormally bloated with large and small bags on their shoulders. Even the cannon was pulled away by the big guy. All of Buggy's belongings that had just been piled up there were now swept away, without a single drop left. "Brother Buggy, it's time to get off work now. We can't stay any longer. Let's go. Let's have a good drink when we get back." "That's right. We have to have a full welcoming ceremony. Welcome, Brother Buggy. Speaking of which, Big Brother, why is your name backwards? Didn't your family give it to you?" Everyone was smiling and chatting as they gradually left towards the sunset. But the townspeople behind were dumbfounded. Some of them rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "They left? Just like that? What about us? Why did they leave when we weren't even assigned to any other place? What else did they say about getting off work?" Looking up at the bright sky, they became even more confused. What kind of class is this? How can it be so early? Wouldn't normal pirates have dealt with us civilians when they got to this point? How come you just demolished the town and left? Are they pirates or a demolition crew? Why is their intention so obvious? Are you really here just to blow up our house? Are you making trouble? The townspeople watched the group of people gradually fade out of their sight, and the shock on their faces could not subside for a long time. They really couldn't understand these people's strange behavior. "I totally don't understand. But the good news is, they seem to be gone?" He really left. The boat had already set sail and everyone was on board without exception. This. They seem to have really left. All those pirates are gone. The town seems to be safe. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone became ecstatic. Although there were ruins all around, not even a single usable material could be found. But now, at least their land is back. After that it's just a matter of reconstruction, although it will be much more difficult, but everyone is extremely excited. Because they really took the town back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing his work tasks perfectly and clocking out successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 12 points of physical strength. Check-in time is 18:00. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll get an extra 8 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 5. On the deck, the sails caught all the sea breeze, and the afterglow of the setting sun also shone on the 6 people on the boat. In the center of the deck was all the treasure Buggy had been robbed of yesterday. Now that he has joined Wayne, his money is no longer considered stolen money. That's a lot of money indeed. If not 100 million, it must be tens of millions. In addition, Buggy's cannon was also incorporated, so this time we really made a lot of money. Today's check-in reward is similar to last time, just a little higher. It should be because the difficulty is about the same as yesterday. It's still a perfect commute to and from get off work, nothing wrong with it, and I'll be able to draw again after 2 more times. When it comes to abilities like sword keeping, the more the better, and there is no such thing as too much. Wayne also opened his system panel at this time and looked at his attributes. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Physical strength, 932. Abilities, advanced spearmanship, advanced one-kick, low-level observation haki, low-level swordsmanship. Check-in point, 109.3. Evaluation, good strength. There are more than 100 check-in points, and there are also quite a few check-in points for rewards this time. It's not far from upgrading capabilities. The first thing to upgrade is definitely the sword maintaining skill, which has a higher priority. As for the remaining observation haki, Wayne can only say that it is of little use, so let's wait a little longer. He is now proceeding according to the rules, and there is no need for him to use his observation haki when encountering an opponent. It would be a waste to upgrade it. Next stop is Usopp, right? The combat power there doesn't seem to be very high. Apart from the Black Cat Pirates captain, Beiji Crow, there are no other powerful guys. However, CLO's bounty once reached 16 million, which is higher than Buggy's. Perhaps he can also get a good check-in reward. The most important thing is, that guy might be able to be brought on board. Chapter 43. And the most important thing is that with his ability, he doesn't have to worry about any emergencies when working in Zuluabia village. This is also Wayne's primary criterion for choosing a route. At their speed, it would only take more than 10 hours to get from here to Zuluabia village where Usopp was. If you hurry up, you can catch up with tomorrow's work time. That island is the nearest island from here. Wayne looked at the people on the deck who were busy preparing for the welcome ceremony, and he shook his head helplessly. How can we treat them differently? I feel so wronged for my old Monka. Monka was indeed a little unhappy now. Why was there no welcome ceremony when he came? This is bullying. They are bullying me. Looking at this lively scene, Monka couldn't bear it anymore. Why didn't I have a welcome ceremony? I want to have one later. With a slap on the table, old Montcatan stood up. Looking at the 3G brothers smiling happily over there, he also shouted loudly. But 5 minutes later, Monka was beaten up by the 4 brothers over there, and he was successfully assigned the task of steering the ship. It was really like the miserable mother feeding a bomb to the miserable person, and the miserable person exploded. He even wants to compete with Buggy. They join the army with money. What does he wear? A mouth? What does he have to compare with? What is his basis for comparison? After Wayne and his friends left, the residents of the town began the reconstruction project in full swing. I thought everything would go smoothly, but there are still pirates on the island. The little brothers left behind by Buggy once again posed a great threat to them. Finally, with the help of Luffy, Zoro and others, all the younger brothers were naturally driven out of the island. The townspeople, who had finally found peace, entertained Luffy and the others in the ruins with the few supplies left by Buggy and his companions. Now by the campfire, Luffy looked at Nami, who looked depressed and haggard. He asked curiously while eating meat. Nami, what's wrong with you? Did you steal the money from those bad pirates? It would have been better if Luffy didn't say anything. Now that he opened his mouth, Nami couldn't even eat. She is now almost able to remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. I've been bombarded with too much criticism and I'm almost getting a concussion. Her already pouting mouth now curved even more. She was going to steal Wayne's boat. Zoro took a sip of wine and spoke with a relieved look on his face. What? Wayne's ship? Hearing this, Luffy was shocked and immediately stood up and circled around Nami twice with a worried look on his face. He even lifted Nami up and took a closer look at her butt. Finally, after receiving 3 consecutive head packs, Luffy sat down again with a well-behaved look on his face. My face was full of words saying sorry, I'm sorry, I was wrong. After a moment of silence, Luffy asked weakly again, why aren't you dead? After he finished speaking, the whole audience was silent for a few seconds. Then, bang bang bang. If you can't speak, just shut up. As Nami roared, Luffy's face began to swell up. Just like that, after one night, the 3 of them successfully formed a team. The reason for forming a team is also quite strange. Nami originally didn't want to have anything to do with them. After all, the 2 of them looked extremely stupid, and Zoro didn't help her steal things. So even if she refused to be a navigator, Luffy and the others would have absolutely nothing to say. But the next day, Nami discovered it when she was about to leave. Her ship was lost. I can't leave. With no other choice, he had to board Luffy and his cruise ship. I originally just wanted to take a boat ride and then find new transportation on my own when I arrived in the next city. But seeing the 2 guys arguing, one wanting to go east and the other wanting to go west, Nami finally couldn't sit still and took action. She simply took out a map of the surrounding waters and selected the nearest island. Turn, pull the sail, and watch the sky. With a series of operations, he forcibly seized the driving rights of the small boat. The boat, swaying from side to side, finally determined its direction and quickly headed towards the nearest village, Kulubu. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's Office. Sengoku was writing furiously, while Garp was relaxing. Branches. The door was pushed open and a tall and thin figure walked in. Sengoku glanced up, his expression also slightly displeased. Aokiji, where have you been today? You're back just now. La, sorry Marshal Sengoku, I think I overslept. Hearing this, Aokiji scratched his head, responded casually, and came to sit next to Garp. Sengoku didn't say anything else, and looked as if he had already gone numb. What? More news? Sipping his freshly brewed tea, Garp turned to look at Aokiji and asked. Aokiji didn't reply, but handed a document to Garp. The above is Wayne's whereabouts in the past few days. To be honest, Aokiji didn't understand. He had already done a thorough investigation and found out that Wayne was a new pirate who had just emerged in East Blue. But since Garp asked him to keep an eye on it all the time, he would report to him every few days. Then this person is definitely not simple. But Aokiji really couldn't tell, mainly because Wayne was too ordinary, the kind you couldn't even find among a group of pirates. How did this kid offend you? Aokiji, who was wearing an eye mask and lying next to Garp with a lazy look on his face, asked softly. No offense to me, it's just that my grandson has been trying to join his group of pirates, and I have to keep an eye on whether he succeeds. If it succeeds, I'll have to come directly to your house and pack it all up and bring it back. Garp answered casually while drinking tea and looking at the information. But this made Aokiji a little confused. If your grandson wants to be a pirate, just don't educate him. You actually caught the pirates staring at you. Isn't this a bit wrong? Aokiji couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. But he knew Garp's temper, and he would definitely get beaten if he dared to say more. So he didn't say anything else. Garp finished reading the information in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. The corners of his mouth also curled up. Ha 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 ha, good. That kid is quite sensible. Looks like he refused again. But is this a new guy? Buggy the Clown, is that kid on his ship too? How come he likes the 9 to 5 life? Buggy, I have to love it. But at this time, Wayne's strength attracted Garp's attention. How come that guy can even deal with Buggy so easily? Hadn't he only been burning, killing, and looting around Windmill Village for 10 years? His strength wouldn't be much more than 10 million, right? The bounty given by Marine is still decent. But now it seems that his strength is far more than 10 million. Forget it, never mind. As long as this guy doesn't let his grandson become a pirate, then let him run rampant in East Blue. Wait until Grand Line arrives and then deal with him. They've even started bombing the town. Looks like his class is getting bigger and bigger. But since there wasn't much harm done to civilians, that's still acceptable. Garp muttered to himself. But Aokiji on the side frowned, obviously he didn't quite understand what Garp said. What class? Hey? Oh. It's not mentioned in the profile. This guy is a 9 to 5 pirates. You didn't know that, did you? Garp put down the documents in his hand, hooked his arm around Aokiji's shoulders and began to speak. As Aokiji listened to Garp's story, his frown deepened. Pirates. 9 to 5? Work 6 days a week and have 1 day off? Obey the law? Don't be late or leave early. Leave directly at the appointed time? What are these unfamiliar words? Has the current pirates become so popular? Chapter 44. Ziluabia Village. The waves crash against the rocks on the shore, which sparkle in the morning light. Blown by the sea breeze, the green leaves on the shore are swaying constantly. Everything is so quiet and peaceful. But this tranquility was soon broken. A burst of intense gong and drum sounds quickly rang out on the island and soon spread throughout the small village on the island. The villagers have long been accustomed to it. No one cares or pays attention. Along with the sound of gongs and drums, 4 figures, 1 big and 3 small, were running quickly on the path in the village. The pirates are coming. The pirates are coming. The pirates are really coming. As they ran, several people shouted. But the streets were still empty and no one paid any attention to them. After a while, after touring the entire village, the few people immediately dispersed. It's just their job. Well done. The great sea warriors declare, disband. Usopp, the leader, shouted before turning and running towards the residence of his childhood friend. So. The daughter of the richest family in the village. But both his parents are dead, a standard protagonist template. Usopp promised her that he would go there early today. Kaya's family lives close to the sea. Although the scenery is beautiful, they seem a little out of place. A big tree grows tall in front of Kaya's window, serving as a bridge for communication between childhood sweethearts. At this time, Kaya, who was pretty but pale, was leaning on the bed, reading the book in her hand. But her melancholy and helplessness can be clearly seen between her brows. Both her parents are dead, and now she is left with only her housekeeper and a servant to depend on. But she fell ill and couldn't go out. This is definitely not good news for a young girl. Kaya's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly. She had been feeling a little uneasy recently. It seems like something bad is about to happen. Snap! There was a slight sound outside the window. Kaya's frown was instantly smoothed out. She put on a smile, got out of bed and pushed open the window that had to be closed because of her illness. As soon as I opened the window, I saw Usopp. He is on the big tree opposite. But at this moment, he looked extremely panicked. Kaya's heart skipped a beat, and her weak voice followed immediately. What happened? Usopp. Usopp was standing on the treetop, looking at the sea in the distance with horror. And there, a pirate ship was slowly approaching. The pirate's flag fluttering in the wind, the huge hull. He could even see several pirates with fierce looks on their faces at the bow, holding knives and shouting. It was obvious that he didn't come to their village to chat with someone. Pirates! Pirates are coming! Kaya, Get someone to take you out of here. I'll go inform everyone in the village. They're not many. As long as we unite, we can definitely drive them away. Usopp said in a panic before quickly climbing down. As soon as he got off, he ran quickly towards the village. Kaya stuck her head out and saw the approaching pirate's ship. Her already pale face became even more pale. He turned around and prepared to go downstairs to tell his housekeeper to escape quickly. But after opening the door, there was a figure with slicked back hair standing at the door. He is Kaya's butler, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Hyakuji Crow. His face was very calm at this time. The panicked Kaya almost bumped into him. "What's wrong, miss?" Chloe asked in a calm tone. "Hurry, hurry. Pirates are coming. I saw it with my own eyes, they're coming to the island soon." After just 2 steps, the panicked Kaya began to gasp for breath. This shows how serious the condition is. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Clo's eyes. "But that's all. There aren't any powerful pirates around here. Even if pirates really come, I can easily deal with them. Miss, you can't get far in this state. Stay in the house, I will protect you, trust me," Chloe said softly, and then forcefully pushed Kaya back into the house. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The worse Kaya's condition was, the happier he was. His goal was to wait for Kaya to die so that he could inherit all the money legally. He has been lurking for many years for this purpose. He was on the verge of success and didn't want to be disturbed by the pirates who appeared out of nowhere. Locking the door, Chloe quickly walked to the door. Looking up, I saw the pirate's flag waving in the wind. Clo, who had detailed knowledge of the pirates in this area, recognized it at a glance. "White pirates. Captain Wayne, the king before sunset. The reward is 12 million. Chloro's frown immediately relaxed. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before he went into seclusion, his bounty was 16 million berries. And that was the result of him deliberately concealing and hiding his strength. The purpose is to not attract too much attention from Marine. His real level should be more than 20 million. It's normal to look down on Wayne. What he was thinking at this moment was that if Wayne could be more sensible and not come here to cause trouble, he would just rob the village over there. Then he will be a good steward. But if he doesn't, then I'll have no choice but to let him experience what despair is. Ding! Today's work assignment: kidnapping and extortion. Kidnap a wealthy young lady. Demand all her money. The system voice sounded. The boat slowly approached the shore. Looking at today's work, Wayne had some guesses, to be honest. After all, it seems that the only person attracting attention in this village is the eldest daughter Kaya. It would be unreasonable for pirates to come to this village and not target her. But Wayne, who had been in class for 10 years, could tell at a glance that today's task was a little different. The system has added restrictions. If it was just kidnapping, then it would be extremely easy. The job can be done in no time. But now the system actually says that all the other parties' property must be taken. It's not like before, where it was just a story of kidnapping and extortion. The system doesn't care whether the ransom is paid or not. And if you want to extort all the other parties' property, you can't avoid that guy Clo. But it doesn't matter. In the face of absolute strength, he had to pay even if he didn't want to. Today kidnapping. Start? Yes. Boss. Chapter 45. Brother. Aren't you going to kidnap the people in the villa over there? Why don't we just go up there directly? Stepping on the sharp rocks on the edge of the cliff, Buggy looked at Wayne, who was walking around in front of him without even looking back, with a puzzled look on his face, and asked. Lao Ba, you don't understand. Our boss is known for his steady approach. How could he possibly charge straight into the enemy's lair? Keel explained. Hearing this, Buggy was stunned. What does it mean? Robust? He has the ability to kill anyone he meets in seconds, and you tell me he needs to be steady? This is East Blue. With his pervert-like strength, he can walk sideways wherever he goes. What else needs to be stable? Is this the difference between me and the top players? Is stability the key? Buggy had a confused look on his face. He also had a general understanding of the rules on the ship yesterday, but time was too tight and he didn't learn much. At present, I only know that I go to work at 9 o'clock and get off work at 5 o'clock. The rest are only half understood. Wayne's request to him was that he didn't have to do anything today and just watch. The more you do, the more mistakes you will make, but you will never make mistakes if you just watch. Newcomers need to go through an adaptation process. There is an internship period at work. It is not easy to be a pirate. Except for Buggy, everyone knew that Wayne was delaying the matter legally and legally. I can go directly there, but I won't. I'm just going to take a big detour. Otherwise, we can just go up and arrest the person and extort money from him. What else can we do? It's gone. All the old employees know that this is absolutely not allowed. The old employees also think that this practice of going around in circles is reasonable. Although Buggy felt it was unnecessary, he came here to learn today, so naturally he didn't say anything more. Today he wanted to see how stable Wayne, the guy who could sweep away all of East Blue, could be. Wayne listened to their conversation without saying a word. But he didn't do this just for the sake of stability. Although this is a reason, it is not the main one. He just wanted to see if there was another rich lady in the village. Although only Kaya is shown in the original book, it is always better to be safe. These are all the keys to a perfect job, and you can't do it without being careful. Watching Wayne and others walk away, CLO on the cliff curled his lips in dissatisfaction. There was also a hint of regret in his eyes. I originally wanted to see if their blood was hot enough, but since their target is not here, there is no need to alert them. It's better to just be your own housekeeper. Kaya, that little girl, doesn't have many days left. At this time, he didn't want to reveal his identity because of these stupid pirates. But just now, he seemed to faintly hear those guys talking about a villa. The distance was too far, and coupled with the sound of the waves hitting the rocks, he couldn't hear clearly. He originally planned to go back directly, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to go and take a look. With the strength of those pirates, it was impossible for them to find him. There's no need to take action, just figure out what they are here for. A breeze blew by, and Chloe disappeared from the spot. He is suspicious by nature, and he always feels uncomfortable if he doesn't get to the bottom of things. After he disappeared, Wayne, who had already walked a long way away, casually turned around and glanced over here. Looking at the place where CLO disappeared, Wayne showed a faint smile. The perception provided by his observation haki was enough for Wayne to discover that someone was staring at them. Just as he showed up, Wayne could also let the system start detection directly. Test whether he is vicious enough. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of the village. Looking forward from here, the buildings in the village seem a bit ordinary. They are all small one-story brick houses, and you can even see mud houses. It is in stark contrast to the big villa on Kaya's side. It's not easy for a place like this to produce a rich person. Wayne looked around and could only say that the scenery was okay. Besides that, a rich lady? Stop it! If there can be a rich lady in a place like this, then Buggy can become the king of pirates. In that case, there is no need to stay here any longer, let's head straight to Kaya. But at this moment, sudden, a stone hit Wayne at an extremely tricky angle. He looked relaxed, and although the people on the picnic noticed him, it was obviously too late to stop him. They also didn't expect that someone could launch a sneak attack without them noticing. Or beat their boss. What a courage! But they weren't worried about Wayne getting hurt, which would have been strange. Sure enough, when the stone was about to hit Wayne, he raised his hand and grabbed the stone. Then he threw it hard in the direction it came from. The stone instantly turned into a cannonball and smashed into a big tree at 5 times the speed it had when it arrived. Boom! After a loud bang, the big tree fell to the ground. Behind the big tree, a guy wearing overalls and goggles was looking at the fallen tree with fear on his face. Usopp was stunned. A stone, thrown by hand, broke the tree? This is a tree so thick that it takes 3 people to hug it. This person, what kind of outrageous power does this person have? Usopp froze in place, his legs starting to tremble and his pants starting to ripple. This scene before my eyes was really too shocking. He had just come to ask for help, but the villagers almost killed him first. He knocked on the door frantically, making the villagers really impatient. They took up their weapons and surrounded him. After giving him a good beating, they let him go. He shouts in the village every day that the pirates are coming, but now no one would believe him even if they really come. Seeing that no one believed him, Usopp decided to run away first. He can no longer care about so many things. But when he saw Wayne and the others appear at the village entrance, he didn't know where he got the courage from, but he actually shot Wayne. Now looking at the fallen tree, he wanted to run, but his legs were completely unresponsive. I can't move at all. Gil and the others looked at the tree falling to the ground, revealing Usopp, their faces filled with anger. It was this BCH who actually dared to attack their boss. Now that self-defense has been established, it would be strange if the boss doesn't kill him. What a courage! Buggy standing by also looked like he was enjoying the show. He was living well in Orange Town at first, but Wayne came and destroyed his lair. Now that he's been bullied, why don't you beat the shit out of him? On a rooftop not far away, Chloe also noticed this scene. He was a little surprised by Wayne's strength, but that was all. Power monsters can only be slaughtered by him. Now that you have been provoked to the point of no return, why don't you kill him? If Wayne and the others take action and help get rid of Usopp, it will definitely be a good thing for CLO. He and Usopp had been at odds with each other for a long time. Without Usopp, Kaya would have been rooted by now. Thump! Usopp fell to the ground, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Wayne. Wayne, with a gloomy face, also walked towards him step by step. Chapter 46. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Wayne came to Usopp's side. Looking down at his disheveled appearance, Wayne suddenly waved his hands. A pat on his shoulder. Ah! Usopp suddenly let out a scream, the sound full of misery and fear. Chloe watched this scene with a gleam in his eyes. That's right. Kill that BD. Chloe's face was filled with excitement. But soon, the excitement on his face froze. After slapping Usopp, Wayne actually pulled him up. Not only did he not attack him, but he also helped him sweep the fallen leaves off his body with a smile on his face. Did you get scared, young man? Wayne said with a smile. The terrain of this village is a bit complicated. After coming up from here, he didn't know where the villa was. There was no one in the village, and no one knew where they had gone. Just as he was about to go begging for alms like Tang Seng, he went to knock on the door and look for someone to lead the way. Usopp, this kid jumped out. If this guy dares to attack him, he will definitely be punished. But Wayne was really afraid that if he used even a little force, Usopp would break into pieces. He is a truly ordinary person. The kind that breaks if touched. If it breaks, it will cause more trouble. Let him lead the way first. But Wayne's actions almost made the people behind him drop their jaws. What? What? Not only did the boss not kill him, he also helped him up? No, not boss. We are acting in self-defense, there is no need to be so gentle. When did the boss become so easy to talk to? The other side has already attacked you. Keel and the others' eyes widened in shock. Monka said he had never seen such treatment in his life. He only knew that if he made a mistake, the barrel of a gun would be pointed at his head. Then the countdown starts from 3 numbers. Even joining the pirates group follows this process. But now, their boss was actually being polite to this ugly guy whom he had never met before? The opponent also attacked him. What on earth is going on? Not only Moncada, Buggy is even more confusing. He was a good man sitting at home when something unexpected happened. At that time, the big foot was only 0.01 mm away from his red nose. He almost got the title of blooming brilliant fireworks with his life. How come when you get to this guy, not only do you not deal with him, but you also speak to him nicely? Do they know each other? Buggy always felt unbalanced. Needless to say, CLO had already started to greet Wayne in a friendly way in his heart. What is this pirates? It really is rubbish pirates. They didn't even lay hands on me. Are you afraid of your mother? These pirates can actually survive until now. It's simply a miracle. Usopp's mind was blank at this moment, and his head was buzzing. His face was full of disbelief, and his eyes were trembling as he stared at the kind-looking Wayne. The hand holding the slingshot was clearly shaking. He didn't know what Wayne was doing, and he didn't understand the situation. This pirates, why does it feel so different? Isn't he here to cause trouble? I had already attacked him, but he still smiled, helped me up, and asked me what was wrong. Is this something pirates should do? Not at all. Usopp was already frightened by Wayne, and his brain hadn't yet recovered its normal function. Now looking at Wayne's bizarre actions, my mind is almost in a knot. What are you doing here? Usopp asked shakily. Hearing this, Wayne patted Usopp's shoulder gently and smiled. We're here to buy supplies. Is there any place here where we can buy things? Don't worry, if you knew, we would definitely not let you make this trip in vain. After saying that, Wayne waved to the people behind him. Among the people who were still confused, Kill was the first to react. As he walked quickly forward, he took out a gold bar from his pocket. Wayne took it and placed it directly into Usopp's hand. Then he said with a mercenary smile, "Don't worry. The pirate flag on our ship is just a decoration to prevent pirates from robbing us. We are actually businessmen." When Wayne speaks, he doesn't even write a script. Say whatever comes to mind. These words almost broke the waists of the people behind him. Not Big Brother. When did we change careers? When did we stop being pirates? You should at least inform your brothers, right? You replaced our company without making any noise. Before going to work, I was a pirate, but as time went by, I became a businessman. This is a bit unexpected, brother. Your thoughts are moving so fast that we can hardly keep up. CLO on the roof. That person almost fell off the roof because he didn't stand firmly. What is this go BA thing? What do you say you are? Merchant? CLO suddenly took out a few bounty warrants from his pocket. Quickly flip out the king before sunset. Look at the incredibly clear photo of Wayne above. After comparing it carefully, he threw the bounty order to the ground with a bang. You pirates are too outrageous. You're just bullying me because no one knows me, right? How dare you even say that the pirate's flag is just a decoration? Do you have to be so outrageous? CLO was really eye-opening. It was the first time he encountered pirates like this. Wayne's words immediately caused Usopp's entire system to crash. There was also confusion in the little eyes. Ah? They are businessmen? Usopp, with a confused look on his face, turned to look at the group of extremely ferocious-looking burly men behind Wayne. The crew members were also confused when they saw Usopp looking over here. They also had to quickly and forcefully make themselves look gentler in order to cater to Wayne's words. Be more like a businessman. But this looks hasty. It seems a little abnormal no matter how you look at it. Usopp swallowed hard. Feeling the heavy gold bar in his hand, he looked at Wayne with doubt. To be honest, Wayne really looks like a businessman. But what the hell are those people? They don't look like businessmen at all. There are even clowns. And there's that axeman who looks like he's not someone to be trifled with. Wayne naturally saw his confusion. Without any nonsense, he waved his hand again. Here, I'll give you another one, no more. We are businessmen. Giving you so much money as a guide is already a loss. These are the laborers I hired. They look a bit shabby, but they all do the hard work. After Wayne finished speaking, the people behind him once again showed an ugly and silly smile. Yes, yes, we are hard laborers, hard laborers. What about the clown? The clown is the dog on the ship. Chapter 47. Everyone was confused. This was their first time changing careers, so they all had little experience. It feels very unfamiliar to do. But I have to cooperate. The new buggy now had wide eyes and was confused as he reached ultimate. It vividly demonstrates what it means to be the king of Gotham City. He really didn't expect it. This is only the first day, the first day. He had become the ship's dog. Is there still law? Is there still law? I'm such a handsome guy, can you say I'm a dog on the ship? You are really speechless. Don't force yourself to say it, buddy. Buggy naturally realized that Wayne was just making things up. The purpose was just to let the guy in front of them lead the way. But the only thing he couldn't understand was, why can they be hard laborers? Laozi can't. Laozi also has to do hard labor. You actually assigned me the role of a dog, you are such a genius. Or in your eyes, am I just a dog on the boat, and you just took this opportunity to speak your mind? Buggy's fragile heart, who is in his 40s, is now deeply hurt. Her little mouth turned down involuntarily. If there weren't so many people around, he would have wanted to hit Wayne in the chest with his hammer. And after Usopp heard Wayne's explanation to Buggy, he immediately believed it. Oh. So it's the dog on your ship, I thought. If you want to buy some goods, we actually don't have anything to buy here. Everyone only has enough for their own use, and there is no extra to sell. But, if you really need it, Kaya might be able to sell you some. But the price? Wayne's generosity naturally made Usopp think about it. He now truly believed that Wayne and his friends were businessmen. After all, where can you find such polite pirates? Not only do they give money, but they also give a lot. Let Kaya sell some things to them, and she will definitely make a lot of money. Kaya still has a lot of stock. Usopp's words once again shattered Buggy's fragile heart. Damn it! Just because I'm a dog, do you think it's reasonable? You are reasonable. You. Buggy really wanted to rush up and tear Usopp's peach mouth apart, or let him take a bullet from Buggy. Don't worry. The price is definitely there. We are sincere. Then please lead the way quickly, sir. It's getting late, we don't have many people, and we have to move back to the ship soon. Hey! Come with me. Usopp, who really believed it, put the 2 gold bars into his pocket, turned around and led Wayne and others towards Kaya's villa. At this time, he was still thinking that he had really helped Kaya get a big business. Such a generous businessman can definitely give Kaya a lot of money. Looking at the backs of Wayne and others leaving, CLO was really speechless. There are actually people who can really believe this. Is this even outer space? What's your brain made of? Is it really a pig's brain? After CLO calmed down, he also felt a little regretful. He was upset that those people didn't kill Usopp. Now they are heading to the villa, definitely not to buy any supplies. What kind of pirates buy supplies when they need them? Who doesn't just grab it? But this group of people is indeed a little different. It's just like a cripple taking a shit, weird. In CLO's opinion, it might be true that they needed supplies, but they definitely couldn't buy them. Apart from that, of course there is murder and robbery. He had also heard a little about the style of this group of pirates. They were extremely brutal and left almost no one alive. Many pirates were killed in their encounters with them. But this is actually good news for him. Murder and robbery. They killed Kaya and then stole her belongings. After Kaya is really killed, I can then take action to deal with these pirates. Wouldn't that be achieving the goal directly? Think of this. The corners of Clo's mouth also curled up slightly. Then he quickly disappeared from the spot. Ran towards the villa. In Kaya's room. Kaya, with her long light yellow hair and unusually fair skin, was lying on her bed with a worried look on her face. Looks very weak. She just stood by the window waiting for a while, and she felt weak all over. In the end, I could only lie back on the bed. But her eyes were always looking towards the window, and her heart was always hanging. What happened to Usopp? Why hasn't he returned yet? Why is there no sound outside? Are the pirates just passing through? Kaya had a lot of questions in her mind, but all she could do was lie in bed and think about it. Sudden. There was a noise at the door, the sound of a key turning. Kaya looked towards the door with some fear. Knowing nothing, Kaya naturally worried that the people coming were pirates. Soon, the door opened. It's Clo. At this moment, his face was full of joy and he looked very excited. Miss. Those people are not pirates. They are merchants coming to purchase supplies. Kaya was stunned by what Clo said. Merchant? She had just clearly seen the pirate's ship, so how could it be a merchant ship? Before Kaya could ask, Chloe explained everything to her right away. After a moment, Kaya also understood everything. Although she also felt that the pirate's flag was a decoration and a bit abstract, they still gave 2 gold bars to lead the way. This really doesn't seem like pirates. How could the pirates do such a thing? Thinking of this, Kaya's anxious heart finally calmed down a little. It doesn't matter if they are businessmen or not, as long as they are not pirates. Before Kaya could think about it, Usopp's shouting rang out from outside the window. Kaya! A merchant wants to sell you something. Hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Kaya's face again. The gloom just now was also swept away. Maybe this is the charm of childhood sweethearts. She forced herself to walk quickly to the window, but when she looked down, the smile on her face froze. Usopp is still Usopp. But the person behind Usopp doesn't look like a businessman. Usopp and the butler, wouldn't they be fooled by them? The appearance of Wayne's crew member immediately overturned Kaya's insignificant trust. Her brows were also furrowed. Kaya! They really are merchants. Have someone prepare some supplies. They really are here to buy things. Usopp looked at Kaya and knew what she was worried about. But now he felt that Kaya was a little too suspicious. I brought these people here myself, how could I possibly do anything that would harm her? Usopp always had a smile on his face. Chapter 48. But Kaya didn't change her opinion because of Usopp's words. Until. My beautiful lady, we are merchants passing by and would like to purchase some supplies. Don't worry about us defaulting on the payment. This is a deposit, you can keep it for now. Wayne said this in a gentle tone, took out 2 pieces of gold from his arms and threw them out. The gold landed steadily on Kaya's windowsill. But Buggy was wailing silently. That was all his, all the money he brought, all the money he used to join the army. How could it be wasted like this? Buggy's heartbroken GAWA was bleeding. Forget it, we're just throwing him around for fun anyway, and we're going to kidnap him soon. Just tie her up and then take it back from her. Big Brother is about to take action, and there is absolutely no one here who can be his opponent. As long as he wants to kidnap someone, he can do it easily. There was absolutely no one who could stop him for a moment. Keel and others in the rear were more professional than Buggy. How can you just tie him up? You have to act in self-defense first. After a while, the other side's guards came down, and we directly admitted our identity as pirates. The opponent was scared to death and then launched an attack. Only then will it be the right time to take action. It would be wrong to take action now. Kaya looked at the gold bars falling in front of her and listened to the pure sound. It is indeed gold. Kaya was also a little stunned. The other party was actually a businessman who came to trade. Whether it is the other party's actions or attitude, they don't look like pirates at all. Maybe they really just look a little scary, and we shouldn't judge people by their appearance. And it was Usopp who brought him here, so Usopp would definitely not harm him. Thinking of this, Kaya finally let down her guard. He turned around and whispered to CLO, "Go and help them prepare some supplies. They seem to be pretty good people. We can give them the rest of the food we have left." Kaya's soft voice also made Keel downstairs feel aroused. He was really hungry. Wayne never fed the child, and the child was almost starving. The stunned Chloe could only agree and turned around to prepare. There was also a glint of doubt in his eyes. What are these pirates doing? They're actually paying. You are all pirates, why are you still doing all this fancy stuff? Just kill him. Aren't all the food and drinks here yours? What the hell is going on in a pig's head? Do you want to wait until I have arranged everything for you before you take action? Kill someone so you don't have to go in and look for him yourself? Okay, wait a minute, I'll give you some red bean paste soon. Chloe, with a gloomy face, couldn't help but move faster. After calling a few servants, they also started to get busy. It didn't take long before they had moved out boxes and frames of all sizes and piled them on the path outside the yard. Wayne and the others stood under the big tree, stepping on the soft grass, quietly watching them busy themselves. While CLO was busy, Kaya also walked out of her room for a rare occasion. Feel the fresh air outside the house and the gentle light. Kaya's mood also improved unconsciously. She was wearing a white long dress, stepping lightly on the grass, with her hands behind her back, like a lively princess. She stood next to Usopp, taking in the beauty of that moment. Usopp looked at the things that were being carried out, his face full of pride. This was a big deal he had made. It didn't take long before most of the things were moved. The large amount of supplies almost blocked the entire path, and the servants were exhausted. CLO was also a little out of breath. There was also a hint of hidden hatred in his eyes when he looked at Wayne. Everything has been moved. What's your offer? Chloe asked gloomily but in a friendly manner. I've already asked for the price, so you don't need to pretend anymore, right? Let's start killing. Now he can't wait to see Wayne kill Kaya. And he can also quickly catch Wayne and chop off his hands and feet to have fun with him. The brothers in the rear all smiled cruelly when they heard this. Now that everyone is here, I can identify myself. The boss actually asked the other party to help with the hard work. The 4 temporary gold pieces were well spent. But now, it's time to show our identity as pirates and make some arrests. The other person is right next to you and you can catch him at will. There is no one to protect you at all. The smiles on the faces of several people gradually became more and more unrestrained. Seeing this, Chloe also laughed. That's right. That's the taste. Bring out your pirates, you idiots. I've been ordering your grandfather around for so long, you'll be in trouble soon. The cruel look in Chloe's eyes became more and more obvious. But at this moment, Wayne casually threw a bulging bag over. CLO was caught off guard and didn't catch it. The bag fell to the ground, and all the gold in the bag spilled out. Is this enough? If not, I'll add more. Wayne's flat voice sounded. But except for the 2 boys and girls around them, everyone was dumbfounded. They all stayed where they were, staring at the bag of money on the ground. Chloe really felt a little concussed now, and it took him a long time to finally recover. Not a buddy? What did you say? Is this enough? If not, can you give me more? I just want to ask. Are you a pirate? What the hell are you doing? Is this something a brutal pirate should say? Krona's standing figure trembled for a moment when Wayne spoke. Wayne's actions completely overturned all the information he had about Wayne. Enkil and the others all had a blank mind. Big brother, my dear brother. Do we really need to do this? Is it time to make a move? There's really no need to do this. They were really confused by Wayne's actions. The boss really thinks of himself as a businessman. And also spread out the money. When it comes to spending money, Buggy really can't stand it. He is really scared now. Is Wayne really going to spend so much money on buying things? So is this pirates group really serious? I joined the pirates because of their seriousness. You guys are not lying to me, are you? Buggy was so nervous that he started scratching his hands. But Wayne has his reasons for doing this. I'm a generous citizen, buying and selling goods in an honest manner. What's wrong with me? It's never wrong to do more of what good citizens should do, right? Anyway, I will extort it all back soon, not a penny less. While Chloe was stunned, Usopp had already run over and picked up the purse on the ground. Although he doesn't care much about money, this is earned for Kaya. He handed the purse to Kaya with a smile on his face. Kaya, who also looked incredulous, took it. With so much money, it is certainly enough to buy their things, and even more than that. At Usopp's urging, Kaya finally came to her senses. She looked at Wayne with gratitude. Leaning slightly towards him to express her gratitude, Kaya spoke with some excitement. That's enough, very much. And there's a lot more than that. I'll return it to you after I count it all. No need to return it. The extra amount can be considered as their hard work fee. Thank you so much. Kaya replied with a look of surprise. She didn't expect Wayne to be so generous. It's incredible. And at this moment, Wayne asked her another strange question. So, we are friends now, right? Kaya was slightly stunned, but then nodded slowly. After she finished speaking, Wayne slowly came to her. He said softly with a smile on his face. Sorry, my friend, you've been kidnapped. We are pirates. Chapter 49. Wayne's calm voice made the whole audience suddenly quiet down. Kaya looked at Wayne, who was smiling gently in front of her, and the smile on her face froze. There was also a look of disbelief in his eyes. Wayne's words exploded in her ears like a thunderbolt. The feeling of gratitude she had towards Wayne disappeared in an instant, and her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. But she still didn't quite believe it. No matter what Wayne had just done, or the feeling he had given her since they met. She didn't even think that the other party was a brutal pirate. This must be, he is just joking, right? Kaya, whose heart was slightly lifted by Wayne's words, also thought so. Usopp was also stunned. He also didn't believe Wayne would be a pirate. After all, there are no pirates who are so easy to talk to and so generous. The most important thing is, where do pirates get supplies and where do they need to buy them? They must have been joking. Usopp's eyes were fixed on Wayne, trying to find a flaw in him. But all he could see was Wayne staring at them calmly. A hint of panic finally appeared on Usopp's face. Could this guy really be a pirate? Wouldn't that make me the sinner who brought the lady into the village? Usopp was already panicking because Wayne didn't look like he was joking. The crew members behind Wayne also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The boss really knows how to have fun, he even jumps back and forth like this. We were almost fooled into it. Wouldn't it be better for you to just come up and kidnap her? Why go around in circles like this? Ha ha ha. Grandpas, stop pretending. Let's get real. We are pirates. Kidnapping. If you don't want them to die, just give Lao Zi all the money. Not a single drop left. All of it. Ah ha ha ha, Lao Zi is a pirate. Whoever wants to be the dog can be the dog. As soon as Wayne spoke, Buggy and the others finally released their long-suppressed frustration. The group of people had a really hard time performing just now. Although Buggy didn't deliberately play a dog, ever since Wayne said that, he looks like a dog no matter how you look at him. Now that the pirates' identities have arrived, they stand up on the spot. After a few people jumped like this, the yard became chaotic. The servants who had just been resting on the side after moving supplies were frightened and jumped up on the spot by their shouting. Looking at those laborers who had just looked honest, they now had cruel smiles on their faces. They finally panicked. They looked for weapons with fear on their faces, but their trembling legs caused them to fall repeatedly. Because Buggy was already falling apart at this point. It looks extremely scary. Kaya was also frightened by the scene before her. The look he gave Wayne also changed. She even took a step back unconsciously and almost fell to the ground. How is this possible? How could he be a pirate? Whether it is his work style or the tone of his voice, he is very much like a businessman. And he looks quite gentle. How could this be a pirate? How could a pirate behave like that? And most importantly, they were brought by Usopp. How could Usopp harm him? Thinking of this, Kaya looked at Usopp, who was also standing there in a daze, with a panicked look in his eyes. Kaya felt mixed emotions and had no idea how to express herself. Don't be afraid, beautiful lady. We are only here for money. Cooperate with us and we won't hurt you. Wayne reached out and grabbed Kaya, preventing her from falling to the ground. Patting her shoulder gently, Wayne spoke in a very gentle tone. The purpose of his doing this was naturally to get a little familiar with Kaya so that nothing would go wrong when he kidnapped her. Wayne knew her physical condition. If she were tied up right away, the child might be scared to death before he was taken care of properly. This is something that could really happen and must be taken into consideration. If she died immediately, it would be the end. I told you to kidnap someone, but you kidnapped a dead person. And how can you blackmail someone when he's dead? Now, although she still felt it was a little sudden, at least she was not so afraid of herself. This is indeed the case, although Kaya is very panicked now. But after hearing Wayne's words, she felt a sense of disconnection. Although this made her feel a little more at ease. But that question appeared in her mind again. Because she could sense the gentleness in Wayne's tone, which was deliberately emitted because he was worried that she would be frightened. Such a person. How could he be a pirate? Kaya's eyes widened with disbelief. She really couldn't detect any trace of pirates in Wayne. This is like a big brother next door. It didn't look like the pirates who came to kidnap her at all. Usopp beside her couldn't believe it either. He was the one who brought Wayne here, and he did this because he was completely sure that he was a businessman. How could he not be? Absolutely impossible. Those people must have just been cooperating with him. He just wanted to scare us. I am the bravest sea warrior, how could I be scared by such a trick? Stop pretending. I know you're not pirates. Usopp shouted, a little shaky. But his shouting only earned him a sidekick from Wayne. An invisible sense of oppression instantly came to Usopp. Wayne took action directly with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. The truth is, he felt that Usopp was a little confused about the situation, and there was no need for self-defense. This guy just ambushed him. Usopp was completely unable to react and was hit in the blink of an eye. This kick sent him flying on the spot. Although Wayne used all his strength, Usopp was still bent into a C shape from the waist. Bang! A dull crashing sound was heard. It hit the wall hard, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of Usopp's mouth. A strong stinging sensation continued to attack from the side of his waist, and Usopp's face was covered with cold sweat. His face was now filled with fear, and his eyes trembled as he looked at Wayne. The damage from that kick just now was too great. He had never suffered such a serious injury since he was a child. And at this moment, he finally woke up. The guy in front of me is really a murderer. I, myself, brought such a demon to Kaya's side? Usopp slumped to the ground, feeling completely powerless. Although the injury would not kill him, it would definitely not make him feel better. His whole body was shaking with fear. He had originally thought that he shouldn't be so weak. But now it seems that everything was just my own fantasy. I could die at any time in front of him. Kaya, who was standing beside her, also widened her eyes and unconsciously covered her open mouth with her hands. Looking at Wayne, who had a slightly unhappy look on his face and his smile had disappeared. She was completely scared. These people are not joking. They really are pirates, and they are pirates who kill without blinking an eye. Fear gradually crept into his heart. Wayne's right hand, which was still on Kaya's shoulder, could clearly feel her shoulder begin to tremble slightly. His expression changed slightly, and he spoke to comfort her, "Don't worry, you are safe." Then he turned to look at Chloe, and casually glanced at Usopp who was lying on the ground unable to get up, but he ignored him. Looking at CLO, Wayne said leisurely, "Go prepare the money, little housekeeper." With a gloomy expression, CLO suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked, "How much do you want?" "All." Chapter 50. After hearing Wayne's words, Chloe clenched his fists tightly. He really didn't expect that this guy came here just for kidnapping and extortion. Is this necessary? If you just kill her, won't everything here be yours? What's there to kidnap? Now he actually dares to order me in such a tone. He really thinks he is an important person. With a mere reward of 12 million, he actually dared to shout in front of him. Chloe couldn't bear it any longer. His eyes also began to become dangerous. In his eyes, Wayne was just like a clown who had succeeded in his villainy. But he remained calm and did not take any direct action. There were more of them, and he saw something wrong from Wayne's kick just now. Wayne's strength doesn't seem to be too weak. If he wanted to kill Wayne, the best way would be a sneak attack. While he was off guard, he was attacked by surprise and taken down. If we confront it head-on, it might take some effort. Listen to him first and move all your things out. When they are immersed in the joy of harvest, it is your perfect opportunity. As for Kaya, wouldn't it be better if he killed her accidentally? I was trying to save her, so even if I accidentally killed her, it would be excusable, right? The remaining servants would never dare to say anything. Having made up his mind, Chloe temporarily suppressed his anger. He let Wayne order him around and told the servants to bring out everything in the house. Wayne and the others just watched them move quietly in the still suitable sunshine. Wayne was even worried that Kaya would be tired, so he asked Keel to bring a chair for her to sit on. As a breeze blew by, Wayne took off his coat and put it on Kaya. This is really super VIP treatment. Nothing must happen to her now, at least not today. Kaya is really confused now. Although Wayne and his team's identity as pirates is beyond doubt. But what they did was always very bizarre. How could you be so nice to your kidnapped victim? You didn't even sit down yourself, but you gave me the seat first? Seeing that he was a little cold, he took off his clothes and gave them to her. This group of pirates, why do they feel so weird? Kaya's brows furrowed, and her puzzled eyes kept drifting towards Wayne. Looking at Wayne, who was smiling and watching the servants moving things with interest, Kaya actually felt that he didn't seem that scary. Even though he just kicked Usopp. Feeling the slight weight on her shoulders, Kaya also wrapped Wayne's coat a little tighter. After basking in the sun here for several hours, finally all the things were moved. Apart from a few boxes of Baileys, the rest were all relatively precious items. It took them the entire afternoon to move all these things. During this time, Wayne even asked Buggy and others to go up and help. There are so many things that if they rely on themselves, they may not be able to move everything before 5 o'clock. But I have to extort all of them, how can I do that if I can't move them all? Now, everything is here. It really was like a small hill, even blocking the setting sun from shining on Wayne. The temperature dropped slightly, but Kaya didn't feel cold. Because at this moment, there was a fire in front of her, emitting flames, and the coldness was naturally dispelled. Wayne just lit this fire. Even though he felt a little hot, Kaya's increasingly pale face and the coat that was getting tighter and tighter forced Wayne to build a fire for her. Chloe was staring at Wayne now. He was holding something that looked like a property deed in his hand. This is proof of ownership of the house. There's also a ship on the sea to the north. These are all the things I have. Okay, good job, let me see it. Wayne, who had always been standing next to Kaya, also spoke with satisfaction at this time. Hearing this, a gleam of light appeared in CLO's eyes. The cat's claws that he had just hidden under his coat were ready to strike. As long as he thought about it, the sharp cat claw blade would be put on instantly. At the same time, a deep blood mark will appear on Wayne and Kaya's necks. Restraining his excitement, Chloe walked towards Wayne at a steady pace. The firelight shone on Kaya's face. She looked at the family property that was like a small mountain, but her heart was calm. Those were not what she wanted. The sea breeze blew the only big tree in the yard, and a few scattered leaves gradually fell. CLO handed the certificate of ownership in his hand to Wayne. Wayne also picked it up casually and took a look at it. Just as Wayne was scanning the text in front of him, CLO in front of him suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Kaya was the first to capture this scene. But before she could think, CLO had disappeared in front of her. But Wayne was still looking at the paper in front of him, as if he didn't notice anything. Buggy and the others also noticed this scene and they immediately panicked. "Boss! Be careful!" Hearing their shouts, Kaya's heart suddenly skipped a beat for some reason. When she suddenly looked up at Wayne, she also saw CLO appear behind him. And those slender, sharp cat claws. The cat's claws pierced Wayne's head, as if it wanted to pierce his head from the back. The fallen leaves along the way were easily cut like thin paper. It is enough to prove the sharpness of the claws. Kaya was suddenly shocked. But the cat's claws had already reached the back of Wayne's head. A sinister smile of triumph appeared on CLO's face. "Spoon." Confident of victory, he spoke slowly. At this critical moment. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the sky and quickly echoed in everyone's ears. The sense of crisis that loomed in Wayne's mind disappeared instantly. As the sense of crisis disappeared, a flower of blood bloomed. Blood dripped onto the grass, and a figure fell to the ground shortly after. At this time, Chloe covered his right eye tightly with his right hand. Blood continued to flow out of his right eye and severe pain continued to come. Bright red blood streaked across his face, and his left eye, which could still see light, was now filled with fear. Just now, his cat claws were about to pierce Wayne. There was a fierce glint in Wayne's eyes. He drew his gun instantly, loaded it with one hand, and decisively fired a shot behind him from his right shoulder. Bullets whizzed out. Although CLO reacted quickly, he immediately gave up the attack and dodged sideways. But the result was still that the bullet grazed his eyeball, and his right eye was full of bloodline. Although it's not blinding, bloodline is still leaking out. This is also the result of Wayne showing mercy. If you want to kill him, with advanced spear skills and observation haki, where can he hide? Wayne didn't kill him, but he wouldn't show any mercy just because he might be recruited aboard. He has been unhappy with the look in this guy's eyes for a long time. Chapter 51. The gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground, and Chloe's heart was filled with shock. With a look of fear on his face, he stared at Wayne's back, and he didn't even feel the cat claws scratching his scalp. At that moment, he knew clearly. If I take another half step forward, the bullet will definitely blow my head off first. There's no way a cat's paw could even touch that guy. How could he remain calm with this result? Isn't this guy just an East Blue Pirates with a $12 million bounty? How could he possibly react to my sneak attack? Not only did he react, he even launched a sharp counterattack against himself. Just one step away and I'll end up with my head blown off. Who is he, anyway? How strong is he? How could such a person exist in the tiny East Blue? CLO dared to say that no one in East Blue could deal with him so easily, but the guy in front of him did it. This was the guy he had just looked down upon and wanted to kill. It even nearly cost him his life. All he relied on was a flintlock rifle that was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. At this moment, CLO's heart was also in turmoil, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes when he looked at Wayne. Just from that one shot, he had clearly sensed the difference in strength. It is simply an insurmountable gap. If the guy in front of him wanted to, he would die immediately. Even Crow can no longer remain graceful in the face of death. Kaya looked at CLO, who fell to the ground in an instant, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Just now, how did the pirates do it at such a fast speed? The claw was clearly so close to him, but he just fired a shot and resolved the crisis. So how fast can this be done? Kaya originally thought that Wayne was just a small pirate who made a living by robbing, but the strength he showed now shattered this conjecture. This also made Kaya feel very confused. He is so powerful, why does he have to make a living by robbing people? This is totally unnecessary. With his strength, he can easily get a lot of rewards no matter what he does. Why go overseas and become pirates? Kaya was wearing Wayne's coat and looked at him with confusion in her eyes. The 3G brothers over there also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they knew that no one in this small-time East Blue would be able to hurt the boss, they were still shocked by the speed that Chloe unleashed. Apart from these 3 brothers, the other 2 were not so worried. After all, there is no emotion. But at this moment, Monka's eyes widened abnormally. He stared at CLO on the ground, his face full of fear. The cat's claws brought back his forgotten memories. He was once the owner of the cat's claws, and he crushed his jaw and arm. But isn't that guy already dead? He was sent in by himself, so why is it that now, this person? At this time, Monka was very sure that this person was Beiji Klo. Because whether it was the iconic cat claws or the signature ability, they all made him very sure. That time, all the people on their boat died in that spoon sound. The whole group was wiped out in an instant, and he was the only one who survived. Did he just fake his own death? Was this guy the real Beiji Crow? If that's the case... Monka's fear-filled eyes slowly turned to Wayne, and the fear began to fade away. Originally, Monka didn't know much about Wayne's strength, he only knew that he could kill him in one move. But now, he can even slaughter that devil at will. It was still that old flintlock rifle, a flintlock rifle that looked like it could explode at any moment. But no matter who comes, it won't work. What kind of terrifying gun technique is this? At this moment, Monka's thoughts began to change because of the strength Wayne showed at this time. It seems a bit beyond my reach to follow a captain of this strength. At least it's definitely better than being a small base manager in a marine base. At this time, Monka also really wanted to join the White Pirates. Wayne swung the gun in his hand twice to cool it down. Then he put it back into his waist. Turn around. Lower your head slightly. Glancing at Chloe on the ground, Wayne also spoke calmly. With this level of strength, you should rest for a while. After saying that, she ignored him and let him lie there doubting his life. He placed his hand on Kaya's shoulder. But this time, wrapped in Wayne's coat, she did not tremble. This dress is yours, do you want to change it? Wayne remained the same, speaking casually. Monka and the others also thought it was commonplace. After all, they had heard this rhetoric used countless times. But to other people, this doesn't mean the same thing. Usopp, who was lying on the ground, immediately changed his expression. He didn't care about the pain in his body and shouted, "What do you want to do?" Kaya. Don't agree to him. It sounds obvious that they want to kidnap her and make her the ship's wife. The other meanings are simply inaudible. Wayne glanced at Usopp in surprise, and for a moment he couldn't understand why he reacted so strongly. But he soon noticed the problem. This is a question that must be asked, even though what I say may be a bit inappropriate. At this point, they haven't actually kidnapped Kaya. Because he was not tied up and no other actions were taken from beginning to end. It's almost time to get off work, so it's time to express my gratitude. If the exchange with her is successful, it will be a fair trade. After tying her up, I will use Kaya to exchange for the property with CLO. The kidnapping and ransom is complete. But if she refuses to agree, then that will be useless. Just when Wayne was about to change his words slightly. Change. Kaya's lively voice sounded, but it also sounded a little low at this time. Her face was full of determination. Looking at the fallen Chloe and Usopp beside her, Kaya was worried that Wayne would hurt them. If I don't agree, they may face a bad situation. This is also the reason why she agreed. Although she didn't know why their butler was so powerful, the trust that Kaya had accumulated over the years made her not doubt him. At this time, he also wanted to sacrifice himself to save them. But Kaya didn't seem to have all these feelings in her heart, because the ambiguity of what Wayne said was very obvious. That's why her hands kept getting tangled together. Her heart was far from as calm as it appeared on the surface. After saying this, Wayne was visibly stunned. She agreed to all this? But the days soon turned into joy again. Who cares? Bag it first. Anyway, I've already agreed. Chapter 52. After Kaya spoke, Usopp's expression became extremely sad and angry. CLO was also a little surprised. Kaya kept her head down, and her nervousness was obvious. They all thought Wayne was looking for her to be his wife. But at this moment, look at the sack. They watched as Wayne took a sack from Monka. Then he pushed Kaya in without hesitation. Without any warning, Kaya fell into Wayne's sack and was carried on his shoulders. Wayne carried Kaya and walked towards a pile of property. Chloe and Usopp's eyes widened as well. Isn't this guy looking for women? Don't they bring them back in sacks on the boat? Although he was very confused, Usopp still struggled to stand up and prepared to stop Wayne. He would never let Kaya be taken away like this. Chloe watched Wayne walk towards the property he had been longing for so many years, his face full of struggle. What to do? Should I just watch them take everything away? But what else can I do? That guy's strength was simply beyond his ability to contend with. I'm lucky I didn't get killed this time. If he dared to make any unusual moves again, CLO really couldn't guarantee that Wayne would not send him to death. But he couldn't just sit back and watch as he watched everything he had been lurking for many years and was about to get was easily taken away by the other party. That was the reward for his hard work over the years. The struggle in Chloe's eyes grew more intense, but his clever mind kept restraining him from doing anything. Buggy and the others had been waiting to move the things, but how much to move depended on Wayne's instructions. There are so many, it's impossible to move them all. Kaya, who was carried on Wayne's shoulders, had already turned red in the face. The reason, of course, was the way she was being carried. The abdomen was next to the shoulders, and the head was behind Wayne. When carrying someone, the hand will inevitably touch that position. Kaya was also constantly supporting herself to prevent her chest from touching Wayne's back. But she didn't have that much strength, and she couldn't hold on for a few seconds, and now she was stuck tightly. Although she was very ashamed, Wayne didn't feel anything at all. It's purely her own problem. Because the sack was very thick, and Kaya was not that proud. At this time, Usopp, with unsteady steps and trembling hands, was standing in front of Wayne, his eyes fixed on Wayne. Even though he was very afraid of Wayne, he still stood here. If Wayne had used a little more force in that kick just now, Usopp would have been dead. In the original novel, although he could withstand the blow of a 4-ton sledgehammer, 4 tons was nothing in the eyes of the strong men in the pirates' world. Wayne can now easily deliver attacks weighing hundreds of tons. If you add kicking skills, each kick will weigh over 2,000 tons. I'm not exaggerating when I say I'm afraid of smashing him to pieces with one kick. Usopp naturally understood the gap between the two sides. As long as Wayne attacked again, he would most likely die. But Kaya was his only friend, and he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Leave Kaya behind. Usopp's body was shaking so much that he could barely speak. But he still dared to stand there, holding the small slingshot in his hand, looking like a joke. Wayne didn't laugh. Even though he didn't like this guy, he was still acting like a man. But he ignored it and continued to move forward. Usopp suppressed his fear and fired another stone at Wayne. Wayne's eyes moved slightly. Tilt your head slightly. A stone flew past my ear. Coming in front of Usopp, Wayne just looked at him quietly. Usopp looked up at Wayne, who was 2 heads taller than him, and his fear reached its limit. You. Bang! Wayne raised his foot and kicked it away. It wasn't too much force, it just made it impossible for him to stand up again for a short period of time. He didn't want anyone to stop him from leaving get off work. He naturally also considered that guy CLO, but with his intelligence, he would not do anything stupid. His only purpose is money, and there is no way he can stop himself from getting off work. Under Usopp's desperate eyes, Wayne brought Kaya to the family property. The struggle in Crow's eyes also came to ultimate. Wayne first put the tied Kaya on the ground, and then checked the bags in front of him. Sudden! Ding ling 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 ling! The loud alarm sounded from the arms of Wayne and others. Everyone has a nice watch on their hand. Now those watches also began to ring continuously. The sound made Kaya's heart skip a beat in the sack, and Usopp was frightened by the sudden noise and let out a loud roar. Ah! Don't hurt Kaya! Usopp closed his eyes tightly and roared loudly. Chloe also suddenly stood up and rushed towards the big tree beside him, because the moment the sound was heard, he saw Wayne reaching for the gun at his waist and looking at him. With the speed at which Wayne fired his gun just now, he really had to be calm. He suddenly hid behind a big tree, but there was no sound of gunfire. CLO naturally thought it was Wayne's trick, but after waiting for more than 10 seconds, he still didn't hear the gunshot. He mustered up the courage to slowly stick his head out, but all he saw were the backs of a group of people walking away. Cold sweat continued to drip from his forehead, and Chloe just stood there in a daze. Even his hands couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes widened slightly. Because all the things were left there intact, Kaya, who was packed in a sack, was not taken away by them and just stayed there quietly. They left? Several question marks slowly appeared in CLO's head. He was called Beiji Crow, naturally because he had a sharp mind. But at this moment, looking at the people gradually leaving, even he couldn't figure out what was going on. Obviously, everything has been settled, and it is all there. But why did they just leave like that? He just carried away a box and left like that? Chloe couldn't understand it, and his eyes without glasses were full of confusion. After a moment, he only had one sentence left to say. What are these pirates doing? Doubt, confusion, and bewilderment. Complex emotions filled CLO's heart, and he really couldn't figure it out. Usopp was also stunned. He originally thought that they were going to attack Kaya, but the current result left him confused. Why did they just leave like that? Only took a box of money? What is going on? Kaya, who was rescued by CLO, still had a blush on her face. But she just stood there in a daze, with surprise in her eyes that was hard to conceal. Because just now, she was the closest to them and heard the conversation between Wayne and the others. They seem off-duty. Kaya, with a dazed look on her face, spoke slowly. These words instantly caused the entire audience to fall silent, and both Chloe and Usopp fell into deep thought. They are off work. Get off work. Just got off work, nothing wrong. There didn't seem to be anything wrong, it was normal for him to leave after get off work. Nothing wrong, your sister. It's time to get off work. Get off work? Chapter 53. All Wayne and his friends took away was a large box of Baileys. As for why I only took one box. I've already been out for a full day. What's wrong with taking a few things? Wayne didn't take more because he felt that Kaya was a very cooperative and obedient little sister. That's why we didn't take away all the boxes of Baileys. I just opened it and saw that there are at least 10 million Baileys in this box. Kaya's family is really rich. With so much cash, no wonder CLO chose their family. Perhaps Kaya's family is the richest in the entire East Blue village, so they are indeed the best choice. Everyone who got the money was very happy, as this amount of money was not a small amount in East Blue. Surrounded by steep mountains, the island has nice scenery, but the road conditions are really average. Wayne and the others came to the edge of the cliff and jumped down. There was sand below, so the fall was not a big deal. Back on the boat, Wayne first asked Ziggy to drive the boat away from the coast until the people on the island could no longer see them. The purpose of doing this is naturally to make CLO think that they have left. If they didn't leave and stayed on the shore, CLO would definitely choose to leave first without being sure of their purpose. Go out and hide for a while, and come back after Wayne and the others leave. Otherwise, he would not take any action, at least he would not run away. Wayne guessed that this guy was most likely going to take action directly. After what happened today, he was most likely going to use force to take Kaya down like in the original novel. But that's not what Wayne has to worry about. At this moment, he looked at the settlement screen in front of him, and his mood couldn't help but improve. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing your work assignment perfectly. You have successfully clocked out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 13 points of physical strength. 23 o'clock check-in point. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll get an extra 7 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 6. My physical strength is about the same as last time, or even a little less, but I have a lot more check-in points. This also gave Wayne a better understanding of the system's compensation rules. Physical strength and punch-in points are awarded according to the level of danger encountered at work, but physical strength rewards are not greatly affected by the number of people at work. Although there was one more person working, the physical strength was the same as last time. However, the number of check-in points has increased significantly, 5 more than last time. If the reward is doubled, it will be 10 points. It turns out that having more people can make it easier to get the opening points. It won't be long before you can break through the sword skills. Although the improvement of strength by checking in points is not as direct as physical strength, it is still pretty good, and the policy of giving priority to recruiting people remains unchanged. Wait for the system's review results on CLO to come out before deciding on the next course of action. But whether he can join or not, Wayne has to continue working a day's shift here. Because the results will not be released until the evening, even if we set off immediately, we will not be able to reach the next island in time. Continue working and maximize your profits first. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Physical strength, 970. Abilities, advanced spearmanship, advanced one-kick, low-level observation haki, low-level sword training. Check-in point, 155.3. Evaluation, good strength. I'm already halfway to the check-in point. I can break through my sword skills by working for 2 or 3 more days. Now, 3 days have passed since I acquired the sword maintaining technique. The damage of the sword has reached 660%, and it is only a few days away from the limit of 800%. The right thing to do is to upgrade it quickly and break through the upper limit of sword maintenance. His physical strength was also steadily increasing, his strength now growing by several tons, and he felt uncontrolled even when he was moving around. But with his previous experience, he adapted quite quickly. Thinking of this, Wayne prepared to eat breakfast and rest. If tomorrow's work is completed perfectly, he will be able to draw on his abilities again. He must conserve his energy and must not make any mistakes. After Wayne and the others left, undercurrents began to stir in Kaya's villa. Chloe once again asked people to move all the things back, but did not put them back to their original places. It was just all piled up in an empty room. This is also done to make it easier for him to take everything away tomorrow. Yes, CLO did decide to take action. Wayne's actions today almost took away everything he had planned for so long. The reason for saving it was even more outrageous than it could be: he was fired from Get Off Work. Although not all of them were taken away this time, there is no guarantee that it won't happen again. At this moment, CLO was like a frightened bird, and he could no longer hide peacefully. If he didn't get the property quickly, he wouldn't even be able to sleep peacefully. The injured Usopp was arranged to rest at Kaya's house because he really couldn't go back. A few hours passed, and although Usopp's condition had improved somewhat, he still had difficulty getting up. He was also very glad that Wayne didn't do anything to Kaya. He didn't have any good feelings towards Wayne now. Although he didn't really do anything wrong, there is no doubt that his behavior was bad. The fact that he had actually relied on deceiving himself to get close to Kaya and kidnap her had already made Usopp very disgusted with Wayne. He was originally a generous businessman, but now Usopp has seen through it. These are pirates, and the kind of pirates who burn, kill, and loot. Captain Wayne is the most evil pirate leader. Squeak! The door of the room was gently pushed open and Kaya walked in with some food. Slowly placed it on the table beside Usopp's bed. Her face was noticeably paler, probably because she had been sitting in the yard for too long today. Kaya put down her food and started to leave, but Usopp stopped her. Kaya, are you okay? Under the bright light, a strange look flashed in Kaya's eyes. She didn't look back, just whispered it's okay and walked out of the room. She is already very tired. Anyone would feel exhausted after what they experienced today. After all, this was a kidnapping, not to mention that Kaya was a patient. She felt extremely tired both mentally and physically. But because Wayne took very good protective measures, both physically and mentally, he did a good job, so Kaya did not have any negative emotions after the disaster. She just felt a little tired due to physical reasons. Lying back on her bed, Kaya couldn't help but recall everything that happened today. Strangely enough, she didn't feel disgusted with Wayne, the kidnapper, but she found it a little hard to understand why they had to leave work on time. There are no kidnappers who leave work on time, and even take only a little bit of property before leaving. This is totally inconsistent with the ransom he asked for. She also found Wayne very interesting. Chapter 54. As for what Chloe said, she didn't suspect anything. Chloe explained to her that he had been training hard over the years so that he could protect Kaya's family at critical moments. And the fact is just as he said, he took action when Kaya was kidnapped. There were no flaws, and Kaya actually believed it. She didn't know what kind of strength he had, she only knew that her butler seemed very powerful, so naturally there was nothing to doubt. She was even a little touched. What kind of housekeeper would go to such lengths for his master? It is no exaggeration to say that we have devoted our efforts to the cause and tried our best. Kaya was so touched that she had no chance to doubt him. Night had already fallen. On the other side of the villa, in the room where the belongings moved out today were piled up, the slender CLO was sitting on one of the boxes, taking in everything. Looking at the mountain of property, CLO's eyes sparkled. Picking up the den mushi beside him, after hesitating for a moment, Chloe entered a familiar number and dialed it. A long time. Connected. Which one? A slightly sharp male voice was heard, and a different emotion flashed in CLO's eyes, which were shrouded in darkness. It's been a long time since I last saw that guy, Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao, the hypnosis division of the Black Cat Pirates. Everyone leave tonight, I'll find you tomorrow. Chloe's dull voice came out. Click. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Sitting alone in this dark room, CLO sat silently, not knowing whether he was reminiscing or thinking about tomorrow's murder plan. Early the next morning, the rising sun shines down. It adds a bit of vitality to the lush forest below. Pa! A branch was crushed underfoot, making a crisp sound. Usopp, who has fully recovered, is walking in the forest. His face doesn't look good, as if he has just suffered some injustice. The reason is very simple, he was kicked out. When Klo saw that his injury had healed, he ordered him to leave immediately without saying a word, without even seeing Kaya. This naturally made Usopp a little unhappy. The surroundings were unusually quiet, with only the whistling sound of the breeze blowing past my ears. But not long after Usopp left, he felt the urge to pee, and on a sudden impulse, he decided to challenge the 3-meter windward wave. After taking a detour, he finally reached the edge of the cliff. He untied his wide pants and was ready to release himself, but the sound from below almost made the liquid that was about to come out of his mouth spray out. You guys will just kill Kaya in a moment. It was a very clear sound, and Usopp heard it clearly. He quickly caught the few drops that he didn't have time to collect. Didn't fall off the cliff. He naturally recognized that it was CLO's voice, but it was talking about killing Kaya. Chloe is evil, but he wouldn't kill Kaya, right? What's going on? Usopp forced himself to calm down, suppressing his second brother's trembling, and he pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Aren't you going to inherit the inheritance properly? Why did you kill him directly? Just kill her and then hypnosis everyone around her. There might be loopholes, but I can't care less. Okay. I'll go by myself then. No, get all the pirates here. I won't show up. This time, we have to succeed. Hearing this, Zhang Jiao looked at CLO in surprise. CLO, who always pays attention to caution, found it abnormal when he was told that he could not care less. Now the other party, a little girl, actually wanted all of them to go out. This is simply abnormality on top of abnormality. Has he changed after not seeing him for so many years? Or has he encountered some unexpected change? Before Zhang Jiao could ask, a small stone suddenly fell from above and landed directly in front of CLO. The two of them immediately changed their expressions as they realized something. Do as I say. Klo said one more thing and quickly chased towards the top of the cliff. There was movement up there, whether it was human or animal, Klo's cautious nature made him have to find out. Above, a terrified Usopp was running wildly through the woods without even having time to put on his belt. He really didn't expect that Klo was actually a pirate's. And he seems to be a pirate's captain. He has been lurking around Kaya for all these years just for her family property. No wonder, no wonder. He was so powerful that everything made sense. He is actually the captain of the pirates, and now he orders his men to kill Kaya. What should I do? What should I do? Usopp was thinking rapidly as he ran, but the noise coming closer and closer from behind made his heart rise into his throat. If he catches up with me, I'll be dead. Usopp had naturally seen how strong Crow was yesterday, and he couldn't hold out for even a second in front of him. Bang! Ouch! Sudden! Usopp hit something hard and fell to the ground. He looked up in panic and saw a young man wearing a straw hat standing in front of him. He just bumped into this person. There was a green-haired and orange-haired boy next to him, but Usopp didn't have time to chat with them right now. Run! Out of kindness, Usopp reminded them and then stood up and continued running. Can! Whoosh! An inexplicably long arm suddenly caught up with him and grabbed his shoulder, then the arm retracted and he was pulled back. Why are you running? Do you know where the richest family is? We want to borrow a boat from her. Those words, tinged with a touch of foolishness, rang in Usopp's ears. But before he could reply, Chloe came to kill him. The sharp cat claws pierced Usopp's head. At this moment, a flash of cold light passed by. Clang! Zoro raised his knife to block it, and the atmosphere at the scene began to become subtle. By this time, the time had quietly come to 8:59. The Black Cat pirates, who had already started the action, did not notice the other pirate ship slowly approaching. On the boat, Wayne's expression changed slightly. He naturally noticed the Black Cat pirates' ship. It seems that Chloe really couldn't wait any longer and mobilized all the members of his pirates group overnight. To be honest, if possible, Wayne also wanted to save Kaya. That little girl is quite likable. It depends on what today's mission is. No matter what it is, Wayne can easily rescue Kaya with a slight change. Ding! Today's work assignment, the woman robbery plan. Take a woman away by force. Force her to be the ship's captain. Chapter 55. Looking at the task in front of him, Wayne was a little speechless, to be honest. Of course, they had encountered this type of mission before, but he had never seen one where only one was needed for robbing. And not only did they rob her, they also took her away and made her the ship's lady. What the hell is this? Although this is indeed very pirates-like, but, for a moment Wayne really couldn't accept it. This task is quite novel. But you can't say there's anything wrong with it, that's what serious pirates do. But this task also has its advantages, at least it is simple. As long as he could find a woman to take him away and bring him on the boat, his mission would be basically completed. He wouldn't have to run back and forth, which was pretty good. But if that's the case, then we can just grab it and drive straight to the next island, saving a whole day of travel time. As soon as this idea came to mind, Wayne suddenly felt that this task was extremely good. As for the candidates, it seems that there is no need to choose anymore. The key point is that the review results of the Krona Boy came out last night. Crow, pass. Things turned out as Wayne expected, and it was worth it for Wayne to delay his trip for a day for him. In this case, he had no choice but to go to Kaya's place. Since he was already there, why not just arrest Kaya directly? With this in mind, the boat slowly approached the shore. Wayne looked at the crew members below and announced today's mission. Today, I'll snatch someone to be my wife. As soon as Wayne said this, there was silence below, and then... FK. Boss. Dad. Dear Dad. Are you serious? Are you finally going to unlock my wife? The other people didn't react much, only Keel almost knelt down in front of Wayne. That excited look. Those trembling hands. All of this shows his desire for a wife. Even Wayne's mouth twitched, and Kakuzu held his forehead helplessly. Seeing that Keel even called out Dad, he also felt that it was time to find him a wife. It really has been going on for more than 10 years. Ahem, I'll really find it for you next time, trust me. This is work today, be serious. Alright. Stop talking, it's time to go. After saying that, Wayne got off the boat first. It was really because Keel's eyes were too hot and he couldn't stand it. Ever since he was beaten and lost a centimeter of his finger, Keel has been very well behaved. If Wayne doesn't find him a partner, he will remain single. He is hard-working and does his job well. It's really time to find him one. Well, write it down first, don't worry. Brother, relax, my wife will be here soon. Indeed, the boss actually coughed twice this time. If there's a chance, maybe I'll really arrange it for you next time. After hearing what his two brothers said, Keel's dim eyes brightened up again. That's right. In the past, the boss would always blurt out the answer next time, but today he is acting so abnormally, there is definitely a chance. Ahaha. Hu Hansen, am back again. Damn. Going to work. Ha 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 ha. Today is a good day. Just do it. Oli gee. Looking at the somewhat crazy kill, the others also shook their heads silently. The child is not far from going crazy. Kaya's villa. The autumn wind blows and the leaves fall to the ground. It adds several different colors to the earth. In front of the villa's gate, Kaya, who was pulled out by Usopp, was looking at the fight in front with fear on her face. Luffy and Zoro, each fighting against one another. In the encounter in the forest just now, Kuro did not choose to fight with Luffy. Seeing that the opponent was not too weak and could not be killed with one blow, he immediately left the scene. CLO's speed was simply beyond the reach of the two of them. After some explanation from Usopp, Luffy and the others came here to stop the attacking pirates. Usopp wanted to pull Kaya away, but Kaya had already overdrawn her physical strength yesterday. Today, she had difficulty even walking, let alone running. Now that no one was taking her away, she could only stand there. Even standing was a bit difficult. National model is making trouble. Bang! Bang! Pa pa pa! Clang clang! The sounds of cannons and gunfire around had already become one and the same. Under the powerful hypnosis, these small pirates were extremely tenacious and fought with a completely desperate style. Cat brothers, super fighters among the small fry. The speed of the two of them is only slightly slower than CLO's, and both of their weapons are claws. Luffy and Zoro were briefly held back under their leadership. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zongjao rushed towards Kaya without hesitation. The ring used for hypnosis in his hand spun rapidly, cutting straight towards Kaya's neck. If this strike succeeds, it will all be over. Kaya's eyes were filled with fear, and she fell down in panic. But the ring seemed to be able to track her and continued to cut towards her neck. Luffy and the others' expressions changed drastically. This is his ship. If she dies, their ship will be gone too. In the woods, after seeing the strength of Luffy and others, Usopp immediately suggested that Luffy and others help Kaya overcome the difficulties. As long as they succeed, I will ask Kaya to give them a boat. And now, if Kaya dies, then all ships will be gone. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Nami took out a slender stick from his mysterious space and hit the flying ring. Although the danger has been averted, the situation is still not optimistic. Luffy and his men were killing the enemies here, but there was no protection at all in the rear. Luffy knew this wouldn't work. If that guy we met in the forest shows up again, it'll be all over. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately decided to take Kaya away first. Zoro! Block it! Luffy shouted, and immediately jumped back from the battlefield, and his rubber arm grabbed Zongjao who wanted to continue attacking. With pulling. Bang! Zango was knocked away by Luffy. Without any hesitation, Luffy wrapped his arms around Kaya. Let's go! Don't worry about Zoro! Luffy yelled, and Zoro, who was suddenly under great pressure, was stunned. No, buddy, when you said that, you really didn't consider my feelings at all, right? Zoro couldn't help himself and turned around to glare at Luffy. But this sight gave him a fright. Luffy was already turned into a pancake on the spot, and a fist hit him hard on the head. The immense force caused Luffy's head to come into contact with the ground in another way. The ground rippled in an instant, and cracks appeared on the ground in a small area. Next to Luffy, a familiar figure was standing there. Needless to say who it is. Kaya and Usopp's eyes widened instantly, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Why is he here? And after they came, they attacked the people who helped them? Could it be that he is with those pirates? Otherwise, there would be no reason to attack the person who helped them. If he was here to kill her too, despair gradually appeared in Kaya's eyes. Wayne's strength can be seen from this punch. If he also wants to kill me, then I will definitely have no chance of survival. Kaya does not panic in the face of death. But for some reason, Kaya felt inexplicably upset when she saw that Wayne was also here to kill her. The coat she wore on her shoulders seemed to have completely lost its warmth. Chapter 56. Luffy was compressed hard to the ground, and then quickly bounced back. Normally, if someone punches him like this, he'll have already attacked the other person as he bounces back. But now he did not hesitate to distance himself from the person who came. It was because the familiarity of that punch was a little too strong. After regaining his vision, Luffy also saw Wayne over there. His expression changed immediately and his brain started working rapidly. Uncle Wei has appeared. Uncle Wei is also on this island. It's a little after 9 in the morning, Thursday. Uncle Wei's working hours. Luffy's small eyes quickly scanned the entire room, looking for Wayne's work tasks for today. They just fought here for a long time, but Uncle Wei didn't show up. What did I do before he hit me? Sudden. Luffy turned his gaze towards Kaya, and Usopp next to her. Could it be that Uncle Wei's target is him? I was just about to escape with them, and then Uncle Wei showed up. It must be this funny long-nosed man. You must protect him later. Luffy's brain, after some thought, perfectly avoided the correct answer. Wayne, who looked unhappy at the moment, held his forehead helplessly. He really didn't expect to meet Luffy again. Why couldn't he get rid of him at all? Just because I follow your old path, you can't say that you can always keep up with me, right? We are well equipped and you only have a small broken boat. How could you still catch up with us? And being caught up would be one thing, but why do they always think of bad things? If I hadn't arrived in time, who knows where Kaya would have been taken by them. It would have been difficult to search for her all over the mountains and fields. I can work on the ship today, so I'd better work as fast as possible, as the important thing is to hurry. Wayne glanced at the pale-faced Kaya, then turned to look at the pirates' minions in front of him. At this time, the pirates watched Wayne flatten the most difficult demon fruit power with one punch, even making a big crack on the ground. They all widened their eyes. Who is this guy and why is he helping us? Moreover, he looks so strong. Wayne's action of beating Luffy right at the start successfully made the pirates feel good about him, and they thought he must be a master arranged by the captain. Brother, are you the helper our captain is looking for? Zhang Jiao asked with a smile. Although he felt that Klo couldn't even trust them, it was a bit too safe to find another expert. But since everyone is here, he naturally has to make his position clear. As soon as he said this, CLO's eyes widened and his mind went blank. Helper? I'm looking for a helper because I'm afraid I'll die too slowly, right? Why do these subordinates of mine seem to be a little bit clumsy? That guy is stronger than him, can't they see it? How can he be a helper? He is an opponent. But why did he appear again? Klo looked at the expressionless Wayne and frowned. It was a robbery yesterday. I robbed a little bit and then left and went home. Apart from robbery, what else can attract this guy here? Klo couldn't figure it out. He had no idea what Wayne was here for, but Wayne's terrifying strength forced him to make plans early. Whatever he was here for, it couldn't possibly have anything to do with Kaya. He is a pirate, and he is probably here to rob money. Although this behavior is confusing, these people are not normal. As long as they are not here to help Kaya, it will be fine. When they start fighting, he can kill Kaya by surprise. Once Kaya died, everything was over. Afterwards, all you need to do is hypnosis the witnesses other than that group of people. Thinking of this, CLO was ready to take action at any time. Kaya's face darkened when she heard Zhang Jiao's words. Wayne was actually their helper. Usopp's face was also filled with despair. They came here to kill Kaya. If it was their helpers, Kaya would be dead. Wayne's terrifying strength is such that even the two helpers he found cannot stop him. He is too strong. Just when they thought all was hopeless, Wayne, who had been silent all this time, finally took action. He had a blank expression, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This made Zhang Jiao even more certain that he was the helper Clo had found, and the smile on Zhang Jiao's face became even brighter. But he would soon be disappointed. Wayne smiled faintly and turned around. Reach to your waist. Draw your gun. Loaded. Shot. Bang. The bullet flew out. All the movements are smooth and flowing, without any drag. Everything happened so suddenly. Zhang Jiao didn't react at all. The smile was still on his face, but his hat fell off quietly. In the center of the hat, a bullet hole was also unusually clear. The whole place fell silent, and everyone looked at Wayne with disbelief as he raised the gun. No one expected that he would suddenly launch a surprise attack on Zhang Jiao. Under everyone's gaze, Wayne, whose smile had disappeared, spoke again. Now. Roll. The tone is very flat. But just this one sentence made Kaya's eyes widen in the back. He's not here to help those pirates kill me. He's here to protect me. Kaya's pale face instantly showed some color, and her heart, which was originally full of despair, finally had some light. The look in her eyes when she looked at Wayne was also filled with excitement. Which girl can withstand such a rescue? Seeing Wayne protecting her and telling those who wanted to harm her to get lost with a stern face, Kaya seemed to feel much more energetic. The disease seemed to have left her for a short time. The coat that had lost its warmth now gave her warmth again, and it was even stronger, yet still gentle. Zhang Jiao in front of Wayne was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. This guy, has such a fast speed and such accurate shooting skills. If that shot had been to the head, I would definitely be dead now. This is not a helper, this is an executioner. Having personally experienced Wayne's terror, he had already begun to think about retreating. He has already issued an ultimatum. If he dares to act recklessly again, this guy in front of him will definitely show no mercy. Zhang Jiao thinks so, but some people don't think so. Those little brothers who were hypnosed by him were now like chicken blood, and all rushed towards Wayne. The order they received was to kill that woman. Since this guy is not in the same group with them, they naturally have to deal with him together. Zoro moved aside and looked at these people with a bit of sympathy in his eyes. Keel came to Wayne's side and looked at the pirates coming to kill him. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. They haven't done it for a long time, and they are itching to do it. Even Buggy is eager to try it. Boss! What do you say? Kill them all, and make the scene softer. Okay. Chapter 57. As Wayne finished speaking, several people rushed forward with excitement on their faces. The fastest cat brothers were so fast that their afterimages were about to appear. They went around from behind and attacked the crotch of Kill, who was rushing in the front. But Kill had a sneer on his face. He grabbed the claw that was scratching towards his crotch, and then, in front of the other party's shocked gaze, Kill broke the other party's hand bones with a snap. Then, while the other party was stunned, Kill hugged his neck. Then, snap! His neck was broken on the spot and his head fell to one side at a strange angle. But Kill was considerate enough to help him stand up straight after he fell to the ground, and then tucked his twisted right hand under his body. As for the circling back, his heart had been smashed by the two brothers Jiji and Jiben behind him. Although his death was tragic, his death did not look scary, but rather peaceful. Buggy and Monka also figured it out. So this is how you play. Got it. The strongest cat brother fell to the ground instantly, and the others were naturally crushed. These were not good guys, so Wayne naturally had no intention of showing mercy. He would just kill them all, and it would take a lot of effort to intimidate them. Everyone in the audience was stunned by the one-sided massacre. Luffy was fine, knowing the strength of the three GI brothers, but Zoro Nami was a little scared. The three of them, aren't the three of them just Wayne's little followers? How come he is so powerful? Zoro had just been fighting back and forth with the Catman brothers over there, and now seeing Gil coming up and killing one of them instantly, he was naturally frightened and numb. Doesn't this mean that I can't last more than a few rounds in the hands of that wretched man? Is it so outrageous? It turns out Wayne isn't the only one in this pirates group. None of the others are just there to do the work. CLO looked at his subordinates who were falling rapidly, and he finally couldn't sit still anymore. If you don't take action now, you will never have another chance. We must act now while his attention is drawn. He slowly put on the cat claw gloves, with an extremely serious expression, stomped his feet on the ground quickly, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. At this moment, Kaya was looking at the fighting over there with a heavy face, but since there was no bloodshed and the scene was not too scary, she did not have too much psychological fluctuation. After all, these were the pirates who came to kill her. Even if they were dead now, she would definitely not think that Wayne was wrong. But she still couldn't bear to watch it. Just as he was about to turn his head, he unexpectedly saw Wayne reaching his hand for his waist. There was only his machete there. Kaya frowned in confusion, not sure what Wayne was planning to do. Clang! Sudden! The sound of metal clashing was heard. Kaya's eyes widened instantly, and she stared straight ahead, her eyes full of fear. There, the sharp and slender cat claws were only a fraction of a second away from her eyes. What blocked the cat's claws was a machete. But the knife was not unsheathed, and it was only the sheath that blocked the cat's claws. Chloe's eyes widened as he looked in astonishment at Wayne, who was holding the machete horizontally and blocking him without any pressure. He naturally knew that Wayne had this ability, and he was surprised why Wayne wanted to protect Kaya. Didn't they just meet yesterday? Even yesterday he came to kidnap Kaya. What was his reason? Chloe couldn't understand. He really couldn't figure it out. Just now, he was taking a gamble for all his years of hard work, betting that Wayne didn't care about Kaya. But now, he retracted his cat claws as if resigned to his fate. He knew that he had no chance, as Wayne was much stronger than him. Pointless struggle will only make you look like a loser. Looking at Chloe, who slowly put the cat's claws away and put them inside his coat, Wayne's eyes flashed with admiration. This kid is sensible, not bad. After putting away his machete, Wayne gave Chloe two choices. Two choices. Join me, or die. Wayne still used that calm tone, but no one dared to doubt the truthfulness of what he said at this time. The corpses on the ground over there are the best proof. CLO, who had already lost all hope and was waiting for death, suddenly raised his head when he heard this. He stared at Wayne, who had spoken, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. A moment later. I'm in. After making sure that Wayne was not joking with him, CLO chose to join without hesitation. It's not because of anything else, it's just because Wayne is strong enough and he still wants to live. Hearing this, Wayne smiled for the first time in a long time. It is so easy to talk to smart people. No wonder everyone likes smart people. This kid is good, very good. Although he is extremely vicious, he is sensible and obedient. As long as they have enough strength, people like CLO will generally be loyal to them. Wayne then looked at Zhang Jiao, the only survivor, with an unfriendly look. Hypnosis yourself and forget this memory. Before Wayne could say anything, Chloe spoke before him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao, who was still immersed in the fact that Chloe joined Wayne's pirates group, suddenly came back to his senses. He immediately took out the ring and started hypnosis on himself. If I tell you 1 or 2, Jiangji will forget the memory just now. 1, 2, Jiangji. Hey! Where is this place? Captain, why are you here? Looking at Zhang Jiao, who had completely lost his memory, Wayne didn't say anything else. It could be considered that CLO saved his friend's life with his cleverness. Wayne doesn't want Marine to know his strength. At this time, Buggy and others who went to clear the population also came back. When they heard that Wayne had recruited another person, they were mentally prepared. Wayne also told them that they wanted to recruit 15 crew members. Among them, only Monka looked a little unhappy, but he didn't say much. He was thinking about telling Wayne about his experience in private later. That Chloe couldn't recognize himself now. After telling Wayne, he said that no matter what he decided, Monka would not say anything. It is normal for him to think this way. After all, they will be teammates in the future. If there is still a gap between them, it will definitely not be conducive to development. Luffy and the others looked at the battle that ended inexplicably, and they were also a little confused. Isn't this guy quite formidable? Why did he surrender without even fighting Wayne? What made Luffy even more dumbfounded was that Wayne was actually recruiting again. Kaya, who was frightened, was also gasping for breath at this time. The shiny cat knife was too close to her eyes just now, so it was normal for her to be scared. Although she didn't understand why Wayne asked CLO to be a crew member, she was very grateful to Wayne. If it weren't for Wayne, she would probably be dead by now. Usopp's opinion of Wayne also changed. He originally thought that Wayne was very annoying and just a pirate who burned, killed, and looted. But now he has protected Kaya time and time again, which naturally makes Usopp feel good about him. Kaya calmed her frightened heart a little, then looked at Wayne and expressed her sincere gratitude. Grateful. Before Kaya could finish her words, everything went dark before her eyes. The dark surroundings and the feeling of being suddenly lifted up made her mind go blank. She just felt that everything she was experiencing at this moment was so familiar, as if she had experienced it just yesterday. Am I being kidnapped again? But wasn't I just rescued by him? Why did he kidnap me again? Kaya's eyes widened, completely confused as to what was going on. Wayne's strange behavior left Kaya completely confused. Chapter 58. And in the outside world. Wayne looked fine just now, and then suddenly took out a sack, filled it with Kaya and carried it on his back. Everyone was confused. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their expressions were full of confusion. WDF? What is this for? How did he bag Kaya? This is not right, right? While they were still confused, Wayne had already carried Kaya down the mountain, followed closely by a group of younger brothers, and CLO also followed wisely. Watching the crowd gradually walking away, Usopp and the others were completely confused. No. But Kaya was kidnapped. Usopp rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after making sure again and again that he was not dreaming, he also shouted. Kaya was kidnapped by that guy again. He never expected that just now. He thought Wayne was a good person who helped them protect Kaya. But what is the result? But they turned around and kidnapped the person again. Good guy? I'm your uncle. I was cheated by him again. He even took away all my underwear. Wayne's god-level operation directly broke Usopp's defense. He was about to rush forward to fight Wayne, but was grabbed by Luffy. What are you doing? I need to save Kaya. I need to kill that guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy actually let go of his hand. But Luffy let go, and Usopp did not chase Wayne again. Instead, he looked at Luffy in surprise, as if asking him why he let go. How could Usopp not know Wayne's strength? He dared to say this, but he was a little hesitant if he really went there. The corpses on the ground were the best warning sign. Please help me save Kaya. Otherwise she can't give you a boat. Usopp immediately began to ask Luffy and the others for help, but Luffy remained indifferent and he didn't want to give himself away. And there's no need to save her, Wayne will let her go. Luffy immediately explained Wayne's way of doing things to Usopp, and Usopp became more and more confused the more he listened. What the hell? Pirates working a 9-to-5 job? And will they release the people they catch after get off work? No. This is not right. Are there really such outrageous pirates? Even though Usopp no longer believed it, this was the only way to save Kaya. Without hesitation, they chased after him immediately, leaving only some servants in the villa. Kaya, who was originally carried on Wayne's shoulders, was now carried on his back. Wayne was really worried that she would die of exhaustion. This person is absolutely a key protected person, nothing must happen to him. As for whether direct kidnapping would constitute a crime? Won't. Yesterday, I exchanged a coat with Kaya, so Kaya became my own. Although the family property was exchanged later, they did not take all of it. The exchange failed. The ownership of Kaya still belongs to him. Kaya didn't speak the whole time, and Wayne could tell she had fallen asleep. I didn't wake her up. I let her sleep for a while. I would have to force her to be the boat's wife later. Chloe. Wayne, who was walking steadily, suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Do you still recognize this big guy? Wayne gestured towards Monka. Chloe frowned and looked at Monka beside him. His brain was working fast. He didn't recognize Monka at first glance. Monka was also stunned and looked at Wayne blankly. How did he know? There was some disbelief in Monka's eyes. He had never told anyone on the ship about this kind of thing. Why would he know? Chloe thought about it for a moment and finally concluded that he didn't know. Moncada had changed so much that Chloe couldn't even recognize him. Wayne had no intention of making things difficult for him, but simply spoke up and clarified everything. This guy is the Marine who killed the fake crow. You crushed his jaw and arm. But Monka, it's a blessing in disguise for you, so it's definitely not a loss. Crow apologizes, and that's the end of it. Wayne's slightly cold voice rang out, telling the story between them. It dawned on Clo that Monka's appearance was indeed very similar to the injuries he had inflicted on the Marine. Without much hesitation, he knew very well that his apology was necessary. Because this guy is now Wayne's crew member, and so is he. I was too harsh on you back then. I'm very sorry. Looking at Chloe apologizing and the nightmare that had once plagued him, a touch of emotion flashed in Monka's eyes. Not only did Wayne know everything about him, he also asked Chloe to apologize to him directly. There was really nothing much to say about a captain like this. Follow me. After wiping his hands, Monka also shook the hand that Krona extended. We're all family from now on. It's just a minor injury. No big deal. Ha ha ha. Minor injury? If it happened to me, it would be a minor injury. Tear into pieces. Jaw attack. Master G is feeling sad, aren't you ruining the atmosphere? Where's the sadness? Why didn't I see it? Damn it. You're all grown men. Don't be sentimental. Let's have some fun when we get back. Let's have another welcome ceremony today. Let's have a couple of drinks. What? He has it too. Why? He didn't bring money with him when he joined the army. He's got brains. Cao. Looking at the cheerful atmosphere, Chloe inexplicably felt a sense of relief. The pressure that Wayne had brought to him was gone. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up into a smile. I originally joined the pirates just to save my life, but now it seems like it's a pretty good idea. Soon everyone arrived on the boat. Wayne gently put Kaya into the house, and then asked Ziggy to drive the boat directly. The sea breeze blows and the sails are raised. The ship also began to sail away into the distance. On the shore, Luffy and his crew were all stunned as they watched the pirate ship moving further and further away. Time seems to stand still at this moment. After more than 10 minutes, the pirate's ship completely disappeared from sight. Usopp, who had been stunned for more than 10 minutes, finally spoke. This is what you said about releasing people, right? Where are the people? Chapter 59. Looking at the golden coast illuminated by the sun and listening to the sound of waves hitting the shore, not only Usopp, but everyone here was confused. Even Luffy, who knew Wayne best, widened his eyes at this moment. He didn't expect that Wayne would take Kaya away directly, and leave so smoothly. Doesn't Wayne usually only move around on the island? Luffy quickly looked at his watch. Yes, Luffy was wearing a watch for Wayne. But it's only a little after 10 o'clock now. Why are you leaving now? Today is not Sunday. Uncle Wei and the others cannot take a break. Why did they take it away? This has never happened before. Luffy racked his brains to figure it out, but Usopp beside him was on the verge of collapse. Kaya was taken away just like that. He might never see Kaya again in his life. This was definitely a fatal blow to him. His eyes were filled with helplessness and confusion. He stared at the direction Wayne and the others had left, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Maybe his shift today is to take people aboard the ship and take them away. Nami, who was standing by, thought about it and made a guess. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Yeah. Uncle Wei must be at work. Then his job must be to take the person away. But he'll just throw people away after get off work. He doesn't take strangers on his boat. Luffy finished speaking, and Usopp, who was still in a confused state, immediately became anxious. What does it mean to throw it away directly? Isn't that just throwing people into the sea? Usopp now has no expectations of Wayne's character at all, he is a pirate through and through. No. We must save Kaya. Then what are we waiting for? Catch up! Usopp shouted hurriedly with an anxious look on his face. But Luffy and the others showed a hint of embarrassment. We don't have a boat. Luffy and his crew's boat was taken offline on the way here and sank permanently to the bottom of the sea. They even swam some distance to get here. Yes. There's a boat. Kaya's family has a boat. Let's go and rescue Kaya. The servants will definitely agree. Let's go. Time is urgent, I'll take you to open it. Usopp had already run out while shouting, slow down now, or Kaya might have to stay in the sea for a while longer. Hurry up, must hurry up. Usopp was filled with anxiety. Luffy and the others were naturally overjoyed. They had come here to find a boat, and now they seemed to have a boat. The group hurried back quickly. When the servants heard that Kaya had been taken away and might be thrown into the sea at any time, they naturally did not stop them. Not only did he let them take away a boat, he even gave them a box of Bailey as a reward for helping them rescue Kaya. We must rescue Miss Kaya. Looking at the merry sailing away, the servants' faces were filled with worry. Everyone on the boat nodded seriously. They had taken someone else's boat and collected their money, so Luffy and the others felt guilty about not helping. Saving Kaya is a must. There was only one person on the boat whose eyes flickered, and that was Nami. Looking at the box of money, a box of at least 15 million Baileys, Nami struggled a little before making up his mind. She is only this far away from her goal of 100 million. Time passes quietly. The scene changed. On Wayne's pirate's ship. The wooden deck was shining in the midday sun. The sea breeze blew the huge sails and made the clothes of everyone on the deck rustle. A group of people were standing neatly on the deck, even Wayne was there, but he didn't stand, he just sat aside and waited. The midday sun made sweat appear on everyone's forehead. In front of them was Wayne's captain's cabin. Only Kaya was resting inside, breathing evenly. Wayne took a sip of the black tea in his hand. Although his eyes were looking at the scenery on the sea, he also looked at the door of the captain's room from time to time. Now they are still working. Kaya is sleeping, so they also have to do things related to work. Now they are monitoring the captured woman to prevent her from escaping. After standing like this for 3 or 4 hours, Kaya still didn't wake up. If Wayne hadn't used his observation haki to detect the even breathing sounds inside, he would have suspected that Kaya had been gone for a while. Among the neatly standing figures, Chloe's brows were always furrowed. The strange behavior of everyone on the boat really made him a little confused. I thought there would be a welcome ceremony after we came up, but as soon as we got up, we were all punished to stand in one place for several hours without saying a word. Chloe was really dumbfounded. But he didn't ask any more questions and just did as he was told. There must be a reason for them to do this, and you will never go wrong if you just follow it. And just like that, another hour later, the door finally opened. Branches. As the wooden door opened, a sleepy figure appeared in front of everyone. When she saw the scene outside the door, the sleepiness on her face instantly disappeared. Instead, there was astonishment. What is this? Why are they all looking at me? And it looks like they are still waiting for me. Could it be that they have been waiting until now for me to wake up? Kaya's pale face quickly turned red under the gaze of so many people. She felt a little embarrassed to be waited by so many people. When she woke up just now, she guessed from the shaking that Wayne had taken her to the boat. This not only did not make her feel panic or fear, but instead made her feel a little excited. Having stayed in that small room of more than 20 square meters for many years, she had long been yearning for the outside world. That's why she loves listening to Usopp's stories. And the basis of all this is based on her belief that Wayne would never harm her. For some reason, even though they had only met twice, Kaya felt that Wayne was someone she could trust. But both times, what Wayne did was not for her good, so it was really strange that she had such an idea. At this moment, she looked at the neatly lined up people, and while her eyes were dodging, she also noticed Wayne, who was sitting nearby enjoying the sea breeze. And Wayne noticed her as well. Take back your gaze, that is looking into the distance. Raising his hand to check the time, Wayne stood up and walked towards her. I climbed up the wooden steps and arrived at the door of the room. The already dim sunset shone on him, and his whole body turned slightly red. Looking at Wayne approaching, Kaya didn't know what she was thinking about. Her hands intertwined involuntarily and she lowered her head. Coming closer, Wayne spoke softly. How was your rest? Are you feeling better? Listening to Wayne's gentle words, the feeling in Kaya's heart became stronger. She intertwined her hands more tightly and her heart was also extremely nervous. Much better. Kaya's thin voice rang out, trembling slightly. At this time, her heart was already in a mess. Why does he care about me so much? Did he bring me here because he likes me? Kaya raised her head slightly, trying to catch a glimpse of Wayne's expression. But when he looked up, he was faced with the cold, black muzzle of a gun. Wayne's calm voice came again. Be my wife, or die. Chapter 60. Looking at the cold muzzle of the gun and listening to Wayne's ruthless words, Kaya, who had still had a glimmer of fantasy, froze in place in an instant. The little thoughts in my mind immediately disappeared. Although what Wayne said was not much different from what she thought, the way he said it was a little strange. Kaya was a little overwhelmed to react for a moment. It took her a while to calm her brain before she finally sorted out her thoughts. Wayne is going to use force. He even pulled out a pistol and threatened her with death. If she disobeyed, he would shoot her to death. This. Kaya looked at Wayne's face in disbelief. She never thought that Wayne was such a person. In order to get a woman, he actually had to use such methods. She didn't understand, she really didn't understand. But suddenly, Kaya froze. Because her brain, which had just been shocked by Wayne, had restarted, she realized that something was wrong. If the person in front of her really wanted to possess her by force, his eyes would definitely be full of desire at this moment. But Wayne's expression and tone were just like the way villagers greet each other. Have you eaten? He asked. Yes, I have. How could it be possible that his tone, which couldn't be more normal, really wanted to force himself on me? Could it be that he has another purpose? Kaya's trembling eyes gradually calmed down, and she quickly thought about Wayne's intentions. But no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't guess what the person in front of her was thinking. It was really because Wayne's actions were too arbitrary, and there was no clue at all. There was also a strange light flashing in Cielo's eyes below. He was also wondering what Wayne was going to do. But even he couldn't guess anything. All the current signs showed that Wayne rescued Kaya and brought her back just to forcibly possess her. He even threatened her life. This was simply the behavior of nascent pirates, and Chloe looked down on such behavior. Now it depends on what Kaya chooses. Although CLO wanted to kill Kaya for her money, after all, they had been together for so many years. After letting go of all his obsessions, he still had some feelings for Kaya. Of course, it's just concern. Kaya's thoughts were still racing, but Wayne was already getting impatient. Speak quickly, do you want to do it or not, can you do it or can't you do it? Hearing Wayne's urging words, Kaya's face quickly turned pale. She really couldn't see through the person in front of her. She couldn't guess at all. She had no idea what Wayne was going to do. But when she noticed that the person in front of her was getting increasingly anxious, she couldn't help but lose her composure. Although Kaya didn't dislike the person in front of her, she even had some good feelings towards him. But this is about being someone else's wife. How can you become someone else's wife so casually? Kaya was only 18 years old at the time, and she was suddenly going to be someone's wife, which of course was hard for her to accept for a while. But Wayne's impatient look became more and more obvious, and Kaya struggled more and more. I'll ask you one last time, will you do it? With Wayne's ultimatum, Kaya's struggle also reached the ultimate. She is in a state of confusion and at a loss as to what to do. She had absolutely no idea what to do. But as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and depressing, Kaya finally couldn't take it anymore. Do! She yelled, as if to release all the pressure. But after she shouted this, her face turned red instantly. This is indeed a bit difficult for her. But the moment she said it, a smile appeared on Wayne's face. The gun was also put away. The crew members below also breathed a sigh of relief. Only Chloe frowned. Wayne looked at Kaya, who was gasping for breath, and patted her shoulder gently. Then you are my wife now. Hearing this, Kaya was slightly stunned. She slowly raised her head and saw the smile on Wayne's face again. Seeing his gentle expression, Kaya breathed a sigh of relief. If Wayne pounced on her after she agreed, she would be finished. But the way he acted now showed that he was just trying to scare her. Wayne is still the man who treats others gently and has a sunny smile. If this is the case, although the process is a bit too fast, it does not seem unacceptable. Kaya didn't think much about it yet. Ding ling ling ling. Another familiar alarm clock rang out, and the shrill sound echoed throughout the ship. Kaya was slightly stunned. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Really? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Wayne in front of her grinned. Okay. Now you're not my wife. Get off work. It's time for the party. Oh. I got tanned. It's all black pig color. Finally off work, I'll go prepare the food first. Black pig, come help carry the wine. Ahaha. Bring out Laozi's Italian cannon. Let's set off a couple of fireworks later. The crowd that had been standing neatly in a row scattered in an instant. The tense expression just now disappeared instantly. Everyone was busy preparing for the evening welcome ceremony. Kaya looked at Wayne, who looked relaxed in front of her, and at the crew members who were shouting "Get off work." She was stunned again. This is the third time since then. There was something really too weird on this ship, and she really couldn't bear it. She had thought of something when she heard the alarm clock, but the result was not unexpected. Wayne was just at work. Kaya looked at Wayne with a dull expression on her face. CLO was also dumbfounded at this time. He didn't expect that all this was just at work. Looking at the team that disbanded in an instant, and looking at Wayne, who was in a good mood because he was off work. At this moment, he only felt that his three views were slightly shaken. What is going on? This kind of thing is actually work? It turns out that guy wasn't some low-level pirate who robbed and plundered people. He was just doing his job? CLO was a little dumbfounded, really dumbfounded. How could this happen at work? How could this happen? His eyes widened as he stared at Wayne above him. Wayne looked at Kaya at this time. She was the hero of today. If she didn't give in, he definitely couldn't use any extreme means. She really breaks at the slightest touch. If she didn't agree, today's perfect work would have failed. It would be no exaggeration to say that she was the hero. But, although Wayne has a good impression of her, her identity still needs to be clarified. They are pirates. Chapter 61. If you behave well today, I can let you sleep in my room for 2 nights. Don't get me wrong, you can sleep on your own. When we get to the next island, I'll find someone to take you back. There is not much space on the boat. If Kaya doesn't sleep here, she will have to squeeze in with Keel and the others. But this is obviously not good. Wayne also realized that the boat seemed a little small and it was time to change boats. But this was the boat that had been with him for 10 years after all, and he was a little reluctant to let it go. Wayne's words also made Kaya clearly feel the distance between them. When she heard Wayne wanted to send her back, Kaya was still a little reluctant. She also wants to see the outside world. But if Wayne is unwilling to help her realize this dream, she can only go back obediently. Yes, who would want to keep a sickly person around? I can't do anything but walk around the boat weekly every day. Kaya nodded resignedly and said nothing more. The banquet started soon. Night fell quietly, but the ship was brightly lit. A group of people sat on the deck, eating meat, drinking wine, and bragging. Wayne didn't like noisy environments, so he just got some food and went to the side to enjoy it alone. Kaya happened to be in the same situation, so Wayne took out 2 of his long-sleeved shirts for her to wear, and put a coat on her before he dared to let her go out. It's still quite cold outside at night. The 2 of them opened a small table nearby. Everyone over there was also smiling as they explained the rules of the ship to the newcomer CLO, and Buggy was the most cheerful among them. From time to time, I would complain about those rules. Chloe listened attentively, and the more he listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. His appearance made Buggy and the others feel that it was very reasonable. There's nothing wrong with it. They were also like this when they first heard about it. There are no way there are so many rules on a pirate's ship. Kaya was also listening with her ears perked up. She also found the rules Wayne set on the boat very interesting. They are pirates, yet they still smile friendly at civilians and advocate the principle of exchange. This also made Kaya listen with great interest. Kaya rested for a while and felt less depressed. It's good enough to be able to come out once, why trap yourself in negative emotions? It is right to cherish these 2 rare days. Kaya drank juice and secretly glanced at Wayne, who was in a daze, wondering what he was thinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing your work assignment perfectly. You have successfully clocked out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 12 points of physical strength. 2300 hours check-in point. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll get an extra 6 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 6. At this time, Wayne was already checking his salary for today. Today's mission is of average difficulty, and the physical intensity is slightly lower than yesterday. But the check-in point hasn't changed, so it's not bad. The most important thing now is that he has completed 3 perfect work sessions, and is now eligible for the next round of lottery. Without hesitation, I chose to extract. Ding! Power extraction begins. It was still the turntable of physical ability, and it stopped soon. But what he got made Wayne overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, Armament Haki Law level. That's right, it's the armament color. Wayne didn't expect that he would get the ability he lacked the most in just 2 draws. This is such a surprise. Now he has the ability to compete with Logia Devil Fruit. He was originally worried that he might be unlucky enough to encounter a Logia in this shabby little East Blue, but now he no longer has to worry about that. But he was not so arrogant as to think he could walk around East Blue with impunity. You can tell from his choice of next destination. Wayne did not choose to go to Sanji's restaurant on the sea. Although the fighting power there would not pose any threat to him, the problem was, he could not guarantee that Hawkeye guy. If you meet Hawkeye there, everything will be over. His current strength can only be said to have just entered the bottom level of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and he has no chance of winning against Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye might not bother to pay attention to small pirates like him, he is afraid that the system will send him a task of kill Hawkeye. This kind of thing must be prevented if it can be prevented. So his next destination was Nami's village, Kokoyasi village. He didn't want to gamble on whether he could meet Hawkeye. If he succeeded, it would be a failure. If he failed, the reward would be about the same as going to Kokoyasi village. Does he have a reason to gamble? Not at all. Thinking of this, Wayne also called out his attribute panel. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wife, Kaya. Physical strength, 1006. Abilities, advanced spearmanship, advanced one-kick, low-level observation haki, low-level sword training, low-level armament haki. Check-in point, 201.3. Evaluation, strong. His physical strength had broken 1000, which meant he had reached the weakest level of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. This Vice Admiral is still quite capable. Even the evaluation given by the system has changed from decent strength to strong strength, which is a significant improvement. The check-in point is also at 201. You can improve your sword-keeping skills by checking in for another 2 days. The improvement speed is not slow either. Wayne doesn't plan to upgrade his armament color first, as he doesn't really need it at this stage. Just a little bit that would allow him to catch Logia's entity. If you really encounter an opponent who is too strong, the power of the sword-raising technique may not necessarily be worse than armament haki. This is the trump card, give it priority to cultivation. According to the current trend, the speed of obtaining check-in points will only get faster and faster, and it won't be long before the sword-keeping skills are full. Then we can start to upgrade armament haki. Well, not bad. Very good, the strength is steadily improving. My current strength is earned through hard work, step by step, with blood and sweat. Dark blue, add some. Wayne, who made himself laugh, wanted to close the character panel on the spur of the moment. But suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something he had never seen before. Look closely. Wayne was stunned at first. Then his eyes suddenly widened. What's going on? What is going on? Can someone explain to me what wife, Kaya means? When did Kaya become my wife? When did I have a wife? Chapter 62. Wayne's mind is completely blank now. Who would have thought that the system would actually add a wife to his character attribute panel? To be honest, it was a bit explosive. Wayne sorted out his thoughts and realized that the situation was becoming somewhat complicated. The system inexplicably gave me a critical hit and defense break, with a silence effect, and the damage was maximized. Although for unknown reasons, the system recognized Kaya as his wife, it was impossible for Wayne to take Kaya on the voyage. Putting aside other things, her body simply can't take it. This is not helping her at all, this is trying to kill her. If he wants to change, he has to find a doctor for Kaya, take her to the hospital, spend money, and so on. In short, we need to take care of her health. But is he sick? He is not sick. Why did he insist on taking Kaya away? Wayne fiddled with it for a long time but still couldn't figure out what the wife column meant and couldn't delete it. People can get divorced after getting married. This system is somewhat inhumane. But the fact that he couldn't eliminate it didn't mean that he had to be tied to Kaya. He really had no interest in going on the road with a pure burden whom he had just met twice. Wayne said that those idiots who use their small heads to control their big heads should stay away from it. Allowing someone who has nothing to contribute on board is disrespectful to all crew members. Even if you just come here to make up the numbers and do nothing, Wayne is willing to support you. Other people won't have any objections either. After all, we work together and do similar things. But obviously, Kaya can't do it. The plan remains unchanged. When we arrive at our destination the day after tomorrow, we will find a reliable person to take Kaya back. The people in Kikoyasi village are all pretty nice, so it shouldn't be difficult to find someone. As for wife, Kaya, just leave this thing hanging here. It has no effect on him anyway, and he is the only one who can see it. Having made up his mind, Wayne ignored it and glanced at Kaya, who was eating with her head down. Wayne curled his lips in annoyance. Not long. As Buggy's buggy bullet exploded in the air, a huge bang was heard. Wayne didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when he turned around, he saw that Kaya's lips were pale from the shock, so he immediately cancelled the firing of the second shot. Everyone withdrew in disappointment. Soon, the welcome ceremony came to an end. Kaya went back to Wayne's room to rest, while Wayne squeezed in with his brothers. After Wayne and others left, the villagers learned that Kaya had been captured by the pirates, and they could only complain that God was unfair. As for Kaya's villa, with Mary and other dedicated servants helping to take care of it, there won't be any problems. Zhang Jiao, who had forgotten his memory of that time, saw that CLO had been taken away and forced to join the other side's pirates group, so he did not insist any longer. The pirates have disbanded. There are no more black cats in the world. Zhang Jiao was feeling a little sad. He felt that the identity of a pirate was a bit boring. He had been a pirate for so many years but had not made any progress. Finally he decided to do something meaningful and went out to sea alone. As for what is meaningful, that depends on how he judges it. The scene changed. Now in the naval headquarters, in the conference room. A huge round table stood in the center of the room, and the place was packed. Sengoku kept talking about something above him, holding a sheet of information in his hand. As time went by, the list was finally turned to the end and the meeting came to an end. But when he turned to the last page, even Sengoku, who had already read it, couldn't help but frown. There is another question regarding the Marine branch. I heard that the Marines at East Blue were involved in a lot of shady activities. After investigating, I found out it was actually true. They oppressed civilians, collected taxes privately, and some even went so far as to collude with the pirates. Do you have any good suggestions on this matter? Beneath Sengoku's words, there was unconcealed anger. This is simply a smear campaign against their marine. When he first heard the news, he was almost mad to death. Marine colluding with pirates? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Sengoku was getting angry when Garp suddenly said something. Tisk East Blue's Marines haven't done as much good as the pirates. This made Sengoku frown immediately. If you don't want to have the meeting, just get out and don't mess with me. Sengoku muttered, suppressing his anger. Hey! Don't you believe it? Look! That kid from 9 to 5 has taken down another group of pirates. He saved an entire village. Garp slammed a stack of photos onto the table. The photo shows the Black Cat Pirates members who died peacefully. They were the ones who were killed by Keel and his team. They killed all these pirates. Garp's smug look also attracted everyone's attention. The Cat brothers in the picture are indeed known to several generals, and there is a bounty on their heads. But what does it mean that pirates solved it? And they're pirates working from 9 to 5? What does this mean? Hina, who was sitting not far from Garp, stood up and picked up the stack of photos. After a quick observation, she concluded that there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. This is massacre. The strength of the Cat brothers is pretty good in East Blue, right? The one who could kill them must be extraordinary. Hey, hey! You don't understand, right? Pirates work from 9 to 5, and they go to work on time and leave on time. Let me tell you. Garp! Sengoku shouted, interrupting Garp's chant. Sengoku's face looked very ugly at this moment. If Garp was left alone, he could really talk for 2 hours. Sengoku didn't know why he cared so much about that kid. But he couldn't let him go on. Although Garp didn't finish his words, the pirates who worked on time and left on time still attracted everyone's interest. Hina looked at the photo on the table thoughtfully. We're discussing how to resolve this matter now. This isn't a pirates' commendation meeting. If you interrupt again, get out. Sengoku. I think this mission can be handed over to me. I'll go to East Blue and take out all those corrupt marines. Sengoku finished speaking, and Garp immediately took up the conversation again. Although he said that he was going to deal with Marine, who didn't know what he was thinking. It's all because of that kid. Sengoku didn't reply, but clenched his fists even tighter. Marshal, I think it's more appropriate for me to go. And a vulgar voice crushed the information in Sengoku's hand into powder. Although this is not for that kid, it's almost the same. The thought of going on vacation is almost stabbing me in the face. Sengoku is tired. How come there isn't a single normal person in Marine? Although this incident was very bad, it happened at East Blue after all, so none of the bigwigs in the audience said much. Marshal. Hina believes that punishment is necessary. This rat shit must be dealt with forcefully. Let this serve as a warning to other Marines who might want to follow suit. At this time, Hina stood up and spoke in an orderly manner. Sengoku nodded repeatedly as he listened. There are still normal people in Marine. Marshal, leave this mission to me. Hina promises to eradicate all corruption in East Blue. Chapter 63. When sailing on the sea, time always passes quietly. Luffy and the others did not catch up with Wayne because the distance was too far and they did not know where Wayne went. Under Nami's guidance, everyone went to the nearest sea restaurant, Verity. They arrived safely a day later. And they really ran into the Creek pirates and Hawkeye who were chasing them there. Wayne was right to be cautious. If he had come here to work for a day, he would definitely be dead. Nami offered to guard the boat, and everyone nodded and got off the boat without too much doubt. After spending the past few days together, they also felt that Nami was a nice person. Trustworthy. Then I'll leave it to you, Nami. Eat, eat, eat. Luffy rushed into the restaurant. Zoro and the others followed closely behind. After everyone had their hearty meal, they were about to pay the bill when they discovered they had no money. The group came out to ask Nami for money. But at this moment, looking at the empty sea, the three of them fell into deep thought. Hey, Zoro! Wasn't our ship here just now? That's right. So where is it now? Did the wind blow the boat away? Nami is so stupid. I won't say who is stupid. Hey! Do you guys have any money? If you don't have any pretty girls and no money, you can't leave. Ah, this. The Mary, which had just stopped here, had already traveled several kilometers away. Nami took the money and the boat away. How could she possibly let go of her village and those simple and kind villagers? This money is too important to her, she has to do this. I'm sorry, Luffy. Nami drove the Mary alone, with a hint of apology in her eyes, and rushed towards her hometown towards the Blue Sea. Another day later. A pirate's ship slowly appeared on the coast of Kokosi village before Nami. Wayne, wearing a white shirt and looking relaxed, was standing at the bow of the boat. The sea breeze blew up his clothes, and the morning sun made his eyes look unusually bright. Looking at the huge island in front of him, Wayne felt a little melancholy. This place should be the largest island he has come to since his travels. There are more than 20 villages on this island. Kekiasi village is just one of them. Looking around, you see a sea of green. You know what, the environment of the pirates' world is really nice. There is green everywhere. I looked at the time, 8:58. It's time to go to work soon. Behind Wayne, on the wooden deck, Buggy and the others had already lined up neatly. But today's queue is a little different. Because there are too many people. Not Chloe, but Kaya. Yes, Kaya is also in the queue for work. Just yesterday, the system assigned them the task of robbing a merchant ship. After a search, they found the target. The next step is to follow the normal process. Keel went up alone to take care of all the guards, and then started to let them move things. Everyone else was watching the whole thing, including Kaya. This went on until 5 o'clock when Wayne got off work, and he found something wrong when he checked the rewards. Because the number of people working that day was 8. But there were only 7 crew members on his ship. If it was 8, Kaya must have been counted. Wayne was shocked. He hadn't expected that his wife's work would also be counted as work. What is this? Is this a favor? A wife helping her husband? The key is that they really gave me salary. The increase in the number of his check-in points is the most powerful proof. This time, Wayne was really caught off guard by the system, but it also allowed him to discover a bug in the system. If he had normally wanted to recruit Kaya as a crew member, there was an 800% chance that she would not pass the system's review. That means she can't let Kaya work for him. But now, Kaya is not his employee, but he still pays her a salary. Now, in Wayne's eyes, Kaya went from being a burden to an employee, the kind that he could definitely keep. But just yesterday's findings weren't enough to make Wayne certain. So today he plans to take Kaya to work for a day to try it out. If there are also 8 people working today, then Kaya will really be accepted. I will take on the responsibility of finding a doctor for her. It's reasonable for the boss to help employees take care of their health. It's all for the sake of getting employees to work well. It's the right thing to do. As for Kaya, Wayne just asked her to stay with him for one day. But Kaya simply followed the crew members and lined up. Her idea was simple: what if? What if Wayne feels that he has done a good job and can let him stay? Kaya didn't want to go back. She really likes the atmosphere in the Wayne Pirates group. But since it was her first time, she looked a bit out of place now, and the way she stood at attention looked weird. Wayne was a little embarrassed. After wiping my eyes, the system's task was finally delivered. Ding! Today's work mission: rob civilians. Steal as much money as possible. Wayne looked at today's task and his expression changed slightly. Today's mission seems a little different. There was nothing wrong with robbing civilians, they had done this thousands of times. The problem was with the second half of the system, which was to steal as much money as possible. This kind of task feels a bit like a contract. The more you work, the more you can earn. To be honest, this was the first time Wayne encountered this type of contracting task. The system's reward criteria will not change. The more dangerous the task execution process is, the greater the reward will be. This task adds one more item to the reward mechanism. The more money you grab, the more rewards you will get. In that case, Wayne would have to think about it. In the past, he was just a day laborer, fishing casually and covertly, and a day would pass by. But now the more he grabs, the more he can give, so he naturally has to make some plans. The mission also said, rob civilians. Arlong, the richest man on the island, can be ruled out first, but the civilians on the island have all been plundered by Arlong and can only afford to eat and wear clothes, so how can he steal any money? But, there is indeed some money on the island. Nami's savings are almost up to 100 million, right? At least 90 million. Such a huge amount of money is not small at all in the pirates' world, it is enough to buy a devil fruit. It seems that her money is hidden in her own orange orchard. When the time comes to dig it out and get it, her salary today will definitely not be less. The policy has been set, and we are ready to get to work. Today we are robbing money. We will rob as much as we can. Europe. As the ship docked, Wayne and his crew all landed. But the place where they landed was not Kikoyasi village, but another village. Wayne had never been here before, so of course he didn't know where Coco West village was. But it didn't matter, he could just ask for directions. On the other side of the island, a sheep's head sailboat slowly approached the shore. Nami on the boat still had a smile on her face, as if she was about to be relieved. Chapter 64. The scorching sun is shining. It adds a touch of beauty to the lush trees, flowers, and plants below. Kaya, speak when you can't hold it anymore. Don't force it. Wayne led his group through a densely wooded forest, and the hot weather made everyone sweat. Kaya, who was walking in the middle of the team, side by side with CLO, was also breathing heavily. Wayne naturally saw that she was almost at her limit. Although he asked her and she said she was fine, Wayne still carried her on his back with a helpless look on his face. The island was too big, there was no way she could finish walking around it. If I let her finish her life on her own, her life might be over too. When we arrived at Kikoyasi village, we put her down and carried her on our backs, which made it difficult for us to do anything. As for what to do, it is naturally to improve the favorability. He had to act like a good citizen in front of the villagers and do some good deeds while looking for the village. We won't rob anyone else on this island, so we have two strategies at the moment. One is that all of Nami's small treasury was emptied, and the other is Arlong. Wayne thought about it carefully and felt that it was not enough to just get Nami, and strictly speaking, Nami was also a member of the Arlong pirates. She is also a pirate, not a civilian. Since all the money on your island is in the hands of the pirates, we won't be polite. Just grab them all, grab them all. It just so happened that he wanted to meet Arlong in person before starting the system audit, so he had to go to Arlong's place. At that time, all the money stolen will be distributed to civilians, and then taken back from them. Perfect. This is called maximizing benefits. First find Kokoyasi village and dig out Nami's money. She probably hasn't come back yet. After digging it out, I went to find Arlong and gave him a good beating. Kaya felt a little awkward being carried on Wayne's back, but she really couldn't hold on any longer, even though they had only walked less than a kilometer. The group arrived at a village. It looks a bit run down here. There were few houses and not a single person in sight. Wayne frowned slightly. Is this not an uninhabited village? Before he could think about it, a sound came from not far ahead. Village chief. Are we still going? You'll die if you go back. Arlong has discovered Kensuke's hidden cache of weapons. He's already on his way to execute him. If you don't want to live, go and try again. Kensuke is the village policeman of Kokoyasi village, the uncle with a windmill on his head. Wayne, who rushed over after hearing the noise, saw a lot of villagers gathered in an open space. They were all holding tools like hoes in their hands, as if they were about to go to a big battle. Wayne also heard some information from their conversation. These people should have planned to rebel together with the Kokoyasi village, but because the Kokoyasi village was discovered by Arlong to be hiding weapons, they are about to face severe punishment. Naturally, they all gave up the idea of rebellion. Wayne seemed to remember that there was indeed such a passage in the original book. We have to hurry. If Arlong kills everyone, it will be difficult for him to find the villagers. Kokoyasi village is the closest village to the Arlong stronghold. Just when the villagers were feeling depressed and began to feel sorry for the people in Kokoyasi village, a calm voice sounded. Hello, how do I get to Kokoyasi village? At the same time, in Kokoyasi village, the situation is somewhat urgent. You old BD! How dare you hide weapons? This is an unforgivable crime. Hang him up and beat him to death. In the village square, Arlong, with his saw-toothed nose and shark mouth, threw the kensuk in his hand to the ground, with a hint of anger on his face. Octopus Zioba stepped forward and grabbed Kensuk, who was already dying from being strangled by Arlong. They took a rope and hung him on a tree. There were villagers watching all around, but no one dared to take a step forward. They all looked at the scene with fear in their eyes. Nochigo, who has short blue hair and many tattoos on his body, looked anxious when he saw this scene. The uncle has always taken good care of her and Nami, just like their father. At this time, she was so anxious that tears came out. Of course, she knew people like Arlong very well. There is no point in begging unless you can offer enough bargaining chips, otherwise he won't even look at you. At this moment, Nochigo was in a fierce struggle. As for money, it was only what Nami had saved, but that was the money used to save everyone, and it was everything Nami had fought for until now. Just as Nochigo was struggling with what to do, a lithe figure quickly rushed out from the side, came to the front of the tree and jumped up. The dagger in his hand also slashed across the rope that was hanging the uncle. As the rope broke, the uncle fell heavily to the ground. Us! Nochigo shouted in surprise, all his struggles and pain disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. Nami is a member of the Arlong pirates group, she will definitely be able to save the uncle. At Nami's signal, the village doctor Nagao quickly rushed over with a medical kit and helped Jianzu check his injuries. Arlong frowned as he looked at Nami, who dared to act like this. Although he was optimistic about Nami's abilities, it didn't mean that she could openly disobey him as the captain in front of outsiders. Nami, do you know what you are doing? You think that just because I value you, you can do whatever you want, right? Arlong asked with a dark expression, his tone becoming dangerous. Hearing this, Nakago and the uncle on the ground were both worried, and the uncle felt extremely guilty. If Nami is implicated because of him, then he is the real sinner. But Nami was not panicked at all. She didn't continue to play along with Arlong, but took out a suitcase and walked towards Arlong. Coming closer, Nami opened the box in his hand with a click of a smile on his face. Here's 100 million berries. I'm buying the entire Kokoyasi village from you. From now on, I'm no longer a member of the Arlong pirates. In the box were stacks of Baileys with slight blood stains. The bloodline above also shows how hard it is to earn this money. Everyone around was stunned when they heard Nami's words. 100 million. Nami really earned 100 million berries, and she wanted to use this 100 million berries to redeem us from Arlong. Although they had known about this for a long time, they were still shocked when Nami actually did it. Looking at Bailey's body stained with blood, their eyes couldn't help but become moist. How much hardship did this child endure to achieve this in such a short time? In an instant, a feeling of sadness filled everyone's heart. The eyes of everyone around couldn't help but become moist, and the look they gave Nami was filled with heartache. Nokijo covered his mouth slightly, and the uncle and the village doctor also felt extremely sad. In the end, their village was actually saved by Nami. It was really hard for her. But at this moment, Arlong, who had come to his senses in front of Nami, also smiled. Oh? Really? You can only buy back these people for 100 million Baileys, but the guy who PD off Laozi won't be sold for that price. He'll be charged a different price. Chapter 65. Arlong was also surprised just now. He didn't expect that Nami would come back and raise enough money directly this time. Obviously, there was still a shortfall of about 10 million, but this sudden news left Arlong with no chance to send people to plunder Nami's money. But that doesn't mean he has no solution. This old guy in front of me is a good idea. Hearing Arlong's words, Nami's heart skipped a beat and the smile on her face slowly disappeared. She had a bad feeling in her heart. But she actually had some money left over from the money she brought back this time, a full 2 million. It should be enough to get the uncle back. Confident, Nami looked up at Arlong and asked, "How much does he want?" Arlong chuckled faintly, 100 million. The moment this voice sounded, the light in Nami's eyes disappeared instantly, his expression turned ugly, and a feeling of despair gradually surged in his heart. A hint of anger appeared on the faces of the people around. This is not a transaction at all, it's just a one-sided game. He will never let anyone go. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and was mentally prepared to fight Arlong. Nami has done so much for them, they absolutely cannot bear to see others bully her again. As long as Nami gives the order, they will never let Nami be controlled by the other party again, even if they die. Uncle Windmill also slowly stood up. But he didn't say much. He looked at Nami, his eyes full of tenderness. Then, he instantly pulled out the hidden gun from his waist and raised it to shoot himself in the forehead. But at this critical moment, a long stick flew over and knocked the pistol out of his hand. The uncle looked at Nami in astonishment, who was still in the posture of attacking, but after a moment, his tears began to flow uncontrollably. How could he not know what this meant? I'll replace him. Nami lowered her head and spoke softly in a voice devoid of any emotion. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The whole audience seemed to be able to hear the sound of Nami's heart breaking, the sound was so clear and so complete. Amid the laughter of Arlong and others, my broken heart completely lost its warmth. Arlong is gone. He left with his men. He also left with the money. Only Nami's colorless figure was left there, sitting on the ground. The scorching sun shone on her, but she still couldn't feel a trace of warmth. Nojijo knelt down beside Nami and hugged her gently. Hugging Nami, who had lost hope. Ultimate's Nojiko was so heartbroken that she couldn't stop crying. Over the years, she has witnessed everything, witnessed the dangers and hardships Nami has experienced along the way, but in the end, just two sentences, everything is gone. Nojiko hated Arlong to the extreme. Just like the surrounding villagers. Let's fight. Let's fight him. What a FG beast. What a beast. I've been spoiled by him. I'm done with him. I'm going to die in his presence today no matter what. FK it. Count me in. FK the fish. The villagers rose up in rebellion, ready to fight Arlong with their lives. The kind that doesn't matter even if I die. But how could Nami let them die in vain? All of you go back. I don't need your help. But. No buts. I can earn another 100 million soon. With the experience I've gained this time, I can do it soon. Soon. When Nami said this, she finally couldn't help but shed tears of grievance. She spent so many years working hard in East Blue, but in the end, this is the outcome. All gone. Tears slid down silently, and the whole place fell silent. A depressing atmosphere filled the air, and no one spoke again. Their hero needs some quiet time. Nami leaned on Nojiko's shoulder and cried silently. The despair was almost suffocating her. Hey, is this Kokoyashi village? Does anyone know Nami? I want to ask for directions. But at this moment, suddenly, a discordant voice was heard from the outskirts of the crowd. There was no malice in the voice, but it was out of tune with the atmosphere at the moment. But this voice made Nami, who was surrounded by the crowd, stop crying instantly. She suddenly widened her eyes and looked in the direction where the voice came from. As the crowd dispersed, Wayne saw Nami with a dazed look on his face. Looking at the indignant expressions of the villagers and the tears on their faces, Wayne quickly figured out what was going on. He also had to sigh at how fast Nami was. I actually arrived before them. Now it seems that Nami has been robbed of all his money again, right? All the money that she had saved for many years was gone, otherwise Nami wouldn't have cried so miserably. This is good, as it saves him from having to dig at Nami's house again. You can contact Arlong directly. What do you want from me? Nami's suppressed voice came. Oh, I'm not looking for that now. I'm looking for the Arlong pirates now. Which direction are they heading in? Wayne raised his head and looked around as he spoke. After all, Nami hadn't been like this for long, so Arlong shouldn't have gone far. But unfortunately, it was not found. Go away, he's not someone you can handle. When he said this, Nami's face turned pale. She naturally thought that Wayne was here to cause trouble for Arlong. After all, what else could happen between pirates? But in her heart, Arlong is synonymous with invincibility. In her opinion, even Wayne would not be a match for Arlong, and going there would only increase casualties. We're not looking for a fight with them. Wayne spoke again. But this time, Nami's eyes widened with shock. If he wasn't here to fight, then what else could it be? They actually want to join the Arlong pirates too. Apart from fighting, it seems that the only thing that pirates do between each other is joining forces. After all, they are two completely unfamiliar pirates groups. But this made Nami find it unbelievable. Why would Wayne and the others want to join Arlong? Are they as brutal as Arlong at heart? Do they want to join Arlong to experience the joy of exploiting the people? Maybe he came to me just to ask for my recommendation? Nami's eyes showed undisguised contempt. She casually pointed Wayne in a direction and ignored him. Wayne didn't care either. He nodded and led his men in the direction Arlong and the others had left. After Wayne left, Nami looked at the tattoo on her shoulder, and a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. After a moment, she stood up and chased after Wayne. She didn't want to stay with this pirates group for even a second longer. She's going to quit the Arlong pirates. Chapter 66. Nami. Where are you going? Seeing Nami get up and leave, the sad and angry Nojiko also stood up and asked. The others also looked at Nami's back with worry. But Nami did not answer Nojiko. She just kept walking with her head down. It was obvious that she was extremely resentful. Now they couldn't help but worry. Is Nami going to fight Arlong to the death? No, we can't let her do something stupid like this. And those guys who don't look like good guys, are they Nami's friends? But looking at Nami's reaction, it doesn't seem like that. But the leading man gave people an approachable, gentle, and sunny feeling. Why did they go to find Arlong? Could it be related to Nami as well? After thinking for a moment, Noki stood up with a frown and chased after Nami. Seeing this, the other villagers wanted to go along. If Nami wanted to fight, they couldn't be absent. But Uncle Windmill stopped them. Just wait at home. Don't you know how powerful Arlong is? Don't cause trouble for Nami. His words gradually cooled down the enthusiasm of the crowd. His eyes gradually dimmed. Yes, with Arlong's strength, weren't they just causing trouble in the past? It's impossible to even touch him. But if they were asked to do nothing, they would feel an extremely strong sense of guilt that they couldn't get rid of, and everyone was struggling. I'll go and take a look. If I need help, I'll call you. You'll always be ready. After saying that, the uncle turned around and chased after him. Only the villagers who were holding the farm tools tightly were left there, their eyes full of unwillingness, but now, this is the only way. Ahead. Wayne and others did not walk fast. They were not in a hurry, and Kaya couldn't walk too fast. Kaya could still hold on for a long time if they took a slow walk, so Wayne stopped carrying her. They walked for about 10 minutes, and in the distance they could see the building that was shattered by Luffy's rubber tomahawk in the original work. What plans do we have? At this time, Chloe on the side frowned and pushed his glasses with his palm, looking a little worried. After all, the other party is a guy with a bounty of 20 million berries, and he is even a murloc. Shouldn't we make a detailed plan on our side? But along the way, Wayne was just asking for directions, and now they were almost at the other party's lair, but he still didn't say anything. The opponent's strength is not weak at all. Don't you have a plan? Just go for it. Hearing this, Wayne seemed to suddenly realize something. I almost forgot to arrange it. This also made CLO's frown relax a little. As long as there is a plan, it's fine. You will be responsible for moving the money out and distributing it to the civilians. Chloe, you will take care of Kaya. Wayne said casually. Chloe, who originally thought Wayne was going to talk about some battle arrangements, stood there in a daze. Wayne's arrangement was something he could never have imagined. Responsible for moving the money out? And distributing it to civilians? And all he needs to do is keep an eye on Kaya? No. How do we deal with the other side? They're a powerful group of Murloc pirates, they're no joke. Why do they seem so casual? Are you sure? Chloe asked in disbelief. But his appearance made Wayne a little confused. Doesn't this guy know his own strength? Why is he still worried that he can't beat Arlong? What's wrong? Just protect Kaya. Wayne gave another instruction with some doubt and then ignored it. Kaya must be protected by someone, otherwise she might die inexplicably. After getting Wayne's confirmation again, Chloe's heart was slightly shaken. Why is he so confident? Did he already have a tactical plan with these guys? How come I have no idea? CLO was still confused, but since Wayne said so, he didn't worry about it anymore. As for Wayne's strength? Crow said that he had only seen him fire a gun once, so he really didn't know much about it. At this time, 3 figures caught up. It's Nami and the others. Wayne and his friends were not fast, and the 3 of them soon overtook them. Nami never looked at Wayne from beginning to end, but Nojiko and Kensuke stared at Wayne with strange eyes for a while. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. Wayne was completely bewildered. What was going on? I didn't rob you, did I? What was that look? Before he could think about it, the 3 of them had already walked away. Wayne also felt confused. And in the manner ahead, the Arlong pirates, who were celebrating their easy harvest of 100 million barrel, finally discovered that Wayne and his men were approaching. Beside a swimming pool connected to the sea, Arlong was lying on a lounge chair, laughing wildly and talking to the fish people around him who were eating and drinking. Xiao Bie, who was in charge of guarding the door, ran over quickly and reported the situation outside. What? The white pirates? Where did this rubbish pirates group come from? They're courting death by trespassing on Lao Zi's territory. When they come over, I'll kill them all. Arlong, holding a bottle of beer in his hand, had a face full of disgust towards humans. If human pirates dared to come to his territory, he would just kill them. Okay, big brother. Just wait and see. Let me practice a bit. I haven't fought in ages. I'm going to pick a target first. Don't compete with Lao Zi. Several of Arlong's cotters seemed a little excited after drinking some wine. It was obvious that they didn't want to miss this kind of performance. Bang! But at this moment, the door at the entrance was kicked open. In an instant, the entire manor fell into a brief silence. After kicking the door open, Nami walked towards Arlong step by step. There was no expression on her face, but her anger seemed to be visible to the naked eye. Hey, I was wondering who was coming, isn't this our navigator? Here to draw the map, right? Arlong, who was lying on the recliner with a teasing look on his face, spoke sarcastically. Nami ignored it. He came in front of Arlong and stood beside him, and a calm voice sounded. I'm quitting the Arlong pirates. I'll give you your money back, but I won't be drawing your charts anymore. After Nami finished speaking, she suppressed her trembling hands, turned around and walked back the way she came. She came as if just to give notice. But does she have a choice? Really? Well, we're all itching to get our hands dirty today, so let's go and slaughter a poor village first. What do you think of Kokoyasi village? Arlong raised his right hand, rubbed his palms together, and said with a smile. He knew Nami too well, and it was easy for him to control her. Even if she can get it for free for the rest of her life, it won't be a problem as long as the whole village is still full of people. The smile on Arlong's face became more and more rampant, and his laughter became louder and louder. Nojiko and Kensuke, who were waiting outside the door, heard Arlong's words and a flash of ultimate anger appeared in their eyes. Arlong's behavior was too despicable. He actually used this method to force Nami to submit. Kensuke was even ready to go back and call for help to fight Arlong. Hearing Arlong's crazy smile, Nami, who had just reached the door, stopped in her tracks, her heart sinking. She seemed to have forgotten that she had no choice. Arlong's words brought her memories back. This is a fact, a despairing fact. Nami's pupils kept shaking, and her shoulders trembled slightly due to the mixture of emotions. The expression on his face was unusually dull. Is it really true that I can only be controlled by him? This is not what I want. Why did I agree to be a navigator in the first place? Why do I have such a talent? Why should I draw nautical charts? Why? Nami was desperate, she was really desperate. In the face of absolute strength, she was like an ant being toyed with. There is no right to choose at all. Helplessness, despair, sadness, regret, everything that just happened seems to have returned to me. The large amount of negative emotions made Nami's eyes abnormally red, and she wanted to cry. She really wanted to cry. But at this moment, a shadow fell, blocking the sunlight shining on Nami. Helpless Nami slowly raised her head and saw a big hand slowly reaching out to her. A glimmer flashed in Nami's eyes. It's him. He is going to get out of the way. As the sound rang out, Nami, who was standing at the door, was ruthlessly pushed open. Nami's face was instantly filled with confusion. Chapter 67. Looking at Wayne, who appeared and pushing her away, Nami's heart broke slightly. For a moment, she thought this guy was trying to comfort her. But the result proved to her that this guy was me. Nami stared blankly at Wayne leading his men past her, her face full of astonishment. As she was pushed away, Wayne and his group of 8 also came to the edge of the swimming pool. The swimming pool separates the two pirates' groups. Opposite Wayne, Arlong stood up leisurely, with a look of contempt on his face. Behind him, a group of fishermen cotters all looked excited, as if they were ready to take action at any time. Wayne's side is quite different. Except for Chloe and Kaya, everyone else was calmer than the other. He seemed as calm as if he was just eating and drinking water, and his eyes looking at the fishermen in front of him were also calm. Wayne, who was at the front, had his white coat blown by the wind. He looked much more relaxed than Arlong, and was extremely relaxed. Nami in the back stared at the scene blankly, his expression changing slightly. This situation doesn't seem right. Aren't they here to join the Arlong pirates? Or, are they just trying to show off their skills before joining? Nami's brows furrowed unconsciously. A breeze blew by, and Arlong, with a playful look on his face, spoke first. What are you guys trying to do here on Laozi's territory? You don't want to join Laozi, do you? He also felt that Wayne was here to join him. After all, everyone knows that he is the overlord of this island. He brings so many people here and looks so relaxed. What else could he be if not to join? Is this the attitude of someone who comes to fight? What a joke! But precisely because he guessed Wayne's purpose, the smile on Arlong's face became even more unbridled. Will he accept Wayne's offer? What a joke! The useless human also wants to join their powerful fishman team. It is really wishful thinking for a small follower whose name has not even reached Laozi's ears. Arlong and his group of pirates despise humans and look down on them completely. Just when Arlong thought that the other party was going to say something about loyalty to him, and then he would step on the other party and reject him. Wayne spoke up. He frowned slightly. There was some confusion in his eyes. You've been diving so much, are you out of your mind? These sharp words immediately cooled the situation. Wayne didn't expect that they would actually think that he came to seek refuge. Is his side so weak? The other side thought we were coming to surrender. Wayne turned and looked behind him. Buggy was picking his nose, Monka was fiddling with his axe boredly, Kill was scratching his butt, and Ziggy was holding a banana in his hand. Wayne's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. No, brothers, brothers. Although you don't have to do any work, at least you have to show some presence, right? Is this even reasonable? You can't even stand normally, right? Wayne's words made Arlong furious on the spot, and he clenched his fists unconsciously. But he was not in a hurry to go up. He now wanted to know what this ragtag group of troops was trying to do. Then what are you doing here? Arlong suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Wayne looked up slowly with a helpless look on his face. The leisurely expression on his face gradually faded, replaced by calmness. He drew the pistol from his waist. The muzzle of the gun points forward. Then he looked at Arlong and said expressionlessly. Robbery. The sound was not loud, but as soon as it rang out, the whole audience fell into absolute silence again. Arlong and the others looked dazed and obviously didn't react. Nami, Nakako, and others in the back also widened their eyes instantly, their eyes full of shock. What did they say? Are they going to rob Arlong? Nami's heart couldn't help but tremble, and Nojiko even covered her mouth with her hand. They were wrong. Wayne is not here to join Arlong, but to rob Arlong. Well, rob Arlong. It's not this thing. Is he crazy? He actually wants to rob Arlong. Didn't he come here without asking for any information? That's Arlong. The bounty is as high as 20 million. How could a small pirate like him be able to deal with it? Isn't this just asking for death? Does he have any brains at all? He ran all the way to Arlong and started robbing him. Is this really correct? Nami was really a little scared. She was now thinking about how to escape with Wayne and the others. Wayne and his group are pretty good. Nami just gave them a cold shoulder because they suspected they were going to join Arlong. But since that wasn't the case, she naturally didn't want to watch them die here. Are you crazy? Go away! Nami shouted directly, startling Kaya in the crowd. Everyone turned to look at the anxious Nami, but they just glanced and no one took any action. Go! You are no match for them. Leave? Where to go? You're so damned bold. You dare to come to my territory and rob Laozi. This is new. Come on. Kill that guy. I'll kill you, you little BD. It's great that they are still alive today. Sword tomb. Laozi will tear your mouth apart. All the fishmen were furious. Wayne's behavior was really too insulting. It's like stomping their faces on the ground. Just as they were flying over and about to cut Wayne into pieces, Nami suddenly appeared and stood in front of Wayne. Get out of the way. Do you want to die? The kissing fish cotter shouted angrily. Let them go. I can continue to help you with your work. Nami's words made Wayne look at her with a little surprise. Nami's idea was very simple. Wayne and the others had at least saved her once in Orange Town, and she didn't want to just watch them die. But now, her conditions are worthless in the eyes of Arlong and others. Because this is something that can be easily obtained. The attacking fishmen ignored her completely and jumped up, all rushing towards Wayne who was at the front of the team. The kissing fish poked Wayne with its long beak, and the 40th degree karate master, Kruby, who was standing next to him, punched Wayne in the face. Nami looked behind her quickly with a look of horror, but it was too late for her to stop it. She had seen these two men destroy a building with one blow. If Wayne was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured. It's too late. But at this moment, under Nami's horrified gaze, Wayne, who was about to be hit, finally moved. I only saw him with an expressionless face. He raised his hand seemingly casually. Then, gunshots were heard. The bullet was fired. In an instant, it penetrated into Karate Kroby's chest and flew out from his back. The moment the gun went off, Wayne suddenly raised his foot again. The right foot also touched Juju's chest. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard immediately. The right foot that was in contact with the chest couldn't help but sink a little. Then, boom! Juju flew backwards instantly, brushing against Arlong's shoulder and crashing into the building behind him. Half of the building collapsed in an instant. The whole place was suddenly filled with smoke and dust. All of this was done in a moment, and before Nami could react, everything was over. Nami's face was blank, and behind her, Chloe's eyes were gleaming, and Arlong was also stunned. Something seems to be wrong. Chapter 68. The dust particles behind Arlong sparkled in the sunlight. As half of the building collapsed, the space behind Arlong became empty. And he was also covered in smoke and dust. After a moment, the dust cleared, revealing Arlong inside. Only. At this moment, there was no more contempt on his face, and the disdain in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by surprise, full of surprise. He also felt that Wayne in front of him seemed to be quite powerful, and the building behind him was the best reflection of this. I originally thought they were just idiots who came to my doorstep, but it turns out these guys actually have some real skills. Arlong's face turned ugly, his brows were furrowed, and his teeth were clenched tightly. He lost 2 admirals right at the beginning, which was not good news. But the kick that guy just gave was not enough to scare him. Because even he can do this. Although that guy's strength is not weak, it is definitely not much stronger than mine. As long as I am careful, I can definitely deal with him with the natural physical conditions of the merman. It would be even better if we could drag him into the water. I can definitely win. It would be the same even if all the opponents attacked together. As for how to achieve this, Arlong said that it would be best to just throw one of the other players into the water. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The look he gave Kaya became increasingly dangerous. With just one glance, he had found the easiest target. But he didn't go straight up because he might be besieged by the enemy. Let my younger brothers break up their formation first, and then I can launch a surprise attack while the chaos is going on. At this moment, the whole audience was still immersed in the shock of Wayne's kick that almost destroyed the base. Nami's face was full of disbelief at this moment. The imagined scene of Wayne being seriously injured on the spot did not appear. Instead, 2 powerful fishman cotters were killed on the spot. The karate fishman on the ground had blood constantly flowing out of his chest and was gasping for breath. It was obvious that the shot just now had hit a vital point. As for Juju, I'm afraid even living is not an easy thing now. Nami turned to look at Wayne woodenly. She only knew that Wayne was very powerful, much more powerful than Luffy and Zoro. But what's the point of being stronger than Luffy and Zoro? They can't compare to these fishmen. In Nami's impression, Wayne is just a little bit capable. But now, the power of this kick was somewhat beyond her expectations. This kick almost demolished the entire place. The gun could be attributed to good luck, but the leg strength was real. Nami's mind is now in a state of confusion. Wayne's powerful strength is really beyond her expectations. Chloe frowned, his face serious. He no longer doubted Wayne's arrangement. It seemed that the captain before him was more than just a gunman. Kaya, who was beside him, didn't understand any of this. She only knew that Wayne was amazing. She had only seen those fishmen who looked tough to deal with in books. When they suddenly rushed towards her just now, she was almost scared to the ground. But Wayne solved them easily, which made Wayne's image in Kaya's heart even better. At the same time, Kaya was also very glad that she had come out and worked hard to walk that day. At the very least, she saw a race that she would never see in her life in her previous village, and further witnessed Wayne's strength, and once again experienced the feeling of being protected. All these made her feel that even if she still had to be sent away by Wayne, it was worth it. Xiao Bie, with a frightened face, was standing next to Nami at this time. He didn't jump just now, but really stopped because of Nami's words. Now seeing Wayne's powerful strength, he just felt his legs trembling a little. I was just about to take 2 steps back and move a little further away from Wayne. All for Lao Zi. Arlong's yell interrupted his movements. Turning around, he saw all his companions rushing towards him again. Everyone was fearless and determined to kill all the foreign invaders in front of them. It's not that they are born brave, but in their hearts, humans are not enough to scare them. They are just a lowly race. Encouraged by his companions, Xiao Ba raised his weapon again and turned around to fight. Captain, do you need us to take action? CLO pushed up his glasses, already wearing cat claws on his hands. But all he got in response was a series of gunshots. Bang bang bang. Connected into one piece. Bullet casings kept popping out and falling to the ground with a crisp sound. The bullets also penetrated into the bodies of the fishmen quickly with a sound of breaking wind. Wayne looked indifferent. Shoot without mercy. Every shot went straight to the vital point without any delay. After just a moment, the gunfire stopped. Then there was a series of sounds of people falling to the ground, and only Xiao Ba was left standing there in front. None of these fishmen are good guys, so it is naturally easy for him to kill them. If he uses them to recruit, it might be useful. However, the system can only review one at a time. He didn't want to waste his time on this island just to recruit trash like them. In that time, he had already reached the next island. Just test one at a time, because if you work on the same island multiple times, you won't get the perfect work reward. Slowly put away the gun. Wayne looked at Chloe. Call me boss. CLO was slightly stunned and was about to agree, but he caught a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. His eyes widened instantly, and before he could fully recover, he immediately entered combat mode. He did not forget his mission. While waving the cat claws in his hand towards the newcomer, Chloe had already stood in front of Kaya. The person who came was naturally Arlong. He took advantage of Wayne shooting and his attention not being on him, and suddenly rushed up at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye he was behind Wayne and in front of Kaya. Arlong's face darkened as he looked at CLO who dared to stop him. But Chloe's body was not strong enough to stop Arlong, and he was sent flying with one palm strike. Kaya was also stunned. Looking at Arlong who suddenly appeared, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Nami opened her mouth wide and yelled, "Be careful!" She had a very good impression of Kaya and she liked Kaya very much for one reason only, her family was rich. Seeing Kaya being attacked, she couldn't help but become anxious. Those were just minions just now. If the most powerful Arlong were to take action now, Wayne wouldn't be able to react at all, right? Nami, who was unable to rescue him in time, subconsciously turned his attention to Wayne. But what he saw was Wayne with a somewhat unhappy expression. Why isn't he worried? Is Kaya really just his kidnapping target? Nami clenched her fists tightly, feeling very unwilling. Sudden. Nami's pupils shrank. Because Wayne disappeared. But then, Nami's eyes widened immediately. Because Wayne had disappeared, he was now pinching Arlong's neck, and Arlong's feet were already off the ground. The pistol, still not cold, was now pressed against Arlong's temple. Arlong was like a puppy being lifted up by its owner, powerless to resist. The scene before him made Nami's mind go blank. She stared at Wayne, who was holding Arlong with a frown on his face. His lips moved, but no sound came out. But at this moment, her heart was already in turmoil. This person. Is he so strong? Chapter 69. Arlong, who was caught, had cold sweat on his forehead. His eyes were filled with shock. Just when he was about to slap the electric pole in front of him away, he suddenly felt a chill. Before he could confirm what was going on, he was lifted up. The still warm gun was also pressed against his head. The faint threat of death came continuously from the pistol, and Arlong had no doubt that he could shoot through his own head. The big hand that grabbed the back of his neck almost broke his neck. The powerful force made Arlong dare not act rashly. Because whether it was the pistol or the big hand, it could easily take his life. This result made Arlong dumbfounded for a moment. He didn't dare to make any big movements, but just rolled his eyes dully and looked at the stern face beside him. Arlong was shocked to the extreme. The guy's speed left him no chance to react. He just felt a slight chill and then he was lifted up like a chicken. The speed is terrifying. As for strength, Arlong no longer dares to say that he is on par with Wayne. Judging from the force transmitted from the back of the neck, the person in front of him did not use his full strength in that kick. Arlong was completely confused. He didn't recognize the guy in front of him at all. He simply couldn't believe that a human with no reputation at all could have such terrifying strength. Now that his life was controlled by the other party, even the extremely arrogant Arlong had to remain obedient for the time being. The threat of death is simply too strong. His entire body was now drenched in cold sweat, and his face no longer had the composure it had before. When Kaya saw Wayne appear, she finally felt relieved. And Chloe looked at Wayne with some surprise. The strength of this fishman is definitely not weak. He even had a feeling about it just now. That means I absolutely cannot stop him. This is enough to show how terrifying the other party is. But what about now? Wayne had just captured the other person so easily. The other person had no power to resist him. How terrifying is his strength? CLO didn't know, but he was really glad that he didn't have the idea that his fate was in his own hands. Otherwise, he would have been cremated by now. Not only him, but everyone here doesn't know where Wayne's ceiling is. Because he never used his full strength. Okay, it's your turn to work. Wayne slowly lowered the gun that was pointed at Arlong's temple and waved it, bringing the stunned crowd back to their senses. They were all a little confused. Even the three brothers who followed Wayne the earliest were the same. They could see that Arlong was quite strong, although they didn't think he was that strong, and they might be able to do it. But Wayne's approach was a bit too casual. Grab it and refine it in an instant. With his eyes wide open, Keel even wanted to recite a poem. Holy crap! Awesome! With a loud shout, he successfully exposed his cultural level. Then they became busy and quickly ran into the half-collapsed building to loot money. Fortunately, it didn't collapse completely, otherwise it would be difficult to find the money. A moment later. Aha! It's me again. Here it is. I found the small vault. On top of the ruins, Buggy laughed wildly. Under his feet, there was a big hole that had been dug. In the hole, one could vaguely see some shadow of Bailey. Holy crap! Brother Jiba is awesome. How did you find it? So handsome. Dig, dig. There are so many damn things. How much did these bits steal? It's confirmed, none of them has a high level of education. The only educated one was CLO, but he chose to remain silent because no matter what he said it would sound a bit stupid. It was not until a large amount of money was seen by the public that Arlong finally believed it when Wayne got his hands on it. This group of people really came to rob him. He was already shocked by Wayne's strength, and now he was even more dumbfounded. You said that you are so powerful, it is unreasonable for you to appear in this small East Blue, but what is the result? As a result, not only did he show up in East Blue, he also did things in East Blue that only rubbish pirates would do. Who among the truly powerful pirates wouldn't want to occupy an island and live happily alone? Why are you doing it the other way around? Although Arlong expressed his great incomprehension of Wayne and his friend's actions. But he was still heartbroken when he saw this group of people, led by that clown with a dog nose that was like a radar, taking away all his belongings without leaving a single piece behind. Arlong is a greedy person. I am greedy, but I have no place to spend the money. The amount of money he spent was almost zero. What can't be snatched away? Would he spend what he could snatch away? No. So Arlong really didn't spend much of the money he earned over the years. Wayne still grabbed Arlong by the scruff of the neck, but he and Arlong were in stark contrast. One was tense all over and didn't dare to move. One of them looked relaxed, as if he was hanging out with his good friend. Boss. I've ordered it. A total of 600 million. This is all thanks to me. Wahaha. When can I be the deputy captain? Buggy walked in front of Wayne with a heartless step, carrying a large box of shining money, and fell to the ground with a bang. That's a lot of money, a really big amount of money. Buggy has never had this in his life, and this is definitely an achievement that is worth cheering for. Even Wayne nodded in satisfaction. 600 million is really a lot. When the accounts are settled at the end of the day, the money will really take off. Arlong has been very busy in recent years and has actually amassed so much money. When you can withstand my kick, you can become the second captain. Now go call the two people outside who are watching the show over. Wayne's words immediately made Buggy wilted. Take his kick? Oh my god, stop it. This guy can blow up sea kings with one kick. If I get hit by him, I'll probably be killed, right? Forget it. Even if I can't do it, no one else can either. But Buggy was also puzzled as to why Wayne asked the two villagers to come in. Haven't they already snatched it up now? Why are they still waiting? By the time they move back, it'll be almost time to get off work. Although he didn't understand, Buggy still went to call them both. This money is for your life, will you? At this moment, Wayne's words rang in Arlong's ears like a death warrant. At the same time, the strength in his hands increased slightly, and Arlong couldn't help but groan in pain. Although I am reluctant to give up, this is obviously a sure-win deal. Because these people could just kill him and take the money away. Arlong would certainly not hesitate to use the money, which was originally theirs, to exchange for his own life. He nodded and agreed immediately. At this time, Nami was a little nervous when she heard Wayne was looking for Nojiko and Kensuke. But she could also see that Wayne's goal today was to steal money. So there shouldn't be any danger. After a moment, Nojiko and Kensuke looked at Wayne, who was holding Arlong, who dared not move, with one hand, and their eyes were filled with fear. These people are also pirates. And they are pirates who are much stronger than Arlong. If they wanted to do something to Nami or the village, they wouldn't have any chance to resist. Just now they actually suspected that he was coming to join Arlong. You are so blind. They stood trembling in front of Wayne, a bit like elementary school students who had made a mistake. You two carry that box of money. The two of them obeyed and did as they were told, which was very sensible. After moving it, the two looked at Wayne, waiting for his next instructions. But Wayne's next words made their brains go blank. Okay, now the money is yours. Wayne said slowly. But his words made everyone in the audience look confused. Everyone, hey! Buggy, I'm a clown. Chapter 70. What did they hear just now? Everyone began to doubt their ears, suspecting that they were hallucinating. After a while, Nojiko, who was carrying a huge cash box with Kensuke and had a look of confusion written all over his face, finally spoke weakly. You just said this is for us. This question was asked by almost everyone present. Everyone stared with wide eyes at Wayne. But Wayne nodded affirmatively and seriously. At this point, no matter how much Nojiko and the others disbelieved it, they had no choice but to agree. This is actually given to them. Nojiko's face was stunned at first, and then filled with ecstasy. At this moment, Wayne's image in her mind also underwent a tremendous change. Originally, in her eyes, Wayne was just a low-level pirate who came to seek refuge with the fishmen, but just now, Wayne used his powerful strength to change this view. And now, he once again refreshed Makina's cognition. There was already deep gratitude in Nokijo's eyes when he looked at Wayne. Their village had long been impoverished, and many people couldn't even repair their broken houses. Only the oranges they grew kept them from starving to death. With this money, their village, which was destroyed beyond recognition by Arlong, can finally be rebuilt. Arlong went there today and destroyed a lot of houses. They were originally worried about what to do with the villagers who had lost their homes. But now, Wayne actually gave them so much money to help them through the difficult times. That's a full 600 million. 600 million! Even Nochigo, who didn't care much about money, was frightened. Looking at Nochigo, who was so excited that he couldn't speak, Kill and the others were confused. Even CLO was shocked and his face was full of confusion. They couldn't understand what their captain was going to do. Isn't our goal to steal money? Why did you give the money to the villagers over there after you got it? What's going on? But they know that their boss is the one who means what he says. If I say I'm giving it to you, then it's yours. No kidding at all. Nami, who was lying on the ground, finally reacted after a brief brain freeze. A bright smile immediately broke out on that confused face. Money, money. That's money. A full 600 million worth of Pele. Nami, I'm going crazy. After being stunned, Nami didn't care about anything else and rushed towards the huge cash box. When he got there, he jumped into the box without saying a word. Fortunately, Nojiko and Kensuke were prepared and did not throw her to the ground. Looking at Nami, who had crawled into the huge cash box and whose happiness overflowed the screen, they also laughed, and tears came out of their eyes while laughing. Crying with joy. Because Nami came out of the haze, they cried with joy. Nami finally made it. Finally, she could laugh truly happily. The mountain that had always weighed on her was also removed today. She ushered in true freedom and a life that truly belonged to her. The two of them just smiled quietly as they watched Nami laughing wildly in the box, their hearts filled with gratitude towards Wayne. They haven't forgotten who this is all because of. I haven't forgotten who moved the mountain. Nami was having fun in the cash box for 10 minutes. At first, she laughed wildly, and her laughter made Wayne's eardrums hurt a little. But later on, it turned into uncontrollable crying. She also realized that her freedom had arrived. She no longer had to worry, no longer had to fear that all the villagers would be killed by that devil. No longer have to sit in that closed room feeling depressed and drawing all kinds of nautical charts just to complete the task. No longer have to run to the distance again and again, trying your best for that blood-red Bailey. Free. Everyone just watched this scene quietly, Kaya even had tears in her eyes. There was no other sound in the whole venue except Nami's voice. Wayne didn't interfere, but just stood calmly in front of them, pinching Arlong with one hand and checking his watch from time to time. Only when Nami was truly calm, until all her tears were shed, until all the suppressed emotions were completely released, did she walk out of the cash box. Looking at Wayne in front of her, her eyes were extremely complicated. This man had once made her suffer so much, but now, she was saved by him. But no matter what Nami thought of Wayne, at least at this moment, her heart was filled with endless gratitude. Nami didn't say much, but just stared at Wayne in front of her with her red eyes. The orange sunlight shone on her, as if announcing her liberation. Wayne stood in the shadow of the house, his face calm. The two just stared at each other without saying a word for a long time. It wasn't until Wayne raised his hand and looked at his watch again that Nami realized that her benefactor might be getting off work. Knowing all this, she naturally couldn't prevent Wayne from getting off work. Nami immediately whispered her deep gratitude to Wayne, but even though she had thousands of words in her heart, only one sentence remained on her lips. Thanks. Nami said in a trembling voice. His expression was very complicated. You're so polite. That's your money anyway. Take it and go. Wayne said this very calmly, and this also made Wayne's image in Nami's heart suddenly rise. He is not a cheap pirate. Although he was doing such things, his heart was not dark, but extremely bright, hot and boiling. Nami's nose felt sore again and she bit her lip to suppress her tears. That beautiful face is also extremely beautiful under the sunset, making people unable to help but feel moved. Nami didn't say anything else. She turned around and walked out the door with the two people behind her, carrying the large box of Baileys. Buggy couldn't help but wiped his eyes, not wanting to let his tears fall. Oh my god! Laozi's money! It's gone! Although he was very unwilling, he would not question Wayne's decision. Whoever Buggy decides to follow, he will truly obey that person. In this case, he will not doubt the captain's judgment and decision. Watching the three people leaving, Arlong, who was held in Wayne's hand, kept his eyes wide open. At this moment, he really felt that his three views had been overturned. What did he see? These FG pirates took the money they stole from him and gave it to these villagers? Are you guys really like pirates? Why do I feel like you guys are a bit evil and righteous? Is this something a normal pirate would do? That's not a small amount, it's 600 million. Crazy, really crazy. Arlong's face turned red with anxiety. Looking at Nami walking out, Wayne grabbed Arlong and followed. When the others saw their boss leaving, they all followed him. The group bustled out of the gate of the Arlong base. At the door, Nami, who was carrying boxes, looked back. Seeing that Wayne actually came out to see them off, she didn't know what to say. He is such a good man. Aren't you guys almost off work? You don't have to see us off. Nami said this and waved to Wayne and the others. But at this moment, the calm Wayne suddenly smiled faintly. Seeing this smile, Nami's heart suddenly skipped a beat for some reason. Before she could think about it, Wayne's voice came over. How can you leave work when you haven't even started working yet? This surprised everyone. But at this moment, Wayne had already pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it directly at Nami in front of him. The smile on his face grew even wider. Then he spoke slowly. Robbery, little sister. Chapter 71. Nami was stunned. Nojiko and Kensuke were also stunned. Everyone around was stunned. Everyone turned their heads to look at Wayne, their eyes filled with disbelief. Nami felt that her brain was obviously slow at this moment. She looked at Wayne in front of her stupidly, her eyes filled with clear confusion. At this moment, she couldn't react at all to what was going on. Wayne, is he kidding? Are you really kidding? It's definitely not the case that you just give them the money and then try to take it back, right? Nami's expression began to change gradually. She even felt that the hot weather had disappeared and a chill came over her. Are you kidding me? It was still a trembling sound, but the trembling this time was completely different from just now. Nami forced a smile, hoping to get the answer she wanted from Wayne. This voice successfully woke everyone up. Everyone in the pirates looked at Wayne in disbelief. As I just said, based on their understanding of Wayne, he would not joke about such things, so, the boss really wants to snatch it now. Why is he so naive? I just gave this huge sum of money to someone, and he was so moved that he almost knelt down in front of you. As a result, you turned your head in an instant. You want to take it back again. How cruel and evil. At this moment, the crew had a clear understanding of Wayne's evil. Other pirates did evil directly, but you are different. You are advanced. You do good things first, then reap the rewards. What a genius! Although they felt that Wayne's behavior was cruel, it did not prevent it from being awesome. The boss said he wanted to rob. What are you waiting for? It's only 1 minute until I get off work. Under Nami's eyes that were seeking the truth, Wayne did not say anything, but gave her the answer with practical actions. At Wayne's signal, the group rushed forward like a tiger descending from the mountain or a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. Buggy took the lead and rushed forward with 5 horses in a row. Kill and his men took axes and swords, and some took swords. The ferocious man rushed forward with a ferocious look on his face. Damn it! Put the stuff down, Laozi! Can you handle so much money? Robbery! Let me do it! Pirates are robbing! Those who don't want to die, stand at attention! Put your hands on your head! Put your hands on your head! Don't do anything tricky! Waving their weapons, the group immediately snatched back the 600 million berries. It's like they've never seen money before. A few people came like a swarm of locusts and robbed them of everything in an instant. He even took the wallet in Kensuke's pocket. Only 2 confused people were left there. They were still in the posture of lifting the box, which looked a bit weird. Nami, with a blank mind, stood in front of them, staring blankly at everything. Throwing Arlong aside, Wayne passed her. As if she was just an ordinary robbed person, Wayne and the crew gradually walked away. He left. He really took the people away. He really took the things and left with the people. Before leaving, he pulled up 2 blades of grass from the ground and threw them at her. He seemed to say something, but she was so stunned that she didn't hear clearly. All I heard was, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. At this moment, Nami was dumbfounded. She seemed to understand everything. This guy really just asked them to keep it temporarily, he was really not kidding them. He was really robbing. From the joy of having 600 million, Nami instantly fell into the quagmire of poverty. The gap was so great that it almost broke her. I just got a 600 million Bailey 1-minute experience card? Arlong was also dumbfounded. He thought Wayne was really going to give the money to these people, but what happened? He gave it to them and then robbed them? What kind of game was this? You feel that you finally managed to snatch 600 million, and it's not satisfying to snatch it only once, so you try again, right? Can you still play like this? Ding ling 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 ling. Right at this moment, it rang. The bell for the end of get off work rang. This voice reached Nami's ears clearly, and a light instantly lit up in Nami's eyes. This voice is so familiar. So beautiful and pleasant. It's 5 o'clock. They're getting off work. Nami was a little excited. Because last time at Buggy's, she saw with her own eyes that Wayne and his friends threw away a large pile of treasures when they got off work. Just like throwing away garbage on the roadside. Doesn't that mean this time will be no exception? Nami, who had nearly fallen and folded, now turned around excitedly and looked at the people who were leaving. But all I can see is the back that is getting farther and farther away. It wasn't until they completely disappeared that Nami's heart finally settled. They are really grabbing 600 million. 600 million. They really gave it and then took it away. Nami's vibrant appearance quickly faded. In just a moment, she turned from bright colors to grey. Nojiko and Kensuke watched Wayne leave, unable to recover for a long time. So, was it too early to thank me just now? A moment later, Kensuke, looking confused, spoke slowly. When he opened his mouth, Nami, who was already heartbroken, now had all the broken pieces turned into slag. She felt uncomfortable and depressed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing your work assignment perfectly. You have successfully clocked out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 15 points of physical strength. 41 check-in points. Ding! Because the host left work on time, I'll give you an extra 10 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 8. The group was walking on their way back to the ship. It's still the same forest, the same sunshine, but the morning sun has been replaced by the evening sun. Buggy and the others were really happy. After all, this was 600 million Baileys, which directly made them achieve financial freedom. At this moment, Wayne was also in a good mood looking at his salary today. This reward is really not small at all. 25 points of physical strength, doubled to 50 points. A 50-point increase in one day, what does that even mean? This is simply a synonym for cheating. When the attributes of his body suddenly increased, Wayne even stepped on the ground and made a big hole. The brothers around him were stunned by what they saw. It was mainly because his body suddenly became stronger that caught Wayne off guard. In addition to physical strength, there are also check-in points. It's 41 in total, double it, 82. You can upgrade an ability in 2 or 3 days, it's like having an ability. There were only about 20 at most before, but today there was a sudden explosion. The increase in the number of people going to work is one thing, but contracting also accounts for a large part of it, and the surge in physical strength is the best proof of this. This also made Wayne decide immediately that if he received a contract task in the future, he would work hard to the death. Day laborers are shameless, and contractors are lifeless. It's not that Wayne is passionate about his work, it's just that the improvement in his strength is so great. The powerful strength in his hands is the foundation of his foothold in this world. At the end of the day, Wayne also confirmed one thing. That means Kaya will really be counted as their employee and can really be paid. In this case, Kaya can indeed stay, but we must first ask her opinion if she disagrees. Then force her to agree. How many people on this ship joined voluntarily? Not many. Haven't we done enough of this kind of thing? We are already familiar with it. This incident also forced Wayne to think about how the system's wife judgment mechanism was determined. These are all salaries. If the judgment is not strict, he will definitely find more, but the system should not have such a big loophole, and there are definitely limitations. I'll study it carefully tomorrow. Wayne turned and looked at Kaya, who was trying hard to follow behind. Sweat was already oozing out of her forehead again. Wayne was thinking about something just now and forgot to wait for her. She didn't even say a word. So? Wayne called softly, and Kaya looked up at him, her eyes filled with nervousness. She knew that next, she would have to decide whether to stay or go. Now, as the captain of the White Pirates, I invite you to join the White Pirates. If you don't, I promise. Chapter 72. Kaya agreed without hesitation, without a trace of hesitation. There was still excitement in her eyes, and her beautiful eyes looked unusually bright. Wayne was slightly stunned. This was indeed something he had not expected. He had thought that a quiet girl like Kaya would never want to become a pirate. Now seeing that she agreed so readily, and even seemed a little afraid that she would regret it, Wayne was a little slow to react. But since she agreed, it saved me some effort. Another employee was easily acquired. After Wayne nodded slightly, they started moving again. Kaya, who was walking behind, looked very excited, and it was even obvious that she was walking with more strength. But Wayne, who was walking in front, slowed down. She didn't need to walk very fast. About half an hour later, everyone returned to the pirate's ship, enjoying the scenery, chatting and gossiping along the way. After coming back, everyone is busy with their own things, some cook and some exercise. Wayne slumped down on his recliner, his whole body filled with laziness. It seems that he is working every day, which seems quite miserable, but he is not really working, he can just treat it as traveling. You don't have to do anything after get off work. It's a real get off work experience, and the key is that your strength can be steadily improved. Days like this are very good in the pirate's world, or in any world, and Wayne is quite satisfied with his current life. Looking at the people working hard to train and constantly improve their strength, Wayne's eyes also sparkled. Among these people, there are not many who have real potential. After all, they are all abandoned by the version, and the limit of their life is just this high. Only Buggy can make a dash. If they continue like this, sooner or later they will not be able to keep up with their pace. East Blue can still be arrogant, but when it comes to Grand Line and even New World, they really become just a bystander. Their upper limits are not high. If they want to improve their combat power, they can either eat devil fruit, but that is just an external object and will not increase it much. Or technology, but that's not a good method either. These are the only ways for the indigenous people in the pirates' world to improve their combat power, once the upper limit is reached. Wayne didn't have any good solutions. This is reality, the cruel reality. If you have no potential, no matter how hard you try, you will never become the king of hard work. You will eventually experience the feeling of powerlessness and being unable to make any progress no matter what. Wayne himself actually has the least potential. When he traveled through time, this body had already reached its limit. The kind that makes no progress no matter how hard you practice. This is also the reason why he starts to give up as soon as he gets off work. That is to say, there is a system, otherwise he can only find a corner to survive for the rest of his life. But at this moment, Wayne suddenly had an idea. System. Yes. Maybe the system has a solution. The system cannot be viewed with common sense. No matter how little you think, just ask first. With a hint of expectation, Wayne asked in his heart. Master, do you have any skills that can help other employees improve their abilities? None. The system's answer was decisive. Wayne also sighed helplessly. It's good enough that the system can improve him, but it's a bit unreasonable to think that it can improve others as well. System reminder. Once the number of employees reaches 10, you can obtain one workplace expansion and upgrade. After the upgrade, the workplace will have extraordinary effects, please explore it yourself. Chapter 73. Expansion and upgrading of the workplace? Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Wayne couldn't help but look a little surprised. What the hell is this? Can the workplace be upgraded? The place where they work will be constantly changing, so what's the point of upgrading it? He won't stay in one place for too long at the moment, as he still needs rewards for perfect work. This can't be a late game ability, right? If it is, the unlocking conditions can't be so easy. There are now 8 people on the boat. Then we only need 2 more employees to unlock this upgrade option. It's so easy to unlock, the system shouldn't give you a completely useless ability, right? Hiss. Etc. That doesn't seem right. Their workplaces aren't limited to the islands they've set foot on. After all, isn't it their ship where they spend most of their time? This ship can obviously be considered a workplace, right? If that were the case, everything would be different. First of all, the system suddenly pops up a system prompt like this, so this prompt must be related to the question I just asked. So, the upgraded and expanded ship will most likely help employees improve their abilities. It even has to increase potential. It was like moving a top-grade spiritual vein from the fantasy world onto the boat. But this is just Will's guess. We will have to wait until the 10th employee is recruited to know the details. Thinking of this, Wayne also opened his attribute panel. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wife, Kaya. Physical strength, 1056. Abilities, advanced spearmanship, advanced one-kick, low-level observation haki, low-level sword training, low-level armament haki. Check-in point, 283.3. Evaluation, strong. Looking at the words wife Kaya, Wayne was somewhat speechless. There are no major changes in other aspects, only the check-in points are worth noting. Today's reward is really high. It was originally just over 200, but now it is almost 300, and I can upgrade my abilities immediately. There are more and more people, and the next easiest thing to get will definitely be the check-in point. The problem of the frequency of lottery draws and the number of check-in points obtained not matching can be greatly alleviated. Otherwise, later on, you will have a lot of abilities but no check-in points to improve them, and you can only watch and worry. With a thought, the system interface disappeared. Wayne was rocking comfortably on the recliner. He picked up the drink poured by Kaya and took a sip, feeling so comfortable. Kaya, stop working. If you get too tired, it'll be over, he said to Kaya who was beside him. She nodded in agreement. But he turned around and went to the kitchen to help Gigi cook. On the island. At the entrance of Arlong's base. The broken gate and the almost completely collapsed base building looked extremely miserable. Arlong, who was casually thrown by Wayne on the side of the road, is no longer there. Nami and the others also returned to the village. But at this moment, a pretty figure appeared here. Hina, wearing a marine uniform and sunglasses, is looking at the marine base in front of her with a calm face. Beside her, a sly-looking marine officer was smiling obsequiously. Hina brought Colonel Mouse to confront Arlong. She had no direct evidence to prove Colonel Mouse's crime, so why not just go straight to the pirates who had an affair with him? But now looking at everything in front of her, she knew that this trip was in vain. Do you know who did this? Hina asked, looking at the unhappy look on Colonel Mouse's face. Talking to this guy made Hina feel sick. Yes, it's the white-clad pirates. Mouse's words made Hina's eyes light up. The pirates in white? Aren't these the pirates that Vice Admiral Garp mentioned? Where are they now? On the Western Sea. Everyone, head west. Chapter 74. The sky gradually darkened and stars began to appear. Hina led her group through the forest on the island quickly, with a look of anticipation on her face. If she could find the pirates that Vice Admiral Garp mentioned, she would capture him no matter what. This was what Vice Admiral Garp had secretly told her before she left. She also hates those pirates who burn, kill, and loot, and said that if she encounters them, she will definitely help Garp bring the people back. In the entire marine, except for Garp, everyone else really only knows that Wayne is not a good person. How can a person who commits robbery and kidnapping as a daily routine be a good person? Hina hates these kinds of pirates the most. They only seek to harm the people and she catches them whenever she sees one. After all, Wayne was just hanging around East Blue, so Marine hadn't really done any detailed investigation on him. Colonel Mouse had already told her that it was Wayne who destroyed Arlong's base. It seemed that they did it for Arlong's money, and they took away all the money. This also gave Hina an idea of Wayne's strength. If he could deal with Arlong, he was not a weakling. But in front of her, the rear admiral of the headquarters, he could only be captured obediently. Her 6 styles and fruits are not for nothing. Pirates of this level will not even be able to resist her. As long as they can be found, their sinful lives will come to an end. As she thought about it, Hina couldn't help but quicken her pace. They were well-trained soldiers, and of course they marched much faster than Wayne and his men. In a short while, they arrived at the location Colonel Mouse mentioned. But here, it's empty. There was only the endless sea reflecting the moonlight, swaying with the waves. Seeing this, Hina knew there was nothing she could do. They must have received the news of her coming and ran away. So she could only look for them next time. They were lucky this time. Arlong and the others are still on this island, so Hina needs to help the Icelanders solve this huge hidden danger first. Collect the troops. With a helpless sigh, Hina led her men back to the warship they had brought, including Colonel Mouse. Hina did not go directly to look for him because she knew that there was an enemy spy around her. There's no use just looking for it. The best thing to do is to wait for the other party to come to you. Late at night. The huge rear admiral warship was calmly docked on the sea reflecting the moonlight. There was silence on deck. Sudden. A stealthy figure hunched over and quickly got off the boat after making sure the marine on night watch didn't notice him. I came to the dense forest on the shore and found a thick bush to crawl into. The man took out the den mushi from his pocket and dialed a number. Moment. Connected. Just got the news that she'll be leaving tomorrow. Okay, then there won't be any living people in Kikoya Sea village tomorrow. I'll kill people and you'll clean up the battlefield. That's settled. Click. After the call was hung up, Colonel Mouse showed a sinister smile on his face. Arlong had a lot of his brothers killed and most of them injured by Wayne, but he had a thorough understanding of Wayne's strength and knew that he could never be Wayne's opponent. Naturally, there is no way to avenge this grudge. But he couldn't swallow this anger, and he was unwilling to leave in such disgrace. After learning that Wayne and others had left by boat, Arlong decided to kill all the villagers of Kokosi village. Wayne has no habit of leaving the boat on the shore overnight, that would only bring him trouble. Arlong doesn't care whether Nami is related to Wayne or not, but it doesn't matter if they are just acquaintances. Kill them all. He just wanted to vent his anger. His conspiracy with the mouse was that the mouse would help him provide information about Hina, and he would only kill people without looting, and all the villagers' property would belong to the mouse. This is also the reason why the mouse is smiling at this time. Why not make a lot of money while doing nothing? As for those villagers, it's none of his business. So many people die every day in this world, so what if a few more die? Colonel Mouse, in a good mood, pretended to be very relaxed. He casually pulled up his trousers and stood up to go back. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a red light faintly glowing in the darkness. Along with the red light, the smell of cigarettes gradually drifted in. At the same time, even late at night, Kikoyasi village is still bustling with activity. In the morning, in the square where Arlong wanted to execute Jianzu, a bright bonfire was burning, making the surrounding villagers who were singing and dancing look slightly red. Today, after Nami and the others came back, they told everyone that Arlong was defeated, a group of fishmen were killed, and even the base was completely destroyed. The villagers were stunned. When they learned that it was the group of pirates who asked for directions who did all this, the whole village was in an uproar. Some people cried with joy, while others laughed wildly. It's good that those stinky fish died. Finally someone came to deal with them. The damn beast is finally dead. Why wasn't that guy Arlong dealt with as well? He's the one who deserves to die the most. How can you say that? He has no relationship with us at all, and he helped us kill so many murlocs, which is already good enough. And you're still complaining. That's right. I can't thank you enough. Everyone hated the Arlong pirates extremely, and now that someone had killed a group of fishmen, they naturally had a good impression of the person who did it. We have even started discussing how to repay them. It's not like he's really trying to help us. He's after Arlong's money. But it's true that we were helped. Maybe Arlong and the others will just leave. What's wrong with us giving them a little thank you? Yeah. I support it. They're good pirates. There were some who held different opinions, but as the majority agreed, the matter was settled. Everyone pooled their money to give to Wayne. This matter was left to Nami. At this time, Nami was sitting by the campfire, staring at the fire in front of him with dull eyes, and the flames in his eyes kept dancing. They didn't tell anyone about the money Wayne gave them and then took back. I really don't know where to start. Seeing the villagers who were genuinely happy, talking and laughing, Nami was also shaken. When Wayne took away all her money, her favorability towards him had already plummeted. But now, she also felt that what the villagers said made some sense, and Arlong was indeed likely to leave because there were only 4 of them left and they could not form a pirates group. They don't recruit humans, so what else can they do if they don't leave? Looking at the heavy bailey in his hand, Nami sighed helplessly, with deep reluctance in his eyes. Asking her to give money to others would be like killing her. Forget it, just give it to him. Nami hardened her heart and put the remaining money she had stolen from Luffy's ship together with the money in her current hand. I plan to give all of this to Wayne when I meet him again. Then Nami stared at the bonfire again in a daze. She was actually very grateful to Wayne. After all, Wayne saved her from danger. She had fallen into the abyss again, and it was an endless abyss. But now, Wayne has filled the abyss directly. The redeemed Nami really broke through her own limits this time. Not only did she give Wayne money, she gave him all of it. The bonfire in Kikoyasi village stayed lit until late at night before it went out. Soon it was daybreak. The early morning hours are always short. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 8:59. Wayne, who drove the boat back at the checkpoint, also received his work assignment for today. Ding! Today's work assignment, human trafficking. Chapter 75. The boat slowly docked at the shore. On the deck, everyone was still standing there in an orderly manner as if they were yesterday. But what is different from yesterday is that the overall bronze deck now has a bit more vitality. On the side of the deck, in an empty space that does not affect anyone, there is a fairly spacious earthen trough, on which several bright flowers are blooming brilliantly. Kaya made this yesterday. She felt the boat was a bit too lifeless, so with Wayne's permission, she transplanted some wild flowers from the island. Kaya slept in the boss's office yesterday. Wayne was squeezed together with these rough guys, and it was really torture at night. They all snored loudly, so he and Chloe couldn't sleep well. The expansion and upgrading of the workplace really needs to be done quickly. If it continues like this, I can't stand it anymore. Wayne, who was feeling a little depressed, yawned a lot. But after taking a look at the task sent by the system, he immediately became energetic. Wayne smelled a hint of contract work in today's task, and he really liked this thing. It's just human trafficking. Doesn't it mean that the more I traffic, the more rewards I will get? No problem. Grasp. Don't say anything, just close your eyes and grab it hard. All the breathing creatures on the island will be captured and sold. Don't let any of them go. Today, we're going to arrest everyone on the island. No one can be left behind. We have to make sure all the villagers on the island are reunited. Do you understand? Clear. Clear. Everyone agreed, but Kaya's voice was a little weak. She successfully became an employee yesterday, so she naturally had to memorize and read the employee code of conduct carefully, and it would be best if she could recite it by heart. As a book lover, this is a piece of cake for her. Just last night, she memorized all of the more than 700 iron rules on the ship. She also knew that her pirates group would not really want to capture people on the island to do anything, and would release them after get off work. But now when it comes to really being a bad guy and arresting people, Kaya still finds it difficult to change her identity. Wayne naturally didn't ask her what she could do at this stage, but just asked her to treat her daily tasks as exercise. The group got off the boat quickly. This time, the boat stopped at the coast near the village of Coco West. After walking so far yesterday, I wanted to save some energy today. Kkiaxi village. The dirt road in the village was silent. There was only the rustling of leaves in the breeze. The sun, covered by dark clouds, could no longer shine, and the air was also a little dull. In a small alley, Hina and a group of marine soldiers were standing quietly. Hina was wearing a red dress, with a lady's cigarette always dangling from her sexy red lips. Her sunglasses were raised to her forehead, slightly lifting her beautiful long pink hair. Yesterday, she caught Colonel Rat having an affair with Arlong on the spot. Without any nonsense, Hina directly put Colonel Rat in a cage. As for his conversation with Arlong, she naturally heard it clearly. It is certainly not easy to find Arlong, but if you wait where Arlong is going, everything will be much easier. To make it more realistic, she even ordered the warship to leave the island. This is also the reason why Wayne and his team did not see any warships when they landed on the island. The place where Hina and his team docked yesterday was not far from Wayne and his team. Now she waits for Arlong to come. As long as that guy dares to show up, Hina can knock him down in an instant. She really doesn't take a small character like Arlong seriously. This is also the confidence that our Rear Admiral should have. There is still a big gap between the headquarters and the branches. But in her heart, Hina was secretly hoping that Wayne would show up as well. After all, didn't he have a good relationship with a little girl in Kokoyasi village? If Arlong comes to attack the village, he should also come forward to stop it. Then it will really be a double happiness. Judging from the information obtained by Hina, Wayne seemed to have indeed followed Nami here, and then helped the Kokosi village to get rid of the Arlong pirates who had been ruling them. From this perspective, doesn't Wayne have a good relationship with Nami? Hina's expression remained unchanged as she stood there quietly waiting for her prey to appear. As time goes by, the village gradually became lively and the villagers were about to start another day of work, but today they felt particularly relaxed. It seems like I have endless energy. In front of Nami and Nochigo's room, Nami was standing at the door carrying a box and talking to Nochigo. They won't be coming here today. I'll go check out other villages. It was already past Wayne and his colleagues' working hours, so Nami naturally thought that Wayne's target today was not their village. She also wanted to look for it elsewhere on the island. If you can't find them, it means they've already left and you can only thank them later. Nami turned and prepared to leave. But a loud shout made her and Nochigo behind her change their expressions. Arlong is coming! Arlong is coming! Hurry and get your weapons! Hurry, hurry! If he tries to mess around again, Lao Zi will fight him. The loud shouts and the villagers rushing in one direction made Nami's expression turn ugly. Can't take care of anything else. Nami also quickly caught up. No one expected that Arlong's pirates group would disband and come to their village again. Nami's steps were hurried and her heart was full of worry. Arlong. Although I hate him so much, if he wants to do anything to the villagers, now I am the only one who can have a say. Must go there quickly. And in the square where the bonfire party was held last night, a large number of villagers gathered there. They were all holding farm tools, their faces full of anger. Not far ahead of them, Arlong, wearing a top hat and with a gloomy face, and the remaining 3 cotters were staring at the villagers in front of them with unfriendly eyes. They were the 2 fishmen who pounced on Wayne, and the octopus Zioba. Except for Xiao Bie, the other 2 were wrapped in circles of bandages and looked a little weak. They didn't rush into it. Because the villagers are still gathering. But they didn't take action because someone couldn't help it. It was still the same alley, but this time there were a few more cigarette butts on the ground. Hina, with a stern expression, slowly lowered her sunglasses. Then he said in a deep voice, "Do it." Chapter 76. Arlong. What do you want to do? In the square, next to the charred bonfire. Nami shouted in a suppressed voice with a very grim expression, still holding the box in his hand. But Arlong remained silent, waiting for everyone to gather here. He wanted to catch everyone in one fell swoop. As for now, let them make some final noises. Beside Nami, other villagers were also yelling at Arlong, but Arlong seemed to be completely oblivious to them and just stood there quietly. No, he glanced at the box of money in Nami's hand. There was also a hint of gloom in his eyes. This reminded him of some bad memories, and his expression became even gloomier. Now that most people have arrived, Arlong no longer hesitates. He strode to the house nearby and reached out to grab it. As Arlong exerted his strength, his well-defined muscles became visible. Under the horrified gaze of the villagers, the 2-story house was actually uprooted by Arlong's strength. A huge shadow enveloped the villagers, and a sense of oppression came over them. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the huge house in front of them in horror. Nami's eyes kept trembling, and her eyes were full of fear. She originally thought that this guy was just here to arrest her or steal some more money, but she didn't expect that his purpose was to kill everyone. Now that everyone is gathered here, if the building falls down, most of the people will be killed or injured. Everyone wanted to escape quickly, but they had never seen such a big scene before, and they were so frightened by the scene that their legs could hardly move. There's no way to escape at all. All this happened too suddenly. Nami frantically yelled for everyone to escape, but only a few people could actually take action. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but feel despair. Could it be that I still can't save everyone in the end? A feeling of powerlessness surged from the bottom of my heart. Just when Nami thought that everything was over, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. And it flashed towards here at an extremely fast speed, only stirring up a gust of wind and sand along the way and leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Nami only saw that the man seemed to be wearing a marine uniform, and the speed was almost as fast as ultimate, which also made Nami excited. Marine, the powerful marine is here to save them. Arlong naturally noticed this scene, but before he could make any move, the man had already come to a place not far in front of him and was about to get close to him in a moment. Arlong's pupils shrank sharply, he could see that the person coming was very powerful. But after he reacted, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes again. He will kill all these people today no matter what. Arlong threw the huge house in his hand with all his strength, and a huge shadow began to approach the villagers. Hina snorted. She thought this guy was going to throw the house at her, but he actually chose those villagers. Isn't he afraid that I will take this opportunity to deal with him directly? What a lunatic! Although Hina thought so, she still changed her direction and did not choose Arlong, but rushed towards the villagers. She wanted to lock all the people in the square in cages. As long as the gaps between the cages were small enough, they could provide protection. It was easy for her. As she raised her arms, long bars began to appear from under her arms. When she got closer, Hina just waved her hand and the fence appeared automatically. But just as she waved her hand, a figure blocked her way. Hina's pupils suddenly shrank, and her calm expression became a little flustered. Because of her fence, Arlong in front of her was tightly wrapped up. This should have been a happy thing, but it made Hina furious because the fence she swung out was blocked. Under such circumstances, there will definitely be heavy casualties among the villagers in the rear. Looking at Arlong trapped in the cage with a cruel smile on his face, Hina wanted to pull out all his big teeth, but now, she could only watch the huge house fall down with unwillingness in her eyes. The villagers paid no attention to the confrontation before them, as it all happened in an instant. Their eyes were always fixed on the house above that completely enveloped them, and their eyes were full of fear of death. Nami has already run out. But she is in great pain now. No, no, don't. Nami muttered to herself, her face pale. Looking at the house that was about to destroy everything she had, helpless tears welled up in Nami's eyes. Her vision gradually became blurred. The surroundings seemed to become quiet, all sounds disappeared, and only a buzzing sound remained in my ears. But at this moment, what she saw? A figure appeared in front of the villagers as if teleporting. The moment Nami saw the man's appearance clearly, her eyes were filled with disbelief. Why is he here? Doesn't he have to go to work? As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, a huge roar immediately exploded in her ears. Boom! The loud noise made everyone cover their ears involuntarily. But then, everyone's eyes widened. Because of that house. Disappeared. It completely disappeared, leaving only tiny fragments like fine sand. As the wind blows, the fine sand is blown away by the wind. Everyone's eyes turned to the figure. The man in white clothes with a calm expression. Hiss! Everyone who reacted felt a chill running from the soles of their feet all the way to the top of their heads, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. The scene before them was so shocking that it was difficult for them to remain calm. This guy in front of me, he just kicked a house like that, and he destroyed it. Kicked it completely into ash? How much power does it take to achieve this? The most important thing is, he saved us? We are saved. Arlong in the cage also stared at Wayne who appeared there, his eyes full of surprise. This guy? So strong. If it was just about destroying the house, Arlong said it would be easy. But if it came to kicking a house that big into powder, he had never done it, let alone seen it. Just how strong is this guy? Also, why did he protect these villagers? What is his relationship with these villagers? Doesn't he only know Nami? Why would a pirate do something that only Marines do? Arlong's mind was full of questions. He simply couldn't understand Wayne's actions. Hina, who had looked unwilling just a moment ago, was now filled with shock. Looking at Wayne in front of her, she couldn't help but clench her hands. It would be impossible to achieve this by force alone. At most, the house would be destroyed, but it couldn't be done to this extent. It was directly smashed into dust. How did this guy do it? Chapter 77. I have to say that Hina has a completely new understanding of Wayne. This guy is very strong. But he couldn't possibly be his opponent. He was just stronger. He had the ability to see and hear, so he couldn't possibly touch him. As long as you are trapped by your own fence, no matter how strong your strength is, it will be useless. Hina didn't believe that the guy in front of her could break through her never-defeated fence. This guy was indeed very strong, but haki was something that he, an East Blue Pirates, would never be able to achieve in his lifetime. Although Hina wanted to arrest Wayne, Wayne's actions at this time also made Hina's impression of him slightly change. It seems that he is not a very evil person. As a pirate, he helped her protect the villagers present, which naturally made Hina think that he was a good person. Arlong's 3 cotters were just captured by Hina's adjutant and his men. At this moment, he is being tightly controlled by the Marines. At this point, all the Arlong pirates were arrested. Wayne stood tall with a serious look on his face, his eyes fixed on Hina in front of him. As a pirate who wanted to hide his strength, he shouldn't have shown his prowess in front of the naval headquarters rear admiral, which would have surely caused his bounty to skyrocket. If it were before, he would have done so. But today is different, he has to do it. Hina is also a human being, Marine is also a human being. He is trying to traffic people today, and he must arrest all human beings. Moreover, whether it is his identity as a Marine or the strength of Hina Rear Admiral, his salary today will surely reach a new height. He had absolutely no reason to give up this piece of fat meat. Of course, all this is based on the premise that Wayne has the ability to defeat Hina. If he can't win, that's another matter. He wanted to take away not only Hina, Arlong, Zioba, the Marine soldiers, but also these villagers. Captain of the White Pirates, Wayne, the king before sunset, has a bounty of 12 million berries. Your abilities don't seem to match the bounty. Hina is puzzled. Hina, who had packed up Xiao Ba and the others, frowned as she looked at Wayne in front of her. Dozens of Marines also lined up neatly behind her, pointing their spears directly at Wayne. Wayne placed his right hand lightly on the machete at his waist. He turned to face Hina in front of him. His expression was calm. Eyes flickering. Behind him, a group of crew members came up and finally stood behind Wayne. Clo's cat claws moved rhythmically, and Monka shouldered the axe. The 3G brothers looked ferocious, ready to strike with their swords. Buggy looked at the Marines in front of him with disdain. Even Kaya stood beside Wayne with a serious look on her face. The two sides just stared at each other calmly, and the air seemed to be filled with a tense atmosphere. The environment, which was already extremely depressing due to the cloudy sky, became even more depressing at this moment. Wayne didn't say anything, but looked at the Marine with a fiery look. He didn't look carefully just now, but there were more than 40 Marine soldiers on the other side. There are more people than villagers. This is definitely good news, great news. Wayne can hardly imagine how strong he will be tomorrow. Whether it's compliant or not is decided by you Marines. What does it have to do with me? Wayne spoke up, and the atmosphere became a little more tense. Right at this moment, Nami appeared in the middle of the two groups. She looked at Hina anxiously and said, "You're not going to arrest him, are you? He's a good man. He just protected us." Nami naturally noticed that something was wrong with the current situation. Marine was obviously trying to capture Wayne. Nami was already surprised by the strength of this woman just now, and now he found out that she was a demon fruit power, and the devil fruit seemed to be very powerful. Even Arlong was defeated in one blow. Nami naturally felt that Wayne would not be a match for Hina, and wanted to try to get Hina to let Wayne go. Nami herself couldn't explain her attitude towards Wayne now. This guy is annoying, but he always helps them solve problems. Nami feels that he still has to do something. That's right. This guy is a good guy. Marine, you won't want to arrest him. Marine sister, please let them go. They helped us defeat the Arlong pirates yesterday. He's Nami's friend, he's definitely not a bad person. Yes, they just look a little fierce, but they haven't done anything bad. The villagers also recognized Wayne's identity. This was the young man who asked for directions yesterday. Now he saved their lives, so they naturally had to speak up for him. Hearing these sounds, Hina frowned. This was also the first time she encountered villagers stopping Marine from catching pirates. But she couldn't let go of the pirates of Madara, a bad guy, just because the villagers pleaded for him, even though she thought Wayne was a good guy and there might be some misunderstanding. But let's think about these things slowly after she catches the person back. Seeing that Hina seemed to ignore their request, Nami became a little anxious. The key point is that it would be fine if the Marines ignored it, after all, it was just normal work, but why didn't Wayne and the other pirates run away? The Marines are about to capture you, why are you, as pirates, still standing there leisurely? Nami was so disappointed with the guy. What are you doing? Don't you have to go to work? Run! Nami yelled at Wayne, then rushed towards Hina, trying to buy some time. She is still a civilian now, and it was just a pounce, the Marine won't do anything to her. The adjutant stepped forward to stop Nami. Hina remained motionless. Because Wayne in front of her had no intention of running away, she also wanted to see what tricks this guy was trying to play. Nami, who was stopped and controlled, was now very angry. How stupid these pirates are. I'm so pissed off. But when Wayne heard Nami's words, he seemed to suddenly remember something. Nami is right, it's time to go to work. Stop standing there like idiots, get to work. As he shouted, everyone was stunned at first and looked at Wayne blankly. After making sure that he was not joking, everyone started to act. There is a group of Marines in front of us. They thought they had to fight Marine first before they could start working. Seeing this scene, Nami was stunned. No. I told you to go to work, and you actually went to work. Is this a place to work? What kind of work can you do here? Hina also frowned and stared at Wayne in front of her. She also wanted to know how this guy who went to get off work and left work on time actually worked. The villagers looked at Wayne and others walking towards them. The anxiety on his face was extremely obvious. It's already this late hour, and why does their benefactor seem a little bit unintelligent? Hurry up and leave. Why are you still working? The Marines won't let you go. Run. We'll help you hold off the Marines. At the front of the crowd, Nochigo spoke quickly to Wayne. But Wayne just smiled. No. Oh, you. What's wrong with you? Nochigo also felt a little disappointed. But at this moment, click. A pair of handcuffs were precisely fastened on Nochigo's wrists. Wayne, with a faint smile on his face, said calmly, "Miss, the pirates have kidnapped you. Congratulations on being kidnapped." Nochigo stared blankly at Wayne in front of him, his big eyes full of confusion. Ah! Chapter 78. Wayne's words shocked the whole audience. The entire space fell into absolute silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that figure, staring blankly at his serious face. What did he say? Pirates kidnapping? The villagers were all in disbelief. Who could have imagined that they were here to kidnap people? The villagers are still in a position to attack Marine for Wayne. He held the tools tightly in his hands and his expression was very determined. But now, the moment Wayne said this, the determination on their faces seemed to freeze, and their expressions began to change into confusion. His eyes gradually widened and his mouth opened slightly. A tingling sensation on my scalp went straight to the top of my head. Nochigo stared at Wayne intently, her beautiful eyes unblinking, her face full of clear stupidity. Just as she said, "Hey? Ah? He wants to kidnap me?" Nochigo couldn't believe that the man who had just been protecting them turned around and said he wanted to kidnap her. But now she had no choice but to believe it, and neither did anyone else. The handcuffs had already been put on him, and he was just about to be put in a bag. Maybe there were so many people today that it was inconvenient for them to carry so many bags, otherwise she would have been blinded by now. Kaya, I know this, they really don't have that many bags. Not to mention the villagers and Nami, even Marine was dumbfounded. What are these pirates doing? What are they doing? Is this a crime committed in front of our Marine? Have the pirates of today become so rampant? Are they no longer doing it behind people's backs? Are they doing it right in front of people? Marine was shocked by Wayne and his friends' outrageous behavior. It would have been fine if the pirates didn't run away when they saw them, but now not only did they not run away, they also got close to them and fired their weapons, committing the crime in front of them. Wow, they are really good. The Marine's eyes widened, and after being stunned, their faces were filled with anger. This is a slap in the face of their Marine. Hina's face was gloomy, and her eyes behind the sunglasses were also filled with gloom. Wisps of smoke rose as she slowly put on her black leather gloves. This guy in front of her was simply unreasonable. He actually did such a thing in front of her, a Marine Rear Admiral. I have been looked down upon. He doesn't take himself seriously at all. This guy is such a BD. Taking a deep drag on the cigarette in her mouth, Hina said in a deep voice, "Go ahead." As soon as she finished speaking, the Marine soldiers, who had been unable to bear it any longer, rushed out immediately. They were extremely angry and vowed to let these ignorant East Blue pirates know what the difference in strength meant. Without saying anything more to Wayne, Hina went straight to Wayne. She preferred talking to the pirates in the cage. Arlong watched all this, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. How stupid! These pirates are really stupid. If they just ran away, these Marines might not be able to catch them all, after all, they are quite powerful. But what did these people do? Kidnap villagers in front of Marine? Does lousy mean that you are brave or stupid? How stupid does one have to be to do such a thing? Arlong is the most qualified person to speak about Hina's strength. Wayne can never be a match for this Marine Rear Admiral who ate the devil fruit. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Watching Wayne being captured, watching all the members of their pirates being captured, was an extremely pleasant thing for Arlong. Marine did not use the gun in his hand, which would have accidentally injured civilians. The adjutant arrived first. Seeing Wayne grabbing Nokijo by the middle of the handcuffs and trying to take her away, he punched her without thinking. This adjutant is also quite powerful. This punch even made a sound of breaking wind as it hit Wayne's face with great force. Just as the fist was about to hit, Wayne moved. His expression was still casual, and he even seemed to be lacking in energy. Turn around and look. Raise your hand slightly. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and ripples appeared on the ground, and all the fine sand and gravel were shaken away. But the adjutant suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Wayne in front of him. And his fist only hit Wayne's palm. But this was not what surprised him. After all, he knew that there was still a gap in strength between him and Wayne, which could be seen from the kick just now. What surprised him was that his full-strength attack, which even came with the inertial impact force, hit Wayne's light palm firmly, but did not make him shake at all. That palm not moved at all. How is this possible? The adjutant's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with shock. But before he could think about it, Wayne in front of him smiled faintly. A chill also rushed to the adjutant's forehead. Bang! Another dull crash was heard, and a figure suddenly rushed over and knocked the adjutant away. The powerful force sent him flying more than 10 meters, and he only stopped after crashing into a tree. Ahaha! Got it, guys! Self-defense! Keel shouted loudly, and then without stopping, he rushed towards the adjutant who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath. He looked extremely ferocious, and the long sword at his waist that was flashing with cold light was also raised in his hand. The collision caused the adjutant's brain to short-circuit. The burning pain in his chest made him take this guy, who looked no different from a supporting role, seriously. His heart was already in turmoil. This pirates group is not normal. It's absolutely abnormal for a supporting role to have such powerful strength. Following Keel's shout, everyone immediately took action, and their target was naturally these Marines. The villagers were not in a hurry. The adjutant had just beaten Wayne, and it had been determined that everyone on their side was acting in self-defense. After all, these Marines are soldiers under the Rear Admiral and they do have strength. But in the eyes of other pirates, it was somewhat not good enough. Just as Keel was rushing towards his adjutant with excitement, a graceful figure appeared beside him. The palm hit Keel hard. A black substance continued to flow out from the palm of his hand. Hina was also shocked. She knew her adjutant's strength best, but now, she was knocked down by the big fool in front of her and couldn't stand up for a while. How strong is this big man? There is not even a single bit of reward for this. It is unimaginable. This also strengthened Hina's determination to capture all the white pirates. There's something so wrong with these pirates. But facing the attacking palm, Keel didn't even look at it. Because his boss is... Clang! There was a loud bang, and all the villagers within a 3-meter radius around Hina were blown away. The powerful impact cleared the place instantly. Hina looked at the ordinary broadsword that blocked her attack, and her pupils shrank slightly. It was fine that her adjutant failed to shake the other party just now, but now, looking at Wayne who was standing in front of her without moving an inch, Hina couldn't help but feel shocked. Wayne held an unsheathed machete in his hand. His expression was indifferent. "Liwei, do you want to eat?" Wayne's words made Hina's expression freeze. Before she could react, a big foot suddenly appeared at her waist. But Hina was prepared. Her observation haki had already anticipated Wayne's sudden attack, and she twisted her body to avoid the kick. But the foot seemed to know what she was thinking and was already on her dodging route. Hina felt her scalp tingling instantly. This guy. He also has the ability to observe? Chapter 79. Hina's pupils contracted wildly, and a feeling of extreme danger began to come from her waist. Her heart was already filled with alarm bells. The guy in front of her could actually launch such an attack. Before the attack arrived, she already felt a slight tingling sensation in her waist. If she was hit harder, she might have disintegrated. Hina didn't have time to be too surprised, because if she was surprised any further, she would be shocked for the rest of her life. She did not choose to follow her heart, nor did she use iron body to withstand the blow. She had a vague premonition that if she did so, she would be evenly spread across the land. In the face of death crisis, all of Hina's potential was stimulated. Both feet stomped on the ground. In an instant, she successfully broke through her usual limit, stomping the ground 30 times in an instant, and flashed out of Wayne's attack range. Appeared more than 10 meters away from Wayne. He was breathing heavily and his face was very pale. Wayne's kick missed, and although he didn't hit anyone, the air still produced a sonic boom. The violent explosion echoed in everyone's ears. Seeing Hina had retreated 10 meters away, Wayne also retracted his right leg. Of course he wasn't going to kill Hina, as that was the bulk of his salary today, so anyone could do it, but not her. It was just a scare just now. After all, Hina seemed a little arrogant and didn't take him seriously. If Wayne knew that Hina had thought the same thing just now, he might have laughed out loud. Wayne's current strength is definitely at the Vice Admiral level. In a normal Vice Admiral, he can be considered a mainstay. His body is indeed at the bottom of the Vice Admiral class, and his armament haki is just at the beginning. However, his sword-maintaining skills and one-kick technique are enough for him to crush opponents of the same physique, and crush them instantly. Although Hina used these 6 moves well, she couldn't dodge Wayne if he wanted to. I just held back. Hina, who was defeated, stared at Wayne in front of her, and the cigarette in her mouth had been bitten off long ago. With a frown on her face, she looked as if she had just been fished out of the water, her whole body almost soaked. She almost died. Almost died. Cold sweat had already soaked my back, and even my hands were shaking slightly. At that moment, she seemed to see herself all over the ground. She really had a close call with death. At this moment, there was no longer that calmness in her eyes. Looking at Wayne in front of her, there was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This guy. Invincible. Such thoughts kept running through Hina's mind, constantly urging her to escape. This is the body being stressed. But Hina forced herself to suppress such thoughts. It was just because she didn't understand the enemy that she almost lost her life. But if I use the power of the fruit to deal with him, I may not have no chance of winning. Never let him get close to you again. And if she left, none of her subordinates would be able to come back. During the time she was thinking about countermeasures, all her marines were brought to justice. Each of them was handcuffed and tied up with ropes one by one. They even brought their own handcuffs. Not only Marine, but all the villagers were also tricked. The dumbfounded villagers were forced to line up in a long queue. Kaya tied them all together with a rope so that they could be taken away together at any time. Everyone was stunned when they saw all the Marines being killed after they rushed forward. Seeing that even Hina did not dare to move after being forced to retreat, everyone was even more dumbfounded. Arlong even began to doubt his life. No, isn't this reasonable? How come these people are more powerful than each other? Arlong originally thought that Wayne would never be Hina's opponent, but now, facing Hina's attack, Wayne can only be said to be calm and unhurried. But what about Hina? Now I dare not even move. There's no need to think too much about how big the gap is, right? Sweat also appeared on Arlong's forehead. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had been sensible yesterday, otherwise he might have been dead now. He really couldn't afford to offend this group of people. Nami was also extremely shocked by the strength displayed by Wayne, but at this moment, seeing them pack up all the Marines, Nami couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. She already understood. I'm afraid Wayne's work assignment today is to kidnap someone? There's nothing wrong with this, it's normal for pirates. Kidnapping villagers and selling them can quickly drain a person's value. But the problem is, you even caught Marine. Do you want to sell Marine as well? I'm afraid there are no pirates in this world who capture Marines and sell them, right? Mainly because no one buys it. Is Wayne really that crazy? He just wants to be the ultimate, right? This is outrageous. Come over. Wayne hooked his finger at Nami, his face calm. But it was this calmness that forced Nami to do as he was told, because this guy was really going to FK you. He won't play any gentle games with you. Last time, he almost stuffed that cannon into her mouth. Helpless, she could only walk over slowly. Tie it yourself or should I help you? Ah. Oh. I can do it myself. One can also hear a strong sense of helplessness in Nami's voice. Nowadays, when she was kidnapped, she even had to tie herself up. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law in this world? But even though I was angry in my heart, my body was still very honest. In no time, he tied himself up tightly and joined the group of kidnapped people. Now the only ones left who haven't been caught are Hina and a few murlocs from the Arlong pirates group. Hina felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Nami tying herself up. But she didn't dare to act rashly, because Wayne was standing among the civilians and she couldn't launch an effective attack from a long-range attack. Long-range fences have a large range and a wide striking area. She had to wait until Wayne took the initiative to leave those civilians and soldiers. And at this moment, after Nami tied herself up completely, Wayne finally turned his attention to Hina. Seeing this, Hina also tensed her body, guarding against Wayne's sudden attack, ready to burst out at any time to create distance between herself and Wayne. But under Hina's gaze, Wayne did not use his speed to approach her, but took out a gun from his waist. The moment the flintlock was pointed at him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Hina's eyes widened slightly, full of disbelief. Her observation haki kept giving warnings, and a sense of extreme danger was madly coming from the worn-out flintlock rifle. Looking at the expressionless man holding the gun, Hina was stunned. No. He can also shoot? Chapter 80. A gentle breeze blew by, and her pink hair fluttered. A drop of sweat also quietly fell from Hina's chin. She felt a strong sense of threat and the sense of danger was extremely strong. But standing there and waiting to die was obviously not a solution. The gun in that guy's hand was just an ordinary pistol. His own fence can easily block his bullets. As long as he dodges carefully, he won't be able to hit him. Find an opportunity and use your own fence to restrain him, then you can turn defeat into victory. Looking at Hina in front of him, Wayne frowned slightly. He slowly put away the gun. He also realized that a pistol couldn't do much damage. Hina was no weakling and she could see that his gun had some flaws in its lethality and would not cause much harm to her. This is indeed the case. It was a flintlock rifle, and Wayne couldn't change that fact. He currently has no means to enhance his bullets. At most, he has an armament color, but it is obviously unnecessary. This will not have much effect except exposing one of your trump cards. It would be better to just rush at her directly. Wayne's speed definitely has an overwhelming advantage over Hina. At this moment, Hina saw Wayne put away the gun and her expression froze slightly. There was also some doubt in his eyes. What is this guy doing? Even she could sense the dangerous aura from that pistol. It was obviously the opponent's most powerful weapon. Why did he choose to put the gun away now? What does he want to do? Hina's mind raced, pondering Wayne's thoughts. But after thinking about it, Hina could only come to one conclusion, that is, the other party has more powerful means. Otherwise he would have shot me long ago. But what could be his method? Could he be a demon fruit power? Thinking of this, Hina's body tensed up even more, and her expression became unusually serious. She stared at Wayne's every move, not daring to relax at all. Make sure that even if he has any unknown cards, you can react immediately. Right at this moment, Wayne moved. As his body trembled, he disappeared. Hina's pupils suddenly constricted, and her eyes kept tracking Wayne's whereabouts. Yes. As soon as Wayne moved, Hina lost his direction. In just a moment. But even after using her observation haki, Hina couldn't find any trace of Wayne. Shocked, Hina immediately retreated, trying to create some distance. No matter where that guy is, it's never wrong to retreat. But this retreat? Just one step. Her head hit something, making a slight clicking sound. The crisp sound echoed in Hina's mind, and a sense of death crisis exactly the same as just now came from behind her. Her heart seemed to skip a beat, and her face quickly turned pale. Click! The sound of a slow reloading of a rifle came from behind her. Wayne's voice, with a hint of playfulness, followed suit. Marine, you're being held captive. Behind Hina, a man in a white shirt with a faint smile on his face was holding a pistol. The muzzle of the gun was pressed against the back of Hina's head. As this voice sounded, Hina seemed to lose all her strength and became powerless in an instant. His eyes were trembling and his expression was terrified. She was completely shocked by Wayne's strength. This guy is definitely not some little pirates from East Blue, he is definitely not. This kind of strength, which is enough to crush my own strength, crush my Rear Admiral's strength, how could it appear in East Blue? Get started, Vice Admiral. These 4 words flashed through Hina's mind. She was also completely dumbfounded. East Blue, pirates, been there for 10 years, with a bounty of 12 million, and the headquarters Vice Admiral's combat power. How can this be connected? What exactly is this man's intention? What on earth is going on in his mind? Hina didn't understand, she simply couldn't understand it, just like she didn't understand why the pirates who had been in East Blue for 10 years would have the fighting power of the Vice Admiral. How did this guy improve his strength? But all this ended when a big hand took out a pair of handcuffs from his waist and handcuffed him. She was captured. There was no room for resistance, and they were defeated and captured by the opponent in a crushing manner. Looking at Wayne, who had regained his harmless and decent appearance, Hina's teeth were chattering. First time. This question made Hina break down again. I simply turned my head and stopped looking at Wayne. But this does not affect Wayne's good mood. Hina's capture meant that the mission was basically completed. The next step was to capture people from the surrounding villages and towns. But the island was so big that it was impossible for him to catch them all before 5 o'clock. Catch as many as you can. Wayne also had a general understanding of Hina's strength. Her physical strength should be only around 600, which is the lowest level for a Rear Admiral. At this time, Hina had just been promoted to Rear Admiral. With his current physical strength approaching 1001, there was really no room for resistance. Grabbing Hina and pulling Arlong, Wayne threw them all into the prisoner camp. Looking at the people in front of him who still hadn't come to their senses, Wayne shook his head helplessly. After a while, a loud shout erupted from the marine prisoners. What the hell is this? This guy! This guy is so fast that even Hina Rear Admiral can't react. The roots, I can't see clearly. Are these really the East Blue pirates? How could they be so powerful? These Marines originally thought of this trip as a vacation. After all, following the Rear Admiral, they could do whatever they wanted in this small East Blue. There will be no danger. But now, they are all destroyed. They were all wiped out by a small group of East Blue pirates. This outcome left them all unable to react for a moment. Just now they had Hina, and they could still count on Hina to make a comeback. But now, Hina was also killed instantly. Buggy and the others also swallowed their saliva, sighing in their hearts at Wayne's pervert. Every time Wayne showed his great strength, they had to be thankful that they did not act impulsively and that they gave in quickly. Their boss is simply not a human being. I couldn't see clearly at all, and I took down a Marine Rear Admiral in an instant. This was the Rear Admiral of the headquarters. Although they were amazed at the strength Wayne displayed, after following Wayne for so long, they also realized that their old man was indeed not a bad person. Even if they had not agreed at the time, they might not have been killed. But this strength still made them very convinced. Nami swallowed silently, and her understanding of Wayne became clearer. This guy is a pervert. It seems like there is no one in this world that he can't solve. But is this really the case? Not at all. This can only be attributed to Wayne's good life planning. He only found people who couldn't beat him. Everything is just right. This is the advantage brought by information. Chapter 81. Don't just stand there. Kaya and I will guard here, you go to the surrounding villages and grab some more villagers. Oh. Okay. At Wayne's command, everyone quickly dispersed to the surrounding villages to continue arresting people. It's still early and there's still a lot to do. Soon the whole place fell silent, and Wayne took Kaya to sit and rest at the place where they had held the bonfire party last night. Kaya also took out the lunch box she prepared this morning. Generally, Wayne and his colleagues don't eat meals while they are at work, not even lunch. Looking at the lunch box that Kaya took out, Wayne was slightly stunned. I made this morning, have some. After saying that, Kaya walked aside and started eating alone. Maybe she thought that if she stared at Wayne, he might not eat. But it was obvious that she was worrying too much. Wayne finished the lunch box in 2 bites, as if he was possessed by Luffy. Kaya was stunned by the look. After a brief pause, Wayne picked up the train of thought he had just lost. How can I turn someone into my wife? It's not like he hasn't brought women aboard before, hundreds of times, but not once has this wife list been triggered. And the difference between them and Kaya doesn't seem to be that big. I just asked her seriously if she wanted to be my wife, and then she agreed and that was it. Could it really be that simple? Wayne frowned. Forget it, no matter whether it works or not, we'll know after trying it. Wayne stood up, took out the pistol from his waist, and walked towards Nami. Nami was explaining something to Nojiko and looked quite relaxed. She knew Wayne's style. It was impossible for Wayne to take so many people out to sea, and it was even more impossible for him to really go to the trouble of selling so many people. This must be because he is at work and will release them all when he gets off work. Just after talking to Nojiko for a few words, she noticed Wayne walking towards her, and her face immediately became tense. What is he doing? Why does he look a bit fierce? Why is he coming towards me? Haven't I cooperated well? Before Nami could react, a gun was pressed against her forehead. 3 numbers, agree to be my wife, or die. 3. Looking at the cold muzzle of the gun in front of him, Nami was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell, brother? There really isn't such a step in our script. I can't quite follow your acting. Nami came back to her senses after a brief moment of confusion. Looking at Wayne counting down with an expressionless face in front of her, Nami's heart was in a mess. At this moment, she just wanted to yell, "Are you crazy? How can you find a wife like this? But that would very likely cause a bloody hole to appear on your forehead." This guy in front of her could really do anything. Nami really didn't dare to bet whether he was joking or not. I do. Nami agreed immediately. She has been through a lot over the years and has experienced all kinds of strange things. Although the scene before her made her a little dumbfounded, she quickly made the decision to save her life. Nojiko, who was beside her, looked at Nami in front of him with an expression of disbelief. It was outrageous enough that Wayne suddenly came up and asked someone if she wanted to be his wife, but unexpectedly, Nami agreed on the spot after just a brief hesitation. This. What on earth is this doing? Not to mention no Kai-Gao, everyone in the audience was staring at Wayne with anger. The villagers already treat Nami as a treasure, but Wayne actually dares to force Nami to be his wife. This is simply unreasonable. Not to mention Marine. Being captured was already uncomfortable enough for them, and now the pirates who captured them were doing this kind of thing right in front of them. They have already been frustrated to the ultimate level. But the person who was most shocked by Wayne's words was Kaya. At this moment, Kaya's lunchbox fell to the ground, but she didn't notice it at all. She stared blankly at Wayne in front of her, staring blankly at his serious face. How could she not be familiar with this scene? This was exactly what Wayne had said to her before, not even a word had changed, and the actions were the same. Raising a gun, pointing it at someone's head, threatening. For a moment, a trace of sadness flashed through Kaya's heart. An indescribable emotion began to surge in her heart, and she felt very uncomfortable. If Wayne just liked someone else, then she would naturally have no problem accepting it. After all, it was Wayne's right to like whoever he wanted. But now, watching everything that happened to her happen again to others, Kaya felt suffocated. Without realizing it, the eye sockets had become red. The pair of beautiful eyes looking at Wayne began to become more and more complicated. But at this moment, Wayne, however, moved the gun away from Nami with a look of disappointment. He said nothing, just sighed helplessly. At this moment, the system panel was standing tall in front of him. But in the character attribute interface, there was no extra name in the eye-catching wife column, it was still just Kaya. What does this mean? It means it's not possible. What went wrong? Wayne frowned, thinking over everything that had just happened. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't think of anything wrong. If we talk about attitude, my attitude has not changed at all in the 2 times, but if we talk about the other party's attitude, aren't both of us forced? Could it be possible that Kaya did it voluntarily? Ding! Wife's approval requirements: the other party must be willing, have a good impression of the host, and have no strong resistance. The system's voice suddenly appeared. Wayne was also stunned. Looking at the clear introduction in front of him, Wayne could only say at you in number, not knowing whether he should say it or not. This system is like a disease. You have to explore everything on your own, it cannot introduce everything to you. The wife just passed the conditions, probably just because she thought of this and triggered its mechanism, which is why such a prompt popped up. Otherwise, you might not even find it even if you die. Apart from scolding this damn system, Wayne couldn't do anything about it. After calming down, Wayne couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This condition seems a bit harsh. The other party must be willing, have a good impression of me, and not resist. Am I here to work or to date? I'm here to improve my strength and become stronger. This condition was very harsh for him, harsh to the core. He really doesn't have time for this kind of stuff. Then I have to put my wife aside for now and just go with the flow. If you meet someone who likes you, then don't say anything, just hire them as your employee.